Congratulations, you have successfully graduated from our company. Thank you for your companionship along the way. Lin Yue, wearing a puzzled expression, felt the bright sunlight pouring in through the window. He rubbed his eyes and slowly sat up from the bed. I've already been working for 2.5 years. Why would I be graduating now? He opened the virtual screen before him and checked the message the company had just sent. An email unfolded in front of his eyes, long and verbose, but in essence it meant only one thing. I've been fired. Lin Yue rubbed his eyes again, still unsure, finding it hard to believe. Just yesterday, the director had told him to keep up the good work, patting his shoulder and saying that after the new year, he would be promoted to senior engineer. How had he suddenly been fired after a single night's sleep? Lin Yue pinched his thigh hard. A sharp pain shot through him. This was no dream. He sucked in a cold breath, rubbing his thigh as he began to contact the director. The director's surname was Li, just over 40 years old. Although he was somewhat forceful, he was an upright man and usually treated them quite well, counted as a good leader. More importantly, even if everything before had just been empty promises, it still shouldn't have come to outright firing him. As Lin Yue was recalling all this, a magnetic voice came through. Hello. Hello, director. This is Lin Yue. I wanted to ask about my dismissal, Lin Yue asked immediately. The other end was silent for a few seconds before saying, I've been dismissed as well. I what? Lin Yue froze, the words on the tip of his tongue forced back down. I've been dismissed as well. Our entire department has been let go, the director said, his tone somewhat low. How is that possible? The game our team developed a month ago, I Want to Ascend Immortality, received an extremely enthusiastic response, didn't it? How could they possibly fire all of us? Lin Yue was utterly puzzled. This game was a virtual reality title themed around cultivation, one Lin Yue had worked on after joining the company. Its market response had been excellent, and it currently dominated the top of the virtual reality game rankings. It could be called the company's cash cow, one of its main money trees. How could they possibly dismiss their entire department just like that? Sigh. The director let out a desolate sigh. It's not just us. From what I know, the entire game division has kept fewer than 100 people. Everyone else has been dismissed, and it's about the same with other major companies in the industry. Forget it, just watch the news and you'll understand. You're still young, your future is full of possibilities. There's no need to be overly anxious, the director consoled him, though his own mood was clearly sinking. All right, thank you. I'll wish you a happy new year in advance. We'll stay in touch when we can, the director said before hanging up, leaving Lin Yue standing there in utter disarray. One had to know that their company could be considered a major player in the industry. The game division alone had more than 2,000 employees. What did it mean to keep fewer than 100 of them? If this was considered graduation, did the school still have any students left, or had it been blown up? He thought for a moment, then opened the virtual screen to watch the midday news. Good afternoon, dear viewers. Today is February 1st, 2060, Sunday. It is also Lunar New Year's Eve. On the screen, the two familiar hosts recited their opening lines as usual. The virtual reality game, Wen Ding, jointly developed by the 5 major alliances of Blue Star, has officially been released. Servers around the globe will open simultaneously. For our Xia region, the opening time will be 8 p.m. today, Kyoto time. According to reports, Wen Ding was created by tens of thousands of outstanding talents from various countries. Its map area is 100 times that of Blue Star, with a realism level reaching 99, and there are no top-up or recharge channels. The game is a Lord competition type, where players can summon civil and military officials from different historical dynasties to participate. At the same time, the game offers unprecedented freedom and high balance, and each major region has a distinct game background. Our Xia game region uses the late Qin period as its background, while European countries use the Middle Ages. Fusang's background is the Warring States era, and the Beautiful Nation's background, for historical reasons, is the Native American era. Moreover, according to Xia's official statement, game equipment in each region has been optimized to varying degrees. If our Xia players see Qin soldiers wielding iron swords riding warhorses with stirrups and saddles, please do not be overly surprised, and viewers in front of the television, please do not insult the game planners, the female host said. The male host nodded along. That's right. At the same time, the game backgrounds and histories of each region have been adjusted accordingly. This is to maintain game balance and prevent excessive disparity in national strength. As everyone knows, if the game were designed strictly according to each country's history, players from other nations would have no gaming experience at all. The two hosts rarely allowed themselves a brief smile before continuing. In addition, the in-game perception of lifespan is set at a ratio of 1/6, meaning 1 day in reality corresponds to 6 days in the game. The 5 major alliances have not yet disclosed the operational principles, but what is clear is that this will be of epic-making significance. It is also an entirely new kind of experience. Sources reveal that this is a virtual reality game capable of overturning the entire industry, a truly epic-making title. The two hosts said, their faces betraying a hint of excitement. At the same time, the game helmets required for Wen Ding will be uniformly distributed free of charge by the government. We believe that most viewers in front of their screens have already received their packages. By then, all adults aged 18 and above will be able to log into the game using the official special game helmets or game pods and enjoy it to their heart's content, the two hosts alternated saying. Lin Yue, watching from his screen, was dumbfounded. As someone in game development, he knew all too well that if this game truly matched the description in the news, it would genuinely overturn the entire gaming industry. If the current popular virtual reality games belong to the Neolithic age, then this game would leap straight into the era of modern technology. The technological leap in gaming was so vast that his first thought was that it was impossible. Absolutely impossible. Not to mention the sheer workload required to construct all those different regional backgrounds. Just the 1/6 perception of lifespan alone was enough to shatter his understanding. This could have required the work of tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of people. Yet as one of the main developers, Xia's game industry had not caught a whiff of any news beforehand. That made no sense at all. Where had all these people come from? Could it have been made by aliens? But that was no longer something he needed to worry about. He had already been treated as a talent released back into society. The ones who should be fretting now were the bosses of every game company. Since he was here, he might as well accept it. Shaking his head, Lin Yue got up and quickly washed up. Suddenly remembering something, he walked straight to the foyer, picked up a parcel, and tore it open. On the outer packaging in his hand were the two characters for Wen Ding. Opening it, he saw a pure white game helmet brimming with a sense of advanced technology, with a small black cauldron emblem on the front. Staring blankly at the helmet in his hands, Lin Yue fell into a daze. This was the parcel the community's robot butler had handed him when he returned from working late the night before last. He had assumed it was yet another government benefit or notice and had simply left it in the foyer, never expecting it to be a game helmet. He then searched for the Wen Ding game forum. Upon opening the app, he saw that the forum had already seized the top spot on the hot lists of all major platforms. He tapped in and found the discussions raging at a fever pitch. Wen Ding preview: how real is the perceived time ratio? Insider scoop: the birth of Wen Ding and its connection to last month's UFO. A state-released game. What does that mean? Wen Ding, the next big wave. Sending children into the game to study. How feasible is it? Rousing old Qin march together in the nation's crisis. Rousing old Qin restore our rivers and mountains. Fight until the blood runs dry, never cease the battle. Support great Qin. Give Qin Shi Huang a globe right at the start. If Wen Ding had never been born, the gaming world would be an eternal night. Lin Yue only skimmed briefly before exiting. The game had not yet opened, and the 5 major alliances had released no further information. No one knew what the game truly looked like. Everything was speculation, without a single piece of useful news. He instead ordered 10 bottles of nutrient solution on the starving to death food delivery app. Seeing that the bill came to 2,000 yuan, he cursed under his breath, calling them profiteers. Since the middle of this century, technological development had accelerated, competition had eased, and with Xia's improved welfare and people's increasing free time, the gaming industry had exploded, remaining in a constant state of frenzy. Correspondingly, in order to extend gaming time, reduce unnecessary eating and drinking, and replenish mental energy, nutrient solutions had come into being. A single bottle of nutrient solution could sustain 2 days of high-intensity virtual reality gaming. In the past, the price was around 100 long coins, but now it had doubled, clearly showing the impact of the Wen Ding game. He cursed as he might, but he still placed the order. That amount of money was not much to him. He had happened to ride the explosive growth of the gaming industry, earning a decent sum over the past 2.5 years. Adding in this year's year-end bonus and the severance pay he had just received, and subtracting personal income tax, he still had enough savings to live comfortably for a while. Unfortunately, the company's stock had hit the lower limit within 2 minutes of the market opening. Otherwise, he might have been able to sell the stock they had given him for some extra cash. Now he had become unemployed, and with the gaming industry in a slump, there was no need to rush to find a new job, because even if he wanted one, he would not be able to find it. He might as well take this opportunity to see for himself whether this game, which could overturn the entire industry and even gaming history jointly developed by the 5 alliances, truly deserved to be called epic-making. Soon a knocking sound came from the door, and Lin Yue went to open it. The community's robot butler handed him a package. After thanking it, Lin Yue turned back into the apartment. Play a song by J. Lewin. Lin Yue spoke to the smart home robot. He liked listening to old songs from half a century ago, not to be contrarian, but because those songs were still popular even now. In today's music scene, looks dominated everything, leading to the prevalence of all sorts of spellcasters. As a result, everyone began digging up old songs, some even hoping to invite the nearly 80-year-old J. Lewin back into the spotlight. He did not know whether to marvel at how far ahead those songs had been, or to feel a sense of sadness. All right, now playing, in the name of the Father, the system replied. Soon the prelude of the song filled the room. Accompanied by the song, Lin Yue read through information about the late Qin period, quietly waiting for the game servers to open. As the appointed time drew near and night descended, a bright, full moon quietly rose to hang high in the dark sky. Lin Yue, after a brief moment of thought, put on his helmet in advance and lay down on the bed, preparing to enter the game. Drawing on his experience working in the gaming industry, he knew that the very first batch of players to log in would enjoy a tremendous advantage. After entering the login interface, he found that there was only a single option: create an account, so Lin Yue selected it. A line of text appeared detecting nearby identity chips. One identity chip detected nearby. Please enter your real name. He answered softly, Lin Yue. The system responded, identity input correct. Commencing facial recognition. Facial recognition successful, data recorded in database. Now detecting your iris. Iris recognition successful, data recorded in database. Account creation complete. Game region has been set by default to the Daxia district and cannot be changed. We wish you an enjoyable game. Ever since the triple authentication game login system had been officially implemented 20 years ago, account theft incidents had become exceedingly rare. Lin Yue had first learned of this back in university when a professor casually brought it up while chatting with students advising them not to skip steps for the sake of convenience. In recent years, every single case of account theft had involved users who had failed to record both facial and iris data. Although Lin Yue was not an avid gamer, he had always taken sound advice to heart. Lin Yue then exited back to the main interface where 5 options had now appeared: Start Game, Continue Game, Settings, Bind, Online Bank, and Exit Game. However, the Start Game option was currently in a locked state. At the very top was a time reminder showing time remaining until game start 00211. Lin Yue straightened his mind and focused all his attention on watching the numbers flicker and change second by second. Outside the window, the electronic megascreen on a distant high-rise had already switched to the Spring Festival Gala broadcast. The streets were now nearly deserted as families had all gathered in their homes. At that very moment, the countdown reached 0000. Before his eyes, the Start Game option was suddenly encircled by a coiling golden dragon. Lin Yue clicked Confirm in an instant. The interface immediately switched, prompting him to enter his in-game name. In the name field, the 2 characters of Lin Yue were already filled in by default. Not wanting his real name exposed in the game, Lin Yue tried to change it only to find that nothing happened no matter what he did. He then turned his gaze to the fine print following the name field. According to regulations of the Daxia Empire, this game is bound to your identity ID and may not be altered. Damn, even someone as mild-tempered as he could not help but let out a curse. All of this happened in the span of a lightning flash, and he had no time to dwell on it. He went straight on to the next option. Please choose your birthplace. Birthplaces are designed with reference to particular historical backgrounds. Different birthplaces possess distinct climates, terrains, landforms, special events, and more. Please choose carefully. Hudong Taiyuan Shangdong Sanchuan Dongjuan Ingchuan Nanyang Nanjuan Jiujiang Sishui Jiulu Chijuan Langya Liaodong Commandery. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Yue confirmed his choice. Since ancient times, Liaodong Commandery had been a renowned horse-producing region capable of raising an elite cavalry force, something of immense importance in a game world expanded 100-fold. Moreover, in the era of cold weapons, moving armies from the north downwards was easy, but advancing from the south to the north was notoriously difficult. Apart from the founding emperor of the Ming, he had never heard of another achieving it, which spoke volumes of its hardship. Most importantly, it was his old home. Though it was only a game, he still wanted to start out in his homeland. Player has chosen Liaodong Commandery. We wish you an enjoyable game. The scene then shifted. Lin Yue felt as though he were suspended in midair. Before him stood a massive sacrificial altar upon which loomed a man clad in a black dragon robe. His figure was towering and imposing a crown of emperors upon his head, a bronze longsword hanging at his waist. Even though Lin Yue could only see his back, the pressure he exuded was overwhelming. Lin Yue was inwardly shaken and could not help praising how impressive the CG was, yet he still chose to skip it. He had already delayed for 2 seconds just now, and sometimes even a mere 2 seconds was enough to make a difference. His vision abruptly went dark once more. After a brief blankness in his mind, clarity slowly returned. The surroundings gradually brightened. Lin Yue tried to push himself up, but found he had no strength at all. Just then a deep magnetic voice sounded in his ears. Congratulations, player Lin Yue, you are the 95270H player to enter the game. You have obtained the reward for being among the first 10,000 in the Xinzhou region, a special talent card. You have obtained the game title Pioneer, one of the earliest people to enter this world, exploring it on behalf of other players. Your spirit of exploration has earned you the favor of the main god, Force 5, Intelligence 5, or Reputation 500. You have obtained Newbie Gift Pack 1. You have obtained Lucky Small Chest 1. As he had suspected, there really were rewards. Suppressing the joy in his heart, Lin Yue directly chose to open all the gift packs. Player has used Newbie Gift Pack and obtained 1 Chi Gathering Pill Mortal Grade Martial Art, Basic Heart Method, 1 Small Axe No Grade, and 100 copper coins. Player has used Lucky Small Chest and obtained a reinforced Sapper Shovel Digging Speed, increased 3-fold. Player has used Special Talent Card. Drawing in progress. Congratulations, player, you have drawn the Special Talent Kindhearted. Causes NPCs to naturally feel a sense of affinity toward the player, NPC Favorability 30. Lin Yue was left utterly dumbfounded. Increase NPC favorability. In most games, raising NPC favorability amounted to little more than giving them money and jewels or completing the quests they issued. This talent would save both money and effort, yet in his mind it was far less practical than the Pioneer title. With a sigh, Lin Yue gave a small mental command, and an attribute panel instantly floated up before his eyes. Name Lin Yue, Identity Refugee, Title None, Position None, Honorary Title Pioneer, Force 28, Intelligence 30, Command 21, Politics 22, Charisma 99, Reputation 500, Obscure and Unknown Talent, Kindhearted, an ordinary adult male, averages around 20. You are doing quite well. Staring at the attributes displayed before him, Lin Yue sank into thought. His force and intelligence, bolstered by the Pioneer title, were noticeably high, while his command and politics were at ordinary levels. Only his charisma stood out as exceptionally high. But could good looks be eaten as food? Could he possibly be more handsome than the audience sitting in front of their screens? Moreover, this game had no experience points or level system at all. Lin Yue truly could not understand what kind of design philosophy this was. Was this perhaps what they called the vision of a great nation? Looking at the equipment panel, which contained nothing but a single coarse hemp garment, Lin Yue struggled to his feet, only to realize that his whole body was weak and powerless. Just then a harsh voice rang out. Hand over your money, and we will leave your corpse intact. A shrill cackling laugh followed. Lin Yue's whole body jolted. Could I really be this unlucky, he thought to himself as the sounds of a chase and scuffle drifted into his ears, drawing closer with every heartbeat. Turning his head, he discovered that he was lying hidden in a patch of tall grass, while the sounds came from not far to his side. Looking in that direction, he saw two mountain bandits wielding long blades chasing after a youth in coarse clothes. The youth stumbled and staggered as he ran straight toward Lin Yue's position. Could this be a newbie quest? The thought suddenly occurred to Lin Yue, yet he had not received any notification. He quickly drew out the reinforced sapper shovel and gripped it tightly in his hand. In the blink of an eye, a miserable scream cut through the air. The youth collapsed right in front of him, the back of his clothes soaked in crimson, a long blade driven clean through his back. The youth slumped into the grass and, to his surprise, discovered someone else lying hidden there. Their gazes met. With the last of his strength, the youth gave Lin Yue a feeble shove, his lips opening and closing as he wordlessly urged him to flee. Oh, there's another one here. What a lucky day. The eyes of the two bandits lit up when they saw Lin Yue. They exchanged a knowing grin and advanced toward him with their blades raised. Haven't seen such a pretty little lad in a long time. Come into Grandpa's arms. One of them jeered, faces twisted with lecherous smiles. Lin Yue's whole body jolted once more, a chill coursing through him at the scenes that flashed through his mind. Forcing himself upright, he recalled the saying that a longer weapon holds the advantage. With a fierce shout, he swung the sapper shovel at the bandits. Yet his weakened body suddenly lurched, and he stumbled instead. An experienced bandit seized the opening and slashed him with his long blade. With a scream of pain, Lin Yue was hacked to the ground. How, why doesn't it hurt? Lin Yue paused for a moment, and then sprang up in surprise. Surprised, Lin Yue grabbed the spade again and struck at the knife-wielding bandit, thinking, since it doesn't hurt, why fear it? Damn it, get him, shouted one of the bandits as he charged toward Lin Yue with his knife. Lin Yue swung the spade wildly while the bandit's sharp knife struck him as if hitting a wall, failing to harm a single hair on his body. After a few exchanges, the bandit was wobbling, his knife breaking into two, while Lin Yue grew more courageous, eventually knocking the bandit to the ground with the spade. The other bandit was now trembling uncontrollably, looking at the invulnerable Lin Yue as if he were a ghost. Lin Yue grinned and directly swung the spade towards his foot, instantly staining it with blood. The bandit let out a miserable scream and collapsed to the ground, curling up with his hands over his foot. Lin Yue, however, had no intention of letting him go, repeatedly swinging the spade in a mechanical fashion. Lin Yue, having been single for over 20 years, had swung the spade 20 to 30 times in just a few seconds. The bandit was now a bloody mess, and Lin Yue added a few more strikes before finally, sighing in relief, leaning on his waist and panting heavily. The player's protection period has expired, and the 1-minute invincibility time is over. We wish the player a pleasant gaming experience. Lin Yue suddenly realized that he had thought he was the chosen one, protected by a kingly aura, but it was actually the invincibility period for new players in the game. But why was there no hint at all? Fortunately, he hadn't run away, otherwise with his office worker physique, a player accustomed to drinking goji berries from a thermos, he would have been caught by those two bandits in less than half a minute, and the invincibility time would have been wasted. Lin Yue breathed a sigh of relief and turned to the young man he had just rescued, noticing the weak rise and fall of his chest, clearly struggling to breathe. How are you? Lin Yue half squatted on the ground and asked. I can't hold on any longer, the young man said with great difficulty. Lin Yue examined the young man's injuries closely. It was clear he was struggling to breathe. He asked, do you have any last wishes? Where is your home? Do you want me to notify your family? The young man shook his head and weakly replied, I have no family. Can you bury me and not leave my body to rot in the wilderness? I can do that, Lin Yue nodded. The young man managed a faint smile, trembling as he pulled out a small package from his bosom, which fell to the ground. Hero, I have nothing to my name. Please accept this as a reward for your help. Before he finished speaking, the young man closed his eyes, his arm falling silently to the ground. Lin Yue sighed, then picked up the spade and began to dig. After all, he had promised to fulfill the young man's wish, and it was a small effort on his part. Unknowingly, the sun began to set. Lin Yue wiped the sweat from his brow and sat down on the ground, looking at the two large pits he had dug. It seemed he needed to exercise more. His stamina was still not up to par with when he was in high school, at least back then. He wouldn't feel like dying after working for 2 hours. Just as Lin Yue was lamenting, the game's system notification suddenly sounded. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Yi Xian from the Great Xia region for establishing the world's first village. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Yi Xian from the Great Xia region for establishing the world's first village. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Yi Xian from the Great Xia region for establishing the world's first village. Lin Yue was somewhat shocked as the server announcement echoed in his mind. I just dug a pit, and you've already built a village. What a cheat. Lin Yue cursed, but he still felt somewhat impressed. In a game created by the 5 major developers, there was unlikely to be any cheating. Even if there were, it would be impossible to find a flaw so quickly. Though he was reluctant to admit it, this situation before him was undeniable. This was a master. Moreover, with the world's first village appearing in the Great Xia, it would give them an advantage in future national wars, and he could benefit from it. Lin Yue thought for a moment, then stood up and pulled the short knife from the back of the young man, tossing it aside. He then buried him in the pit, crouching down to carefully pat the soil. Then his gaze fell on the two bandits. He walked over, searched their bodies, and dug out a total of 5 copper coins, cursing his luck before kicking them into another pit. "Pa, poor bastards. It seems being a bandit isn't worth it. Not only is the danger high, but they're also so poor. I need to find another way." He opened the package that the young man had given him earlier. Inside were just over 10 copper coins, a willow wood tag, and a letter. The tag listed some simple information about him, including his name, Lin Yue. Having the same pronunciation but different characters feels somewhat faded. With the sun setting, Lin Yue realized it was time to head down the mountain and find a place to rest. He opened the game panel's map, which was very simple, showing only the general area within a 10-mile radius. Seeing a place called Crane Wild Township at the map's edge, he packed up and headed down the mountain. The map only showed general locations without specific routes. It seemed to be a special mechanism of the game, and he could only explore in the general direction. Bored while walking, he opened the game panel to familiarize himself with it. Attribute panel, equipment panel, backpack panel, regional chat panel, friends panel, trading panel, live broadcast panel, map panel, announcement panel, ranking panel. There were many functions, and Lin Yue checked them one by one. He found the regional chat panel lively, indicating that many players had entered the game. Zhonglin, frog fun, frog fun. Why is this game so realistic? Even the faint patterns on the leaves are clear, and the scent of the flowers and grass feels so genuine. Compared to I want to ascend, this one feels like a pile of dung. Lin Yue felt a black line cross his forehead. I Want to Ascend was a product of their company, created by over 200 people over 2.5 years, consuming countless efforts and claiming to be the industry's highest level. However, compared to this game, it certainly doesn't belong to the same level. Just earlier, Lin Yue casually plucked 2 leaves by the roadside, and the patterns were indeed different, but I Want to Ascend shouldn't be called a pile of dung. As for the scent of flowers, Lin Yue wanted to experience it as well. He glanced around, but seemed to find no wildflowers. However, not far down the road, he came across something. Excrement. He saw that pile of excrement standing quietly in the middle of the road, proud and independent, even seemingly emitting heat, clearly fresh. Should I? Lin Yue swallowed, took a step forward, and continued on his way. What am I thinking? No way. He plucked a blade of grass, chewed it, and spat it out. It felt very realistic. It seems to confirm that saying what defeats you may not be competitors, but those from another field. With the national team personally coming to the field, I Want to Ascend, even if it was once the gold standard in the gaming industry, now stands in front of asking for supremacy, like Dog SHD. Wang Zhiyu brothers him here. Restore the Great Qin. Charge. Is this He Township? Lin Yue gazed at the towering city ahead, over 10 meters high, majestic against the backdrop of the sunset, his mouth agape in awe. Lin Yue scrutinized the map, once more rubbed his eyes, and stared at the imposing city before him, repeatedly confirming he hadn't taken a wrong turn. How vast is this game? A township has such a grand city. How large must the county city be? Outside the city, traffic was bustling and pedestrians were flowing continuously. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yue decided to walk over. The city loomed closer, yet the walk felt lengthy. Finally, just before the sun dipped below the horizon, he arrived at the city gate. 3 large characters were carved above the gate, He City. Under the city gate, several long lines had formed waiting to enter. Hurry up. Take out your belongings in advance. Don't waste the time of those behind you. A soldier at the entrance shouted. Some in the line chattered incessantly, while others proceeded silently. Where is your identity token? The soldier asked a woman in front of him. What identity token? The woman responded with surprise and confusion. You don't even know about the identity token? Arrest her. The soldier gestured, and several soldiers rushed over, pinning her to the ground. What are you doing? Do you know who I am? Once you're done for, I'll tell you you're finished. This game shows no respect for women. I'm going to report you all. The soldier chuckled softly and said in a deep voice, take her away. Upon receiving the order, the soldiers disregarded the woman's screams and dragged her away. Immediately, the crowd erupted in chaos with expressions of surprise, mockery, and panic. Next, take out your identity token. The soldier continued to shout. Sir, is this it? A man laughed. He often played various virtual reality games, considering himself a seasoned player, so he remained calm. After all, games nowadays are not like those from decades ago. NPCs used to have fixed choices or lines, but now they are increasingly lifelike, providing various ways to navigate challenges. The soldier jangled a string of copper coins in his hand and smiled. I am Xiaoren. May I ask how to address you, sir? If you enter the city, I would like to treat you to a drink. Seeing the soldier's reaction, the man knew he had passed and asked again. In the game, there are many hidden Easter eggs or clues that require players to discover themselves. Besides, asking a bit more wouldn't hurt. At the same time, he couldn't help but scoff at the previous player, who seemed to be a trend follower. Even though seasoned players sometimes played with them, she was the first to hit an NPC. Me. I am Ren Dai. The soldier swiftly knocked the man unconscious. Dazed, the man saw stars and was escorted away by the soldier. Yet the last thought in his mind was that it felt too real. Too real. Even the pain felt so authentic. Next, the soldier quietly tucked a string of copper coins into his pocket, clearly in high spirits. Suddenly, 3 or 5 people in the crowd ran back together. Just as Lin Yue was about to turn and follow, he heard several whooshes as arrows shot directly into their backs, pinning them to the ground, their fates unknown. Looking up, he saw a row of soldiers on the city walls, crossbows aimed, their expressions impassive. Anyone who runs away for no reason will be killed, a soldier shouted with a sinister smile. Lin Yue quietly withdrew his steps, steeling himself to continue forward. as some entered the city safely while others were continually captured. No matter how much Lin Yue wished to avoid stepping forward, it was soon his turn. "Young man, where is your identity token?" the soldier asked. With no other choice, Lin Yue reluctantly handed over the youth's identity token, hoping he wouldn't be exposed. The soldier examined the identity token, then scrutinized Lin Yue with a suspicious gaze that felt like a knife cutting through him, making Lin Yue's heart race. "Lin Yue?" "Yes." Lin Yue nodded. "From Shaotsong village?" "Yes." "With sword-like brows and starry eyes, quite handsome indeed. However, I observe you seem to be around 8 feet tall. Why does the identity token state 7 feet? The soldier asked, staring at Lin Yue. Lin Yue's heart trembled. The youth was indeed a head shorter than him. Already anxious, he became even more unsure of how to respond after the soldier's question. Young man, you just grew fast." The soldier laughed heartily, patted Lin Yue on the shoulder, then called out to an old man in gray beneath the city gate. "Scribe, the last person has arrived." "What last person?" Lin Yue thought to himself. Following the voice, he saw an old man inside the city gate get up from his reclining chair after hearing the soldier's words, stretch a bit, and walk towards them. Lin Yue's heart tightened. He had merely wanted to enter the city to find a place to stay, but trouble kept coming even before he could step through the gate. Why did it take so long? You're the last one left. After sunset, you'll be considered overdue, and then... Oh, this young man is quite handsome. Where is your document? As the old man approached and saw Lin Yue's face, his tone shifted. His already wrinkled face broke into a smile, like a blooming chrysanthemum, becoming warm and welcoming. "Scribe, look at this young man drenched in sweat. Clearly he was delayed on the road, which is why he rushed over." The soldier laughed, trying to smooth things over. "I see. It must be my talent. I'm sorry, is this it?" After realizing this, Lin Yue handed the letter from his bag to the scribe. The scribe carefully examined it, then tucked the identity token and letter into his robe. "All right, follow me. You're the last one." After speaking, the scribe put his hands behind his back and walked out. Yes. Although Lin Yue had no idea where he was going, he followed to avoid revealing any slip-ups. "I will first take you to the recruit camp where you will serve for a month, then you can officially enlist. In total, you will serve for 2 years, after which you can return home. Of course, if you perform well, you can choose to stay here. You should be aware of this before coming, right?" Feng Kai spoke as he walked. "Join the army," Lin Yue exclaimed. "Isn't this a Lord Conquest type of game? How could there be this kind of gameplay? Is there really such high freedom? But for a Lord Conquest game, why should I be a soldier for someone else? Yes, what's wrong? Don't you want it?" The scribe's expression turned serious, and he said in a deep voice, "Young man, let me remind you, there is only one path for deserters, and that is death. You must think clearly. Moreover, serving can reduce your taxes, and your family can benefit from it. What's so bad about that?" "I have no family." Lin Yue recalled Lin Yue's words and spoke sincerely. The scribe was at a loss for words, feeling he had inadvertently touched on a sore spot and could only pat Lin Yue's shoulder. The journey was silent. Lin Yue was contemplating how to escape, but the scribe had mentioned the consequences of fleeing. In this game with the identity token mechanism, unless he hid deep in the mountains, he would always be pursued. In a game with such high freedom, it felt anything but liberating, he thought to himself. It's still my fault for lacking education and not being able to read the documents. Otherwise, I wouldn't have ended up in this predicament. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smack his head, wishing he had exchanged for proficiency in seal script from the shopping panel. When they reached the entrance of the military camp, the scribe stopped and said, "I will take the identity token and have the office create a new one that matches your current status. They'll deliver it to you in a few days." "All right." Lin Yue clasped his fists in gratitude. With a new identity token, he wouldn't have to worry about being checked in the future. "Go on, this is the recruit camp. I need to return and write documents." The scribe turned and waved his hand, his figure fading into the darkness. Lin Yue turned and stepped into the military camp. The game's prompt sounded in his ears. "Congratulations, player, for joining the army of the Great Qin Empire. As the first player with the identity of a soldier, the player is rewarded with the heavenly ranked skill Killing God technique, a finely crafted Qin sword, and a mediocre book titled Basic Heart Method of the Great Qin." This was all the equipment assigned to Lin Yue by the military camp. The 2-month journey of the new recruits ended hastily after only 2.5 days. This was due to the recent arrival of otherworldly beings sent by the main god, who were unruly and built their own village alongside the sudden emergence of many bandits in the mountains committing all sorts of atrocities. In a fit of rage, the first emperor issued a decree to the 36 counties of the Great Qin, summoning all to labor. As the saying goes, when those above speak, those below must run. The 10,000 guards of High City took turns braving the scorching sun to search for traces of the bandits. After 3 days of interaction, Lin Yue gradually understood the military organization in the game. The lowest unit is the Wu, consisting of 5 men, led by a Wu Zhang. The second unit Shi comprises 10 men, led by a Shi Zhang. The third unit Dui consists of 30 men, led by a Dui Zhang. The third unit Bai has 100 men, led by a Bai Jiang. The fifth unit Biao consists of 500 men, led by a Biao Zhang. The sixth unit Chu comprises 300 men, led by a Junho. The third unit Bu consists of 100 men, led by a Du Wei. The third unit Ing has 300 men, led by a Xiao Wei. The third unit Wei consists of 100 men, led by a Zhonglang Jiang. And the third unit Jun has 300 men, led by a general. Lin Yue had a lot to say about the game's military structure, wondering what kind of nonsensical planner could have come up with such an unorthodox and difficult to remember setup. But despite the complaints, the game must go on. To be fair, a single unit of 10,000 from High City was barely enough to guard the city, yet they were also expected to search for bandits in the surrounding areas, which was quite unreasonable. Fortunately, the soldiers of the Great Qin showed immense enthusiasm for military achievements, tirelessly searching even under the blazing sun, constantly moving through the mountains and forests. All teams take a break. Well set off after a stick of incense, the Xiongnu commanded, halting his pace, as in this weather continuing would surely cause some to faint. A group of new recruits sighed in relief upon hearing this and hurried to rest under the shade of trees. Lin Yue, you go stand guard. As the Wu Zhang, you must set an example. The Xiongnu with a serious expression called out to the seated Lin Yue. Yes, Xiongnu. Lin Yue quickly stood up, wiped the sweat off his brow, and began to keep watch around. Thanks to his amiable nature, Lin Yue had just been appointed as Wu Zhang the day before. In this batch of new recruits, there were a total of 1,000 men, all dispatched as units to search for the bandit camp, while the other soldiers remained stationed at the foot of the mountain waiting for their news. Lin Yue felt a bit hazy. To refresh himself, he reluctantly opened the regional chat panel. It's strange how sometimes, even when feeling sleepy, a little distraction can suddenly energize you. The Chunlong Guild invites all heroes to gather. Those interested, please private message. To the east of Mount Fenglei, there is a band of bandits at coordinates 36. 234. 1A, everyone keep your distance. Their leader has a penchant for men. It's terrifying. How's it going upstairs? Don't say that it's falling apart. My brothers from the King Kong stronghold with 1,000 men drink and eat heartily, uphold justice, and eliminate evil. I look forward to your arrival, each bringing a copy of the Diamond Sutra to help my brothers reach the peak. To the west side of Mount Shaolei, all heroes of the King Kong stronghold await your presence. Below the message was a video showing a long table filled with delicacies with burly men drinking heartily, reminiscent of the heroes of Liangshan. The Diamond Sutra. How could you have such a technique? Impossible. Right, I don't believe it either unless you show it to me. In this day and age of lord-based games, is there really someone willing to be a dog for bandits? It's a sight to behold. If you really go, can you train in the Diamond Sutra? There were all kinds of comments, some looking for a safe haven, some expecting legendary martial arts manuals, while others scoffed at the idea of associating with bandits, and a verbal battle was about to erupt. Lin Yue couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, goofing off was delightful. Ever since the first day in the new recruit camp, he was shocked to witness a Junho throw a heavy grinding stone weighing 100 jin over 10 meters. If he were to meet such a person on the battlefield, Lin Yue felt that even 100 of him would not be enough to fight. From then on, he became fervently dedicated to his training, and now immersed in the various messages from players, he found himself captivated. Wait a minute, Mount Shaolei. Lin Yue opened the map and discovered he was right next to Mount Shaolei. Truly, sometimes the best things come without effort. Brothers, wait for me, Lin Yue said in the regional chat. In the wind and rain, wait for you at the west side of Mount Shaolei. Upon seeing this, Lin Yue's face lit up, and he ran directly to the Xiongnu. Xiongnu, I just discovered traces of the bandits, Lin Yue reported. Where? The Xiongnu stood up abruptly, his eyes wide like brass bells, gripping his Qin sword. Not far from us on the west side of Mount Shaolei. Follow me. Seeing the Xiongnu nod, Lin Yue moved forward according to the map. Though they were all in the same mountain in the vastly expanded game world, Lin Yue felt his legs were about to give out. He couldn't understand how the Xiongnu managed to walk for so long. Fortunately, they finally spotted a few bandits, indicating that the bandit camp should not be far off. The two stealthily followed the bandits and finally discovered the camp. Turning towards the back of the camp, the Xiongnu silently memorized the nearby terrain. As Lin Yue continued forward, the Xiongnu halted his steps, signaling him to stay still. What's wrong, Xiongnu? Lin Yue asked, puzzled. I estimate there are at least 1,000 bandits. You go back, signal for the army to come here, the Xiongnu whispered. Originally, this group of new recruits was meant to act as scouts. No one expected them to kill many enemies in battle, and calling for the army was the most prudent course of action. Lin Yue glanced back at the path they came from, his legs feeling a bit weak. He turned and said, Xiongnu, I'll keep an eye on them here. You go back. No, it's too dangerous to stay here. I can't let you take that risk, the Xiongnu whispered urgently. I haven't achieved anything yet, and with the kindness of my brothers I've become Wu Zhang. Now that I have a chance to repay you all, how can I back down? Lin Yue spoke with righteous determination, leaving no room for refusal. All right, then remember, in case of trouble, retreat is the best option. The Xiongnu, unable to persuade him further, patted Lin Yue's shoulder and spoke earnestly. The Xiongnu had a fondness for Lin Yue and not wanting him to perish here, but he also understood that to progress further in the Great Qin camp, one must take responsibility, and this was indeed a good opportunity. Hide well, safety first, the Xiongnu said, turning back and then sprinting into the forest. It was only after the Xiongnu's figure gradually disappeared from sight that Lin Yue looked around and found a secluded spot under a large tree to hide. Ouch, that hurts. Lin Yue took off his boots, rubbing his feet and patting his numb legs. Playing games should not be this torturous. Fortunately, I'm the one left on the mountain, otherwise I would tire myself out every time I returned. Lin Yue was glad for his cleverness, wearing a satisfied expression. He then put on his boots, found a concealed corner, and kept a close watch on the bandit camp. After all, while goofing off was fun, business could not be delayed. Meanwhile, the Xiongnu ran swiftly out of breath, yet dared not stop, fearing that his pause would lead Lin Yue into danger. He finally reached where the Qin army was camped, and without even drinking water, he returned with reinforcements, heading straight for the King Kong stronghold. In the King Kong stronghold, the leader Black King Kong was pacing back and forth, appearing somewhat anxious. Xiaobo, why haven't those otherworldly beings arrived yet? Don't worry, Chief. They are not close to our King Kong stronghold. It will take some time, a pale-faced man reassured. All right, Black King Kong nodded, forcing a smile, but still seemed somewhat absent-minded. What if upon their arrival they find that the Long Yuan fist method is not a top-tier technique? Chief, mind your words. Your technique is the Diamond Sutra, not some nonsense Long Yuan fist method, Xiaobo said, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. Right, I'm saying, what if they find the Diamond Sutra to be a fake? Who said the Diamond Sutra must be a top-tier technique? Did I say that, or did you, Chief? Black King Kong shook his head blankly. Then how could there be a notion of a fake Diamond Sutra? Is there a significant difference between the Long Yuan and the King Kong? Is it a problem for me to refer to this technique as the Diamond Sutra? Chief, don't worry. When they discover that the Diamond Sutra is different from what they imagined, that will be their issue. Moreover, at that time, Chief's subordinates will be strong and powerful. How could it not be, as you say? At this moment, Black King Kong's mouth was agape in astonishment, able to fit 3 eggs inside. You scholars really know how to play turning black into white and maintaining a straight face while doing so. They even managed to turn the tables, completely shifting responsibility, truly ruthless. All right, inform the brothers that today I will take Xiaobo as my military advisor, and in the future his position will only be subordinate to me. You must not go against this. Black King Kong called over a small thug and instructed him to spread the news. He then turned to Xiaobo with a smile, saying, Military advisor, I see your complexion is pale. You must be having some kidney issues. I have a tiger whip, stew it tonight to replenish your health, and you will surely regain your vigor. Thank you for your kind intentions, Chief. My kidneys are fine, no issues, Xiaobo replied, his lips twitching in embarrassment. Hey, we are all family here, military advisor. Don't be too formal with me. We are all men. After saying this, he directly placed the item in Xiaobo's hands, appearing quite heartfelt, then turned and laughed heartily. Ha ha, with military advisor Xiaobo, helped by Black King Kong, will surely dominate the high. Xiaobo, however, silently scoffed in his heart, thinking, how could I be under someone as simple-minded and physically strong as you? If it weren't for the NPCs being highly skilled in the early game and players starting weak, would I lower myself to this level? When the players of King Kong Stronghold become powerful, it will be the day I take control of the stronghold. Let's see if you can still laugh then. I'm a master. A lot of people have come down from the mountain. A small bandit drenched in sweat rushed in and continued, there are about 2,000 of them. The Black Diamond instantly stood up, grabbed a long staff made of iron exuding a terrifying aura. We understand, you may go now. Xiaobo's eyelids twitched, stopping the Black Diamond's movements as he addressed the small bandit. But the small bandit hesitated, recalling the master's previous words, and retreated. Why did you stop me, strategist? The Black Diamond glared, somewhat puzzled. Have you forgotten, master? Xiaobo asked. The Black Diamond looked confused, then suddenly smacked his forehead, realizing, are the ones coming down the mountain outsiders? Xiaobo smiled without speaking, nodding. Why are there so many people coming? Is the master afraid of the crowd? Not afraid, but with so many people arriving at once, I don't know how to entertain them. This is easy. Let the brothers bring out the fine wine and dishes, and first let them have a hearty meal. Then we'll change into something more formal to show respect for the talented. Xiaobo smiled. All right, I'll be right back. Strategist, you welcome them first. Saying this, the Black Diamond turned into the back hall, rummaging through boxes. Xiaobo raised the corners of his mouth, straightened his clothes, and walked out. Truly, he was adorably foolish. How could the outsiders bow down to him? He exited the conference hall and saw the camp full of disordered bandits, some even trying to escape. He shook his head. It seemed that once players entered, this would gradually turn into a guild format. These bandits were of little use. Stop right there. The ones from the mountain are our future brothers. Look at how frightened you all are. The bandits were bewildered by the shout, looking around at each other, seeing confusion in one another's eyes, yet they still believed the newly appointed strategist's words. Could it be that their leader had such connections, able to befriend the military? Or was it the strategist? Indeed, otherwise, how could the leader appoint someone new as strategist? The bandits conjured countless speculations, but were interrupted by Xiaobo's words. Quickly start a fire and prepare food. Don't be stingy, bring out the wine, and the rest clean up, hurry. Upon hearing about the fine wine and dishes, the bandits scattered, relieved. They rarely had a good meal, and today they could feast thanks to their future brothers. Instantly, the camp buzzed with activity as the bandits busily prepared. Xiaobo casually grabbed 2 relatively sturdy small bandits to accompany him down the mountain to welcome the players, instructing them not to be afraid, to be calm, and to appear more imposing. He not only wanted to borrow the players' momentum to suppress the bandits, but also to use the bandits' momentum to balance the players, so he could navigate both sides to achieve his goal. Xiaobo was mentally rehearsing, pondering what to say next and what to do afterward. But when he came to his senses and gazed into the distance, he rubbed his eyes, uncertainly looking again. This is bad. The 2 small bandits, upon hearing Xiaobo's words, marched boldly towards the Qin army with their heads held high. The team leader, returning without seeing Lin Yue, felt anxious. At that moment, he spotted the 2 bandits and wanted to grab them to ask about Lin Yue's whereabouts, but since something was off, though, he couldn't pinpoint it. Why are the bandits not fleeing upon seeing the soldiers, but instead appearing so imposing as if they were the bandits themselves? He then said to the military leader, Sir, could there be an ambush? The military leader sneered, afraid of an ambush while eliminating bandits. The team leader thought for a moment and agreed, these days which bandits would dare ambush soldiers. It would be a miracle if they weren't buried by the soldiers. If the two turned to run, crossbows would surely turn them into hedgehogs. Yet the two were not afraid at all, and even seemed more imposing than them, which sparked a hint of interest in the military leader, wanting to see where their confidence came from. Neither side made a rash move, but walked silently, the atmosphere strange, until they met. The two spoke first. The fine wine and dishes are ready, our leader invites everyone to gather in the stronghold. Fine wine and dishes. Gathering in the stronghold. The military leader looked at the two, their heads slightly tilted back, eyes raised high, and for a moment, he couldn't tell what the situation was. But after years of experience, he nodded slightly and gestured for the two to lead the way. The two nodded slightly, thinking to themselves how the leader indeed had extraordinary connections, even treating the soldiers of He City this way, feeling a bit smug. Upon turning around, they suddenly realized the strategist had disappeared, but they didn't think much of it, and just wanted to hurry back. Previously, the strategist had told them to wait with water for the wine, but they weren't allowed to touch the sumptuous meal, which had frustrated them. Now that real fine wine and dishes were available, they couldn't help but quicken their pace. At this moment, the Black Diamond had also changed into a luxurious silk robe, one he had stolen during a recent raid, and today was just the right occasion to wear it. However, the robe was somewhat small, making it uncomfortable, and he subconsciously tugged at it. Where's the strategist? The strategist went down the mountain to welcome them. Upon hearing this, he paused, his actions a displeased expression on his face. What Xiao Bo was thinking, he too was well aware, it was just that he had confidence in his own martial skills. Since childhood, he had been taught the long ape fist technique by his master. Although it was merely a yellow-tier skill, he had never slacked off over the years, leading to his current cultivation. As a beginner martial general, there were only a few in He City who could surpass him with just one hand, and most of them were among the defending troops. Xiao was trying to use him, or wasn't he thinking the same thing? In the end, it would depend on who would triumph, and he had confidence in himself. Master, they are almost here. A small bandit's voice interrupted his thoughts. He carefully smoothed the wrinkles on his robe, took a deep breath, and opened the door to the conference hall. Ha, welcome all brothers to my Black Diamond stronghold. The Black Diamond laughed heartily, but soon noticed the lack of response, and couldn't help but steal a glance, causing his laughter to abruptly cease. Master, the food and drinks are ready, you can invite your brothers to take their seats now. A small bandit poked his head out, and said with a smile. The Black Diamond pulled the small bandit over, and putting his arm around his shoulder asked, who are they? These are all brothers from He City. The small bandit looked at the leader with admiration. Why didn't you say earlier that they were soldiers? You told us to listen to the strategist, and the strategist said they were your brothers. The small bandit looked confused, not understanding why the leader was so enthusiastic when meeting the brothers, yet kept asking him questions. The Black Diamond, hearing this, slapped the small bandit to the ground. Xiao, you tricked me. He looked at the military leader, who was laughing heartily, feeling bitter inside. The He City could only surpass him with a mere hand, while the military leader before him happened to be within that hand. Run. The Black Diamond's face was filled with bitterness. Today, he was likely to suffer a setback. He leaped and jumped onto the roof, running towards the back. The military leader couldn't help but laugh loudly. He finally understood what was happening, and then waved his hand downwards, sending countless arrows shooting towards the Black Diamond. There were ambushes all around. Even if he sprouted wings, escape would be difficult. After landing, the Black Diamond endured the pain and ran towards the back mountain. Wow, look, that person is like a hedgehog with arrows all over his back, yet he can run so fast without any effect. He must be a master. Isn't this just training? I think so. Could it be that the Diamond Sutra is real? It must be. Quick, record it and post it in the chat. Didn't they say that those who believe in the Diamond Sutra are all fools? Today, let them see who the real fool is. Why hasn't Xiao Bo replied? Maybe he's busy entertaining a lot of people coming from the mountain. Oh, let's hurry too. A team looked at the person filled with arrows in their back with envy, then continued up the mountain. The Black Diamond didn't hear their praises, for he was now filled with despair. He had fought for his life to break through the two lines of soldiers, but now his vision was gradually darkening, and his body felt weak, a sign of excessive blood loss. He suddenly spotted a pit ahead covered with some weeds, very concealed, but he still noticed it. He then leaped into the pit, silently praying not to be discovered. Yet he did not realize that a pair of eyes had been watching him for a long time. Lin Yue saw a bandit running with arrows all over him like a human hedgehog with a gust of wind at his feet. Earlier he hadn't been confident in capturing him, but now that he was trapped, how could Lin Yue let him go? He crouched down and slowly approached, trying to make as little noise as possible to avoid startling him. He then continuously moved, finally reaching the side of the pit, while constantly scouting for the enemy's location, and ultimately thrust down with his sword. Hearing the scream, Lin Yue was even more excited. Not because he had a special kink, but because it meant he had hit his target. Puff, puff, puff. Lin Yue's arm bulged with veins as he madly thrust down with the speed of someone who had been single for over 20 years. He only stopped when the system notification sounded. Congratulations, player, for slaying a beginner martial general, earning 1,000 merit points. Hearing the system notification, Lin Yue was stunned. This human hedgehog was actually a beginner martial general. But what are merit points for? Before he could figure it out, he saw a group of soldiers running towards him, asking, "Have you seen the Black Diamond?" "Is that him?" Lin Yue pointed at the pit, bewildered. "That's him." The others crouched down to look and were overjoyed. "Brother, hurry up to the mountain. You're about to be promoted." The others sighed in relief. The black diamond was too tenacious, still able to run so far after being shot into a hedgehog, and several brothers had already fallen to him. Lin Yue nodded and ran towards the mountain. As he thought of this, his waist no longer ached, his legs no longer hurt, and his steps quickened. Upon reaching the mountain, he found the bandits squatting on the ground with their heads held in their hands, guarded by soldiers nearby. This group of soldiers was far from the momentum of fresh recruits. He guessed they were veterans. He scanned the area and saw a familiar face running over. Team leader, where have you been, kid? I was lying in ambush and just killed the black diamond. Lin Yue smiled, not expecting to encounter the nearly dying black diamond right in front of him. Truly, glory comes unbidden. He even suspected that his talent was not for being kind, but rather for sheer luck. Really? The two exclaimed in unison. Who is this? Lin Yue glanced at the person next to the team leader, puzzled. This is the military leader, speak honestly. The team leader gave Lin Yue a light slap on the head, fearing he would speak carelessly. Corporal Lin Yue, I have met the military leader, and everything I said is true. Lin Yue clasped his hands. At this moment, a soldier rushed in and whispered a few words in the military leader's ear. So you are the one who discovered the Black Diamond stronghold, and also the one who killed the Black Diamond. Good kid. A team leader just died. From now on, you will be the team leader. Come follow me to the banquet, and let's not waste the feast prepared by the Black Diamond for us. The military leader laughed heartily, becoming increasingly fond of Lin Yue, putting his arm around Lin Yue's shoulder as they headed towards the banquet. Thus, Lin Yue was bewilderedly taken to the banquet. Did I just get promoted? So simple. But even more bewildering things were yet to come. Excuse me, is this the Black Diamond stronghold? We are here to join the Black Diamond stronghold. 5 figures appeared at the gate, both men and women, but without exception their eyes revealed a kind of naive foolishness. The officers and soldiers who were drinking and eating heartily turned to look at this polite group, a strange sense of pressure emanating. When they looked at the fully armed soldiers, and then at the large sign of the Black Diamond stronghold, a few of them were momentarily dumbfounded. Congratulations to the player for becoming the first to attain the official position of team leader. Reward 3 Blood Fury Talismans, Earth rank. Applicable to advanced players and below, cannot be used consecutively. Side effect decreases combat power by 10 within a month after use. Upon returning to the barracks, Lin Yue officially became the team leader as the game's system notification rang in his ears. Blood Fury Talismans. If used by advanced generals, they can temporarily possess the strength of a top-tier general. This is a great item, much better than the Spatial Jade pendant rewarded for being the first squad leader in the game. However, his current strength was insufficient. After using the Chi Gathering Pills from the Novice Gift Pack along with the Celestial Rank Skill Godslayer art, he had just upgraded to a mid-level soldier. If he used the Blood Fury Talismans now, he would only temporarily possess the strength of a low-level general. It would be a waste of its value. Name Lin Yue. Title Pioneer. Identity Soldier to Qin. Nobility None. Position Team Leader. Skill Godslayer art, First Layer 70. Combat Power 30. Intelligence 30. Leadership 21. Politics 22. Charm 99. Reputation 500. Unknown. Talent Kind. Skills None. Lin Yue looked at his attribute panel. He had only upgraded his combat power by 2 points in 3 days, which still felt a bit slow. If other players knew his thoughts, they would surely drown him in their complaints. Most players hadn't even increased their combat power at all. In the game, a combat power of 25 is a low-level soldier, 30 is a mid-level soldier, 35 is a high-level soldier, 40 is a special soldier, and 45 is a half-step general. 50 is a low-level general, 60 is a mid-level general, and 70 is a high-level general. 80 is a third-tier general, 85 is a second-tier general, 90 is a first-tier general, 95 is a top-tier general, also known as a legendary general, and 100 is a mythical general. As the cultivation realm progresses, the difficulty of increasing combat power becomes greater, often taking years or even decades to make any progress. In some cases, as one ages, their combat power may even slowly decline. Lin Yue's combat power was only 30, having just reached the mid-level soldier rank, so he couldn't yet comprehend that kind of pain. Team Leader Lin, this is from the military marquee for you. A soldier handed Lin Yue a small package. Upon opening it, he found it filled with shiny silver. After counting, he realized there were a total of 30 taels of silver. In the game, the currency is not Qin half-taels, but a monetary system based on gold, silver, and copper coins. 1,000 copper coins equals 1 tael of silver, and 10 taels of silver equals 1 tael of gold. 30 taels of silver is definitely not a small amount. I can't take this. Lin Yue declined, not understanding why the military marquee would give him a mere team leader silver. Could it be a hint? Team leader, you misunderstood. The black gold was your military merit, so the spoils rightfully belong to you. This is a tradition of the Qin army, oh please don't forget it next time. The soldier explained with a smile. So that's how it is. How careless. If he had known this tradition earlier, he would have counted himself lucky to leave the black gold with its underpants. The main reason was that he had overslept and hadn't thought much about it. He never expected that not only would he get promoted, but he would also get rich. No wonder the soldier's eyes had been so fervent during the search. I see you've worked hard. Lin Yue handed him 1 tael of silver, but he was met with a smiling refusal. The military marquee has given you time to search for the bandit camp. I will take my leave now. Lin Yue nodded and saw him out. Searching for the bandit camp. Even if he hadn't mentioned it, it was something he would have to do. It's important to know that the game had just opened, and although the Qin Empire did not allow players to exist, there were still many bandits and wandering merchants in the wild. If players wanted to grow stronger and trade with them, they needed silver. However, players currently had too few means to obtain silver, resulting in its high value. Currently, one tael of silver exchanges for 100 long coins in the official circulation of Dixia. As players gradually develop and their means of obtaining silver increase, the exchange rate for silver will decrease. This moment should be the peak. Who wouldn't want to earn money? This 30 taels of silver could be exchanged for 300 long coins equivalent to his previous month's salary. That was something he earned after 30 days of hard work, countless overtime hours, and now he had gained it in just 3 days of playing the game. Others say that when you catch the wind, even pigs can fly. Although he is not a pig, Lin, you can only say this is truly not deceptive. With this thought, Lin Yue's breathing quickened. He turned and shouted to his team's resting quarters, "Gather." The others were startled awake by his voice, quickly donning their clothes and armor before rushing outside. After the last soldier stood in place, Lin Yue glanced at the system's time and said, "Not bad." Lin Yue praised them. "Let's set off. Get energized, we're going to search for the bandits." Upon hearing this, discussions erupted among the crowd. Lin Yue did not stop them until one soldier stepped forward and said, "Team leader, we searched all day. Oh, it's getting late. Should we look tomorrow instead?" "Yes, team leader, other teams have already rested." "Exactly, I'm about to fall asleep." Everyone in front was advising Lin Yue. In such a vast mountain forest, it was difficult to search during the day, let alone at night. "You're tired. Why am I not tired?" Lin Yue retorted, feeling a bit embarrassed inside. He understood that these soldiers were exhausted, but under the temptation of long coins combined with having slept too much during the day, he couldn't wait even a moment. "Tonight, I will observe the celestial phenomena. There will definitely be rewards on this expedition." Lin Yue encouraged everyone. He then kept one tael of the 30 taels of silver he had just received and threw the rest to the person who had just stepped forward to distribute among everyone. After the crowd received the silver, the atmosphere grew oddly silent. "This?" the soldier who had just stepped forward asked in astonishment, unsure of how to express himself. In the game, an ordinary person in the Qin Dynasty consumes approximately 18 stones of grain annually, with 30 copper coins per stone. This one tael of silver is enough for an ordinary person to live for 2 years. Instantly, the crowd had even more respect for the young team leader, who had looked splendid to begin with. It's just a matter of bandit extermination. Previously, when the world was still settling, they had no time to deal with them, but now they dared to collude with outsiders and recklessly attack villages. They should have been dealt with long ago. "Team leader, I thought about it. Since everyone can't sleep, let's set off." "Yes, team leader, my mother wrote that those damned bandits and outsiders are robbing our village. If it weren't for the local heroes resisting and the officials arriving in time, the consequences would be unimaginable." "Team leader, how can I sleep with this on my mind?" "Exactly, why sleep when we can be alive and make a difference? If it weren't for their elusive nature, I would have dealt with them long ago." "Team leader, let's set off." Everyone chimed in enthusiastically, bursting with great passion. They heard that this young team leader, who had only joined the army for 3 days, had risen through the ranks because of this. If he could find the bandit lair, they would all benefit. Even if they couldn't find it, this one tael of silver would be enough to meet their expectations. As the saying goes, a new officer lights 3 fires. As long as those fires don't burn them, it's all good. As for who gets burned, that's none of their concern. They may not know much else, but a leader who doesn't withhold their rewards or take credit for their merits is a good leader, especially one who actively distributes silver to subordinates. As for being young, what's wrong with a leader in their 20s holding the position of team leader? They heard that someone named Gan Luo became a prime minister at 12, so they even felt the team leader was somewhat overqualified. As for Gan Luo, he didn't give them any money. Lin Yue looked at the crowd filled with righteous indignation and anger and felt that he no longer needed to say anything to motivate them. He just wanted to say, "I cannot compare to you." Then, clearing his throat to interrupt the crowd's actions, he said softly, "Let's set off." Finding them was just a formality. With these 30 people wanting to locate the bandits in this vast game world was like waiting for a pie to fall from the sky. What he wanted was merely a disguise. Otherwise, if he stayed in the barracks every day, he would still find bandits, which would inevitably raise suspicions. The current Qin camp was a good place. Looking at other players, the cities are restricted areas for them, while they had to hide in the wild. Because not all bandits recruited them, some bandits viewed them as fat sheep ready for slaughter. There were also venomous insects and fierce beasts, all challenges for players just entering the game. As for the 200 long coins, they weren't that important to him. As the 6th child, was he afraid of not finding the bandit lair? Was he afraid of not having silver? Lin Yue looked up at the night sky where the moon was bright and the stars sparse. It was a good time. He then opened the regional chat system carefully, selecting, like choosing a concubine. "On this long night, I have no desire to sleep. Which one shall I choose?" "Huh. With Lin Yue by my side, how could our great enterprise ever fail?" In outside High City Liaodong Commandery. Inside a bandit camp, corpses lay scattered across the ground. Dozens of captured bandits knelt in rows, their faces grotesquely illuminated by flickering flames. They seethed with resentment, baffled as to how the Qin army had located this hidden encampment. And it's all thanks to Lin Yue. Within 5 days, he led us straight to 8 bandit lairs. I'll petition for his merit the moment we return. The square-jawed officer laughed heartily, clapping the shoulder of the handsome young man beside him. "And the credit truly belongs to the battalion commander, sir. I've merely fulfilled my duty." Lin Yue offered an awkward smile. "And don't drag me into trouble." Who knew whether any players were kneeling among these captured bandits? He certainly didn't want to earn their grudges. No need for modesty. Thanks to you, the other 2 battalions combined managed only 3 camps, whereas ours has seized the spotlight decisively. The battalion commander laughed again, even more impressed by Lin Yue's humility. With the High City Commandant soon to be reassigned, these merits would greatly bolster his own prospects of succeeding to that post. The Qin valued military merit above all, but decades of peace had rendered such honors scarce. Yet recently divine beings had descended upon the realm and bandits had surged forth in their wake, offering soldiers a rare path upward. Yet bandits moved like shadows. By the time Qin troops arrived at their reported locations, they had vanished without trace, making pursuit nearly impossible. And that changed the moment Lin Yue arrived. He consistently uncovered their hidden strongholds, transforming the army from reactive defenders into decisive hunters, striking with lethal precision. And he was nothing short of their good omen. This bandit chieftain proved unusually tenacious. Xiongnu lies gravely wounded and will never serve in camp again. And you shall assume his post upon our return. The battalion commander addressed Lin Yue directly. And many thanks, sir. I swear to uphold your trust and honor your expectations. Lin Yue exclaimed elated. Xiongnu commanded an entire company. Replacing him meant yet another promotion. He wondered what reward the game would grant this time. In 8 camps in 5 days, you're truly a prodigy. The battalion commander grew increasingly animated, delivering a thunderous slap to Lin Yue's back, so hard that Lin Yue staggered forward, nearly collapsing onto the ground. Lin Yue barely steadied himself when a system prompt chimed in his mind. And congratulations, player. You have slain 3 bandits. Merit 30. Achievement unlocked. You have slain 10 enemies in total. Achievement panel activated. Title granted Defender of the Great Qin, heroic rank. Achievement panel. Lin Yue was startled and immediately opened it to inspect its effects. Defender of the Great Qin has risked life and limb for the Empire of Qin, who upholds Qin law, maintains public order, safeguards imperial security, and swears eternal loyalty to the glory of Qin. While aligned with Qin, merit gain increases by 10 and prestige rises by 100. Insofar, this lone achievement stood alone in his panel, but from its structure Lin Yue deduced that milestones such as 100 enemy slayer and 1000 enemy slayer would likewise unlock achievements. Reporting, sir, the battalion commander. A small detachment of horse bandits escaped. A burly soldier's voice interrupted Lin Yue's thoughts. Lin Yue inwardly winced. This operation had been a near-perfect encirclement, yet still a handful slipped through. Clearly these bandits harbored exceptional talent. The battalion commander led Lin Yue to an open patch of ground where a soldier relentlessly beat the kneeling bandits. Have you extracted anything? The commander demanded, voice low and grave. I have failed, sir. I could not break their silence, the soldier apologized. And oh, men with such unyielding resolve, the commander murmured, intrigued. Lin Yue too felt roused. In recent days, he'd rarely encountered such obstinate bandits. After all, the game's design closely mirrored historical reality. Qin soldiers were notoriously ruthless, and few could withstand their interrogations without breaking. Lord Commander, I'll speak. I'll tell you everything. One bandit suddenly cried, prostrating himself. And why didn't you speak when I asked just now? The soldier retorted, furious, feeling deeply slighted. You only kept asking, will you speak? Will you speak? But never what I should say. How was I to know? The bandit grimaced, reliving the absurdity. So you remain silent unless questioned. And how am I to answer if you ask nothing? Enough. Who fled just now? Lin Yue hastily cut off the exchange. And he hadn't expected to witness such a scene, straight out of a novel. Today, left unchecked, their banter would spiral endlessly. It must have been the chief bandit and the strategist. They vanished before your arrival. They're surely the ones. The bandit spilled every detail, terrified of facing another deranged interrogator. The strategist. At those words, all present gasped. And is his name Xiao Bo? Lin Yue asked. Yes, that's him. The bandit nodded frantically, his head bobbing like a pestle. A collective chill ran through the ranks. It was utterly astonishing. Their encounters with this strategist were no rarity. In at least half the raids they'd conducted, Xiao Bo had served as strategist for the targeted stronghold. Even more baffling, he'd evaded capture every single time. Could there be a traitor within their ranks? Unlikely. A spy would gain little by aiding bandits, whereas Lin Yue, operating discreetly, had already earned 150 taels of silver, keeping 121 after sharing 29 with others. A far richer haul than any informant could hope for. Lin Yue dismissed the thought entirely. No matter how elusive Xiao Bo proved, it wouldn't hinder his own fortune-making plans. Redouble our efforts. We will find Xiao Bo. The battalion commander issued the order sternly, then strode away. The second-in-command had fallen, though the chief and strategist had escaped, disrupting the original plan. It bore little consequence on the broader campaign. Bandits were legion, two fugitives hardly warranted further pursuit. Time was coin better spent dismantling more bandit camps and earning more silver than chasing phantoms. Lin Yue reopened the regional chat interface, a sly grin spreading across his face. Unbeknownst to him, someone watched this scene unfold in secret. Finally Lin Yue selected the nearest bandit camp, steadied his breath, and spoke. Sir, yesterday's reconnaissance revealed more than this single encampment. More. The battalion commander's eyes gleamed with sharp anticipation. Not far from here, Lin Yue replied with a knowing smile. All officers, listen well. Leave one company behind to escort the prisoners. The rest, follow me. The commander's command echoed across the field, and the soldiers' faces lit up. Opportunity had arrived once more. And Lin Yue gestured subtly toward the direction, then added with quiet confidence. Sir, I know a hidden trail. Follow me. Congratulations. You are the first player to attain the official post Biaozhong. Awarded a terrestrial-grade treasure, Qingyu Banji. The Qingyu Banji enhances cultivation efficiency by 20%, a talisman that accelerates one's progress. Unlike the Bao Shui Fu, which has limited uses, this treasure can be used permanently to boost cultivation efficiency. It is arguably the most useful item he possesses at present. Lin Yue could not wait to slip it onto his finger. An immediate coolness flowed through him, and his heart grew profoundly calm. He circulated the Xiongnu, feeling his mind cleared of all distractions as he sank wholly into another realm. Time slipped into night before he realized it. Only then did Lin Yue stop. Name Lin Yue. Title Pioneer. Status Soldier Daqin. Nobility None. Official Post Biaozhong. Cultivation Method Xiongnu, First Layer 75. Martial Strength 31. Intelligence 30. Command 21. Politics 22. Charisma 99. Fame 600. Obscure. Talent Benevolent. Skills none. The foundation forged over the past few days combined with his recent practice of the Xiongnu had raised his martial prowess slightly. His Xiongnu paired with the Qingyu Banji produced no immediate effect, but over time the gap between him and other players would widen. A pang of regret surfaced. Perhaps he should not have excelled so conspicuously. Maybe he ought to lie low for a while and proceed step by step. Being promoted 2 ranks at a stretch was not conducive to his long-term plans. By rising so quickly, he had missed the rewards for the posts by Jiang and Shizhong. Though he now had many followers and a formidable appearance, the loss remained considerable. Should he deliberately make a mistake and demote himself to farm the rewards? No, he shook his head. With so many players in Daxiao, others would surely possess Zhaoshan ties by chance. Players who had infiltrated Daqin were surely secretly amassing strength. There were bound to be players even within the barracks. If he intentionally demoted himself and crafty players overtook him, he would be the one left to lament. No one would willingly sacrifice all future rewards just for those 2 who everyone knew how to choose. He opened the regional chat panel and began to scroll. It was one of his few pastimes and a source of information, so he checked it every night. Messages flew by, notices marking bandit locations, calls to recruit players to fight bandits, guild recruitment posts, trade requests, people seeking companions, and some posts that failed moderation. Although the game enforced real name registration, official oversight was surprisingly lax, practically non-existent. As a result, the regional chat was riddled with content unfit for minors. Fortunately, Wen Ding barred underage players from logging in, otherwise it might prey on the nation's tender blossoms. He ignored the noise, took a few screenshots, and posted that he was selling silver. Lin Yue selling silver. 1 liang of silver for 1,000 long coins. Wang Lu, how much silver do you have? Lin Yue, not much, 100 liang. Wang Lu, big shot. Countless players gushed in disbelief. Most carried only a few copper coins. How could someone possess 100 liang of silver? Perhaps they were not playing the same game. Silver remained scarce among players, so he had no trouble finding buyers. Sure enough, many people added Lin Yue as a friend. After accepting them, he began to chat. Zhongming, brother, can you cut the price a bit? Lin Yue, how much do you plan to buy? He knew few people could immediately produce 100,000 long coins in reality. Even if they had the money, few would spend it all on game top-ups, so he planned to sell in portions. Zhongming, you'll take it all. Wow, a big spender. Lin Yue typed, how many long coins will you offer? Zhongming, 9. Lin Yue, 9. 95,000. Then he replied it had not come easily. Lin Yue began to haggle. Losing 10,000 long coins at once was hard to accept. Money did not grow on trees. Zhongming, brother, sell it to me for 9, please. I don't have that much money. Lin Yue, repeat that. How much did you say? Zhongming, 9. I'm still a student. Lin Yue, even if you were a beast, that's not acceptable. He then blocked him. The remark had genuinely angered him. He could not fathom how anyone could say such a thing. Every negotiation that followed was equally absurd, ridiculous, to the extreme. Miss, are you sure? This is 100,000. How could you say that? Even if it were inlaid with gold, it wouldn't be worth 100,000. While Lin Yue was brooding, a trade request popped up from someone named Xiaobo. Without exchanging a word, the other party transferred long coins into the trade window. Lin Yue only needed to place 100 liang of silver into the trade to complete it. The game automatically verifies whether the items placed by both sides match the agreed terms. If one side fails to respond or places incorrect items, the trade cancels and all items are returned. Very secure. Moreover, the game guarantees transaction privacy. Neither party can be traced via transfer records. The only visible account is the game's own. Which of the so-called 5 benefactors ran the company remained a mystery. Lin Yue had previously linked his bank card to the game, so he could complete the transaction immediately. Lin Yue transferred the 100 liang into the trade. The transaction succeeded. Soon he received an in-game notification of the deposit. Could Zhao Bo be wealthy? Those 100,000 long coins were spent as casually as 10 yuan. Lin Yue was elated when the bank card showed the money had arrived. The reality felt wholly different from what had imagined. He tumbled on the large bed in the private room allotted to a Biaozhong, thrilled. Had he really earned 100,000 yuan through a game? He thought for a moment and logged out, eager to see his bank balance with his own eyes. Lin Yue opened his eyes with a sigh, a sweet and beautiful voice ringing in his ears. Master, today is February 2nd, E2060, at 2033 on Blue Star. Do you need anything? Ignoring the greeting from the smart home robot, Lin Yue directly opened his bank account. Upon seeing the numbers within, he finally confirmed that he had earned in just one day what he previously made in an entire quarter. He could hardly believe it before. But he also knew that this trade wouldn't last long. As player levels increased, the difficulty of acquiring silver would decrease. In the future, silver would depreciate, and making money wouldn't be so easy anymore. Although the welfare level in the Great Xia had improved, leading many to choose to lie flat, one must not forget that once the people of Great Xia got serious, they were formidable. In the face of such enormous profits, it was inevitable that players would learn from the experiences of their parents' youth. Perhaps there would be no need for officials to suppress bandits in the game. Players would let the mountain thieves know who the real bandits were. However, while they were leveling up, Lin Yue wasn't idle either. With the identity of a Qin official, Lin Yue was confident he could become a small fortune. Lin Yue pondered for a moment, took out his phone, and made a call. A voice soon came through. "Hello, son, what made you think of calling?" A young woman smiled on the virtual screen. "Isn't it the new year? I miss you all," Lin Yue said with a hint of embarrassment. "I know you're busy, by the way. How's work? I heard your industry is laying off employees." "It's fine, I haven't been affected," Lin Yue replied calmly. "No worries, if it gets tough, just come home. Your dad and I miss you." Lin's mother could see through her son's lie, but chose not to call him out. "By the way, where's my dad?" Lin Yue quickly changed the subject, fearing he might slip up. "Your dad is playing a game, the one with the government-issued helmet. He plays all day and doesn't even cook anymore," Lin's mother said with a hint of resentment. Then the virtual screen displayed a middle-aged man lying in bed with a gaming helmet on. Lin's father was a seasoned gaming enthusiast, and Lin Yue had chosen to pursue game development because of his influence since childhood. "Oh, I see. Alright, I don't have anything in particular, just received my year-end bonus, and we'll send you a little something to celebrate." "No need, we have money. You haven't sent us a red envelope this year. By the way, when can you come back?" Lin's mother asked. "Whenever I have time, I'm quite busy." "Alright, I'll hang up, Mom." Lin Yue quickly ended the call, knowing that there would surely be matchmaking waiting for him when he returned. As for going home, that was out of the question. His mother was angry seeing his father play games, but couldn't control him, so she would take it out on Lin Yue. If he returned home to play games, it would definitely not be peaceful. After hanging up, Lin Yue transferred 100 to his parents. They didn't lack money, but he should still show his filial piety. Then Lin Yue opened a bottle of brand nutritional fluid, browsing the forum while drinking. The Qin Dynasty. Do noble lords have no pride? The first village in the world has been destroyed. Where will the players go from here? Dog planners. Die a miserable death. Quick look. Guide to surviving in the wild. Lin Yue couldn't help but chuckle as he looked at the posts. Nowadays, players didn't have identification tags, and with the game's collective punishment system, they were hiding everywhere. One wrong move could land them in prison or sent to repair the Great Wall. However, the destruction of the first village was too swift. It was known that when the village was established, rewards included golden general recruitment orders and celestial treasures, even 100,000 silver taels. How could it be destroyed so easily? Breaking news. What is the connection between the frequent appearances of UFOs and questioning the throne? This news caught his attention, but the click-through rate was low, and it was soon overshadowed. Recently, UFOs had frequently appeared around the world. Unlike before this time, the videos were no longer blurry, but in 64K ultra-high definition, with even the specifics of the UFOs clearly visible. Many speculated that it was a visit from aliens, with some excited, some curious, and others worried. As various emotions spread globally, the 5 major alliances of Blue Star jointly released a statement. The content claimed that the widely circulated UFO was an epoch-making spaceship designed collaboratively by the 5 major alliances, hoping to break out of the galaxy. However, this was too distant for him. Aside from some technology enthusiasts, it didn't attract much attention. A post quickly topped the forum's Liaodong County section, surprising Lin Yue. Hero post. Let's see which unlucky soul has drawn everyone's ire. Lin Yue felt a bit curious and gently pressed down. Shrimp without blinking, brothers in Liaodong County. Since the server opened, we players have suffered immensely. In just 5 days, 9 player gathering spots near Heya City were breached, and countless brothers and sisters fell victim. We just want to survive. What wrong have we done? A player told me that before he died in the game, he heard a military lord from the Qin Dynasty mention a soldier named Lin Yue in his team. It was because Lin Yue knew something we didn't that we ended up in this situation. Now calling upon the brothers in Liaodong County, join me to break Heya City and establish our home. Don't let our today become everyone else's tomorrow. Brothers, bring a low-tier general to assist, reward 100 dragon coins. Mid-tier general 200 dragon coins. High-tier general 500 dragon coins. Special tier general 1 million. If any brother brings a third-rate general to assist, I will give him 5 million dragon coins in real life. Additionally, capturing NPC Lin Yue alive, the same reward of 5 million dragon coins. This is a testament from Zhao Bo of Fengtian province. I will not go back on my word. Below the post were 2 images. One was a screenshot of Lin Yue looking lecherous from a distance in the game. The other image was a screenshot of Zhao Boss bank card. 1 10,000 10,000 100,000 brother dad grandpa ancestor. Looking at the post, Lin Yue felt a stir of desire. It seemed that the 5 million was real. Wait a minute, Heya City. Isn't Lin Yue my in-game identity? Sitting up in shock from a dying illness, the unlucky one is actually me. Lin Yue couldn't help but smile wryly. Despite his efforts to avoid player gathering spots, he had still drawn everyone's ire. Facing such a generous reward, Lin Yue couldn't help but feel emotional. It made him want to offer his head in exchange of 5 million. After all, he could respawn in the game, making it much more profitable than what he earned by toiling in reality. However, his military lord was merely a low-tier general. He heard that the officer in charge of 10,000 in Heya City was a mid-tier general. If some player could really summon a third-rate general, so quickly wouldn't that put him in danger? Fengshan's first sentiment shock. The big shot is actually Xiao Bo, the heir of the Zhao group in Fengtian province. Riding the waves, who is Xiao Bo? Is the 5 million dragon coins real? Fengshan's first sentiment: you don't know the Zhao group. That's a publicly listed group worth hundreds of billions in Fengtian province, covering multiple industries, including pharmaceuticals and real estate, simply top tier among the wealthy. Let go of that beast. I recognize this brother. What money or whatever, just kill him. Divorced with 200 kids, is this screenshot not edited? How could that local Lin Yue look so handsome, even when being lecherous? Any sisters want to join me in robbing men? Harry Potter sisters, let's go together. Ultraman, I have a third-rate general. When are we getting the money? Seven Night Wolf, don't boast upstairs. There hasn't been a third-rate general seen in all of Liaodong. I have a low-tier general. I send the money. Lin Yue looked at the enthusiastic players in the comments section, swallowing hard and silently posting a comment. Rainy night with a knife, they seem quite strong. Ooh, everyone don't act impulsively. Lin Yue watched as the post quickly racked up thousands of comments, hoping to calm the anger, but he was soon met with a response. Shrimp, without blinking, this brother is right. Everyone join the group. We'll discuss strategies first. Let's all log in on time at 8 p.m. tomorrow. Join me, Xiao Bo, to overthrow the brutal Qin and establish our own territory. Once this was said, it instantly ignited people's emotions. The post saw an influx of more and more people. In a week within the game world, players were forced to hide everywhere, with countless poisonous insects and fierce beasts lurking in the wild, and the Great Wall and a Pang Palace waiting for them to repair. After all, in the game, dying meant they could revive after a day in reality. Why not take this opportunity to secure a place to call home, turtling for a while, and gradually leveling up? Seeing the counterproductive effect, Lin Yue directly gave up on explaining, finished the last sip of his nutritional fluid, and donned his helmet to log into his account. Tomorrow at 8 p.m., according to the 1/6 time ratio of reality to the game, it should be 6 days in game later. He might as well prepare early. After passing through the name identity, ID, facial recognition, and iris authentication, the opening CG of the game appeared before him. Last time he rushed in and skipped it. This time he decided to take a closer look. The scene shifts abruptly. Lin Yue finds himself suspended midair, gazing upon a colossal sacrificial altar where a towering figure stands clad in a black dragon robe. His imposing silhouette, crowned with an imperial headdress and girded with a bronze longsword, radiates an overwhelming aura of authority even from behind. Before him rise countless black royal banners adrift, as if anchored in a sea of obsidian. Upon each banner gleams a massive golden character, Qin, revealing the identity of this mighty host. The Qin Imperial Army. The majestic figure slowly turns. Though his face remains veiled beneath the dangling beads of his ceremonial crown, Lin Yue's heart trembles instinctively. As the man raises his sword and points it directly at Lin Yue, a thunderous roar erupts from the million black-armored soldiers assembled beneath the altar, a sound like mountains collapsing and oceans surging. Then darkness swallows the vision. When light returns, Lin Yue is already seated within a military barracks. Is this Qin Shi Huang, Yingzheng himself? The echo of that deafening cry still reverberates in his ears. His heart continues to pound violently. After steadying his breath, Lin Yue sits up and resumes cultivating the slaughter god art. Relying on others is unreliable. Only one's own strength is truly dependable. Dawn arrives, yet his attribute panel remains utterly unchanged. Lin Yue ponders briefly, then eats a simple meal before seeking out the battalion commander and the chief clerk, hoping to secure permission for an external excursion in search of fortuitous opportunities. The battalion commander is affable and indulgent, treating Lin Yue, the so-called fortune star, with unwavering generosity. Upon learning of Lin Yue's request for leave, he grants approval with a single bold stroke of his brush, and even offers to assign an escort detachment. Lin Yue politely declines and proceeds to seek the chief clerk. As for why he does not disclose the player's assault on High City, first, he lacks direct access to the highest-ranking officer. Even if he were granted an audience with the commandant, his lowly status would render his warning utterly unbelievable. Moreover, he possesses no means to substantiate the claim, and certainly cannot expose his own identity as a player. Second, within the disciplined ranks of the Qin military, the very notion of rebels daring to besiege an imperial city seems inconceivable. High City's garrison numbers 10,000. Without a tenfold numerical advantage, how could such a fortress ever fall? Folly may exist, but no one imagines 10,000 fools converging upon the humble village of Hai. When Lin Yue meets the chief clerk, the latter greets him with beaming warmth and effusive smiles. Before Lin Yue can even speak, the clerk sweeps his brush across paper, issuing the official travel document. Lin Yue bows deeply and turns to depart, only to be called back. Your identification tablet. You've appeared before me in person, so there's no need for me to deliver it. The clerk says. Many thanks, chief clerk, replies Lin Yue, accepting the tablet and holding it in his hand. Ding. Because the portrait on your identification tablet perfectly matches your appearance, the secondary interface system has been activated. Congratulations, player. You have unlocked the secondary interface, Lin Yue. You may freely switch between interfaces. Attributes and equipment are shared across both. You may manually configure secondary interface stats, though none may exceed those of your primary interface. Please select your primary interface Lin Yue or Lin Yue. Lin Yue. Xiongnu, Lin Yue murmurs inwardly. Primary interface successfully set to Lin Yue. Wishing you an enjoyable journey. Gazing upon the two distinct attribute panels, Lin Yue swiftly grasps their function. In essence, he now commands two parallel identities, though the Qin authorities recognize him as Lin Yue. All in-game transactions and communications previously displayed his true name, Lin Yue. Now he may present himself as Lin Yue within the Qin realm and as Lin Yue elsewhere. The system will display both names and both interfaces accordingly. Though acquaintances would instantly recognize his face, this duality shields him from players wielding esoteric arts, such as the face recognition technique, that might otherwise expose discrepancies between his true name and displayed identity. Now, even if someone employs such a technique upon him, his secret remains inviolate. He is now perfectly suited to become the ultimate shadow operative. Lin Yue. The clerk claps him on the shoulder, jolting him from his reverie. What is it? What were you thinking about? I just mentioned that a bandit gang attacked Xiaocang village last night. Every one of its 1,000 souls slaughtered. The clerk's expression darkened slightly. Xiaocang village. It doesn't matter. I have no kin left, Lin Yue murmurs softly. Ah, how fortunate. It hasn't affected you at all. The clerk sounds genuinely relieved, then immediately flushes with remorse. How could he have forgotten such a thing? Then this subordinate takes his leave. Lin Yue bows and departs. Whether by system design or sheer coincidence, he now is Lin Yue within the game. His identity impenetrable, unassailable. Unlike the Qin Dynasty of historical memory, the game's Qin Empire boasts a remarkably vibrant commercial economy. Shops operate privately, not under state control, and High City alone hosts over 1,000 establishments. Lin Yue strolls leisurely, leading his horse through winding streets. His daily life alternates between cultivation and bandit slaying. He has never before witnessed high city splendor. Today, dressed in civilian attire and granted formal leave, he cuts a refined, jade-like figure, drawing admiring glances in this frontier town. I still have 20 taels of silver in my pack. What might that purchase? Lin Yue murmurs to himself. Pausing intermittently, Lin Yue notices an elderly man lying atop a donkey cart clad in tattered rags. A signpost juts from the cart. Beside it kneels a middle-aged Taoist priest, gently fanning the old man with a palm leaf fan. The sign reads, gazing upon the starry river for 100,000 years, calculating all destinies past and future spanning 1,000,000 years. Beneath it, a horizontal scroll declares, divine calculations, peerless wisdom. Their bizarre pairing draws Lin Yue's prolonged scrutiny, yet he finds it impossible to reconcile peerless wisdom with the disheveled elder before him. Strangely, passers-by, Qin citizens, regard the sign's audacious boast with utter indifference. Not a single scoff, sneer, or mocking glance mars their expressions, an anomaly defying all logic. Could they be scripted NPCs, or perhaps fellow players? Lin Yue wonders. Yet he recalls the ancient adage, never judge a book by its cover. After all, if he gained entry, others too might have encountered extraordinary fortune. With that thought, Lin Yue approaches the cart, bows respectfully, and softly intones, do you love walking alone down shadowed alleys? The elder grumbles irritably as if roused from a deep slumber and slowly lifts his clouded eyes to sit upright. What did you say? Do you love walking alone down shadowed alleys? Lin Yue repeats, voice hushed. The elder stares at him bewildered. Clearly not a player. Surely anyone of that age would know the song. Elder, are you a diviner? Lin Yue asks, awkwardly rubbing his nose. If I'm not a diviner, then are you? The elder snaps unexpectedly, leaving Lin Yue flustered. The Taoist priest beside him offers an apologetic smile and interjects, young master, what would you have us divine? Lin Yue remains uncertain. They cannot be native inhabitants. After all, natives naturally grant 30 affinity to newcomers. Such abrupt irritation contradicts that rule. And if they were players, someone of that age would certainly react to that song. Yet his response was utterly devoid of recognition. Neither native nor player. Then what are they? A corrupted line of code. Elder, are you a diviner? Lin Yue repeats, determined to test his theory. Are you ill? The elder glances quizzically at the Taoist priest, then fixes Lin Yue with a puzzled stare. Not corrupted code either. Could he be a reclusive master from legend? At that moment, Lin Yue feels absolute certainty. Elder, I have traveled far, drawn by your renown. I beg a reading. Lin Yue bows deeply. Young man, what would you have me read? The elder asks, disgruntled. My fortune. Lin Yue replies, unfazed. After all, what self-respecting reclusive master lacks temperament? The elder peers askance, digs idly at his nostril, and flicks the debris aside. You stand on the brink of calamity. I see darkness gathering at your brow. A calamity will surely befall you within 10 days. The old man said indifferently, then proceeded to pick his nose with the other hand. Are you joking with me, sir? Lin Yue asked, feeling somewhat awkward. Young man, whether I deceive you or not, you should know. What do I call you, sir? Lin Yue increasingly sensed that the old man before him was unfathomable. Could he possibly be a historical figure? Throughout history, there have always been enigmatic figures such as Geguzi Huang Shigong and Mr. Shuijing, or renowned diviners like Yuan Tiangang and Li Chunfeng. I wonder if this old man is one of them. A name is merely a code. You need not pry into my identity. This place will soon descend into chaos, and once we part today, there will be no chance for us to meet again. The old man waved his hand, dispelling Lin Yue's hidden thoughts. Can you help me find a way to resolve this? With the knowledge that chaos was imminent, Lin Yue became even more convinced of the old man's extraordinary status. The old man paused, calculated with his fingers, and after some contemplation pointed east with a meaningful smile, saying, "There is an old temple 15 miles east of the city. Therein lies your only opportunity. The great Tao comprises 50, and one must evade one of them. Your arrival here is in accordance with heaven's will. The road ahead is long. Persevere onward, and you shall reap rewards." Lin Yue wanted to ask more, but the old man directly stated, "We are not destined to meet. What I just shared with you was already an exception." He then waved his hand, signaling Lin Yue to leave without disturbing him any further. Seeing this, Lin Yue suppressed his questions, relinquished all his belongings without a hint of reluctance, and left with a cupped fist. There is no such thing as a free lunch. It is better to discuss money than feelings. Such extraordinary individuals do not settle debts lightly. Who knows what might be required of oneself in the future? As for whether the old man was deceiving him, Lin Yue felt it unnecessary. With his innate kindness, he was not one to be disliked. People adored him wherever he went. However, he had never encountered anyone so arrogant in He City. This person was either mentally unstable or an extraordinary individual. Lin Yue leaned towards the latter. It was also possible he was a player, but Lin Yue thought that was unlikely. Such a peculiar duo did not attract the attention of others, and no one came to check their identification. Don't joke with me. There are so many soldiers patrolling outside the city, let alone inside. Lin Yue grew increasingly confident and quickened his pace towards the city gates. Humph. This child is indeed an extraordinary person, the old man chuckled. How did you see that? The middle-aged man had not stopped fanning himself the entire time. The old man frowned impatiently and replied, "I already told you not to call me master." "Yes, my lord." The middle-aged man showed no sign of discomfort, clearly unimpressed by the old man's reprimand. An interesting young lad. He disrupts heavenly secrets. I hope he brings me some surprises. The old man pondered aloud. How many divinations have I performed in these past years? Today happens to be the 998th divination, the middle-aged man answered without hesitation. This divination was originally meant for someone else, but unexpectedly fate has favored this young lad. The old man murmured, while watching a group of foreign tribesmen leading horses down the street. Forget it. In a few days you shall assist him once more. Consider this payment for the boy, and then you may leave. The old man pointed to the 20 taels of silver scattered on the table. The middle-aged man was finally moved. He opened his mouth, but ultimately did not speak. The street on one side was bustling and lively, while on the other side it was silent. Yet the foreign tribesmen on the street were quite conspicuous. Father, this He City is truly magnificent. A boy around 11 or 12 years old was curious about everything around him, unable to stop glancing left and right. This is merely a small border city. The capital city of Liaodong is 100 times more prosperous. I cannot even imagine what the imperial city of Xiongnu must be like. The robust man resembling a leader sighed. Not only the child, but even as the esteemed leader of a tribe, he was no different from the wild men in the mountains. The north was 1,000 miles of ice, the west faced constant harassment from the Xiongnu, and the south was prosperous, yet under the watchful eyes of the Qin. However, in his heart, he feared the Qin far more than the Xiongnu. He firmly believed in his judgment and treated the Qin with utmost reverence, even willing to bury the hatred of his father's murder just to present himself as a dutiful son and grandson, which earned him the opportunity to trade here. One day, I will visit Xianyang City. I will no longer let my tribesmen suffer cold and hunger. I want them to live in the most prosperous place in the world. The boy was at an age where he loved to dream of being a hero, and it was also the time when he was least willing to concede defeat. The boy could not understand why his brave tribesmen had to live in the most impoverished grasslands, enduring cold winters and hunger, while these weak Qin people could reside in prosperous cities. The leader was somewhat touched by the boy's words and immediately rejoiced his child was not only skilled in both literature and martial arts, but also had such aspirations. Ha ha ha, my son is well-rounded and has the potential to be a great leader. The leader laughed heartily while ruffling the boy's hair, just in time to catch sight of the two fortune-tellers by the street, and felt somewhat strange he had not noticed them earlier. This made him curious, and he walked toward the strange duo with the sign of their mystical divination. Could you please take a look at my son's fortune, master? The leader approached the donkey cart, fondly patting the boy's bald head, clearly very fond of him. The old man shook his head and remained silent. Are you not interested in doing business with us foreigners? The leader seemed accustomed to this, and was not surprised as the Qin often looked down on them. I have already sealed the divination today, we are destined to have no connection. You old man. The boy was at an age characterized by pride and sensitivity. He felt that the old man was mocking him, and his anger grew even stronger as he raised his leg to kick over the donkey cart. Stop it, old ba. The leader pressed down on the boy's shoulder. The Qin were powerful, and he had just unified his tribesmen. The main purpose of coming here today was to purchase supplies, so it was best to avoid unnecessary trouble. Are you truly unwilling to calculate a divination? The leader tossed down a tael of gold and asked again. Although the Qin did not place much emphasis on profit in this border town, a tael of gold for a divination was impossible for anyone to refuse. Moreover, he felt that the old man was not simple. He dealt with fierce beasts daily and had an unusual level of observation, yet he had not noticed these peculiar individuals at first glance, which made him somewhat uneasy. But the old man paid him no mind, merely instructing the middle-aged man to pack up the sign and prepare to leave. Wait. Old man, wait. A man came running, but his steps were steady and his demeanor was suave, inducing an urge to befriend him at first sight. Lin Yue stopped and felt somewhat embarrassed but steeled himself and said, "Old man, my brother's child is about to be born, so I came to buy some gifts. Is that all right?" He remembered that a few comrades in the barracks were expecting children and planned to buy some small items for them. However, he realized that he had become too excited after learning about the opportunity and now found himself without a single coin, so he turned back to retrieve one. "Get lost. You took money for divination. Are you not afraid of being struck by lightning?" Lin Yue blushed upon hearing this, feeling even more embarrassed. The old man glanced at Lin Yue with disdain and then pointed, indicating, "That one is for you." Lin Yue looked at the tail of gold and then at the foreign tribesman, hesitating. This tail of gold was a significant asset to anyone. Lin Yue felt embarrassed to ask for it and planned to leave. He thought to borrow from another brother instead, promising to return it when they exterminated bandits. Just then someone interrupted his steps. "Young master, if you need to take it." The foreign leader laughed heartily, revealing what he believed to be a kind smile. "That's ours," the boy shouted. He did not understand the value of money, but had seen his father trade 10 head of cattle for a single gold ingot. "No worries, I feel a connection with you, young master. May I ask your esteemed name?" The leader smiled and clasped his fists. "Foreigners." Lin Yue felt puzzled. This was his first encounter with foreigners here. "My surname is Lin and my name is Yue. Thank you, brother, for your generous offer. However, one should not receive rewards without merit. I shall take my leave." As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Lin Yue, though somewhat confused, returned the gesture. "Take it, every bite and sip is predetermined." The old man suddenly spoke. "Indeed, everyone has their moments of hardship. Young master, just take it." The leader, though puzzled, nodded in agreement. Observing this young man with an extraordinary presence, he believed he would certainly become a great figure in the future. To befriend him now with the tail of gold was simply a wise choice. Lin Yue hesitated repeatedly, but ultimately picked up the tail of gold and asked, "Brother, please provide an address. I will surely return it one day." "Well said, I will be staying at the Seahai Tower for 5 days. I feel a connection with you, brother Lin. Why not join me for a couple of drinks?" The leader said with a smile. "Apologies, I have some urgent matters. I will surely visit to express my gratitude once things are settled." Lin Yue smiled and politely declined, then quickly left. "I must hurry, my opportunity awaits me." Furthermore, the status of foreigners was not even higher than that of extraordinary individuals. Although he did not know how they came here, Lin Yue still maintained a respectful distance. Upon returning to the barracks, he would retrieve the money to repay him. Lin Yue thought, "No worries, I will be waiting at the Seahai Tower for brother Lin. Let's go." The leader bid farewell to Lin Yue with a smile, then cast a deep glance at the old man before leading his tribesmen away. 15 miles is not too far. Lin Yue galloped on horseback and soon found the old temple. He stopped in front of the temple and saw that it was small, surrounded by overgrown weeds, and could only make out the name on the dilapidated stone tablet, the Mountain God Temple. Lin Yue eagerly stepped over the threshold and entered the temple. Compared to its shabby exterior, the interior was quite tidy, but there was nothing particularly different. If one had to point out something strange, it seemed that the deity enshrined was not the mountain god, but rather some Taoist immortal, yet as a New Age youth raised under the red flag, he could not discern the difference. Seeing nothing special, Lin Yue moved to the back hall, where he was greeted by an exceptionally tidy study. In the study there was a desk, a chair, and a burning lamp exuding an ancient charm. On the desk stood a black long box looking somewhat out of place. This must be it. Lin Yue took a couple of steps forward and slowly opened the long box, revealing a long blade gradually emerging from its sheath. The blade was about 5 feet long, slender like a grain seedling with a thick and slightly long hilt. When Lin Yue touched the long blade, he felt a chilling aura. Miao Dao Imperial Forest Long Army Blade, Heavenly Grade Weapon. Heavenly Grade Weapon. In the game, weapons are categorized from high to low into 5 grades: heavenly, earthly, mysterious, yellow, and mundane. He never expected that the long blade before him was a heavenly grade divine weapon. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Yue picked up another item, narrowing his eyes. Xiongnu Dao FA Heavenly Grade Blade Technique, consisting of 81 moves with each level of martial arts proficiency, increasing attack power by 4. Martial arts proficiency is divided into minor achievement, mastery, perfection, peak, and transcendence. In martial arts, quality matters more than quantity. In the game, a player can equip only one martial art at a time. A divine weapon and a blade technique, an impeccable match. That old man did not deceive him. With this divine weapon and a blade manual, mastering them all could increase his martial strength by 20 points. Unable to resist, Lin Yue opened the blade manual and began to practice each move as if entering another realm. If a martial arts expert were present, they would recognize this as enlightenment. He did not know how much time had passed when Lin Yue stopped, discovering that he had actually cultivated the Xiongnu Dao FA to the level of transcendence. How is this possible? How long had he been practicing? Could it be that he was a martial arts prodigy? Lin Yue checked his main identity panel: name Lin Yue, title Pioneer, identity Soldier, Qin rank none, official position standard bearer, martial strength 51, intelligence 30, command 21, politics 22, charisma 99, reputation 600, anonymous talent kind skill none. After reaching transcendence, his martial strength had actually reached 51. He had actually become a junior martial general. This was indeed a fruitful harvest. I congratulate you, young master. A deep voice entered Lin Yue's ears, and he quickly turned around. Upon seeing the visitor, he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, then clasped his hands and said, "So, it is the Taoist master. I thank you in advance." It was destined in the dark, or rather it should be, so the middle-aged Taoist said calmly. It should be so. Lin Yue murmured in contemplation, yet he felt the candle shadows flickering beside him. The shadows of the two figures fluctuated in length. Lin Yue turned to look at the night sky, now darkened, feeling puzzled. He had clearly arrived here at noon. How had it turned to night? May I ask how long it has been since we last met? 6 days. What? How can 6 days have passed? Lin Yue was greatly shocked. How could he have practiced for such a long time? Young master entered a state of enlightenment and was completely oblivious to the passage of time. What about Heyi City now? Has anyone attacked the city? Lin Yue asked, calculating that it should be the time Zhao Bo had previously agreed upon for the siege. I do not know. The middle-aged Taoist shook his head. I shall take my leave first. If I can return, I will surely repay your great kindness. Lin Yue clasped his fists and then ran out. Heyi City was the foundation for his rise. It must not be compromised. Mounting his warhorse, Lin Yue began to gallop furiously. He felt an urgency in his heart, yet under the thick night his speed could not increase. Lin Yue only knew that they would attack the city today, but was unaware of the exact timing, unsure if he would make it in time. He opened the regional chat interface, and compared to the usual lively atmosphere today, was surprisingly quiet. There could only be one possibility. They had already gathered together. Meanwhile, not far outside Heyi City. Young Master Zhao, when will we attack the city? A frail man asked, the red line on his neck very conspicuous in the darkness. At 3 in the morning, that is when people are at their most relaxed. We will strike at that time. Zhao Bo said in a deep voice. After several setbacks, he had gathered intelligence on Heyi City's defenses. Heyi City had only one troop of 300 soldiers totaling about 10,000. The Qin people were arrogant, so tonight they deliberately exposed the locations of 3 unruly bandit groups. The officials, proud and complacent, rushed over without a hint of suspicion. Currently, only a little over 1,000 remained to defend the city. During this calm week, he had spent a fortune to gather 1,000 players and nearly 10,000 bandits. It was a gamble. Out today he would surely seize Heyi City. As long as they took the city utilizing the game's resurrection mechanism, they could hold out for a long time. After their deaths, they could resurrect in reality in a day, allowing for a cycle of defending the city. Given the current situation of the players, as long as he could hold the city, more and more would come and his power would grow. Good, this will be the first city for us players. The frail man laughed, starting a live stream into the void. Brothers, I General Yue am here. We are about to attack Heyi City, and our 20,000 troops are already at the gates. Heyi City is within our grasp. General Yue laughed, then passed the camera to the crowd behind him, who were swaying their heads. Wow, isn't that General Yue? Attack the city. Attack the city. Unlocking the live stream for 100 copper coins is worth it. We can even watch a monkey. When General Yue is on the battlefield, this war will be without suspense. The live stream was very exciting. Half a month after the server launch, someone truly dared to attack the city. He was indeed the first in the server. As the appointed time approached, Zhao Bo, General Yue, and others made their preparations. 400-man squads quietly approached the city walls under the cover of night. The leaders of these squads were all half-step martial generals hailing from various counties in Liaodong Prefecture, along with several junior martial generals recruited from among the players, comprising a very elite force. Attack from all sides, fiercely assault the east gate. This is called surrounding to attack reinforcements. Zhao Bo grinned, revealing a sinister smile. Clever young master, Zhao, truly clever. General Yue flattered him, then spoke to the live stream. Young Master Zhao says this is surrounding to attack reinforcements. Everyone watch closely. See how we players seize the first city. In contrast to him, everyone in the 100-man squad was extremely tense. The leader of the 100-man squad was named Zhou Mo, a professional player in real life. After entering the game, he relied on his rich experience and some fortuitous encounters to attain the strength of a half-step martial general responsible for today's main assault. Originally, he was developing in nearby counties, but scoffed at Zhao Boss hero post. With his years of gaming experience and analysis of game data, he believed that even if they took the city, they could not hold it. But Zhao Bo gave him an offer he could not refuse. At this moment, he led the 100-man team to stealthily approach the city below, taking out chains to hook onto the city wall, slowly climbing in the cover of night, while the rest of the troops hid at a distance to continue ambushing. Zhao Boss' eyes grew increasingly fervent, as if the city would be breached at any moment. Who goes there? The tranquil night was shattered by a shout. On the city wall, a soldier inadvertently discovered iron claws on the parapet. As he approached, he was startled to find a multitude of shadows clinging to the wall like ants on a tree trunk. Whoosh! A general behind Zhao Bo drew a bow and shot an arrow, hitting the throat from 300 meters away. This was Zhao Boss' bronze summoning order that he obtained through his cash abilities, recruiting a mid-level martial general named Zhao Fuxing, a sharpshooter from the Song Dynasty. He was also one of the few among them with ranged power. The Qin Empire had very strict regulations on armor and bows, and he had only managed to exchange for a few longbows from the Xiongnu. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The sound of arrows breaking through the air awakened many defending soldiers who shouted in alarm. Zhou Mo quickly increased his speed upon seeing this. If the enemy cut the chains, he would fall and be injured, or worse. It is important to note that the pain of death for players is incredibly real. 10,000 against 1,000, the advantage is mine. Charge! Zhao Bo shouted, needing to attract fire, or the players in the 100-man squad would be in great danger. Charge! General Yue then shouted, brothers of the Yue family army, let's go. Xiao Ran, build a catapult, we will launch a strong attack. Zhao Bo instructed the girl next to him. She nodded. By chance she had obtained the catapult blueprint and completed her craftsman class, allowing her to construct a catapult on the spot. Brothers, the enemy's firepower is fierce, but do not fear, we have a catapult. Watch me throw this at them. General, you picked up a stone and threw at the stone, tracing a graceful arc in the air. What the hell? Who threw that stone? A tall and thin man, not far ahead, covered his face, crouching down to search for something. Don't step on me, my glasses are broken. There you go. A nearby player quickly pulled up the tall and thin man to prevent him from being trampled by players and bandits from behind. General, you watched his good brother get hurt by his mistake and shrank his neck, then interacted with the players in the live stream. Seeing this, Zhao Bo could not help but curl his lips. If he did not have some influence in his hands, he would not even glance at such a person in reality. Zhao Fuxing continued to shoot arrows at the soldiers above, Zhou Imo hitting them without fail. A vacuum area appeared on the city wall, and Zhou Imo swiftly climbed up using the iron chain. Both sides engaged in a fierce battle on the city wall. He City was just a small border town, and with only about 1,000 remaining, it usually relied on its sturdy armor to fend off bandits. But now the city wall was filled with elite rebels, and many junior martial generals could only fight and retreat. Fortunately, the resting soldiers heard the commotion and rushed to reinforce, but faced with players who were willing to fight to the death, it was hard to conceal their decline. Who are you? Are you not afraid of the Empire's retaliation? A veteran of the Qin was knocked to the ground and struggled to ask, "Humph, what is Qin? Now it is our player's world." A player said this, and then plunged the steel knife into the veteran's heart. The veteran's eyes revealed disbelief, or perhaps in his final moment, he wondered what players were and why they dared to attack the city of Qin. This was just the tip of the iceberg. The battlefield was filled with death at all times. Zhao Bo smiled as he looked at the city wall. It was almost breached. His father keenly sensed that this game would be a new trend. If he could take the lead in capturing the city and establish a faction, then the two of them would gain the upper hand. Thinking of this, he felt invigorated, every pore exuding a comfortable feeling. Meanwhile, a group of people quietly observed the battle at Yi City. "Father, why are they fighting each other?" A bald boy turned and asked. "They are otherworldly beings sent by the Lord God, different from the Qin people. This could also be a great support for us in the future. Old 8, you must remember the tribe must unite. Only then can we unleash our maximum strength. Otherwise we will exhaust our strength internally, just like them." The strong man said to the bald boy, "Can they win?" "They will, but soon the Qin kingdom will counterattack. A momentary victory is not victory. I hope you can understand this principle." The strong man said earnestly, looking at Yi City. "Let's go, the flames of war have ignited, and we must also prepare." "Yes." Then the group quietly retreated. And Lin Yue. At this moment he was on his way riding hard. Lin Yue was extremely anxious at this moment. With the flames ahead roaring, he finally caught sight of Haicheng. "Die, rebels." Lin Yue charged from the rear, wielding his spear. Swinging his spear, he decapitated the rebel, behind him hot blood spraying all over his face. He did not hesitate, galloping forward, cutting a bloody path with his spear. The sudden arrival of reinforcements caught them off guard. Instantly, the rebels below the city, like startled beasts, began to flee. The elite rebels were now atop the city walls, while those on the ground had no power to retaliate against Lin Yue, who had the strength of a novice general. Whose subordinate is this? Why is he so fierce? So handsome? Countless players in General Yes live stream were intrigued by the suddenly emerging Lin Yue. Li Lao Luzhong Dahan Han Ernie, go kill him. Zhao Bo, watching Lin Yue charge and like a wolf among sheep, shouted anxiously. The rebels on the city were mostly nearby mountain bandits, and some weaker players lacking discipline and combat power. If Lin Yue continued his killing spree, they would collapse quickly. The three named generals rushed towards Lin Yue without any fear. In a blood frenzy, Lin Yue moved like a ghost among the rebels, reaping lives. Suddenly a shiver ran through him, instinctively pressing against his horse's back as a cold arrow grazed his hair. In the distance, Zhao Fuxing looked surprised and shot another arrow. Lin Yue barely dodged, following the direction of the cold arrow to lock onto the archer, and spurred his horse forward. He had to eliminate him, otherwise he would surely perish here. On the city wall, the captain shouted, "Brothers, it's Lin Yue. Reinforcements have arrived, let's kill." The captain recognized the recently famous lucky star Lin Yue. Although the reinforcements were only one person, the captain knew the importance of morale, leading another charge up the city wall. The soldiers were invigorated, following the captain to step once more onto the corpse-laden battlements. "It's actually Lin Yue." The captain's voice reached the ground, and many players' eyes sparkled. 500,000. Then many players resolute rushed towards Lin Yue. Lin Yue, rushing straight towards Zhao Fuxing, encountered the three generals. In a flash, Lin Yue swung his spear, aiming directly at one man's face. Han Ernie raised his shield to block, intending to slash with his other hand, but his shield was instantly split in two, and he was knocked backward by the tremendous force, landing on the ground. As Lin Yue swung his blade, Li Lao Lu dodged the warhorse, turning sideways to hurl a meteor hammer. He knew that mounted generals were strong, and the only chance of victory was to attack from below the horse. The meteor hammer raced towards the horse's leg, the spikes making contact, and the warhorse neighed. The horse stumbled, and Lin Yue was thrown off. Fortunately, he rolled and shook off most of the force, but his internal organs churned violently. Before he could rise, a cold glint shot towards his face. Lin Yue rolled to the side to evade, but Zhang Dahan kept thrusting with his spear, and Lin Yue felt himself gradually losing ground. The recent battle had drained most of his energy. Now there were archers in the distance and 2 attackers nearby. Lin Yue felt anxious. The enemy was numerous, and the longer it dragged on, the more disadvantageous it became for him. Lin Yue got up, holding his blade to block, constantly changing positions to avoid becoming a target. Zhang Dahan's spear was not difficult to fend off, but that Lao Lu was extremely insidious, frequently launching cold arrows, and the meteor hammer was elusive, nearly striking him several times. That Lao Lu. I must find a way to deal with him first, Lin Yue thought to himself. The 3 were locked in combat, and Lin Yue deliberately left an opening. The meteor hammer indeed came rushing in, and Lin Yue suddenly stepped back, striking the iron chain. Clang. As expected of a heavenly grade weapon, the iron chain shattered in the middle, and Lin Yue grabbed the meteor hammer, swinging it towards Lao Lu, striking him squarely in the face. Opt. Lao Lu screamed, his face covered in blood. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yue slashed down the heavenly grade weapon, cleaving him in 2, completely eliminating this great threat. Then he turned and charged towards Zhang Dahan. Upon seeing Lin Yue wielding a divine weapon, Zhang Dahan, realizing he was outmatched, ran directly towards Zhao Bo. Lin Yue closely followed, glancing towards the archers, and his eyes lit up. Zhao Bo, capture the leader first. Lin Yue picked up the dying Han Erniu and hurled him towards the fleeing Zhang Dahan. Zhang Dahan, filled with fear, was completely unaware of the unusual occurrence behind him. Thud. Han Erniu's massive body knocked him to the ground, and Lin Yue leaped upwards, holding the spear downwards. Opt. The 2 perished, and Lin Yue withdrew his spear, rushing towards Zhao Bo without hesitation. These worthless fools. Zhao Bo cursed angrily upon seeing the 3 novice generals perish so easily. You all go, each of you will receive 10,000 dragon coins. Zhao Bo turned to the group behind him and said. These people were players numbering 300, not particularly strong, mostly mid to high-level soldiers. They had originally planned to reserve their strength for when the city gate opened, but now they had to bring it out early. Brothers, charge. The crowd hesitated for a moment, but then surged forward, knowing that although 10,000 dragon coins wasn't much, it was definitely worth it compared to dying in the game. At worst, they would endure the pain of logging off once, but they could return soon. Moreover, this was Lin Yue. Killing him would grant Zhao Gongzi 500,000. Damn Qin, once the city is breached, train a team of crossbowmen quickly, Chun Ran said to Zhao Fuxing. The Qin Dynasty had strict control over crossbows and armor. They lacked ranged power, otherwise they wouldn't be in such a passive position. 300 players charged at Lin Yue, driven by the promise of money, overcoming their fear. Although their strength was not high and they lacked the power of generals, they displayed a fighting spirit absent in the rebels. 1 against 300. In the instant of confrontation, 2 were killed with a single slash. The warm blood ignited Lin Yue's fighting spirit. But the 300 were like fearlessly hungry wolves, quickly overwhelming Lin Yue. He swung his spear, numbly feeling the movements of the players in front of him slow down. He knew this was a reaction to his blood loss. But at this moment he could not stop. There were no more techniques or skills left on either side, only the most primitive exchange of blows. I've got this. In the distance, Zhao Bo shouted excitedly, watching Lin Yue being overwhelmed and stabbed multiple times by the sea of people. This will be our player's first city. I heard there's a handsome brother here. Just watch, your brother won't last long. Don't bully my Geijai. You all are treating my brother this way. Oh, I'm really angry. This is way more intense than the 10 parts of Battle Wolf. In the live stream, there were voices of reluctance, bitterness, and family members who quietly supported throughout. General Yu looked at the live stream about to break 100,000 viewers, his mood exhilarated. This time he really hit it big. He became the #1 streamer in asking for the top. Brothers, spam rockets. General Yu shouted excitedly. Lin Yue, wounded in several places, was already swaying. The strength of a novice general was still far from enough. Blood Burst Talisman. Lin Yue took out the Blood Burst Talisman from his jade pendant and used it directly. In an instant, Lin Yue's aura surged, and the players in front of him moved slower, as if slowed down in a movie, or like the feeling of hanging in the air during a basketball layup. And within his body there was an endless power. Is this the strength of a high-level general? Lin Yue murmured. With his gaze firm, he swung his long blade once more. Surprise. There's a twist. Why did he suddenly take medicine? The live stream was completely shocked by this scene. In a blink, the once wavering young general erupted once more like a lone wolf chasing after a flock of sheep, and the players retreated like a tide. Wang Matzi, you go, Zhao Bo shouted. As the cards in hand were revealed one by one, Zhao Bo felt an ominous premonition arise within him. Soon a squad of cavalry approached from the distance, causing the players to scatter, leaving only Lin Yue to confront the cavalry. Surprise. Another twist. Cavalry. Where did they come from? General Yu looked at the cavalry of about 100 men, silently wiping the sweat from his forehead. Zhao Bo never mentioned cavalry. He couldn't imagine if his Yu family army would be able to put up a fight if the city fell. Wang Matzi stared at Lin Yue, who wielded a long knife, his eyes filled with anger. It was this man who ruined his enterprise. Lin Yue smiled as he watched the leading cavalry charge towards him. Wang Matzi. He was the leader of the bandits who had escaped with Zhao Bo a few days ago. Lin Yue had seen his wanted poster offering a bounty of 100 taels of silver. A fine head indeed. Lin Yue grinned. Both sides fell silent. As they were 300 meters apart, the bandits split into two. Wang Matzi led his team to flank from the side. As a mid-tier martial general, he understood that he could only deliver a fatal blow to Lin Yue when he was at his weakest. 100 meters, 50 meters, 10 meters. In the instant they crossed paths, Lin Yue leaped into the air. 3 heads rolled on the ground. As they crossed paths, Lin Yue stood with one knee on his sword. Just after landing, he collided with a bandit and helplessly swung his long knife towards the opponent, shattering both man and horse. His internal organs churned violently. No wonder cavalry had a natural advantage over infantry, since even the impact of a warhorse was something infantry could hardly withstand. Lin Yue exhaled slowly, turning around as the bandits prepared for their next charge. "Chow, we can always restart," Lin Yue said softly. The bandits were right in front of him as Lin Yue swung his knife, decapitating 2 bandits. Yet more bandits still poured in from behind. Die. The other team of cavalry, led by Wang Matzi, was less than 10 meters away, like a sharp blade stabbing into Lin Yue's back. 10 meters was almost instantaneous. Kill. Lin Yue instinctively turned around and charged forward. Iron Mountain Slam. Although Lin Yue wasn't wearing suspenders, this Iron Mountain Slam still unleashed tremendous power. With a loud crash, the warhorse shattered, bursting into a cloud of blood mist with chunks of flesh scattered everywhere. Wang Matzi was sent flying like a kite, with its string cut, crashing down to the ground, never to rise again. Lin Yue struggled to his feet with all his might, taking one step, then another towards Wang Matzi. Wang Matzi opened his eyes and looked at Lin Yue, who was grinning like a devil, wanting to scream, but unable to make a sound. "Go die," Lin Yue said softly. Closing his eyes, he swung his long knife, feeling a slight warmth on his face. He then picked up the head and smiled at the dozen or so bandits behind him. The warhorse in front of him began to back away in fright, causing the bandits' hearts to tremble. "Devil! Devil!" One bandit turned and fled into the distance, followed by others who scattered in panic. Wow, twist after twist. So exciting, we owe General Yu a movie ticket. Thai pants are spicy. The live stream exploded. At this moment, they no longer stood with the players' gifts flooding in non-stop. "Thank you all, my dear friends. Thank you, Big Brother, for the 1,000 cloud-piercing arrows. Thank you, Big Brother, for the 10 bronze swords." General Yu shouted excitedly, roughly estimating that these gifts could earn him at least 100 taels of silver. If he traded with players, he could at least exchange for 100,000 dragon coins. This was only shortly after the game launched. Players had few resources, and as long as he maintained the hype, he would earn even more when they developed. General Yu. From now on, he would be the #1 streamer of asking for the crown. Just as he was lost in excitement, a sharp pain spread throughout his body. "You what?" General Yu turned around in disbelief, only to see Xiao Bo stabbing a sword into his heart. "Shut up, trash," Xiao Bo said coldly. The live stream was interrupted, leaving all players confused. Lin Yue was also puzzled, not understanding why the two were turning against each other. Whoosh! Bang! The cloud-piercing arrow exploded in the air as Xiao Bo looked at him with a cold expression. "I didn't want to do this, but you forced me." Xiao Bo glared at Lin Yue. Suddenly the ground trembled, causing everyone to look around in panic. Was that cavalry? At least 1,000 cavalry would cause such a tremor. "Xiongnu," players exclaimed. An endless sea of Xiongnu cavalry stopped 100 meters away, staring at Lin Yue. "My lord, please give the order to attack." Xiao Bo shouted. This was his last card, 1,000 Xiongnu cavalry. The price was everything within High City, including the people. But he couldn't care less. Even if all the natives died, what did it matter to him? They were just a bunch of NPCs. The leader of the Xiongnu nodded, raising his right hand above his head, ready to give the order to attack. However, the city gate creaked and slowly opened. Everyone's attention was drawn to the sound at the city gate. Creak. The gate slowly opened, and a warhorse stepped out from the dim night. "Kill." The military scribe on the warhorse shouted in a voice only he could hear. The county magistrate had just died on the city wall, and the captain was also dead. The entire city wall was devoid of living souls. As the sole defender of High City, he would make one last stand to protect it. He spurred his warhorse forward, wielding a long sword as he charged towards the Xiongnu cavalry. "Kill." The Xiongnu leader, expressionless, drew his long bow, aiming at the scribe. Lin Yue felt a pang of sorrow. Could it be that he ultimately couldn't change this situation? Meanwhile, on a distant mountain, a middle-aged Taoist priest silently sighed at the scene, then crossed his hands. "The great trends of the world are under my control. Urgently, as the law commands." A streak of green light shot towards Lin Yue. Suddenly, Lin Yue, who had been on the verge of collapse, felt an overwhelming sense of clarity and power. Is this a moment of reflection? Lin Yue muttered to himself. Why not kill a few more? When the city falls, there will be fewer innocent civilians to suffer. He couldn't imagine what this alliance of Xiongnu players and mountain bandits would do after breaching the city with no laws to restrain them. "Come at me," Lin Yue shouted. His white robe was stained crimson with blood as he brandished his long knife and charged toward the Xiongnu. This was no longer the power of a mid-tier martial general. The Xiongnu leader, seeing this, directed his arrows towards Lin Yue, but then thought better of it and lowered them. He then silently drew his long knife, signaling the cavalry behind him to charge. A warrior should deserve a proper death. 3,000 cavalry charged in a wedge formation. 1 man against 3,000. Lin Yue's momentum continually surged. As the two armies neared, he had already become the strength of a third-rate martial general. With a single swing, the Xiongnu's long knife shattered, and both man and horse were smashed. Immediately, it was like a tiger entering a wolf pack, and they continued to slaughter each other. Since ancient times, cavalry has always had a natural advantage over infantry, especially 3,000 cavalry against 1 man. Even Lin Yue, a third-rate martial general, might not have been able to kill all 3,000 pigs, let alone 3,000 elite Xiongnu cavalry. At this moment Lin Yue had become a bloody figure, the blood obscuring his vision, making it difficult for him to execute any technique, leaving him with only mechanical slashes. He felt unwilling, but his mind was becoming unclear, growing heavier as he forced himself to continue. Would he ultimately not be able to hold the line? In the distance, the middle-aged Taoist priest frowned, and just as his sleeves fluttered, everyone stopped moving. The earth trembled again, causing the Xiongnu cavalry to fall into chaos. Lin Yue looked in the direction of the sound. Unknowingly, the sun had risen, illuminating the east. Under the rising sun, several black flags waved. That was the Qin army. The great black dragon banner of the Qin. On the banner, immense golden letters proclaimed Meng. The day had dawned. Lin Yue could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground, feeling the surroundings gradually blur. A figure approached him, but he couldn't see the face clearly. He only heard a rich voice. Is there anything you need help with? Hearing the familiar voice, Lin Yue smiled. Loot. Give me. All. Money. All right. The rich voice responded, and Lin Yue closed his eyes. Huh. Lin Yue suddenly sat up, gasping for breath. In the end, the character Qin on that large flag should represent the reinforcements. He must have held the city of Hai. Lin Yue stood up to stretch his muscles. He couldn't tell if he was too tired from the game, or if he had been lying down in reality for too long, but he felt some soreness in his waist and back. While stretching, he went to the kitchen to pour himself a glass of water. Gulyalu. After finishing a glass of water, Lin Yue felt much better. He glanced at the time, February 3rd, 2060 to 106. Lin Yue put on his helmet, preparing to log back into the game to check if his character had died. Character in a coma, expected to be in a coma for 8 hours, game login paused during this time coma. It seemed it wasn't death, and Lin Yue breathed a sigh of relief. Dying in the game would require 24 hours in reality to resume playing, which equated to 6 days in the game. Upon resurrection, some of the 5-dimensional attributes would also be deducted. Although it was a small amount, it still felt not worth the trouble. Lin Yue took off the helmet and threw it on the bed, browsing the Wen Ding forum. Lin Yue, the general in the city defense battle, a famous general lost to history. Lin Yue, terrifying indeed. Is he the Dui prince of the Ming Dynasty? Zhao Boss first battle ended in failure. Let's count Zhao Boss reckless maneuvers. General Yu was caught in the act. 1 hour for a copy. As the first players from the Daxia district to attack the Qin Empire, this battle instantly trended on social media. Many players witnessed the entire process through General Yu's livestream. They desperately needed a victory to uplift their spirits. Looks like I'm still popular, huh? Lin Yue murmured to himself. But if they think I'm a historical figure, that's not bad. It saves me from being labeled a traitor. Pa know him in the Qin camp, but my heart is in Xia. Most of the forum content was about Zhao Boss siege, and Lin Yue picked a few interesting posts to read for a while. Master, there's a call. Answer it. Xiao Ye, what are you up to? A sweet voice came through, and a holographic screen appeared showing a fashionable girl wearing sunglasses. Bancher, is there something wrong? Lin Yue rubbed his eyes as he listened to her sweet voice and asked, Can I call you if there's nothing wrong? The girl pretended to be a bit angry, taking off her sunglasses to glare at him, to which Lin Yue could only chuckle awkwardly. I noticed many game companies have been laying off staff, so I wanted to ask how you were doing. Sitting in the car, you could see her fair skin up close, her picturesque face, and her charming eyes were like the finishing touch, truly a rare beauty. I got laid off too, Lin Yue said flatly. Haha, that's great. The girl couldn't stop laughing, completely unconcerned about maintaining her goddess-like image. What about you? Lin Yue felt a bit embarrassed. Me? I'm very popular, you know that already. Did you watch the Spring Festival Gala? The girl deliberately tossed her hair and asked. No, why? Lin Yue inquired. Sigh, even you didn't watch it, she said, looking a bit disappointed. What happened? Did you appear on the Spring Festival Gala? Right, I was supposed to get some exposure, but who knew everyone would be playing games instead? Hardly anyone watched. The girl expressed her disappointment. Although the viewership of the Spring Festival Gala had been declining for nearly 60 consecutive years, it still remained the highest stage in the hearts of the Chinese people. It was indeed unfortunate for the girl to encounter such a situation in her first year on this stage. Don't be sad, you're still very popular. Lin Yue consoled her. Right, I am a rising star. The girl laughed heartily. Lin Yue gazed out at the advertisements on the electronic big screen of the mall building, lost in thought. The two had grown up as childhood friends, but after university, one became a programmer, while the other dropped out midway to become a hot rising star. After that, due to work reasons, their contact became less frequent than before, but they still occasionally gathered. Hey, are you even listening? A sweet voice of dissatisfaction came from the other end. What did you say? Lin Yue asked. I said open the door, I'm at your doorstep. Lin Yue looked at the screen, which had turned to show his door. What? Wait a moment. Lin Yue hung up the call. He hurriedly tidied up the room a bit. In S-City, the housing prices were very high, and Lin Yue's rented room was not large, just a simple one-bedroom apartment, so it was easy to clean. Lin Yue opened the door. Although he was very familiar with it, it still amazed him. Fong Bansha stood at the door, her black sunglasses obscuring her signature eyes. Holding a black bag that Lin Yue couldn't recall the name of, she looked just like a big star. Lin Yue secretly complained about her wearing sunglasses at night, looking so ostentatious. You made me wait so long. Fong Bansha exclaimed, pushing past Lin Yue and walking straight into the room, tossing her bag and high heels aside and flopping onto the bed. When will you stop throwing things around? Lin Yue said, picking up the bag and high heels and placing them on the shoe rack, speaking half-heartedly. Enough with the nonsense, quickly rub my feet, they hurt so much. Fong Bansha said weakly, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor at the door. What do you think I am? Why the sudden visit? Lin Yue pulled out a chair to sit on. There was an event nearby, so I thought I'd come see you. It's already the second day of the new year, and you're working it. Lin Yue asked in disbelief. Oh, I'm a big star too popular to rest. Lin Yue found it amusing if she hadn't changed at all, still so full of herself. His colleagues particularly liked her, saying she was beautiful, kind, and humble. Lin Yue had said it was all an act. How could she be humble? Then a colleague had excitedly shouted, do you know her? Just say it. Lin Yue opened his mouth, but ultimately held back. Fang Bansha and Lin Yue's families had been neighbors and family friends, and they had grown up together. As a child, she had looked like a little princess adored by everyone. He had been a chubby sidekick, only slimming down and becoming handsome in middle school. Fang Bansha had always pretended to be the good girl, with him taking the blame every time. He had already gotten used to it. By the way, is the new game really that fun? Fang Bansha casually asked. But Lin Yue knew she was still hung up on the fact that her carefully prepared performance had been interrupted by the game, making her mood quite unpleasant. It's okay, I guess, Lin Yue replied perfunctorily. Our company says this game has a 1/6 time flow ratio, and they plan to move some business into the game in the future. What does that mean? Lin Yue was a bit surprised. Even stars were entering Wen Ding. Right, they want us to train and perform in the game. I heard there's even a director planning to shoot a film in there. But the gaming environment is quite poor right now. You could easily flop once you enter. Lin Yue found it strange. How could they shoot a big breakout in such conditions? I don't know either. The assistants are preparing for it, but it should be a few months from now, Fang Bansha said. If you can't manage it, then come find me. I'll help you out, little flop. Fang Bansha changed her position, half leaning down and looking at Lin Yue with a half smile. Forget it, my brother won't eat soft rice. If I were to eat it, would have to be hard rice. Lin Yue said. Nasty man, dream on. Fang Bansha kicked him playfully, then picked up her bag and walked to the door, bending down to put on her shoes. Are you leaving already? Lin Yue asked. If I don't leave, what are you going to do? Fang Bansha gave Lin Yue a flirtatious glance. I was just being polite, Lin Yue said, scratching his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed. I just came to see you. I'm busy all day, so I'm leaving. Fang Bansha rolled her eyes in disbelief and then opened the door to walk out. Lin Yue escorted her to the community entrance, and the roar of the engine sounded until she disappeared from view before he returned indoors. The night stretched on. Lin Yue lay in bed, ears pricked to the bitter sounds of domestic violence next door, his mind unable to surrender to sleep. At last, after 8 long hours, he logged into the game at once. When he opened his eyes, he found himself inside a military tent. Every muscle ached, and he abandoned the attempt to rise. Congratulations, the player has slain 674 bandits and earned 6740 merit points. Congratulations, the player has slain 341 hostile fighters and gained 341 merit points. Congratulations, the player has slain 116 Xiongnu cavalrymen and earned 5800 merit points. Congratulations, the player has slain 1 mid-tier general, gaining 100 merit points, and 5 low-tier officers, gaining 500 merit points. The player is in a Qin formation and receives an additional 2788 merit points. Total merit points gained 30581. The player successfully defended the city and received 500 prestige. Congratulations, the player has achieved the title Thousand Slayer. An additional 1000 prestige. The player is the 47th to receive this title and is rewarded with an Earth-tier warhorse, Xiaoya Yushitsi. A cascade of system prompts flowed in, filling Lin Yue with astonished delight. He opened his pack and discovered within a white warhorse statuette carved with lifelike detail. If a warhorse were likened to an automobile, then an Earth-tier mount would be the equivalent of a prized vehicle on Blue Star, every man's dream. Pity he could not move to try it out. As for those 30581 merit points, he had no idea how to spend them or where to use them. You awake? A hoarse voice came. Lin Yue turned and saw an aged man. Lin Yue forced his throat to work and asked painfully, May I ask, sir, where am I? The old military physician chuckled. Do not call me sir. I am but an army doctor. He saw Lin Yue's embarrassment, poured a cup of water and fed it to him, then said slowly, Good that you've woken. The general-in-chief has been waiting for you. Lin Yue drank, his throat no longer parched. Which general? He asked. He thought he had been in He City. The highest rank, there was a commandant, not a general. The old physician looked surprised. General-in-chief Meng Tian. He added, astonished, there are few in Qin who can be called general-in-chief. Lin Yue was taken aback. Meng Tian was the realm's foremost commander. How could he have come to this small He city? The physician explained, the general has been touring the 9 borders and came to Liaodong Commandery. 2 days ago he brought you here. You had but 1 breath left. Fortunately, you pulled through. The old man sighed. Only then did Lin Yue realize the banner truly bore the name Meng. It had been Meng Tian. He had thought reinforcements had arrived, but had never imagined it was the general-in-chief himself, the stuff of legend. Young man, thank you, doctor, for saving my life, Lin Yue offered. The physician waved him off. I only did my duty. More important were your constitution and will. Rest now, you should be able to leave bed soon. Then go see the general. I must tend to the others. Truly a fine healer, Lin Yue thought with gratitude. Then a thought struck him, and he hurried to check the spatial jade pendant. The sight left him aghast. Within the 3B3B3 space of the jade pendant, spoils from the Battle of He City lay heaped in dense profusion. A middle-aged Taoist had placed the more valuable items inside, over 20 yellow-rank weapons and hundreds of storage pouches, likely loot dropped by players who had fallen. There were also several unranked books, perhaps diversions for bored players at night, since not everyone could spare 100 copper coins to unlock the live feature. There were 5 liang of gold, more than 180 liang of silver, 5 or 6 treasures, and various talismans. Among the talismans were Juki Fu and Huanyang Fu, 10 of each. Juki talismans function like triple training cards, while Huanyang talismans treat illness and restore life. There were also a number of strange pills. One drew Lin Yue's attention: Xingji Dan, a pill said to allow those missing limbs to reconstruct their bodies. A fanciful idea flashed through Lin Yue's mind. He shook it away and checked his own attributes. Name: Lin Yue. Title: Pioneer. Identity: Military Officer to Qin. Nobility: None. Position: Biaozhong Banner Captain. Cultivation: Art: Sha Shinju, 1st Tier 78. Martial Prowess: 41-51. Intelligence: 30. Command: 21. Politics: 22. Charisma: 99. Fame: 2115. Some renown. Talent: Benevolent. Skills: None. His martial score had fallen to 41, or reduced to a high-tier foot soldier. The side effect of using the Blood Rage talisman Baoxue, Fu subtracted 10 points of martial prowess, and will take a month to dispel. In his pack were 5 liang of gold, 180 liang of silver, and 31581 merit points. He had profited handsomely from the engagement. Truly unexpected windfalls make a man rich. A horse fattens on night grass. Though he had nearly died, the spoils alone made it worthwhile. Early the next morning, Lin Yue could leave his cot. The guard soldiers escorted him to the central command tent. After a few words with the guard at the tent entrance, the sentry's eyes lit up. He turned, clasped his hands, and laughed heartily. So you are the hero. I was there that day. You held the gate as if one man could keep 10,000 at bay. Lin Yue demurred. Not so, not so. May I ask your name, brother? The man replied courteously. I am Li Mu. Wait here, hero. I will report to the general at once. Li Mu regarded Lin Yue with admiration and a desire for comradeship. In short order, Lin Yue was led into the main tent. 2nd Division, 3rd Banner Biaozhong of Heyi City. Lin Yue reporting to the General-in-Chief. A deep voice commanded, spare the formalities. Step forward so this general may see our young hero of Qin. Lin Yue looked up. Behind a simple wooden table sat a middle-aged man, pen in hand, and smiling kindly. He took a few steps forward. The man grew more imposing. Good, surpassingly handsome as well. Have you any interest in becoming my personal guard? Meng Tian asked. He had seen Lin Yue stand at the gate and admired such loyalty and courage. Lin Yue answered at once yes. From Biaozhong of Heyi City to a personal guard of the General-in-Chief, it was an ascent of immeasurable breadth. Who could resist such an offer? Meng Tian rose, walked over, stroked his beard, and clapped Lin Yue on the shoulder with growing favor. Very well. You shall be the Biaozhong of my personal guard at my side by day and night. At once, General-in-Chief. Lin Yue cried, thrilled. Although the title was the same, a Biaozhong in Heyi City and a Biaozhong of Meng Tian's personal guard were worlds apart. Ha ha, Meng Tian laughed. Qin gains another talent. Your defense of Heyi City has already been expedited to Xianyang. I expect the imperial reward will arrive soon. Meng Tian encouraged. Qin prized and honored meritorious service. Lin Yue thanked the general, convinced the personal guard post was temporary until the true rewards arrived. Meng Tian said, this is your due. Rest 2 days and return when fully healed. Lin Yue bowed and withdrew. Outside the tent, Li Mu awaited him. Li Mu smiled. We shall be colleagues from now on. Take care of me. Lin Yue replied briefly. Very well, brotherly. Thank you. There would be many chances to engage in the future, no need to rush. He ran back to his own tent. Black-robed eunuchs stood waiting outside. Lin Yue nodded and stepped in. Within, a fair-featured black-robed eunuch held an imperial edict. Dust clung to his garments, a sign of travel by day and night, yet his bearing remained composed and solemn. Young master, are you Lin Yue? The eunuch regarded him with a start and an inexplicable warmth. Yes, that is I, Lin Yue answered, clasping his hands. I come from Xianyang to read the imperial edict in the emperor's name, the eunuch said with a brief smile and a distant salute to the west. The eunuch smoothed his robes and read aloud, by imperial decree, hereby bestow upon Lin Yue the title of Baron. System notice, congratulations. The player has received a Qin noble title Baron and gained 100 prestige. System notice, congratulations. The player is the first to be granted the title Baron and is awarded the special troop training blueprint by Ma Yitsong. By Ma Yitsong. In the game, winning troop types are ranked. The stronger the unit, the more formidable its combat power. Low-tier starter units include common bandits and militia. Slightly higher are broadsword men and spearmen, typically without armor. Easy to form, but lacking strength. Mid-tier units include light infantry, light cavalry, and archers. High-tier units are heavy cavalry and heavy infantry, well-drilled and resilient. There are also special historical units famed in annals. By Ma Yitsong is one such unit. Having the blueprint meant that in theory, if he possessed sufficient resources, he could produce a continual stream of by Ma Yitsong troops. The black-robed eunuch stepped forward and handed the edict into Lin Yue's hands. His finger brushed Lin Yue's palm as he did, so then he smiled softly. The emperor grants you the barony. Goose flesh rose on Lin Yue's arms. He accepted the edict, stepped back a pace, and bowed his head westward in reverent thanks. I thank his majesty. The eunuch took Lin Yue's gesture with good humor and said with a grin, congratulations, Lord Lin. So young and already titled. Your prospects are boundless. Lin Yue understood the custom. The eunuch expected a gift. He quietly took 1 liang of gold from his pack and asked politely, may I ask the name of your grace? The eunuch smiled, I am Han Tan. Lin Yue glanced at him in surprise. In his recent study of late Qin history, he had encountered the name. He was seeing a figure of history. Han Tan's renown in the late Qin is not loud, but he would later alongside Zi Ying depose Zhao Gao, an ally not to be crossed. I have long admired your name, sir. Thank you for your long journey. A small token for tea, Lin Yue said, and covertly slipped a luminous pearl from his storage pendant into the eunuch's sleeve. Han Tan was pleased. You are too kind, Lord Lin, he said with satisfaction. This is a golden village founding token. It allows you to select any location to establish your village. Once built, it becomes your fief. Han Tan produced a gilded token from his sleeve and presented it to Lin Yue. The Golden Village Building Order. Lin Yue composed himself and then asked Master Han what is the purpose of this village building order. Han Tan smiled, and then elaborated the village building order is divided into 3 grades: bronze, silver, and gold, corresponding to level 1, 2, and 3 villages. According to our strict regulations in the Great Qin, a level 1 village can accommodate 2 villagers, a level 2 village can accommodate 5 villagers, and a level 3 village can accommodate 1 villagers. What about above the villages? Lin Yue asked. Han Tan glanced at Lin Yue and thought to himself, since you are handsome, I will indulge you a bit more in conversation. Above villages are towns, townships, counties, and major cities, each level being 10 times larger than the one below. For example, a level 1 town can accommodate 2 people, a level 2 town can accommodate 5 people, and a level 3 town can accommodate 1 people. The highest level 3 major city can accommodate 100 million people. Han Tan continued. Of course, except for Xiongnu City, which is the imperial capital of the Great Qin and can accommodate 300 million people. I heard that a few days ago some outsiders built villages, but they were all exterminated. What is going on? Lin Yue said. Han Tan replied somewhat impatiently, those are outsiders who refuse to be governed and are mere refugees. How can they be compared to the barons of our Great Qin? Lin Yue sighed with relief in his heart. So this means he is different from ordinary players. His village is under official protection. Thank you so much, master. Lin Yue secretly slipped Han Tan a gold ingot. Han Tan weighed it with satisfaction and then bent down to whisper, my lord, I like making friends, and that's why such good opportunities for rewards come my way. I also enjoy making friends. Lin Yue laughed. No wonder I felt a sense of familiarity when I first met you, my lord. Han Tan chuckled in response. Lin Yue thought to himself, I have this natural charm. Who wouldn't feel close to me? Even dogs wag their tails at me. I feel the same with you, master. It's like we have known each other for ages. Lin Yue smiled, forcing himself to say some insincere words. Having connections in the court makes it easier to get things done regardless of sincerity. Just having a line to connect is enough to avoid future helplessness. Alas, I entered the palace at a young age, so I am also one of this side's people, which is why I have returned to my homeland. So I want to ask the general to help me find someone. Han Tan said with a hint of sadness. Who are you looking for, master? I will do my utmost to help, Lin Yue asked, feeling relieved that it was just about finding someone. Sigh. Han Tan opened his mouth several times before finally saying, 20 years ago, when my mother gave birth to me, my father was killed by the Xiongnu, who invaded from the south. At that time, my mother could not support me, so she sent me to the palace. Later, after the unification of the 6 states, I eventually entered the Great Qin Palace. Having entered the palace at a young age, and being separated for 20 years, if it weren't for the hardship at home, how could I have come to this point? How could others understand the struggles I faced? Since I arrived at the Xiongnu Palace, I have lost contact with my mother, and now that I have achieved some success, I cannot find her. Han Tan's face was filled with nostalgia. There is empathy between people, and only then is there resonance. Lin Yue learned this in his university psychology class. Especially for eunuchs, there is some psychological imbalance, yet they are more sensitive to emotions. I understand. I share the same experience as you, master. Lin Yue comforted Han Tan, embracing him. He went through all the unhappy things in his heart, and realized he could not truly empathize, so he pinched himself hard. My grandfather was brutally killed by the Xiongnu when he was 9 years old. My village was also attacked by them, leaving no survivors. The vastness of heaven and earth, yet I, Lin Yue, am already without kin. Lin Yue wiped away the non-existent tears. Like you, master, I have also suffered at the hands of the Xiongnu. I joined the army to seek revenge. I didn't expect my lord to be a pitiable person as well. Han Tan was somewhat dumbfounded, not expecting to find someone with a more tragic story than his own. It's nothing much. Today my brother has also become a baron, but I want to repay my parents, yet have no way to do so. This feeling is truly painful. Lin Yue sighed, looking upwards as he tried to suppress the non-existent tears. My lord, take care, believe that your parents will find peace in the afterlife. Han Tan gently patted Lin Yue's back to comfort him. I like a floating leaf drift through the world, thinking my life is miserable, but unexpectedly my lord is similarly afflicted. If you do not abandon me henceforth, let us call each other brothers. Lin Yue said, and Han Tan was momentarily dumbfounded, shocked into speechlessness. He truly could not believe that a baron would call him a former criminal brother. Looking at Lin Yue's sincere, starry eyes, his heart was already tumultuous. If you do not abandon me, I Tan would like to take you as my sworn brother. Han Tan said, his voice trembling. In the palace of Yan, he had suffered bullying since childhood. Only his adoptive father treated him well, but his adoptive father also had a low status, otherwise he would not have chosen to frail him as a son. Later, when Qin destroyed Yan, his adoptive father, and he moved to the Qin palace, living cautiously and being kind to others, yet still suffering humiliation and beatings from the old eunuchs of Qin. He endured this for 10 years until his adoptive father gained power, and only then did things start to improve. Now having found a confidant, he was already in tears. In his eyes, he had previously pretended to be high and mighty, yet Lin Yue did not despise him for being a former criminal. He truly felt unworthy of such a sincere brother. Brother, actually, I cannot bring you any return. I was only putting on an act before. Han Tan choked up. You treated me with sincerity, yet I acted like a petty person. My heart truly aches. Lin Yue secretly glanced at him, feeling even more delighted. It is better to give help in times of need than to offer gifts when all is well. Building a connection with Han Tan before he rises to power is far more valuable than later when he slays Zhao Gao alongside Ziying. Our backgrounds are similar. We are both people fallen to the ends of the earth. Why would I care about such things? Lin Yue retorted. Then Lin Yue took out 100 taels of silver from his ring and handed it to Han Tan without saying a word. Brother, what are you doing? Han Tan looked at the silver in his hand, somewhat dumbfounded. Did he think he was powerless and wanted to send him away? I thought my brother was living a comfortable life in the palace, but I didn't expect it to be such a situation. Lin Yue said, do you not want to acknowledge me? Han Tan asked, his voice trembling. Was Lin Yue also someone who sought power and influence? It was also his fault for being overly idealistic, thinking he could befriend a baron. If he had power in the palace, it would be fine, and now it only adds to the ridicule. Han Tan's expression turned somewhat desperate. Brother, how can you say such things? Although I come from a humble background, I understand the importance of keeping one's word. Lin Yue shouted angrily, startling Han Tan. I give you money because I fear you are living too harshly. How can you think of me like this? After hearing this, Han Tan remained silent for a long time, unable to calm his heart. Truly, apart from his adoptive father, no one had ever treated him this well. Seeing Han Tan in such a state, Lin Yue felt anxious. Cry. You need to cry. 200 taels of silver, that's 200,000 dragon coins. If you don't cry, I might end up crying. Lin Yue thought. Then he steeled his heart and took out a pill, handing it to Han Tan. This is a body regeneration pill I obtained by chance. After taking it and using a medicinal bath, one can regenerate limbs, effective for those below the third-rate martial general. I wonder if this will be useful to you. For Han Tan, whether the body regeneration pill would be effective was uncertain. Regardless, Lin Yue had 3 of them, so he gave one to Han Tan, easing his own guilt while also seeing if it would work. If it works, then the remaining 2 pills will be worth their weight in gold. Han Tan's eyes instantly brightened as he trembled with both hands to receive the pill, carefully wrapping it up and placing it in his pocket. I wish I had met you earlier, brother. Han Tan's heart was touched in its softest place by Lin Yue, and he couldn't help but cry. For him, this felt like gaining a second life. He was no longer a person with missing parts. Seeing him finally cry, Lin Yue felt a great relief in his heart. Who would have thought that what happened next would shock him even more? He saw Han Tan pull out the gold and treasures Lin Yue had given him earlier, along with the 100 taels of silver, and return it all to Lin Yue. Lin Yue repeatedly declined, but unexpectedly Han Tan shouted in a sharp voice, could it be that my brother looks down on me? Lin Yue was stunned by this penetrating voice, his mind going blank. This world is too insane. Han Tan, seeing Lin Yue no longer decline, couldn't help but laugh. That's more like it. From now on, you are my dear brother. Then he pulled out a small package about a finger long from his bosom and handed it to Lin Yue. Brother, this item is something I obtained during the Great Qin's destruction of Yin when I was a child. I've kept it with me all along, and now I give it to you. What is this? Lin Yue asked in surprise, wondering what it could be. He saw Han Tan slowly unwrap the package layer by layer, revealing a storage ring. Then he took out a square-shaped, big brick. Lin Yue saw through the system that several large characters were appearing on it. Golden platform incomplete. Legend has it that King Zhao of Yin, heeding the council of Guowei, constructed the Golden Terrace to attract talented scholars from the 6 warring states. Later, when Han Tan and several young eunuchs were cleaning the terrace, a brick dislodged. Fearing punishment, Han Tan secretly concealed it upon his person. Soon thereafter, Yin was conquered, and Emperor Qin Shi Huang ordered the Golden Terrace demolished, leaving this incident forever unnoticed. Yet the brick had absorbed a trace of spiritual resonance, manifesting subtle effects. Han Tan quietly revealed it to his foster father, who instructed him to store it safely within a spatial ring. Golden Terrace fragment infused with the essence of the Golden Terrace. When placed within one's domain, it absorbs dragon qi, increasing the probability of attracting talented villagers by 1, or enhancing innate aptitude among residents, and raising the chance of drawing elite or extraordinary talents by an additional 1. Upgradable, but not stackable. This artifact holds no use for me, but to discard it would be a waste. I have kept it hidden all this time. Only upon meeting you, brother, did I realize this was destined fate. Han Tan extended the brick toward Lin Yue. Absolutely not. I cannot accept such a priceless treasure. Lin Yue hastily refused, yet his hands clutched the brick tightly. Tears glistened in Han Tan's eyes. He paid no heed to such details. Brother, you bestowed upon me an immortal elixir. How could this fragment possibly compare? Then I shall accept it. Lin Yue immediately bowed in gratitude. Today's greatest fortune is finding you, my elder brother. Han Tan clasped Lin Yue's hand firmly. My greatest blessing is having met you. Lin Yue's skin prickled with goose flesh as he forced a smile. The feeling is mutual. Alas, I must return to the palace. I cannot tarry long. Han Tan withdrew a slip of paper and handed it to Lin Yue. This bears my mother's name above and below, the address of our residence in Xiongnu. You may use it to contact me. Understood. Lin Yue glanced briefly at the note, recognizing it as the address of a rice shop, and set it aside. This is my foster father's token. Should you face difficulty, presenting it may prove of aid. Han Tan then passed Lin Yue a jade token inscribed with the character's Directorate of Ceremonial Affairs. Many thanks. Lin Yue tucked the token into his robe. I shall depart now, but do keep in touch, elder brother. Han Tan lingered, reluctant to leave. Farewell. As Han Tan stepped away, he paused thrice to glance back, each time sending chills down Lin Yue's spine. Watching Han Tan vanish beyond the camp gates, Lin Yue stared wordlessly at the coins, the brick, and the address upon the table. Since ancient times, civil officials and generals had offered gifts to eunuchs, not the other way around. Yet today he had experienced precisely that reversal. Such novelty left him momentarily dazed. Beyond the camp, Han Tan suddenly halted and gazed up at the moon. His attendant eunuchs froze in confusion, wondering why this newly risen favorite had so abruptly fallen silent beneath the silver light. Though he knew not whether his mother still lived, he now held two anchors, his father and elder brother Lin Yue, and would never again know solitude. Let us go. Han Tan turned to his entourage. Elder brother's life has been marked by sorrow, his grandfather slain by Xiongnu raiders when he was but 9 years old. Oh. A pang of compassion stirred within him. Strange, I feel something amiss. He shook his head, dismissing the thought. Inwardly, he vowed, brother, wait for me. When my rise begins, I shall secure your prosperity for life. The next dawn broke faintly. Within the encampment, activity swelled. The clamor of training echoed without cease. Lin Yue sat distracted, his face sallow, dark circles heavy beneath his eyes, clear signs of a sleepless night, as his gaze remained fixed upon the tabletop. Squad leader General Meng Tian requests your presence, Li Mu announced, entering with evident surprise. Squad leader, what ails you? Nothing serious. I shall attend shortly, Lin Yue replied calmly. Li Mu asked no further, assuming the man's exhaustion stemmed from overwhelming joy over his recent ennoblement. Oh. Lin Yue raked his fingers through his hair, murmuring, have I gone too far? Truly, I am no better than a fraud. He had intended only to forge bonds, to invest in a future paragon, yet had overreached, losing control. Recalling Han Tan's unrestrained tears and laughter, he felt deeply ashamed of having deceived him. After a long silence, he groaned, what a grievous sin. When he arrived at the general's tent, Meng Tian was already immersed in reviewing documents. Squad leader Lin Yue reports to general. Lin Yue bowed deeply. Meng Tian gestured for him to sit, then smiled. Congratulations. You have been ennobled as a baron. This honor is owed entirely to your excellency's patronage. Lin Yue bowed again. He knew full well, though his defense of the city earned commendable merit, it alone fell short of the threshold required for baronial rank. Had Meng Tian not personally vouched for him in official correspondence, the title would never have been granted. Hence Lin Yue's gratitude ran deep and sincere. Among Qin people, battlefield valor reigns supreme. This title is yours by right. Meng Tian smiled, though inwardly he harbored quiet curiosity. He had expected monetary rewards, not nobility, yet he chose not to probe further. To see a man of such loyalty and integrity elevated brought him genuine delight. Now that you hold baronial rank, leading a mere squad would be beneath your station. Fortunately, I am expanding our cavalry division. Henceforth you shall serve as a battalion commander. Li Mu, proficient in horsemanship, shall be transferred to your command. Cavalry. It was as if fortune had delivered a pillow just as he drifted into slumber. His white horse righteous legion was finally within reach. Thank you, General. Lin Yue exclaimed, elated. A battalion comprised 3,000 men. He had ascended once more. And this was no ordinary command. He now led a battalion within the Great Wall Legion, a distinction unmatched by any other force. Congratulations. Player has become the first to attain the rank of battalion commander. Awarded Silver General Recruitment Edict 1. Silver General Recruitment Edict summons high-tier or third-rate generals. You are granted 10 days leave to settle affairs in your fiefdom before returning to camp. Understood. Lin Yue accepted the order and withdrew. Outside, Li Mu awaited him. Squad leader Li Mu salutes battalion commander. He declared, bowing. Li Mu, no formalities are needed. I depart for my fiefdom tomorrow. Select and train these 3,000 men yourself. Moreover, you shall oversee all mounts and armaments. Lin Yue smiled warmly at Li Mu. He held favorable regard for the man, and Li Mu's intimate familiarity with the Great Wall Legion made him uniquely suited for this responsibility. Understood. Li Mu grinned. Entrusting him with such weighty duty affirmed Lin Yue's profound trust. During training, raise standards rigorously, especially horsemanship and archery. I intend to forge an elite cavalry corps. Lin Yue declared, voice resonant with resolve. An elite cavalry, none other than the White Horse Righteous Legion. Recruiting the White Horse Righteous Legion demanded extraordinary rigor, not only exceptional steeds, but riders whose equestrian mastery ranked among the finest. Equestrian skill was one of many attributes, including medicine, blacksmithing, agriculture, and archery, each divided into 6 ascending tiers utterly unfamiliar: first glimpse, modest proficiency, effortless mastery, peerless excellence, and divine transcendence. Among Lin Yue's own skills, most remained utterly unfamiliar, a few hovered at first glimpse. Only his equestrian ability reached modest proficiency. Fortunately, no rigid thresholds applied. Skills mirrored real-world aptitudes. One forum user, a traditional dance instructor, found her artistry instantly elevated to peerless excellence upon entry. Within the game, targeted practice could further refine these abilities. Alas, as a software engineer, Lin Yue possessed little exposure to such disciplines. Save perhaps one anatomical specialty, his broader repertoire remained barren. That even his own equestrian skill fell short of the White Horse Righteous Legion's standard underscored its formidable exclusivity. Here, these are the training protocols. Begin immediately. Lin Yue handed Li Mu the schematic scroll. Is this a unique unit blueprint? Li Mu asked uncertain. Precisely. Follow its instructions without deviation. Understood. I shall not fail this sacred charge. Li Mu roared, heart pounding at the prospect of commanding an elite cavalry. Such forces formed the vanguard against the Xiongnu. The great clash was inevitable, only timing remained uncertain. The more refined the cavalry, the greater the glory, and no Qin warrior spurned glory. Rest well tonight. Training begins at dawn. Lin Yue clapped Li Mu on the shoulder and strode out. Lin Yue finished giving orders and left the military camp, summoning a terrestrial warhorse from the statue, the Knight Shining Jade Lion. The statue then turned into powder and scattered with the wind. Immediately a flash of white light appeared, and a tall, majestic warhorse neighed as it galloped towards Lin Yue, finally stopping beside him, incessantly nudging him with its head. The Knight Shining Jade Lion was entirely snow white, without a trace of blemish, exuding an imposing aura. From now on, I'll call you Big Yellow, Lin Yue said, patting the horse's head with a smile. The warhorse continued to nudge Lin Yue with its head. With a chuckle, Lin Yue said, then I'll take that as your agreement. Seeing that Big Yellow did not object, he accepted the name and mounted the horse, heading towards Heyi City. The military camp was only 200 miles from Heyi City, and the Knight Shining Jade Lion was as swift as the wind. Soon they arrived at the mountain god temple. Lin Yue dismounted and walked inside, finding it empty. He sighed and turned towards Heyi City. The middle-aged Taoist and the strange old man had helped him greatly. Although he had nothing to repay them with now, he still wanted to express his gratitude in person, but unfortunately, he could not see them. By the time he reached the city gate, the bloody scene of that day was long gone. The area was clean and tidy, still imposing and awe-inspiring, as if everything had been a dream. Lin Yue passed through the city gate and walked into the city. The same streets were present, but there was no trace of the peculiar master and disciple, leaving him feeling somewhat melancholic. At that moment, he could no longer distinguish between reality and dream, as if he were in a fantastical illusion, yet the dagger in his hand reminded him that all of this was real. Just as Lin Yue turned to leave the city, he unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure. This stirred his heart. Master Zhu Bu. Lin Yue. The Master Zhu Bu turned around, first appearing puzzled, then joyfully exclaimed, it's you. Long time no see, Master Zhu Bu. Lin Yue smiled and clasped his hands in greeting. The feeling of reuniting with an old friend stirred his emotions. The Master Zhu Bu was initially taken aback, then his face revealed a bitter smile, due to the near loss of Heyi City, as the Zhu Bu have resigned and returned home. Lin Yue was momentarily stunned. Since he had been injured, this was his first return, and naturally, he was unaware of these matters. He hadn't expected that the attack on Heyi City by foreign forces had such a profound impact, resulting in the Zhu Bu being dismissed after leading the charge against the Xiongnu cavalry. Lin Yue was at a loss for words. Anything he said now felt superfluous. If it weren't for you protecting Heyi City, I might have ended up in prison by now. The Master Zhu Bu noticed his embarrassment and couldn't help but chuckle, a mix of nonchalance and subtle resignation. Haha, my last task is to issue your transfer papers, which is a stroke of good fortune. The Master Zhu Bu was quite broad-minded. The laws of the Qin Dynasty were strict, and simply being dismissed was already a favorable outcome. So what is the Zhu Bu doing now? I am currently a commoner temporarily resting at home, replied the Master Zhu Bu. After nearly 30 years in the military, he found it hard to adjust to a life of idleness, wandering around aimlessly. And the others? Lin Yue asked cautiously. Alas, the soldiers who went out were ambushed. 3 generals were 2 dead and 1 injured. The captain and the town chief died defending the city, resulting in the entire garrison of Heyi City suffering severe losses. The Master Zhu Bu spoke with a hint of melancholy. Unlike Lin Yue, who had only recently returned, he had spent nearly 30 years in the military, familiar to all the officers. Now, with so many casualties, his mood was understandably heavy. For a moment, both men were left feeling desolate and speechless. Then Lin Yue broke the silence and asked, do you wish to do something meaningful, Master Zhu Bu? What kind of thing? The Master Zhu Bu asked dismissively. After spending most of his life in the military, what could he possibly do now that he had been cast out? Be the village chief, Lin Yue suggested. Village chief. With my current idle status, you cannot be serious, the Master Zhu Bu replied with confusion. Yes, I have a village territory which is currently in need of a chief, and someone with your talents is precisely what we need. Lin Yue smiled. General Meng Tian will return to the upper county after inspecting the border, and I too will return, so I won't be able to manage the village post establishment. As the Zhu Bu of a military camp, you would surely be more than capable of leading a village. Now that the Master Zhu Bu was idle, it was a perfect opportunity. The Master Zhu Bu, still in disbelief, asked, territory. Have you obtained a title? Indeed. Lin Yue chuckled, I'm just a lowly baron. Truly, heroes emerge from the youth. The Master Zhu Bu praised. Although there are many young heroes, it had been years since a baron had emerged in the remote Heyi City, especially one so young. To be granted a baron title at such a young age foretold a promising future. Setting aside that for an old man who had been dismissed, becoming a village chief was perhaps the best outcome. After considering all this, the Master Zhu Bu did not decline, but stepped back respectfully, bowing slightly. Old man Feng Kai greets the Lord. It turned out the Master Zhu Bu was named Feng Kai. Lin Yue learned his name for the first time. Intermediate civil official Feng Kai, willing to follow the player. Do you agree? Agree. Lin Yue said, and then he could view Feng Kai's attribute panel. Name Feng Kai, identity commoner, Qin Dynasty, title none, position none, strength 28, intelligence 66, leadership 41, politics 63, a charm 47, loyalty 60, a reputation 700, unknown talent none, intermediate, civil official. What an unexpected delight. Great, from now on our village will be entrusted to you. Lin Yue helped Feng Kai up with a smile. I will not disappoint, my lord. Time is of the essence, let's depart quickly. Feng Kai was filled with enthusiasm. Once a person reaches a certain age, they cannot stay idle. With a sudden good job opportunity, he felt as if he could sprout wings and fly to take office. I haven't decided where to establish the territory yet. Do you have any suggestions? Lin Yue asked awkwardly. Master Zhu Bu thought for a moment upon hearing this, and when he opened his eyes again, they sparkled with clarity 30 miles west of the city. With the majority of his military career spent, Feng Kai was already well acquainted with the geography near Heyi City. At this moment, he regained the commanding presence of the former Zhu Bu. 30 miles west of the city is a flatland close to a river with fertile soil and not far from Heyi City. Moreover, there is enough open space around, which will facilitate expansion if my lord is promoted in the future. All right, let's go there. Lin Yue said. Within a short time, Feng Kai was able to consider these factors and even thought about future developments, proving that his choice was indeed correct. He had considered these factors before, but due to unfamiliarity with the terrain and the unhelpful map, Feng Kai's recommendation saved him a lot of time. Lin Yue initially intended to rent a cart for Feng Kai to facilitate future travel, but unexpectedly Feng Kai directly chose a fine steed and galloped away, no longer showing the fatigue from before. As they galloped along, Feng Kai was energetic, no longer displaying any signs of dejection. Soon they arrived at the location Feng Kai had mentioned, where dense trees stood and a small river flowed gently. My lord, this is the place, Feng Kai declared. Soon he would build a village on this plain, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. He had thought that after being dismissed he would live a muddled life, but unexpectedly there was light at the end of the tunnel. Now to be the village chief brought him immense joy. Feng Kai, loyalty 10. Listening to the system prompt, Lin Yue smiled, knowing that loyalty would come bit by bit and no one would be wholeheartedly loyal right away. Lin Yue gazed at the river to the west of the village, the forest to the east, and the plains to the north and south, feeling quite satisfied. He then took out the golden village building order from his spatial ring and chose to use it. Detected a special item in the player's backpack, golden platform damaged. Would you like to use it? Use. Congratulations on using the golden village construction order. Integrating the golden platform damaged. Village creation successful. Please name your village. Ho Family Village. Lin Yue pondered for a moment and chose this name. This is the surname of Han Tan's father. Naming the village after the surname ensures that he will be remembered, thus compensating for the void in his heart. Congratulations on establishing Ho Family Village. Would you like to choose regional announcement? Rewards and reputation will be doubled. No. Lin Yue did not choose the regional announcement for two reasons. First, he is currently a baron of the Qin, and anyone with a mind can find out, making it hard to keep it hidden. Once the announcement about the village construction is made, coupled with his title as baron, he would be exposed. Moreover, many people before him had received the village construction order and established villages. Although they were soon exterminated by the Qin, the rewards were still collected by the players. By the time it got to him, there probably wouldn't be any good rewards left. Even if doubled, it wouldn't be worth the risk of exposing his identity for such a small gain. The player chose hidden announcement. Congratulations, the player received one tael of silver. Then a golden light flashed and a village appeared before Lin Yue. Village Ho Family Village. Level 33. Population 100, 0100000. Area 20 square kilometers. Public sentiment 60. Buildings level 1, residential houses 100 rooms. The player can act as the village head or appoint a village head. Appoint the village head as Feng Kai. Feng Kai has now been appointed as the village head. Feng Kai's body trembled as the authority of the village head transferred to him, and he was digesting the village information. My lord, please. After familiarizing himself with the village situation, Feng Kai bowed and guided Lin Yue into the village. Feng Kai, loyalty 20. Lin Yue smiled slightly and nodded as he followed him into the village. My lord, the village currently has a population of 1,000, evenly split between men and women. Thanks to your might, my lord, the villagers have high potential, with a significant proportion holding special occupations. Additionally, the village has 100 residential buildings. I plan to send some people to gather wild fruits to stave off hunger and later divide into 3 groups, 1 for farming, 1 for mining, and 1 for logging, preparing for future building upgrades. As Feng Kai walked, he introduced Lin Yue to the village. Wait. Lin Yue suddenly stopped. Feng Kai was puzzled, but still halted to listen to Lin Yue's instructions. Shouldn't we build residential houses first? With 100 rooms for 1,000 people, how will they live? Lin Yue questioned. 10 people per room, a large communal dormitory similar to a military camp. Feng Kai said, puzzled, not understanding why the Lord would ask such a simple question. That's not acceptable. Lin Yue decisively rejected it, recalling the Geneva Convention established 110 years ago, which stipulated that prisoners of war should not exceed 8 persons per room. This concept had long been ingrained in the hearts of people. By 2060, as a young person of the new era, how could he allow 10 people to share a room in his village? The key was that he didn't know how to explain this to Feng Kai, so he insisted. Listen to me on this, initially 4 people per room, and gradually once families are formed, 1 person per room. This? Fine. Feng Kai said helplessly it wasn't a major issue, so he agreed. What about their household registration? Lin Yue then asked, as he did not want his villagers to be treated as vagrants and forced into labor. Now that the village is established, He City will soon receive the news, and they will send someone to handle the household registration. Feng Kai explained. Arrange the rest as you see fit. Since the household registration issue was resolved, Lin Yue no longer worried. In the distance, a group of people walked out of the houses, and the two headed over. Commoners greet the lord and the village head. 1,000 villagers gathered together and bowed to the two. Lin Yue took a cursory glance and noticed a few villagers with decent attributes. Name Hoda. Identity commoner. Rank none. Strength 47. Intelligence 46. Leadership 38. Politics 24. Charm 57. Loyalty 60. Qualification C. Talent none. Name Wang Hu. Identity commoner. Rank none. Strength 49. Intelligence 43. Leadership 41. Politics 26. Charm 68. Loyalty 60. Qualification B. Talent none. Name Zhang Wenfeng. Identity commoner. Rank none. Strength 45. Intelligence 48. Leadership 36. Politics 46. Charm 62. Loyalty 60. Qualification C. Talent none. All three were on the verge of becoming half-step generals with considerable strength. Among them, Wang, who had the highest strength, just a bit shy of advancing to an entry-level general, while Zhang Wenfeng had the highest intelligence, 2 points away from becoming an entry-level scholar, and Hoda was relatively balanced. After establishing a village, having a villager at half-step general realm is already lucky, and this time 3 appeared at once. This was partly due to the golden-level village construction order, and the golden platform also played a significant role. Alright Wang, who you lead a team to farm. Hoda, you take a team for logging. Zhang Wenfeng, you lead people to mine, and the remaining women should gather wild fruits. Feng Kai instructed methodically. Yes. Upon hearing the orders, everyone split into teams to get to work. My lord, this time is perfect for farming, but we need to buy some seeds and some food first, then we can build some structures. Feng Kai patiently explained to Lin Yue. Alright, here's some silver for you, you handle it, I trust you. Lin Yue handed Feng Kai 100 taels of silver to use as construction funds for the village. By the way, I have another task for you. Look into whether there are any women with the surname Chun near He City who lost their husbands 20 years ago. The deceased had the surname Ho, and they should still have 2 sons and a daughter who entered the palace. Lin Yue carefully described the information from the letter. Feng Kai looked deeply at Lin Yue, hesitated for a moment, and cautiously asked, My lord, we have some young ladies in the village. Do you want them? Want what? Lin Yue displayed a puzzled expression, then reacted with a laugh and scolded. Get lost, I have serious matters to attend to. Alright, the old man was once young too. My lord, you are still young, and do not yet know about 30. Hey strange, where did the lord go? Feng Kai realized Lin Yue had already vanished. At this moment, Lin Yue had reached the village entrance and selected a secluded, uninhabited spot to stop. With the household registration issue resolved, he was eager to start using the Silver Recruitment Order. Silver General Recruitment Order can randomly recruit historical high-level or third-rate generals. Probability random. Use. Then a green light beam descended from the sky not far ahead, spreading out to slowly form a starry portal behind, which countless stars seemed to flicker, quite mystical. Then a series of images flooded into Lin Yue's mind. In the military camp, people sat around in a circle. The leading figure rose holding a flask of warm wine and walked forward until he reached a strong man who took the warm wine and drank it all. Then he turned around gracefully, wielding a giant axe, mounted his warhorse, and charged towards the front lines of the 2 armies. The image abruptly stopped at this point, snapping Lin Yue back to reality. A formidable and imposing strong man wielding a decorated large axe stepped out from the starry portal, his aura astonishing. Moments later, the starry portal disappeared, and the strong man approached Lin Yue. I am General Pan Feng, I greet my lord. Pan Feng's voice was rough and his presence commanding. It was indeed Pan Feng. Lin Yue felt a surge of joy in the 3 kingdoms. I have General Pan Feng who can slay Hua Xiong. This was undoubtedly well known. The previous scene clearly depicted the battle against Hua Xiong. Although he ultimately fell under Hua Xiong's blade, a general of one state would certainly have some prowess. Name Pan Feng. Level 3rd-rate general. Identity vagrant. Rank none. Position none. Strength 84. Intelligence 73. Leadership 81. Politics 60. Charm 70. Loyalty 90. Reputation 2650, somewhat famous. Talent well-trained soldiers, training speed 20. A 3rd-rate general, the highest probability from the Silver General Recruitment Order. Although his reputation may not sound impressive, his strength is evident. If Pan Feng had accompanied him in defending the city a few days ago, he would have just sat back and watched the live show rather than rush in a battle. Excellent, excellent, please rise quickly. With a general like you, it truly is like a tiger gaining wings. Lin Yue laughed heartily. Yes, my lord. Pan Feng replied. Quickly return to the village with me. Lin Yue pulled Pan Feng back to the village, feeling an overwhelming sense of security with him around. My lord, who is this strong man? Feng Kai, seeing the lord returning with a strong man, was somewhat curious. Hadn't the lord just been discussing women? Why had he suddenly brought back a big guy? Could it be? Feng Kai's eyes widened in shock. It was as if he had discovered something incredible. Just as he was about to advise against it, Lin Yue spoke directly. This man is named Pan Feng, skilled in martial arts. From now on you will be colleagues. Lin Yue stated without noticing Feng Kai's expression. Pan Feng cupped his hands in greeting. Seeing this, Lin Yue felt pleased. Indeed, a general of one state possesses high emotional intelligence and did not show disdain just because of the other's strength. So it's General Pan. Feng Kai also cupped his hands in greeting, noting that his presence surpassed that of the guards in Heyi City. He couldn't help but marvel at how deep the Lord's strength was hidden. It seemed he had truly followed the right person. All right, Feng Kai, you take Pan Feng to familiarize him with the village. Also find me a room, I need to rest for a bit. Lin Yue instructed. With Pan Feng around, the village's safety was no longer a concern. He had 9 days off left and wanted to check on reality. Yes, Feng Kai replied. Soon Feng Kai led Lin Yue to a courtyard. Inside was a 3-story wooden house located in the center of the village with a wooden wall built around it and a well dug. What's this? Lin Yue was somewhat surprised. He had only been away for a short time, so how did this courtyard suddenly appear? Feng Kai rarely showed a flattering appearance. I just had everyone participate in the construction to create the best courtyard for my lord to facilitate your rest. Lin Yue patted Feng Kai's shoulder with satisfaction and walked into the courtyard. Having such an understanding subordinate was simply too comfortable. I will rest for a few days, do not disturb me. Also, do not forget about the task of finding that woman, it is very important. Lastly, the housing issue must be resolved promptly. Lin Yue turned his back to the two, ignoring Feng Kai's face, which was smiling like a flower. Yes, my lord, the two replied. Lin Yue chose a room on the second floor filled with an ancient and elegant atmosphere, and thought to himself, this is it. Set this as a settlement point. Lin Yue said. Setting Ho Family Village No. 1 courtyard as a settlement point. Number of settlement points, 33. Setting time 1 minute. In the game, asking the top. There is a setting for settlement points, which as the name suggests are places chosen by players that cannot be moved and can shelter them from wind and rain, allowing normal entry and exit from the game only here. He speculated that this setting might be designed to prevent someone from exiting the game when facing imminent death. There can be a maximum of 3 settlement points. Lin Yue had 1 in Heyi City Military Camp and 1 in the Great Wall Army. This was the 3rd settlement setting completed. Would the player like to exit the game? Yes. A wave of darkness descended, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in the real world at home. Lin Yue got up, grabbed a bag of nutritional liquid, and started drinking it, only to throw it into the trash can halfway through. After enduring several days of this, he could no longer tolerate it and ordered a takeout meal. He then began browsing the game forum. Lin Yue started to read through them one by one. It turned out that in asking for the crown, only the Qin Empire had a strict household registration system, which was the area where the Daxia players resided, while players from other countries began to develop and establish territories early on after entering the game. At first, they mocked the players from the Dragon Country, but soon enough they experienced the consequences. In the game, the history of the Europa region was set in the medieval period where powerful lords committed widespread slaughter, leaving weaker lords no choice but to depend on the stronger ones. This forced their subordinate NPCs into rebellion, leading to countless NPC uprisings. Some wandering knights and rangers were forced to engage in a battle royale. Once captured, they faced inhumane labor and torment. Female players had it even worse, as due to the game's exit mechanism, they had no choice but to resort to suicide. These players also brought their grudges from the game into reality, coercing female rangers to reveal their real-life addresses as threats. In response, some governments have begun to legislate against this, but they faced considerable resistance, which is quite tragic. Even one of the 5 major alliances, the Wujia Empire, engaged in a fierce battle within the game due to some societal issues in reality, with one side winning due to the historical backdrop of the game. However, the losing side, finding the game's context unfavorable, brought their grudges back to reality. In reality, due to their terrifying reproductive speed over the years, they had a demographic advantage and initiated the conflict, leading to numerous violent incidents on both sides. The virtual reality game completely tore off the hypocritical and sanctimonious masks of both sides, in reality magnifying the evils within people's hearts, ultimately resulting in violent incidents. As the game continued, it was uncertain how things would develop in the future. In contrast, the advantages of Daxia's real name login feature began to manifest. Although there were some contradictions, at least players in the game dared not go too far. As a result, the mindset of Daxia players began to improve, as they knew that with the progression of the game, even a strong empire like Qin would eventually face its day of demise. That would be the true time for heroes to contend, which was the consensus among all players. Master, your takeout has arrived, a sweet feminine voice echoed. Lin Yue got up and opened the window as a drone flew in, carrying his order. Hungry delivery service at your service, please show the receipt code. Ding, receipt successful. Hungry delivery wishes you a pleasant meal. Lin Yue took the takeout back inside and opened it, feeling quite satisfied. A fragrant chicken burger, French fries, old Beijing chicken roll, cola. Although fast food isn't healthy, I should be fine if I just eat a little, Lin Yue reassured himself. He began to devour his meal and casually opened a thread. 99 reasons why the Peacock Dynasty outperformed the Qin Dynasty. From the A3 country. I pondered for 10 days and nights and still couldn't understand. How dare you covet our ideas. First abolish the caste system, then talk about this. Report. A3 and lizard people are banned from the comments section. Exhaust pipes are also banned. Lin Yue couldn't help but laugh, as the thoughts of the A3 people were always different from others, often resulting in videos that broke the limits of human decency. Thus, the game forum of Daxia completely banned them to avoid their distasteful antics. The territory of our ancient country has always extended to the north of the Yangtze River. Why is the area north of the Yangtze River Xia in the game? This is a serious cover-up. You are seriously distorting history. From the banging country. Shut up and stop embarrassing yourselves here. Everything belongs to you. From the Fusang country. The bigger the heart, the bigger the country. You're wrong upstairs. It's the bigger the face, the bigger the country. Alright, let's be reasonable. The area north of the Yangtze River belongs to you, banging people, and south of the Yangtze River belongs to Annam. Our 5,000 years of Xia has always swum in the Yangtze. Shut up, thief country. Lin Yue had grown accustomed to this, as the reputation of the banging country was already tarnished internationally. They had no shame left. It seemed that only by hitting them hard in the game would they understand who their true father was. Stupid Xia people, we have already begun to build millions of villages and billions of warriors waiting for the Fusang Empire's ravaging during the country war. A citizen from the Cherry Blossom country posted on the forum. Countless Xia people began to engage in a verbal battle beneath the post. You little 8-gua. Your so-called country war is nothing but village warfare. What is there to be proud of? Watch how our Qin cavalry wipes you all out. The nuclear bomb from our hometown has been launched. Better go check it out. Lin Yue looked at the thread, his mouth never stopping. In the game, strength was the most important. There was no need to pay attention to these disputes. When the time for national wars came among various countries, a good beating would be far more valuable than 1,000 words online. Although the date for the national war had yet to be announced, there would eventually be an opportunity to compete. Xiaoyi, how much does the official gaming pod cost? Lin Yue asked. It was too wasteful to exit the game every 2 days. He had to buy a gaming pod. Master, the national uniform price for the gaming pod is 8, and online purchases are currently not supported. Xiao AI found that the nearest sales point is on the 3rd floor of Yida Plaza 1, 6 kilometers away from you. A sweet voice sounded and Lin Yue nodded. That was acceptable. He currently had over 2 million dragon coins in his account, enough to cover it. He bought this gaming pod because he believed that investment would yield returns, and he was confident he would earn this money back. Lin Yue wiped his mouth and headed to the bathroom. Long hours of gaming had left him feeling a bit weak and unreal while walking, which was a drawback of the gaming helmet. The gaming pod had the function of automatically replenishing nutritional liquid and offered full body massage on a timer, which would prevent muscle atrophy, allowing him to stay online for extended periods without needing to wake up every day. Once the holiday in the game was over, his chances of logging off from the Great Wall Legion would be very limited, so purchasing the gaming pod was quite necessary. After coming out of the bathroom, Lin Yue put on his coat, then opened the door and stepped outside. Hello, how can I assist you? On the 3rd floor of Yida Plaza, a girl dressed in a black uniform flashed her signature smile. I would like to purchase a gaming pod, Lin Yue said. The Wen Ding gaming pod comes in 3 price ranges, 1 and 8. Which one would you like to buy? The Wen Ding game is popular everywhere, and the girl didn't even need to ask. She already knew what Lin Yue wanted to purchase. Is there any difference? Lin Yue inquired. Goodness, the most expensive one costs over 8 million. The 880 basic version of the gaming pod features automatic feeding, automatic massage, and automatic wake-up functions. The 1880 upgraded version adds 18 color options on top of the basic version. The 880 Supreme version includes all the features of the first 2 plus 88 massage techniques, a starry sky, ceiling, and more, providing you with a royal experience. The beauty salesperson enthusiastically introduced. Is there any gift with the basic version? Lin Yue pondered for a moment and asked, as the basic version seemed sufficient for his needs. Yes, sir, currently we can offer you a box of nutritional liquid containing 12 large bottles. Then he'll take the basic version. Lin Yue nodded. The gaming pod was a necessity and the 12 bottles of nutritional liquid were worth something, so he decided to buy it. Alright, the total is 108,000 dragon coins. Will you be paying in full or through a loan? The young lady presented a professional smile. Isn't the nationwide standard retail price 8,800? Lin Yue was a bit skeptical, wondering if he was being scammed. That's correct, sir. The retail price is 8,888 plus an 1,800 urgent restocking fee and a 2,000 installation fee. The young lady continued innocently. We are currently experiencing a surge in sales. Without the restocking fee, it might take half a year to get the product in stock. Additionally, if there are any bumps or damages during self-installation, our store will not be responsible. The salesperson smiled. How ridiculous! This was getting more absurd by the minute. But every word echoed Lin Yue's concerns. After all, it wasn't cheap, but it felt like a scam. He'll pay. Lin Yue slammed his card on the table. Alright, sir, please sign here. After Lin Yue signed, he also provided his residential address. Thank you, sir. The delivery is expected within an hour. Please wait patiently at home. Lin Yue nodded and walked out of the store, suddenly quickening his pace. He rushed to the restroom, and after a series of noises let out a comfortable groan. That damn jet soldier. As Lin Yue exited the restroom, he collided with an international friend, but found that the person was heading next door. I wouldn't have gone into the wrong restroom, would I? Lin Yue hurriedly quickened his steps and turned back to check, seeing the shape was similar to the male symbol, but he wasn't entirely sure. Isn't it better to just write it down? Why create such an awkward design? Lin Yue cursed the designer 1,000 times in his mind. Pervert. A sharp voice sounded nearby. No, I'm not. Lin Yue instinctively blurted out, only to find no one around. Suddenly, the earlier international friend rushed out. Behind him was a girl. Get out of the way. The man shouted in slightly awkward Daxia language. Okay. Lin Yue nodded, stepping aside. Thud. The international friend fell to the ground, glaring fiercely at the man with his hands in his pockets, pretending nothing happened. Oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. Lin Yue revealed a harmless smile. Catch him. The girl chased out, grabbed her bag, and threw it at the man, occasionally kicking the inside of the man's thigh. Aunt. Brother and I cried out in anguish. Lin Yue was somewhat dumbfounded, silently swallowing hard, seeing the man unable to fight back. He moved to block the corridor. Soon security arrived and subdued the girl. No other reason, but if this continued, the man would be in serious trouble. When it comes to gossip, the Daxia people are professionals. In an instant, the corridor was filled with men, women, young and old, and someone had already called the police. He's a pervert. He was peeping. The girl pointed at the man curled up on the ground. No, I'm not. The man pleaded in pain. How that sounds familiar, Lin Yue thought quietly. You went into the women's restroom, and you still say you're not. I just entered the restroom, my pants weren't even down yet, and I saw a big white tooth under the door, and you still say you're not. The girl angrily replied, kicking him again. Stop hitting me, let's wait for the police to arrive and discuss this later. The security guard, hearing the man's painful screams, silently crossed his legs and advised. I want to call the police. You assaulted me. Brother and I yelled as he struggled to get up upon hearing that the police were coming. You still want to call the police? They'll beat you to death, you pervert. The people around were discussing among themselves, having never seen someone so shameless. And you, the man pointed at Lin Yue. If it weren't for you tripping me, I wouldn't be in this situation. Me. Lin Yue was incredulous. How could there be such a shameless person? You went into the women's restroom to peep. If you're not a pervert, who is a? Lin Yue retorted. Though I have a male body, I believe I'm a female in my heart. What's wrong with me going into the women's restroom? And I identify as part of the LGBTQ community and have ADHD. I am a highly sensitive person, currently consulting a psychologist. Your actions made me very uncomfortable. Transgender. The security guard looked bewildered, not understanding some foreign terms, but heard him say he was a woman, instinctively taking a step back. You all wait for your reputation to be ruined. The foreign man shouted at the crowd. In his home country, as long as he said this, no one dared to do anything to him. Moreover, his father said that when he studied abroad, the Daxia people were incredibly hospitable. The school arranged many female companions for him, and even if something happened, the school would help him out, a treatment that no Daxia person ever received. He could already imagine that while he received a hefty compensation, he would also have them jailed. Unless you have a proper conversation with me, I might forgive you and not pursue this matter. Brother and I grinned wickedly, revealing a set of big white teeth. He had coincidentally discovered this beautiful Asian girl, and after failing to flirt with her, he followed her in all the way. Now that he said this, she must be terrified. To gain his forgiveness, she would definitely comply with him. He loved this kind of contrast. The girl clutched Lin Yue's clothes, somewhat uncertain if what he said was true. Could it be that she would really end up in jail? Lin Yue patted the girl's hand, and then walked toward the man. What? Afraid? Actually, you could also. The man smiled. Such a handsome man, with a well-proportioned figure in his eyes, he was not inferior to that girl. He wouldn't mind joining in. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but laugh heartily. He never expected to gain so much today. You say you have gender dysphoria? Lin Yue suppressed his nausea and said, yes, and I also. Lin Yue laughed, as this indeed is a big issue in countries like Beautiful Country or Europe, and he could stand unscathed. But in Lungwu, this issue was hardly an issue at all. Stop. What version? The foreign friend looked at the calm Lin Yue, feeling a bit flustered. You'll find out shortly. Lin Yue smiled without speaking. Soon the police arrived, and after hearing the crowd's account of the incident, they directly took the man away. The man was confused as to why his usual tactics were ineffective today. He felt a bit scared and began to shout loudly. One of the officers, seeing no one around, secretly punched him. After gasping in surprise, the man heard the officer say, shut up. Do you think this is 40 years ago? Thank you. By the way, what's your name? The girl turned back to ask Lin Yue before heading back to the police station for investigation. Lin Yue had been observing the man, and hearing her words, turned to look closely at the slightly sweaty girl, unable to help but marvel. So white. And such a long, short skirt. My name is Yao Siu, let's add each other on WeChat. The girl blinked her big eyes expectantly. Oh, it's nothing, just a small favor. Lin Yue waved his hand and walked out, choosing to remain anonymous in his good deed, especially towards brother and I. Serves you right for being single. Watching Lin Yue gradually walk away, Yao Siu stomped her foot in frustration. When Lin Yue returned home, a young staff member was waiting outside with a smart robot. After a brief inquiry, Lin Yue opened the door. Sir, where would you like it installed? The staff member asked. By the bed. Lin Yue pointed to the empty space beside the bed. The staff member nodded, made a simple setting, and the robot behind him began the installation. In less than 2 minutes, a pure white gaming pod measuring 2.5 meters long and 1.3 meters wide stood impressively by the bed. Sir, the installation is complete. If you wish to move the gaming pod in the future, you can call us. The staff member smiled and added, enjoy your gaming. Thank you, take care. Lin Yue closed the door, returned to the bed, poured the nutrient solution into the gaming pod, and then lay down inside. The gaming pod could atomize the stored nutrient solution, allowing players inside to absorb it easily. Lin Yue moved left and right, finding the experience wonderful. He could still move around comfortably. Indeed, you get what you pay for. It was much better than a gaming helmet. He then pressed the start button, and the gaming pod automatically pulled up the glass cover, followed by binding his identity and logging into the game. After a familiar process, the game began. After a brief darkness, Lin Yue opened his eyes to see a wooden ceiling above. He got up to stretch and walk towards the top floor, but what he saw next left him utterly astonished. Who am I? Where am I? When he exited the game, the village only had 100 dilapidated houses surrounded by desolation. But now surrounding the buildings were thousands of elegant and exquisite houses laid out in order. To the east, a cluster of buildings had formed, and to the west, fertile fields were evenly distributed, resembling a paradise. Lin Yue checked the village status and was taken aback. Village Hojia Village. Level 33. Population 3876-10000. Area 20 square kilometers. Public sentiment 90. Buildings level 2, residences 2,000 rooms. Lord's Manor Village level LV2. Council Hall Village level LV2. Academy LV1. Blacksmith Shop LV1. Training Ground LV1. Militia Camp LV1. Tailor Shop LV1. How did so many buildings appear? The residences upgraded from 100 level 1 houses to 2,000 level 2 houses. At this speed, if Lin Yue hadn't glanced at the time, he would have thought a year had passed. He went downstairs to look for Feng Kai and Pan Feng, but was surprised to find 2 girls half-squatting and greeting. We greet the Lord. Who are you? Lin Yue asked, looking at the 2 beautiful girls with graceful figures in confusion. We were sent by Village Chief Feng to take care of your daily needs, the 2 said in unison, their voices melodious like a lark. What was more important was that they looked strikingly similar. I am Servant Xiaqing. I am Servant Xiaolian. The 2 spoke together. After asking a few questions, Lin Yue learned that the one with a beauty mole between her brows was the elder sister Xiaqing, while the other was the younger sister Xiaolian. Feng Kai has a good heart. Where is Feng Kai? The village chief and Commander Pan are at the farmlands to the west. As the sky darkens, they should be returning soon, Xiaolian replied. Do you need me to call them? Xiaqing asked. No need, I will go myself. You 2 should rest first, Lin Yue said. Lin Yue said, then walked towards the west side of the village. As he walked west, he could hear cheers and applause from a distance. Upon closer inspection, he saw many people standing by the fields cheering. My lord. Feng Kai immediately saluted when he saw Lin Yue. My lord. The others saw Feng Kai salute and followed suit, kneeling one after another, their voices echoing across the fields. What is going on? Lin Yue gestured for everyone to stand up, and then looked towards the field where a strong man was running swiftly while pulling several curved plows. Commander Pan saw that the villagers were too slow at plowing, so he demonstrated how to plow for them, Feng Kai said with a smile. Lin Yue felt somewhat speechless. Pan Feng was just a third-rate military officer, far stronger than the average person. Could this really be learned just by demonstration? Perhaps realizing that the cheers had diminished significantly, Pan Feng stopped to look over. Upon discovering the Lord's return, he immediately put down his farming tools and rushed to Lin Yue within moments. I am subordinate Pan Feng, I greet the Lord. Pan Feng stopped in front of Lin Yue, and the immense impact stirred up a cloud of dust. Get up. It has only been a few days, how has the village changed so drastically? Lin Yue asked, curiously looking at the 2. I took the liberty to recruit some refugees into the village. Please punish me, my lord. Feng Kai and Pan Feng both knelt in apology. Refugees. Aren't they supposed to be conscripted by the authorities? Lin Yue asked after helping the 2 to their feet. Refugees are those without household registration, including players and villagers during years of famine or escape. But now, apart from the players, how many refugees could there be in the Great Qin? Could there be a group of players in the village? Lin Yue scanned the area, growing increasingly suspicious. He certainly did not want a group of troublemakers in the village. Who knows when the village might change its banner? My lord, recently there have been many outsiders establishing villages, but they have all been eradicated by the authorities. Over time, the number of refugees has increased. Some refugees do not want to work and choose to wander outside, Feng Kai explained. Lin Yue understood now. Oh, it was indeed due to the players, just like himself. Using the village token to build a village refreshed 1,000 villagers, and as time passed, more NPCs would appear. Other players were largely the same. When the village was besieged, players died or fled, and the villagers became refugees. How many people are there in the village now? The total number of villagers is 3,876, and there are many refugees waiting at the village entrance. We are selecting the best among them, Feng Kai said. Are there any outsiders among them? Lin Yue asked. There shouldn't be. Previously, both I and General Pan tested every refugee entering the village individually. Some outsiders tried to sneak in, but they were caught by General Pan and sent to the authorities, Feng Kai said. Once discovered, send them to the authorities immediately. Our village absolutely cannot have outsiders. Lin Yue's expression was serious. This was no small matter. He was very familiar with what those troublemakers were like, and he certainly did not want to go out and get robbed. Do we have a good understanding of the villagers' situation now? Lin Yue asked. Currently, the village has over 200 special talents, with craftsmen and blacksmiths making up a large portion. What is the combat strength situation? Lin Yue asked, as this was what he was most concerned about. With rebels rampant outside, the village must have the capacity for self-defense. Currently, the village has 3 half-step martial generals, 26 special tier soldiers, 45 high-tier soldiers, 76 mid-tier soldiers, and 1,000 low-tier soldiers, Feng Kai reported with great detail. Lin Yue was somewhat surprised upon hearing these numbers. No wonder players were so eager to build villages. The temptation was truly enormous. At present, the primary combat power among players consists of low-tier soldiers, and even farmers can go out with farming tools. Mid-tier soldiers could be important combat power, while high-tier soldiers could be considered high-ranking generals. They would rather take away high-tier soldiers than let them stay in the village. Special-tier soldiers could even be the leaders at bandit camps. When players were eradicated, they usually took 2 or 3 high-tier soldiers with them, while the rest would become refugees. Now having these low-tier soldiers without the need for training and cultivation was a bargain for him. Gather the villagers with mid-tier soldiers or above and form a guard team, led by Pan Feng, to ensure the village's safety. Lin Yue said. The garrison of He City mostly consisted of low-tier soldiers, just better equipped. With Pan Feng and such 100 elite soldiers, it would be enough to protect the village's safety. Yes, I will not disappoint your expectations, my lord, and will ensure the safety of the village. Pan Feng said, cupping his hands. In the future, the village will mainly absorb refugees with high combat strength or special talents. This way, the village's development speed will greatly increase. Feng Kai smiled. Very well indeed, I did not misjudge you. I have no worries leaving the village in your hands. Lin Yue praised sincerely. Not at all, I am just doing my best. If I had a bit more time, there would be even more buildings, Feng Kai said with a smile, the wrinkles on his face gathering like old tree bark. Just proceed step by step, Lin Yue said. Most of it relies on Captain Pan. One Pan Feng is worth 100 ordinary villagers, which is why we achieved such speed. Feng Kai complimented Pan Feng, who had also put in considerable effort these past few days. Good, you two work together harmoniously. If you need anything, just tell me, Lin Yue said, feeling relieved that the two were getting along so well. Yes, the two replied in unison. By the way, my lord, I have gathered information on the matter you entrusted to me. There is a family in He City that bears some resemblance. I have brought them over, and they are now settled in the village, Feng Kai said. Night fell with stars twinkling faintly. My lord, scouts report that the enemy is less than a mile away, Pan Feng inquired. Have you gathered enough information? How many are there? Lin Yue asked, curiously wondering if anyone still dared to set their sights on a baron's territory. It appears to be around 1,000, but they are nothing more than a bunch of petty soldiers hardly worth worrying about. Pan Feng scoffed. Let's go gather the guards and take a look, Lin Yue said with some excitement, eager to see who was so bold. The group made their way to the village lookout tower to observe, while Pan Feng dispatched the village guards to hide. Lin Yue activated the live streaming feature only to find that it required 100 copper coins to unlock, casually spending the coins to do so. The live stream interface showed that it was unlocked, divided into 3 sections: popular, nearby, and recommended. Lin Yue pondered and chose nearby. The first scene that came into view was a small house, the image simple, featuring a man and a woman engaged in a fierce battle. This, does the official not consider the net cleaning operation? Lin Yue pretended to be calm, swiping to the next stream. After watching a few live streams with similar content, Lin Yue felt a bit embarrassed. Players now defaulted to exchanging 1 or 2 silver for 1,000 dragon coins, mainly because they didn't have to worry about tracing the source of transactions. Thus, the game's art style had gradually become bolder. Is this a situation where there are no middlemen profiting, forming an industrial chain? Lin Yue cursed, inwardly wondering what kind of fortune this place held. After swiping through several streams, he finally discovered the scene around the village. Someone in the live stream was chattering away with a rather spirited tone. It turned out to be General Yue. In the live stream, General Yue was speaking confidently, with the viewer count already reaching 3000. After all, there weren't many entertainment options for players during the night, and most were watching live streams. Brothers, you always say I, General Yue, am not capable being picked on by shrimp line. Today, let me show you. When I, General Yue, take action, you'll see. General Yue shifted the camera to a village, leaving the viewers in confusion. Where is this? Is this another robbery? Can we switch it up? General Yue smiled faintly at the mocking comments in the stream and said, this is a baron's territory in the Qin Kingdom, and it is my target for tonight. Is this for real, eh? A baron? General Yue, don't boast. If this is the baron's village, I'll eat dirt. Just wait a minute and you'll know, my friend. Start sending gifts. General Yue urged enthusiastically. In truth, the players had largely come to believe him through the live stream visuals. They had never seen such a wealthy village in the game, and it was fitting to call it a baron's territory. With young Master Zhao besieging Crane Wild City in front, and General Yue launching a night raid on the baron's land behind, countless people called friends to prepare to witness this moment, quickly pushing the viewer count over 100. When I encountered General Yue on the battlefield, I realized everything was superfluous. The so-called war became meaningless. I still have the mark of his handprint on my rear. Pei Gushi. When I met Dao Shoes on the battlefield, I knew it was too late to retreat. Watching the players in the live stream continually cheer, General Yue felt a surge of excitement. The reputation of the Yue family army had been poor lately, but he had his reasons. It wasn't easy for the brothers to gather, and didn't you see how thin they had become? Reluctantly, he had allowed the Yue family army to commit some excesses against certain villages, only to face disdain and scorn from the players. But today's attack on the baron's territory would not invite ridicule from players. They would only say that General Yue had strength. This would be the Yue family army's chance to rise again, so he personally led the team tonight. After thorough preparation, they began the live stream. Whether the Yue family army could grow depended on tonight. He had scouted 2 days prior, and there were only over 1,000 villagers in the village. The village chief was just an old man, and it seemed the baron was not in the village. This was truly a heaven-sent opportunity. Old brother, you go arrange the brothers. General Yue instructed a burly man, knowing that with him their today's mission was almost certain to succeed. The burly man nodded slightly, and then began directing the Yu family army's attack routes. Everyone split into 3 teams to surround the village from the southeast and southwest, follow my commands, and attack together. The burly man raised his mountain axe and laughed. What about the north? Someone asked. General Yu shouted while slapping the head of the person who spoke. Why ask such nonsense? I know this tactic too. Haha, General Yu has taken to studying military strategy. Good plan. Study the 36 stratagems and savor General Yu's life. The compliments in the live stream made General Yu feel pleased and quite proud. It seemed that his previous street fighting experiences were indeed useful. Although he only knew the last of the 36 stratagems, and it was always the real one. The burly man, however, shook his head slightly and revealed a toothy, chilling smile, saying, no one person is enough for the north. Upon hearing this, the live stream erupted into excitement. How boastful, whose breath is so strong. Indeed, the Yu family army has the same boldness. Up in the lookout tower, Lin Yue turned and conveyed the attack routes to Pan Feng. I'll take care of this. Pan Feng was somewhat puzzled, wondering who had devised such an attack route, but still decided to arrange the defense according to Lin Yue's words. The viewer count in the live stream kept rising, and the players were growing louder about the burly man. General Yu, who is this strong man? General Yu, you actually drew a historical general. General Yu, what level of historical general? General Yu smiled and held up 3 fingers. What? A third-rate general. The live stream erupted in excitement. A third-rate general could walk all over Crane Wild City. It seemed that joining the Yu family army meant they'd never have to worry about being encircled again. No wonder General Yu has been so arrogant lately, shouting online and threatening to expose others. It turns out he really has strength. Yet some remain skeptical. After all, just days ago, the highest combat power sent by young Master Zhao to attack Crane Wild City was a high-level general. Why could General Yu draw a third-rate general? Facing the flattery and doubts in the live stream, General Yu did not respond, but instead brushed off the dust from his shoes, turned, and waved his hand. Brothers, what is our motto? Blood stains the 3 realms and unites the 3 armies. My elder brother is General Yu. Over 1,000 people spoke in a weak and chaotic voice, appearing somewhat fatigued. Haven't you eaten? Facing his brothers who had been hungry all day, General Yu felt somewhat displeased. But today was a battle to make a name for himself. How could there be no spirit at all? The crowd felt a twinge of resentment. It wasn't that they hadn't eaten, but they didn't dare to voice it. Not for fame, not for profit, only for a sense of righteousness in our hearts. The voices scattered and were far from synchronized. Listening to these strange slogans, the burly man, not far away, tugged at his hair in distress, realizing that they were clearly here to launch a surprise attack. Wouldn't this expose them? But then he thought, with just over 1,000 villagers plus his flawlessly executed surrounding strategy, even if they were exposed, it wouldn't matter much. Let's go, General Yu shouted. Yes. The players of the Yu family army rushed to surround the village, heading towards their designated spots. Lin Yue and the others also moved towards the northern part of the village, eager to see what kind of genius could devise such a strategy. After an hour, the burly man felt that the various teams should be in position, so he took out a fire stick from his pocket, lit a signal arrow, and prepared to sound the horn for the general assault. The burly man ignited the fire arrow and drew his bow, his mind already imagining the scene of breaking into the village and indulging in a feast. When it came time to eat, he would want 2 eggs. At this thought, he shook his head. How could he be so unambitious? Just add another chicken. Roasted chicken. Whoosh! The burly man aimed at the sky, drew his bow, and shot the arrow, a satisfied smile on his face, as if the fireworks would bloom and he would feast heartily. On the other side, the members of the Yu family army were anxiously waiting. Slap! A hand waved, swatting a mosquito away. Brother Day, the guys have been waiting for half the day. Why is there still no signal? A somewhat energetic player shook his head and asked. Go ask General Yu, Day replied. General Yu is live streaming and hasn't gotten back to me yet. Then go ask in General Yes live stream. Day frowned and adjusted his glasses. He vaguely felt that something was off, yet with his IQ, he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. But General Yu had assured him that this time it was foolproof, with third-rate generals stationed, and the opposing village had only about 1,000 people. He had also surveyed the village and found no danger, yet his eyelids kept twitching incessantly. Brother Day, I don't have money to open a live stream, a player said. You don't even have 100 copper coins. Day expressed disbelief, frowning as he asked. Alas, it's just that I died too many times before and all my gear got destroyed, the player replied with a hint of melancholy. What about you all? Who has money? Let's open it up and send a message to General Yu, Day said to the more than 100 players behind him. Everyone fell silent. Feeling a bit awkward, Day spoke up. Everyone pool your money together and send it to me. I will talk to him. Yet everyone remained silent. Day, irate, said, what's going on? Aren't we brothers? Once we take down this village, there will be money to be made. I won't forget to pay you back. Don't you want to keep feeding mosquitoes here? He pointed casually. You there, give me your money. Brother Day, I don't have money either. Then you. Day pointed at another player. Every time the Yu family army is in trouble, I'm always there. A player showed a pained expression. They weren't lying. Whenever they had money, they exchanged it for dragon coins, saving it for real-life spending. They truly had very few copper coins left in the game. Moreover, Brother Day's ability to pay back was something even dogs wouldn't believe. Do you all not trust me? When have I ever let you down? Day furiously scolded. Everyone remained silent. Silence was the theme of the night. When they first entered the game, everyone had plenty of copper coins, and no one paid it any mind. But now with the rising price of copper coins, 1 copper coin could be exchanged for 1 dragon coin. Wouldn't it be great to save up a little money for a smoke? Dai scolded angrily. At a critical moment, over 100 people can't pool together 100 copper coins. How embarrassing is that? How can the Yu family army survive like this? Who would still join the Yu family army if they had money? A voice emerged from the crowd. Who said that? Come out. Dai shouted angrily, but in the dark, he couldn't find out who had spoken. Brother Dai, why are you so angry? We're all brothers. A man stepped forward soothingly, saying, General, you asked me to inform you that the plan has changed. He knows of a treasure vault in the village and wants me to take you there. General Yu is truly my brother, thinking of me for such good fortune. Dai, without a hint of doubt, excitedly draped his arm over the man's shoulder and shook his head. Let's go, brother. Brother Dai, the others will be responsible for the attack. We need to sneak in quietly to seize the treasure. Don't you think so? The man laughed. All right, brother, you've thought this through. Brothers, let's sneak in and follow me. Dai laughed, thinking that this time he would hide some money for himself and then do a live stream. After General Yes' last live stream, he received over 1,000 taels of silver in donations, converting the silver into dragon coins, earning over 1 million. He then built a large villa for his sister and supported his grandparents' education, becoming a well-known filial son, which made them all envious. After this success, he too wanted to become a widely praised filial son. Dai thought of this, straightened his back, and stepped out with a determined stride, leading a group to stealthily infiltrate the village under the cover of night. Brother, you didn't misremember the path, did you? Why is there not a single person in sight? Dai's excitement waned as he looked at the empty village with a sense of unease. This village originally didn't have many people. When I infiltrated before, I discovered that it was just that I couldn't carry everything alone. There are too many treasures. He'll go back and tell General Yu. He told me not to make it known and said you're his brother. The man laughed, giving Dai a knowing look. The two exchanged smiles, a lot unsaid between them. We're almost there, the man said, stopping in front of a building. What place is this? Can there be money here? Dai frowned and asked. This is a baron's fief. How could there not be money? The man laughed. Have you heard of keeping wealth hidden? There might even be treasures buried under pigsties. Otherwise, if I hadn't stumbled upon it, who would think there would be money here? Could you have thought of it? The man retorted. I wouldn't have thought of it. Dai shook his head. Then that's settled. This is what they call the most dangerous places, often being the safest. The man laughed. Dai recalled the losses he suffered at the hands of NPCs and nodded vigorously. Those NPCs were cunning. Please go ahead, the man said. Hearing this, Dai smiled, adjusted his glasses, and directly opened the door. He saw iron bars intersecting on both sides, exuding a chilling aura. Although he had prepared himself somewhat after the man's persuasion, he was still stunned by the scene before him. Brother, why does this feel like a prison? Dai adjusted his glasses, doubting whether he was seeing things. That's right, this is it. What else is impossible in this world? I understand, the game is all about unexpected twists. Dai smiled knowingly. This baron must have embezzled a fortune. He's simply rolling in wealth. The man laughed and scolded. Then wouldn't we be rich? Dai's eyes lit up, his voice trembling with excitement. Yes, there are treasures under each cell. I've counted. It takes 8 people to carry the treasure from one cell. Don't bring too many people. The man thought for a moment, advising the group. Good brother, you've uncovered all this. You're impressive. Dai patted the man's shoulder hard. This was the baron's treasure. Finally, he wouldn't have to go hungry anymore. Brother, I've finally made a name for myself. At this moment, Dai just wanted to shout out to the heavens, releasing the pent-up frustration in his heart. Let's go. Dai charged into the cell first, with the other players from the Yu family army rushing towards the other cells. At this moment, the ominous cells appeared magnificent in their eyes. While the other players searched for treasures, the man casually lingered at each cell's door. By the way, brother, I still don't know your name. Dai casually asked while rummaging through. The man's hand suddenly trembled, then he continued to lock the padlock, revealing a chilling smile. My name is Wang Hu. Wang as in the king, and Hu as in little tiger team. Who are you? What business brings you here? Feng Kai stepped forward and demanded. With a resonant clang, the burly man planted his pear-blossom mountain-splitting axe into the ground and stood tall, declaring proudly. Speak my name, and it shall strike fear into your heart. I am, a meteor. The burly man suddenly cried out in alarm, eyes darting skyward behind the 3 men. Seeing the trio about to turn, he bolted without hesitation. As a third-rank martial general, he covered 20 paces in an instant, yet a sudden chill swept up his spine. He rolled sideways instinctively. Several strands of hair severed midair and fell to the earth. That was close. His heart leapt. This foe was far more formidable than he had imagined. Whirling about, he raised his pear-blossom mountain-splitting axe and swung it toward Pan Feng. The 2 massive axes clashed and crossed again and again, tracing shimmering silver arcs through the air, like serpentine dragons in flight. Both were third-rank martial generals, but Pan Feng clearly held the upper hand. His Xianhua axe carved the air with thunderous force, each swing roaring with untamed vitality. Lin Yue watched quietly from the side. Rare was such an unknown duel between martial generals, and for him it was an invaluable opportunity to deepen his understanding of martial cultivation. His opponent's techniques were bold and sweeping, while Pan Feng employed a similar style, yet refined with subtle precision and unpredictable flourishes. For 30 exchanges they traded blows, fierce, relentless, breathtaking. Waves of fierce qi rippled outward, shaking the surrounding trees until leaves rustled and branches trembled. Gradually, the burly man's stamina waned. After each clash, he gasped audibly, his earlier parity crumbling into desperate, faltering defense. Pan Feng, by contrast, grew fiercer with every strike, the Xianhua axe humming with a phantom tiger's roar. Clang! At last, upon impact, the burly man's axe flew from his grasp. He collapsed onto the ground, the massive blade pressing coldly against his throat, motionless, breath held. The burly man said nothing, merely tilted his head aside and closed his eyes as if accepting his fate. Impressive skill. Who are you? Pan Feng asked, towering over him. If I weren't famished, how could a mere commoner like you best me at? Oh, so you're a master of bravado, even with a blade at your throat. Lin Yue chuckled. Humph. You've barely scraped into the ranks of third-rank martial generals. Dare you speak so boldly before me? Pan Feng pressed the Xianhua axe downward ever so slightly. No. Spare me. Terrified that Pan Feng truly meant to kill him, the burly man immediately begged for mercy. Pan Feng, take him back, Lin Yue said with a faint smile, then turned and walked away with Feng Kai. Yes, Lord. Pan Feng produced a vajra rope, bound the man tightly, and hoisted him over his shoulder, marching straight back to the village. He sensed the man shouting into empty space ahead, merely a mid-rank soldier, utterly feeble, posing no threat whatsoever to his lord, so he simply turned and left. Lin Yue and Feng Kai halted, observing a gaunt man shouting fervently into the void. Fragments of words, brothers, fellow viewers, floated on the wind. So absorbed was he that he failed entirely to notice their approach. Lin Yue recognized him instantly. General Yue. Just as Lin Yue stepped forward, Feng Kai gently barred his way. Lord, why wield a butcher's cleaver to slay a chicken? Might this old servant test his mettle? Bowing deeply, Feng Kai gestured toward the man who raved into thin air, like one seized by delirium. Pan Feng had just displayed extraordinary prowess before their lord. Wang Hu Hoda and Zhang Wenfeng each bore assigned duties, leaving only himself untested. Now at last a feeble opponent presented itself, an ideal chance to prove his worth before his lord, to show that this aged servant still served a vital purpose. Very well, go ahead. Take care. Lin Yue nodded. A warm current stirred in Feng Kai's chest. His lord cared most for him. Earlier with Pan Feng, not a word of caution had been spoken. Yet his lord underestimated him. True, his face bore the marks of age, but 20 years of military discipline had forged skills that remained sharp, unwithered. With a silent, knowing smile, he strode forward. Brothers, join the Yue family army. We'll feed you rich feasts and serve you fiery wine. Not even Qin Dynasty soldiers frighten us, let alone bandits. Even stray dogs passing by dare not glance our way, lest they receive 2 stinging slaps. In General Yu's eyes, this modest village of 1,000 souls could be shattered by a single third-rank martial general. He had brought the entire Yue family army solely to showcase his strength and recruit players. Thus he lingered just behind the burly man, poised to broadcast the man's prowess to his livestream audience. His tireless efforts aimed only at expanding the Yue family army's might. Once his army swelled, and bolstered by his rank as a third-rank martial general, he would carve out his own domain, becoming the true vanguard of rebellion against the Great Qin. What Zhao Bo could not accomplish, I, General Yue, shall achieve. Recruit soldiers. Seize territory. This is General Yue. General Yue continued his impassioned address, glancing at the time. Soon the moment would arrive. One final flourish to heighten anticipation, then the livestream battle would yield new recruits to the Yue family army. General Yue, someone's behind you. Viewers in the livestream caught a fleeting shadow shifting behind him, but darkness obscured all clarity. How did you know? General Yue grinned mysteriously. Yesterday, a generous elder brother invited me to join his ranks. Whether in game or in life, he is unmatched. He raised a thumb high in exaggerated praise. Brothers, General Yue never lies. Join the Yue family army, and your future gleams with limitless promise. No, there really is someone behind you. Behind you right now. The livestream exploded with frantic comments. Some viewers, intrigued by this unseen elder brother, pressed General Yue relentlessly for answers. Indeed, I, General Yue, have never deceived you. Trust me, joining the Yue family army is unquestionably the wisest choice for every loyal viewer. General Yue laughed heartily, until the flood of messages registered. His body stiffened, every hair on his neck bristled. Trembling, he slowly turned around. There, inches from his face, loomed a face like desiccated bark, cold, hollow, grinning with quiet malice. Ghost! He whirled and fled, tripped by a stone, stumbling violently, his slipper flying into the air. General Yue, you truly are barefoot in innocence. Viewers roared with laughter. Yet General Yue in that instant was utterly undone by terror. No matter how often he tumbled or scrambled upright, each time he dared to look back, that same sinister grin awaited him. Within 30 paces, General Yue fell 8 times. Feng Kai, growing bored, strode forward, seized him by the collar, and lifted him effortlessly. Young man, shall we play a little? A rasping, duck-like voice echoed, but General Yue remained mute. Feng Kai frowned, checked his pulse, then sniffed near his nose, before recoiling with mild disgust, and dragging him back to the village by one arm. Lord, this old servant has apprehended him, Feng Kai announced. Good, return swiftly. Lin Yue covered his nose, studied the legendary man closely, then gestured for him to be taken away. Upon returning to the main hall, they found Pan Feng standing guard beside the bound burly man. How goes it? Lin Yue asked. Though the Yue family army lacked elite strength, its numbers were vast. Any escapees could incite chaos throughout the village. Reporting, Lord. All are securely confined in the prison. None escaped. Pan Feng replied with a smile. Excellent. You've both earned your rest. Take him to the rear and keep watch. Lin Yue pointed to General Yu. Yes. Feng Kai glanced at the soft-skinned, unblemished youth and smiled silently. Ensure he doesn't flee. I'll go check on the others. Lin Yue said to Pan Feng and strode out the door. My lord, the East and West teams have completed their tasks, capturing a total of 712 people, Zhang Wenfeng reported. Good. Were there any casualties among the villagers? Lin Yue asked. 3 lightly injured, no deaths. Zhang Wenfeng thought for a moment and added, a bunch of soft-shell shrimp. They surrendered as soon as they were startled. If it weren't for the 3 villagers chasing them too fast, one twisted their ankle and not a single one was injured. That's good, you've all worked hard. You must be hungry, we will roast some lamb later, Lin Yue said, pleased, not wanting the villagers to toil all night for nothing. Coincidentally, Feng Kai had purchased a batch of cattle and sheep. While the cattle couldn't be eaten, the sheep could. Thank you, my lord. Zhang Wenfeng smiled. Eating lamb, which other village can live this way? It's truly good to follow the lord. Lin Yue nodded and walked toward another area where Wang Hu was still waiting for him. Lin Yue reached the prison door and heard a series of wails. Stop hitting. Stop hitting. My glasses are broken. Still trying to run. I won't let you escape. Wang Hu shouted, kicking without regard for the cries of justice. What's going on? Lin Yue asked. Hearing the sound, Wang Hu quickly turned his head and paused only upon realizing it was the lord. My lord, he tried to escape and I caught him. Wang Hu stopped and Lin Yue noticed that De's face was covered in blood, still holding his head in fear, while his broken glasses lay shattered on the ground. All right, just don't kill him, Lin Yue admonished. These are all merit points. Previously, when he asked Feng Kai about the use of merit points, he learned that they could be exchanged for weapons and treasures at the county office or military camp, and merit points were earned by slaying enemies or rebels. Moreover, the most important thing was that the points for rebels had increased. Initially, it was only 10 merit points, now it had actually risen. The reason was that forced labor was in short supply in various places, with large projects like the Apang Palace and the Great Wall requiring a lot of labor. Now one rebel had risen to 20 merit points, a full doubling. So as long as they didn't die, Lin Yue didn't care about the rest. Zhang Wenfeng informed the villagers about the roasted lamb and cheers erupted among them. Villager sentiment 5, current sentiment 95. Food is indeed the essence of life. If they could eat like this every day, who knows how much the people's hearts could rise. After a round, Lin Yue returned to the hall, where Pan Feng and Feng Kai had been waiting for a long time. Feng Kai kindly wiped a stool with his sleeve for Lin Yue to sit. What is your name? Lin Yue was very interested in the strong man. If he could recruit a third-rate general, his own strength would undoubtedly elevate further. I am the lowly Qin Dynasty. Qin Dynasty no longer had the sharpness from before, evidently having been dealt with harshly by Pan Feng. Lin Yue leaned forward, nearly unable to contain his excitement. It was him. Lin Yue was very familiar with this person, as his notorious videos had lasted for half a century, still remaining popular and widely known. General Lingling, a great general from the Three Kingdoms era, skilled in martial arts, eloquent, and full of confidence. Lin Yue pondered, quietly feeling that he was somewhat unreliable. However, strength determines everything. He had no reason to reject a third-rate general. My lord, the lamb is ready. A delicate voice came, and Xia Qing and Xia Lian each brought a plate of roasted lamb to him, feeding him piece by piece with chopsticks. Bring a plate for village chief Feng and General Pan, Lin Yue casually instructed. Ah, the taste of being above others is truly delightful, where food comes right to one's mouth. Goo goo. This sound attracted the attention of everyone in the room. Qin Dynasty stood silently on the ground, swallowing hard, looking somewhat embarrassed. It was truly not his fault. Following General Yu, he had been starving for 3 days. He really had forgotten what oil and water tasted like. The last time he had eaten was a long time ago, feeling a bit sorrowful. If he hadn't been starving, he wouldn't have lost so quickly. Xia Lian, go feed General Xing. Lin Yue smiled, wanting to tease Qin Dynasty. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable sense of humor upon realizing that this strong man was Qin Dynasty. Yes, my lord, Xia Lian replied sweetly, taking one step at a time towards Qin Dynasty. Watching her walk gracefully, Lin Yue worried she might twist her waist, but fortunately, she quickly reached Qin Dynasty. Xia Lian picked up a piece of meat and fed it to Qin Dynasty, who swallowed it whole. Xia Lian frowned slightly and picked up another piece, but Qin Dynasty swallowed it down just as quickly. Xia Lian seemed to be competing, but could not keep up with Qin Dynasty's speed, leaving the onlookers in awe. What kind of life had he lived before? Soon a plate of meat was completely devoured. Qin Dynasty felt a bit embarrassed under the astonished gazes of others, but when it came to eating, nothing else mattered. Just eat. Pan Feng also shared his meat with him, as warriors appreciate each other's struggles. It was unimaginable that someone with such skills lived under such conditions. Should I give him this plate as well? Feng Kai asked cautiously. Seeing Lin Yue nod, Feng Kai also offered it. Soon, under the sweeping winds, 3 plates of meat were devoured, and Qin Dynasty let out a loud burp. Unexpectedly, he then bowed forward, his head touching the ground, and loudly proclaimed, I, the lowly Qin Dynasty, am willing to follow the general into fire and water, never backing down. Without a response, Qin Dynasty secretly glanced over, thinking, could it be that I ate too much just now, displeasing the general? Seeing Lin Yue stand up, he quickly returned to his original position. All right, quickly get up. The sudden change stunned Lin Yue for a second. Coming to his senses, he hurriedly stepped forward to help Qin Daorong up, personally untying the ropes on him and checking his attributes. Name: Qin Daorong. Identity: drifter. Rank: none. Position: none. Strength: 83. Intelligence: 72. Leadership: 76. Politics: 64. Charm: 68. Loyalty: 60. Talent: illusory claw has a chance to frighten enemy troops in battle. My second third-rate general. Although his loyalty barely passed Lin Yue, was confident he could make Qin Daorong remain loyal to him. You've suffered, Lin Yue said sincerely as he helped Qin Daorong up. Hearing this, Qin Daorong's eyes instantly reddened, filled with mixed emotions. I have truly been starving for 3 days. Not a drop of water has entered my lips. Moreover, I secretly heard that General Yu wanted to sell me to others. Even the courtesans in brothels have the right to redeem themselves, yet I, a man of martial arts, am even worse off than a courtesan. Qin Daorong lamented. A strong man of 8 feet was now weeping bitterly, recounting various grievances. Such a contrast truly moved the listeners to tears. What is going on? Why would they want to sell you to others? After comforting him, Lin Yue pressed for details. As a third-rate general, why would General Yu sell him to others? I don't know, and I don't wish to dwell on it anymore. From now on, as long as you don't abandon me, I will go through fire and water for you. I will treat you as my own brother, Lin Yue comforted. Pan Feng, take General Qin down to rest, Lin Yue ordered. He was worried Qin Daorong might feel awkward facing his former master, so he let him leave first. Yes, my lord, Pan Feng replied, then turned to Qin Daorong saying, come with me. Feng Kai, go wake General Yu up, Lin Yue said as he had many questions he wanted to ask General Yu. Yes. Feng Kai nodded ominously. At this moment, General Yu was still unconscious, so Feng Kai directly picked up a bucket of water and poured it over General Yu. Where is this? General Yu groggily woke up, finding himself soaked and lying on the ground. When he tried to get up, he discovered he was bound with ropes. General Yu, Feng Kai asked. Ghost, ghost. General Yu exclaimed upon seeing the terrifying specter before him. Feng Kai slapped him, saying, look closely, I am not a ghost. Feng Kai's slap made General Yu see stars. After recovering, he recalled what had happened earlier. My lord, it was a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. It seems that without using some means you wouldn't tell the truth, Feng Kai laughed sinisterly. Really? General Yu exclaimed. Aunt. I ask one question, you answer one. Do you understand? As Lin Yue approached the door, he heard General Yes' agonized scream. He signaled Feng Kai to cease his assault, otherwise the general's frail frame might not survive the ordeal. Understood. Understood. General Yes' mind snapped, instantly alert, and he hurriedly replied. Why did you launch a night raid against me? This place is rumored to be the fiefdom of a baron, perhaps wealthy. I thus entertained covetous thoughts. But I sought only riches, nothing more. General Yu hastily explained. Then how did a seasoned warrior submit himself to your command? Lin Yue asked. This had long puzzled him. As the first player ever ennobled as a baron, he had just acquired Pan Feng. So how had General Yu secured Qin Daorong? The primordial deity of this world favors me, and thus bestowed upon me a third-rank warrior. General Yu's eyes flickered shrewdly, weaving together fragments of past conversations with NPCs. Lin Yue smiled faintly, not with warmth, but with icy calculation. It seems you still aren't being forthright. Feng Kai stepped forward 2 paces. General Yu's pupils contracted violently, and he cried out, I'll tell you. I'll tell you. We outsiders possess a unique means of communication, called live streaming. Having forged alliances across countless heroes, my audience surpassed 1 million, the largest in the realm. So the primordial deity granted me a silver recruitment decree. Trembling before Feng Kai, General Yu spilled every detail, without reserve, like beans tumbling from a tipped bamboo tube. Live streaming. Lin Yue murmured, lost in thought. Confronted with General Yu's half-truths, Lin Yue felt a quiet disquiet. Could merely attaining the first live stream to surpass 1 million viewers truly warrant such an extraordinary boon? He had never imagined it possible, yet quickly reconciled himself. The game seemed obsessed with first. Yi Xian's village of supreme sovereignty earned him a golden warrior recruitment decree. Lin Yu's own inaugural title and barony had likewise borne lavish rewards. Then why sell your warrior to others? Is a third-rank warrior truly so trivial to you? How did you know? General Yu gasped, still unaware that Qin Daorong had already pledged allegiance elsewhere. Lin Yue remained silent, his gaze unwavering. Under that unblinking stare, General Yu grew unnerved. He knew with stark clarity that his wits offered no plausible alibi, so he spoke the truth. In our world, certain powerful figures made me a proposition, hand over Qin Daorong, and they would reward me handsomely, in wealth and material goods. I have a younger sister to support through school, and grandparents who depend on me. So I agreed. Powerful figures? Lin Yue asked. Yes, akin to magistrates or county administrators in this realm, General Yu replied candidly. He might lack brilliance, but he was far from foolish. From that single mention of a magistrate, though he could not grasp the full implication, he sensed the game's depth, and that awareness fueled his relentless cultivation of the Yu family army. Lin Yue pondered in silence. No wonder. Who truly could refuse a third-rank warrior? Were a magistrate from launching to learn of such a warrior, and offer in exchange, he too doubted he could decline. Yet why would a launching magistrate take interest in this world, and go so far as to extend influence across realms? That remained an enigma. Clearly this game was far more intricate than it first appeared. Who was the man who pierced you through with a single sword before High City? Lin Yue asked after a pause. He was genuinely baffled how had Zhao Bo repeatedly escaped death's jaws, each time slipping beyond capture. The first few escapes might be chalked up to luck or chance, but the final one defied reason. He fled even under siege by Meng Tian's elite personal guard, the Golden Fire Cavalry, the peerless vanguard of Qin's imperial host. Zhao Bo possessed something extraordinary. At these words, General Yu's face paled. He scrutinized Lin Yue closely, then recoiled in dawning profound shock. It's you. You're the general from High City. Indeed. Lin Yue smiled. How did you become a baron? General Yue asked, incredulous. All credit belongs to you. A bitter expression crossed his face, then he added, nothing to do with me. It was all Zhao Bo's scheme. Then why does he evade capture so consistently? They say he was among the first 10,000 outsiders to enter this world. The primordial deity granted him a unique talent, premonition of danger. Moreover, having achieved the 1,000-kill feat, he was gifted a warhorse of astonishing speed. General Yue paused, then rephrased it in terms Lin Yue would grasp. No wonder. Lin Yue's understanding crystallized. Combined, those two blessings marked Zhao Bo as a divinely ordained survivor. Yet Lin Yue himself had only attained the 1,000-kill feat after the Battle of High City. How then had Zhao Bo slain 1,000? Zhao Bo truly was exceptional. Before the Battle of High City, the garrison suffered no such heavy losses. How then did he slay 1,000? Lin Yue voiced the question, haunting his thoughts. For once, General Yu's expression twisted with disdain. He's immensely wealthy in our world. He bribed other outsiders to let him kill them. Repeat the cycle, and the feat was complete. Paidoan. That was Lin Yu's immediate thought. He'd never imagined such a tactic. Even sheer financial dominance could bend reality here. This young master Zhao was not to be underestimated. Since you know this method, why didn't you adopt it yourself? Lin Yue asked curiously. The Yu family army numbered roughly 1,000. Surely 1 kill per member would have sufficed. General Yue grimaced. Only 200 of my troops are outsiders. The rest are refugees native to this world. And even if we outsiders may revive, the agony remains real. He could afford it, but if I proposed such a thing, the Yu family army would dissolve overnight. Besides, my name is Yu, and my banner bears the character righteousness first. How could I stoop to such conduct? General Yue declared, suddenly resolute and solemn. Lin Yue nearly laughed aloud, then stifled it, mindful of decorum. One final question. How did you fall into such dire straits? Lin Yue asked, the question burning brightest in his heart. I do possess some coin, but without encountering wandering merchants, it's utterly useless. We hide in the mountains by day, descend only at night to raid or target other players. Yet I have too many brothers and too little strength. We cannot defeat anyone. And when we do overcome someone weaker, the spoils are so meager that each man receives almost nothing. General Yu's face bore the weariness of a man weathered by years. Commanding 1,000 bandits was no simple task. Some inevitably committed atrocities behind his back, burning, looting, raping. To ignore them would tarnish the Yu family army's reputation, and to punish them would invite scorn and mockery wherever they went. Yet enforcing discipline risked fracturing their unity. They were here to play, not endure some reformative trial. Murmurs of discontent thus simmered perpetually within the Yu family army. Suddenly inspiration struck General Yue, and he blurted out, aglow with excitement. General, let me serve under you. I'll reveal the locations of other outsiders, even lead campaigns to eradicate bandits for you. I ask for little, food, weapons. In return, you may remain in High City and accrue military merit endlessly. Lin Yue's expression froze in stunned disbelief. What the hell? How eerily familiar. He hadn't realized another sixth-tier schemer existed. This one must not be allowed to live. Mistaking Lin Yue's silence for hesitation, General Yue pressed on. General, if any matter proves inconvenient for you, I'll handle it discreetly. Together, High City will be ours alone. At that moment, General Yue marveled at his own brilliance. How had he conceived such a flawless stratagem? He was clearly far cleverer than Zhao Bo. When brute force failed, he would triumph through guile. Did you not proclaim righteousness first? Lin Yue asked. Those aren't my brothers. They're men who share hardship with me. General Yue shrugged, unconcerned. Lin Yue reflected that had he been a native of this world, he might well have been tempted, but as a fellow outsider, the proposal held no appeal whatsoever. Moreover, he understood the nature of outsiders. Everyone cursed this sixth-tier schemers, yet everyone secretly aspired to be one. He himself might play the part, but he would never tolerate such a traitor beneath his command. Forget it, I have no need, but I can recommend a place for you. Crushed by rejection, General Yue despaired, until this unexpected twist revived his hope. Where, General? Name it. You, General, shall repay your kindness tenfold. Food, lodging, disciplined routine, and resolution of your legal status. General Yu's eyes lit up. Where? The Apang Palace. The Emperor has decreed its construction, and laborers are urgently needed. 3 meals daily, fixed hours, from dawn till dusk, disciplined routine indeed. And most crucially, 1 year of service grants official citizenship, as a subject of Great Qin. Lin Yue smiled. General Yu's vision darkened. The fate he dreaded most had arrived. Was his nascent live-streaming career already doomed to end? I'll speak to the overseer. I'll ensure your duties are lightened. Lin Yue rose and strode toward the door. This small favor cost him nothing, his fair recompense for answering so many questions. General, wait. This world stands on the cusp of cataclysm. Desperate to avoid conscription, General Yue redoubled his efforts to win Lin Yue's patronage. But Lin Yue paid no heed. Bring him a plate of meat. he said without turning, then departed. Within this game, outsiders now walked alongside historical luminaries, scholars and generals spanning dynasties. What future unfolds, no soul can yet foresee. Lin Yue stepped out of the room. The sky was already slightly bright, and outside a group of people was enthusiastically hosting a bonfire party filled with laughter and joy celebrating today's victory. Qin Dynasty did not go to rest, but gathered with Pan Feng by a grill, competing and drinking, occasionally exchanging banter and periodically brushing oil on a whole lamb, waiting for the meat to cook thoroughly. Qin Dynasty had just eaten the grilled meat, and now Lin Yue's stomach was still empty, so he sat down beside the two. My lord, the two wanted to rise and salute, but were stopped by Lin Yue. No need for formalities. What are you discussing? Lin Yue asked with curiosity. This fellow insists he hasn't beaten me because he was hungry, just trying to show off his wit. Pan Feng said angrily. It's true. My Pear Blossom Mountain Axe is no toy. Qin Dynasty retorted. Pan Feng stood up, ready to drag Qin Dynasty out for a duel. If I want to argue with you in front of my lord, let me eat my fill first before we fight. Qin Dynasty muttered softly. Bring it on. My great axe is already thirsty for battle. Pan Feng exclaimed angrily. Stop. You two will have plenty of chances to compete. This moment is not crucial. Lin Yue urged, finding Qin Dynasty to be quite a character. When Pan Feng was with Feng Kai, they coordinated well, but when with Qin Dynasty, they incessantly bickered. Qin Dynasty was the same, clearly unable to defeat Pan Feng, yet he wouldn't stop talking back. Lin Yue didn't mind his subordinates sparring. In fact, he encouraged it, as long as they were united in important matters. My lord, Feng Kai approached the three, and Lin Yue turned back, gesturing for him to sit down. Thank you, my lord, Feng Kai said respectfully, as he sat, his brows relaxing. Let's eat together. Lin Yue handed a piece of meat which he had long been eyeing to Feng Kai, leaving Qin Dynasty with a look of grievance. Thank you, my lord. I have a few matters to report. Go ahead, Lin Yue said. My lord, some basic constructions in the village are gradually being completed, however certain special buildings cannot be established yet. Feng Kai pondered before addressing Lin Yue. What special buildings? Since establishing the village, Lin Yue had taken a hands-off approach and was not very familiar with this. For instance, a clinic, an inn, or some village-level military camps. In fact, building a clinic and an inn isn't too difficult. The challenge lies in the scarcity of doctors and brewers, which the village obviously lacks. Thus, these constructions were not established to prevent wasting manpower and resources when the buildings would remain idle, Feng Kai explained to Lin Yue. Having honed his skills in the military camp for half his life, now as the village chief, he understood the importance of timely reporting, making sure his lord knew why these constructions weren't happening, explaining the matters in detail to avoid any dissatisfaction from Lin Yue. Understand that in the military camp, it's not just about fighting, there are many complexities involved. It took him many years to grasp this principle, and he didn't want to navigate through such twists and turns at this age. Are there any talents in Heyi City for this? Lin Yue inquired. Alcohol can relieve the villagers' fatigue, and if there's good wine, it can attract outsiders, potentially, including some heroes. The importance of clinics is even more self-evident. If villagers won't have to endure headaches and fevers, and given the ancient plagues, having doctors can greatly mitigate the impacts. In the game, both are indispensable. I previously knew some military doctors in the camp. They're just quite old and idle at home, but they can still manage basic prescriptions and medicine. If my lord feels it's okay, I can go to Heyi City tomorrow and invite them. I'm sure they wouldn't refuse. As for brewers, there are some in the city, but they all run businesses there, so it might not be easy to invite them. Feng Kai explained thoroughly. Let's proceed with the doctors as you suggested. Is there no other way for the brewers? Lin Yue asked. There's also the option to purchase job transfer scrolls. Some city officials sell job transfer scrolls that record various professional knowledge of villagers, have a significant chance of switching to special professions after using them. Feng Kai stated. Lin Yue had heard of job transfer scrolls in forums. They are scrolls where the government records professional knowledge through secret methods, allowing players or NPCs to instantly possess the professional abilities within the game, which is much more convenient than the skills passed down through generations or learned over years by the locals, but the price is also much higher. Thus, not many people had purchased them. Where can I buy them? Lin Yue asked. The Heyi City government office has them for sale, and you can also exchange your merit points for them, my lord. Feng Kai replied. That's great. I've been wondering how to spend my merit points. Additionally, regarding the initial barracks, I will go to the Heyi City military camp to exchange for some. Military camps are different from militia camps. They can only exchange for merit points in military camps, such as for the initial long knife barracks or spear barracks, as Qin cannot allow these units to be built freely in villages. Only those who contribute to Qin can have them. I have been observing the village's development these days. If you need anything, just tell me directly. I will not treat anyone following me unfairly. Lin Yue reassured. He understood Feng Kai's thoughts very well, but he firmly believed in the principle of not doubting those he employed and trusting them. He could not focus all his energy on the village, so he planned to give Feng Kai the greatest freedom to unleash his abilities. Feng Kai smiled with relief, feeling a weight lifted off his heart. I will continue recruiting special talents among the refugees for Ho Family Village to ease your worries, my lord, Feng Kai said. All right, I will go to the government office in the afternoon to exchange for some job transfer scrolls. Give me the professions and quantities you need, Lin Yue said. Good. Feng Kai felt secretly delighted. Following the Baron is indeed good. He had learned about some village chiefs who sometimes were well-meaning but powerless, and with the Baron backing him, it was undoubtedly much better. Having a strong leader means the village can develop faster. After finishing their meat, the villagers did not choose to rest, but immediately started a new day's work, bustling with activity. Especially with the speed and scale of the village's development, Lin Yue was even more satisfied with Feng Kai. Such emotions also inspired Lin Yue. The four of them wandered around carefully feeling the village's rapid changes. However, he noticed a significant problem. Feng Kai, are there any women left in this village? Lin Yue asked, uncertainly scanning the surroundings. Male NPCs were everywhere, yet women were scarce. Women. Feng Kai did not reply immediately, instead pondering inwardly, had his carefully selected Xia sisters failed to meet his lord's expectations? Or were they simply too inexperienced? Clearly his lord was in the prime of youth and vigor. His martial prowess could hardly find expression upon the timid Xia sisters. My lord, this very night I shall go to the Yihong brothel and purchase 2 women. No, 3, Feng Kai declared firmly. His lord was young and robust, 3 should suffice. After all, such women possessed a mastery far beyond that of the Xia sisters. The Yihong brothel? Lin Yue asked, puzzled. Why there? Well, Feng Kai replied with a knowing smile. Lin Yue burst into quiet laughter, then feigned exasperation. You've been there yourself, haven't you? Never. This old servant would never set foot in such a place. Feng Kai quickly sobered, his expression turning grave. So even 3 won't satisfy my lord. Lin Yue pressed his palm to his forehead, chuckling helplessly. I mean ordinary women, not those kinds of women. Off. Feng Kai frowned in confusion. What use has my lord for ordinary women? It's not I who need them, it's the village itself. How can a village thrive without women? Women hold up half the sky. Shall men weave cloth? Shall every man remain an unwed bachelor? Lin Yue rubbed his temples, speechless. Yet in the barracks where I served, no women were needed. Our young soldiers remained spirited and vigorous day after day, Feng Kai explained. That was the barracks. But even there, who truly lives without women? Who remains celibate his entire life? Seeing Feng Kai's persistent misunderstanding, Lin Yue grew increasingly anxious. There is one me, Feng Kai declared with solemn sincerity. The 3 men exchanged incredulous glances. Not even once. Pan Feng asked cautiously. Why should there be? Feng Kai countered. Then you're truly pitiful. Surely you suffer some hidden ailment. Xing Daorong sighed mournfully. Get out. Feng Kai spat, and Xing Daorong instinctively shrank back, falling silent. Well then, sincerity, it seemed, was indeed the ultimate weapon. What Lin Yue sought was not a barracks, but a stable rear base, perhaps even a secluded utopia. Yet Feng Kai pursued a strategy of elite recruitment, drawing only high martial aptitude vagrants or those skilled in specialized crafts. His vision in truth remained fixed on forging a village modeled after a military camp. This ran counter to Lin Yue's ideal, not what he desired at all. Feng Kai gender balance is essential in any village. As the ancients taught, harmony arises from the interplay of yin and yang. Henceforth, when recruiting vagrants, do not accept men alone. Lin Yue explained patiently. Yes, my lord. I shall remember well. Feng Kai had momentarily failed to grasp the point, but with Lin Yue's gentle prompting, clarity dawned. He realized he had simply spent too long within the barracks forgetting such fundamental truths. Let us now visit Han Tan's family. This way, my lord. They had intended to go yesterday, but were delayed by General Yu's entourage. Honoring such a solemn promise demanded utmost seriousness. Soon Lin Yue arrived before a modest gate. 4 soldiers stood guard outside, surely placed there by Feng Kai the previous night. My lord, the 4 saluted. You've labored hard. Was this residence untouched last night? Lin Yue asked. Rest assured, my lord. Everything remains undisturbed. Very well, thank you. You may withdraw. Yes, my lord. After the soldiers departed, Lin Yue stepped forward and knocked upon the door. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? A delicate voice chimed, and the door cracked open just enough to reveal a young girl in a pale yellow gown peering out. Who are you? She asked. I am Lin Yue. I come to pay respects to Lady Sun. Lin Yue replied, stepping back and offering a respectful bow. Please come in. Hearing that they sought her mother, the girl relaxed, smiled warmly, swung the door wide, and dashed back inside. Lord Lin. Upon hearing her daughter's report, Lady Han emerged to greet them. Auntie, this humble junior arrives late. Please forgive my tardiness, Lin Yue said, bowing deeply as a respectful younger kinsman. Please take a seat. Flustered Lady Han wiped her hands nervously against her robe before hastening to assist him. After several polite refusals, Lin Yue gently guided Lady Han to her seat. Once seated himself, he wasted no time, straightforwardly recounting Han Tan's plea to locate his family. Tears welled unbidden in Lady Han's eyes as sorrow overwhelmed her. Then with quiet resolve, she recounted the events of that fateful day. 16 years ago, when Liaodong Commandery still belonged to the Yin Kingdom, the Xiongnu swept southward in brutal raids, burning and plundering near Hai City. To escape the chaos, Han's father resolved to lead his family into the mountains, but en route they encountered Xiongnu cavalry. To shield his loved ones, he deliberately drew their pursuit away. When the invaders finally withdrew and the family returned home safely, Han's father never reappeared. Lady Han searched desperately. Among the corpses strewn across the fields, she found only his mangled remains. Recalling how he had stood tall to conceal their hiding place, she realized this had been their final parting. Grief-stricken, she nevertheless faced the grim reality before her. At that time, she bore 3 sons. The eldest barely 8, the youngest Han Tan only 3, and was herself pregnant with another child. Her husband lay dead unburied, she lacked the means to raise so many. She faced not only 3 helpless hungry boys, but also the unborn child stirring within her womb. With no means to bury her husband, nor feed her children, despair closed in. Yet heaven does not abandon the desperate. Just as hope-fated emissaries from the Yan kingdom arrived to pacify the people, and among them traveled an elderly eunuch. Moved by her plight, he adopted the 4-year-old Han, then buried his father with dignity, and gave Lady Han 5 taels of silver. In those times this sum was immense, enough to sustain her and her children for years. After agonizing hesitation, she reluctantly agreed, not for herself, but for her 2 elder sons and the child yet unborn. The eunuch, kind-hearted, maintained correspondence with them at first, but fortune turned swiftly. Qin conquered the warring states, Yin fell, and all contact ceased forever. From that day forth, guilt settled deep within Lady Han's heart. Any Han Tan has never ceased thinking of you. Though life has treated him well, his adoptive father cherished him dearly. He remains consumed with worry for you. Lin Yue offered gentle comfort. In such dire straits, no judgment could be passed. Relinquishing Han Tan may well have been the only path to survival. My poor wretched son, so small, so frail. I feared I could not keep him alive. It was all my fault as a mother. Lady Han broke into anguished sobs, heart-wrenching and raw. Mother, does this mean third brother is still alive? The girl cried, overjoyed. Yes, he now serves within the imperial palace. He longs for you all, and wonders deeply, was the child you carried that day a sister or a brother? Han Tan is truly blessed to have such a lovely sister. Lin Yue smiled. The girl blushed radiant with shy delight. Lin Yue drew from his sleeve the 100 taels of silver Han Tan had entrusted to him, and handed the entire sum to Lady Han. Auntie, this is from Han Tan for you. No, I cannot accept it. Lady Han refused sternly. No matter how Lin Yue urged her, she insisted. I failed him all these years. How could I take his money? Lin Yue then offered the silver to the girl, but she too refused steadfastly. Lin Yue sighed, unable to bear witnessing Lady Han's grief any longer. He murmured a few words to Feng Kai, entrusted the silver to him, and excused himself as he stepped toward the gate. Feng Kai promptly seated himself beside Lady Han and began soothing her sister-in-law. Your child. As Lin Yue stepped out of the courtyard and saw the enthusiastic villagers in the village, his mood improved significantly. My lord, I have confirmed the number of bandits, who I will return to the city to report now. A soldier clasped his hands to Lin Yue. Thank you for your trouble. Lin Yue nodded, watching over 1,000 members of the Yue family army being escorted away before turning back into the village. The Yue family army captured last night was handed over to the government of Haicheng, earning him over 20,000 merits. With so many merits now, he planned to exchange some treasures at the government office when he had the time. Xing Daorong also surrendered smoothly. Although his loyalty was only 65, he had not betrayed them after 3 days of hunger under General Ye's command. With him by his side, his loyalty would surely increase. Now, with 2 third-rate marshal generals and 3 half-step marshal generals under his command and 1,000 soldiers returning to the camp, he had initially formed his own small force. However, Lin Yue felt that establishing a fief would be an essential step for his rise. Although he received little reward for building the village, he could potentially compete for the rewards from the town above the village. His greatest advantage now was his legitimate status in the Great Qin. As long as he quickly promoted his official rank and title, he could obtain rewards before others. With the passage of time, his advantages would grow like a snowball. By the time the Great Qin falls apart, he would also have a territory belonging to him. He began to understand the charm of this type of game, watching the village grow from nothing to prosperity, seeing his ministers and marshal generals increase in number, and feeling a growing sense of achievement that brought comfort to every pore. This is an experience that most people in reality do not possess. My lord, the brothers have returned from General Ye's camp with nothing to show for it. Even a mouse would starve there. It's fine, I expected this. Was his camp valuable? Lin Yue laughed, knowing even the third-rate Marshal General Xing Daorong was going hungry. There was hardly any food left in the camp. Sending them to build the epic palace was also a relief for the players of the Yue family army. At least there they would have food and lodging, much better than following General Yue. There isn't much value, the terrain isn't good, it's just a larger area. Then let's destroy it and see if we can get a village building order. After destroying a village or mountain bandit camp, there is a small probability of obtaining a village building order. Although the value of such orders has greatly diminished since the game's launch, they can still be sold for several 100,000 dragon coins. This game, while lacking recharge channels, remains friendly to paying players. Yes, I'll take care of it right away. Hoda nodded in agreement. Wait, gather the guards and novice soldiers. We need to practice our drills. Lin Yue ordered. Pan Feng and Xing Daorong were to be brought to the military camp, but before that he needed to train a capable army to ensure the village's safety. Yes, my lord. Upon hearing this, Hoda's eyes lit up as he responded, then turned to run off. Lin Yue stood still, deep in thought, sometimes frowning, sometimes laughing. Soon rows of soldiers gathered in the village center. Lin Yue looked at the enthusiastic villagers, took a deep breath, and mimicking a scene from his memory, stepped forward and shouted, "When the great winds rise and the clouds soar, where can we find brave warriors to roam the land? Bandits must be eradicated at all times, there's no other way. Imagine this year with your wife and children in the village, feasting on roasted lamb and singing when suddenly bandits come to rob you. Thus a life without bandits is a good life. Should we eliminate the bandits?" Lin Yue asked the villagers loudly. The villagers recalled the roasted lamb from last night, and the Yue family army feeling resentment. If it weren't for their lord's preparations, they might have suffered greatly. Thinking of this, everyone responded with their loudest voices, "Eradicate the bandits! Eradicate the bandits! Eradicate the bandits!" The morale is good. Lin Yue sighed in relief, feeling that he still had some talent. He then switched to his second identity and opened the regional chat interface. "Lin Yue brothers, I am new here. Are there any bandits near Haicheng? How can we say that the people of the Great Xia are warm-hearted?" In the blink of an eye, Lin Yue received various bandit locations marked by enthusiastic netizens. He chose the largest bandit camp location and exited the interface. "Xiongnu Mountain. Let's set off to eradicate the bandits," Lin Yue shouted, and everyone surged forth filled with fighting spirit. This time Lin Yue took Pan Feng Xing Daorong and 1,000 villagers, leaving only 100 behind to guard the village. After walking for an hour, they arrived in the mountains where the distant forest rustled and shadows flickered. "My lord, the bandits ahead are called the Black Wind Gang, gathering 1,000 men with a leader who is a novice martial general." Wang Hu emerged from the woods and said quietly, "Good work." Lin Yue patted Wang Hu's shoulder and nodded. "It is my fortune to ease the lord's worries," Wang Hu exclaimed excitedly. "There are over 10 yellow-grade weapons here. You and some half-step martial generals can each choose one as your weapon." Lin Yue took out the captured weapons from his spatial ring and placed them on the ground. "Thank you, my lord." Wang Hu, Hoda, and Zhang Wenfeng replied in unison, then chose their weapons. In the end, Wang Hu chose a steel knife, Zhang Wenfeng a long sword, and Hoda a spear. Ding! Wang Hu, Hoda, and Zhang Wenfeng's loyalty increased by 10 points, now at 90 points. Hearing the game prompt, Lin Yue smiled and waved to directly put the remaining weapons into his ring, then said to the three, "Our target this time is the Black Wind Village. The big boss is named Zhang Matzi, a novice martial general strength. You three will each lead a team to attack, while the three of us will stay at the back to prevent them from escaping. Is there any problem?" The three exchanged glances, determination igniting in their eyes as they responded in unison, "Yes." "Good, prepare to go." Lin Yue waved his hand and went with Pan Feng and Xing Daorong to the highest point to the north. "Wonderful. Truly wonderful," Xing Daorong suddenly exclaimed. What's wrong?" Lin Yue looked at the exuberant Xing Daorong, puzzled, unsure of what had come over him. "What I meant is that the plan just devised by you, my lord, is very thorough. Even if Jiang Taigong were alive, it would be no different," Xing Daorong said solemnly. "Is that so? Ha, I've read some books lately. Maybe they were useful." Lin Yue laughed, pleased with Xing Daorong's praise, which made him feel good. Pan Feng secretly glanced at Xing Daorong, thinking, how could a sturdy man like him be so shameless? Where's the martial general's aura and dignity? What are you trying to do by putting me in this position? Do you not remember me, your senior? My lord, this strategy not only is thorough but also tests Wang Hu and the others' capabilities as leaders. Truly, they can be called talented commanders. A commander leads the troops and a general commands the troops. I didn't expect my lord to have reached such a level. We are far from it." Pan Feng tilted his head at a 45-degree angle, eyes half closed, filled with respect and yearning. After saying this, he shot another glance at Xing Daorong, as if to say, "Today, I will let you see that a senior is still a senior." "Is that so? Ha, I didn't expect you to notice. I actually didn't think that much at the time." Lin Yue laughed heartily, feeling very pleased. Lin Yue was unaware of what the two were thinking. He regarded Xing Daorong's words as a joke, but even Pan Feng, such an upright person, praised him. Could it be that he truly is that legendary genius in commanding troops? Just as Lin Yue was fantasizing about leading thousands of troops across the battlefield, he was interrupted by a loud laugh. "Really, old Pan?" Xing Daorong asked. Pan Feng shot him a sideways glance and replied, "Of course." "Ha ha, so does that mean I am also a talented commander?" Xing Daorong laughed heartily. Lin Yue looked at him in confusion, but said nothing. "What do you mean by that?" Pan Feng frowned, not understanding his thoughts. Xing Daorong put his arm around Pan Feng excitedly and said, "Old Pan, you will be the general, and I will be the commander. Under my command, we can serve our lord even better." "What do you mean by that?" Pan Feng asked again. "I was praising our lord. Oh, why can you also be the commander?" "Because the strategy devised by our lord is exactly what I thought last night." Xing Daorong laughed heartily. "What the lord thinks is what I think. If the lord is the commander, then I can be one too." "Huh, why has everyone gone quiet?" Xing Daorong scratched his head and asked, feeling that something was off, and paused to ask, "Did I say something wrong?" "No. You said it well, but don't say it next time." Lin Yue shook his head and quickened his pace, wondering if bringing him to the military camp was a wrong decision. Pan Feng violently shrugged off Xing Daorong's arm from his shoulder, giving him a fierce glare, before quickly catching up to Lin Yue. It felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a dead fly. "Let's stop here." Lin Yue paused, gazing into the distance where verdant pines stood, the scenery splendid. Most importantly, even the bandit camp, not far away, lay fully exposed. Surrounding the camp, there were nearly 100 people slowly approaching from the east, south, and west, while the remaining troops lingered behind. Leading the charge were Wang Hu and two others. "They're coming," Lin Yue whispered. Wang Hu was the first to strike, swinging his blade towards the patrolling bandit's head. The bandit's head spun a few times in the air before it fell to the ground, the last scene of his life, forever frozen on Wang Hu's fierce face. Wang Hu quickly changed out of the bandit's clothes, putting them on himself. After seizing a few more clean garments, he swaggered towards the bandit camp. Outside the camp, only a few disheveled guards leaned against their long spears, indifferent, even as Wang Hu and the others stepped inside. "Why are you all back so soon?" A small bandit leader called out to Wang Hu and the others. "A bunch of fools, get back to your patrol." Today the Yu family army was wiped out and the chief is pleased hosting a banquet. I didn't want to punish you, but don't take advantage of it and think of nothing but eating every day. The small bandit leader scolded. The patrolling bandits were the lowest in rank in this camp. To put it bluntly, they were cannon fodder, the first to meet their end at the slightest disturbance. Next were the gatekeepers, who at least didn't have to run back and forth. The highest-ranking individuals were those present in the camp today, serving as the main fighting force, their daily routine consisting of killing, sleeping, and feasting. For some unknown reason, several waves of patrolling bandits had returned today. With the Yu family army just captured by the authorities, their laxity was concerning. If they weren't disciplined now, who knows how lazy they would become in the future. Get back now. And you lot, all of you, get back. The small leader shouted angrily. Wang Hu glanced and saw that Zhang Wenfeng was also being scolded not far away, and he couldn't help but grin, sneering quietly. You, what are you laughing at? The small leader approached, ready to kick Wang Hu. But unexpectedly, Wang Hu deftly dodged, drawing his knife and stabbing towards the small leader. You. The small leader's eyes widened in disbelief as his body struggled. Shut your filthy mouth. Wang Hu covered his mouth, and soon the small leader stopped struggling. What now? Wang Hu looked around, supporting the small leader to prevent him from falling. You carry him and change posts, let the brothers in. I'll go find the bandit chief. Zhang Wenfeng approached and said, all right, I'll look for the leader. Wang Hu placed the small leader's body on the shoulders of one of Zhang Wenfeng's underlings and directly led people toward the bandit hall. Huh, why did you give it to me? A villager exclaimed. Zhang Wenfeng glanced at Wang, who shook his head and took the small leader's body, carrying it on his back as he walked toward the main door. Brothers, go back, it's time to change posts. Zhang Wenfeng shouted to the guards at the gate. The bandits perked up at this, their spirits lifting. Isn't it too early? One bandit asked. The chief has ordered a change for dinner, and we've finished eating. Brother, what's wrong with you? The bandit looked at the people behind Wang Hu. Alas, big eyes, but a small belly can't move after drinking. Ha! The bandits laughed heartily. Thanks for your hard work, brothers. It's nothing, go on. Zhang Wenfeng smiled at them. Until they were out of sight, Wang Hu called out the hidden militia and entered the camp. Damn this guard strength, you deserve your bad luck. Zhang Wenfeng instructed the others, if you encounter anyone, just do it. Zhang Wenfeng gestured across his neck. Understood. Everyone whispered in response. Rob the camp. There are people. Hearing the shouts, Zhang Wenfeng felt a sudden unease. It must be that those two squads have encountered problems. Kill. Zhang Wenfeng charged forward. At this moment, Wang Hu and the others had just entered the assembly hall, which was bustling with noise with over 50 tables set up. Wang Hu and a dozen others entered without drawing any attention. They found a low-key corner and sat down. Soon a cook brought over 2 plates of food and placed them on the table. Gentlemen, enjoy your meal and drink. The cook smiled. Wait, is this all? Wang Hu pointed at a plate of cucumber salad, a plate of boiled beans, and a small jug of wine. Yes, brother, you just arrived. The cook laughed nonchalantly. Really, this is all you usually eat? Wang Hu asked. Of course not. The cook chuckled, then said, on regular days would you expect to eat this? I'll tell you, today the chief heard that the nearby Yu family army was exterminated and specifically had me make it a bit more lavish. Wang Hu's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes, the cook isn't lying. A scarred man sat down at Wang Hu's table, picked up his chopsticks, and began to eat. The cook smiled and stepped back. By the way, I'm called Huang Lu. You can call me Brother Lu. The big man chewed on beans while taking the time to say, it's all good food, eat up. Wang Hu silently watched the big man, who had a fatal attraction to the cucumbers and beans, feeling bitter. Being under the Lord truly was the greatest blessing for me, Wang Hu. Wang Hu Hoda's loyalty 5 loyalty reached 95. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Yue felt confused. Oh, what was happening with them? Why did their loyalty suddenly increase? Attack the camp. Kill. Hearing the shouts outside the assembly hall, immediately fell into chaos. Let's go take a look. The chief furrowed his brow and said in a deep voice. Damn it. Hearing this, Wang Lu overturned the table with one hand, picked up a steel knife, and ran out, leaving Ho Da's hand floating helplessly in the air. Now even the cucumbers and beans were no longer in reach. The people inside the room rushed out like mad, leaving only a few dozen behind in the hall. You lot, why aren't you going out? A burly man above asked. Wang Hu and Ho Da exchanged glances, pretending not to hear. You too, the chief is asking you a question. Someone beside the burly man slammed the table and asked. The two exchanged a glance. Wang Hu smiled and said, we're going right now. Everyone stood up and Ho Da grabbed the overturned table, swinging one of its legs at the burly man. Who are you? The burly man stood up, slicing the table in half with a single strike, the pieces scattering on the ground. Then a glint of cold light appeared. Ho Da thrust his spear at the bandit leader Zhang Matzi. Break. Zhang Matzi blocked with his knife, and the surrounding bandits hurriedly dodged to the side. Those who could contend with the chief were far from their match. Bang, bang, bang. The two clashed, their weapons clanging together, turning the hall into chaos. Wang Hu was taking down bandits one by one, finishing them off. I'm here to help you. Wang Hu licked the blood off the tip of his knife and joined the fray. Though Zhang Matzi was a low-level martial general, his rich experience was something Ho Da couldn't handle. But with Wang Hu joining, Ho Da finally felt a bit more at ease. Get lost. The chief swung his knife, forcing the two to step back. Seizing the opportunity, he retreated, directly jumping out the window. Chase! The two shouted simultaneously and jumped down as well. Compared to the chaos in the assembly hall, the militia outside held absolute advantage. Although they were slightly outnumbered, they were no match for the bandits. Chief! Some bandits saw their leader injured and immediately sheltered him in the center. Go kill them all, Zhang Mozi shouted. Everyone charged towards Wang Hu and the other, while Zhang Mozi ran toward the mountains. Today he had fallen. But as long as the green hills remained, he was not afraid of running out of firewood. He glanced back and then ran north where the terrain was higher and there were no pursuers. We can't let him get away, Wang Hu shouted. The three of them abandoned the other bandits and hurriedly chased after the bandit leader. Seeing their leader flee, the remaining bandits lost their will to fight. Some directly dropped their weapons and surrendered while others scattered and fled. Being a bandit is also a profession. They usually flaunt their power with their brothers, then return to camp to gnaw on cornbread and starve, not worth risking their lives. Moreover, these bandits lived such a hard life, lacking dreams, motivation, and even hunger comparable to the Yue family army, just a bunch of rabble. Surrender seemed to possess a kind of magic. One after another, the bandit minions began to yield. In an instant, the fierce battle that had just raged disappeared, leaving the militia members with bewildered expressions as the camp fell into an eerie atmosphere. No more fighting. A militia member hesitated for a long time before asking. No more fighting, you brothers are too fierce. Huang Lu laughed in response. What do you call yourself, brother? Ergo awkwardly replied. Having been through the world, Huang Lu noticed the militia's embarrassment, directly kicked a weapon to Ergo's feet, and then approached him with outstretched hands. Is this your first time, brother? Ergo nodded shyly without speaking. It's okay, don't be nervous, I'll teach you. Huang Lu said softly. First, put away the weapon to prevent me from making a sneak attack. Next, use ropes to tie my hands to avoid my escape. Huang Lu explained step by step to Ergo. Hey, someone give me a rope. Ergo shouted with excitement, as if he had discovered a new world. He didn't expect there to be such knowledge involved, truly an eye-opener. No need, I brought one. Huang Lu pulled out a piece of hemp rope and handed it to Ergo, then pointed to a nearby storage room. There are plenty there, enough for us brothers to use. Good. Ergo took the rope and bound Huang Lu's hands. No, brother Ergo, this position won't do. Change the position of my hands, need to be behind my back. Also, your knot isn't right, it has to be a handcuff knot, that way it will be secure. What is a handcuff knot? Ergo asked, his eyes filled with a thirst for knowledge. Come, I'll teach you. Huang Lu demonstrated a bit. So that's how it is. Ergo suddenly understood and directly tied Huang Lu up, while many militia members gathered around to observe and learn. It's okay, everyone is nervous the first time, just keep practicing and you'll get used to it. Huang Lu comforted. You are truly a good person, Ergo said innocently. For a moment the scene felt warm, but on the other side, it was filled with cruelty. Don't let him run. The three pursued relentlessly. Yet every time they were about to catch Zhang Mozi, he would escape. Zhang Mozi was very familiar with the terrain nearby, and the longer they dragged it out, the greater his chances of fleeing. Let's work together and aim for a swift kill, Wang Hu said to the other two. Okay. They nodded in agreement. Wang Hu dashed to the left. Zhang Wenfeng continued to chase, while Hoda threw his spear, aiming at Wang Mozi. Whoosh. The sound of the spear slicing through the air startled Wang Mozi, who rolled aside. The spear whizzed past him, and Wang Mozi thought to himself how close that was. Just a hair's breadth away, he would have been pierced by that spear. Before he could think more, Zhang Wenfeng arrived in front of him and thrust his sword directly at him. Wang Mozi's heart trembled, and he rolled backward. The sword missed, and Zhang Wenfeng lunged in again. Wang Mozi took advantage of the momentary gap, pushed himself up, and turned to flee. Die? Wang Hu swung a knife from behind, slaying Wang Mozi, who was still turning around. The head finally rolled to Zhang Wenfeng's feet. Zhang Wenfeng picked up the head, as if handing it to Wang Hu. The three exchanged smiles, finally relieved to have dealt with this persistent threat. Although Zhang Mozi was a low-level martial general, it was evident from the previous encounter that he far surpassed the three of them in both martial skills and experience. If Zhang Mozi had escaped during their first mission, it would undoubtedly disappoint their lord. And all of this was being observed from a distance by Lin Yue and his companions. Not bad, let's go, Lin Yue signaled to the two. Ultimately, they killed Zhang Mozi, which was a decent outcome, but it also revealed that the three still lacked some coordination. It wasn't until the end that they recognized the importance of collaboration. If I had encountered him with just one glance, I would have cleaved this den in two with my axe, Qin Dynasty boasted. Watching their numerous skirmishes made one anxious, yet the lord did not allow the two to intervene, leaving Qin Dynasty frustrated for quite some time. Sigh, let's go, Lin Yue sighed while Pan Feng suppressed laughter. Just as the lord praised the three for their good performance, he had opposed it, leaving one to wonder what was on his mind. Seeing this, Qin Dynasty felt a bit regretful and turned to ask Pan Feng, did I say something wrong again? Pan Feng simply held back laughter and ignored him. When they arrived at the camp, Wang Hu and the others were already there, running over excitedly. We have seen the lord, the three said in unison. Not bad, I saw everything. How were the battle losses? Lin Yue inquired. The three looked delighted, and then Wang Hu reported, we killed a total of 127 bandits, captured 662, and about 100 escaped. We lost 12 men, with 23 severely wounded and 55 lightly injured. It seemed not bad. The losses were less than one layer, which was already considered a great victory. Although the bandits' combat strength and morale were lacking, the main purpose this time was to train troops, which had been achieved. Good, the injured brothers need to be treated well, and the brothers who died in battle should be brought back to the village for burial. Additionally, each of them should receive 5 taels of silver for settling in. We must not let the brothers feel unvalued, Lin Yue said solemnly. 5 taels of silver were not much for Lin Yue, Altogether, it was only 60 taels, which was negligible for him now. However, for the villagers, 5 taels of silver could cover their expenses for 2 years. A few days ago, Feng said that the grain price in Haiyou City was only 30 Wen per stone, and 1 stone weighed about 60 jin. 5 taels of silver would be enough for a grown man to sustain himself for 2 whole years. If it were a woman, it would be even more. Long live the Lord. Upon hearing that the deceased brothers would receive 5 taels as settling in fees, the other militia members felt much less worried and erupted into enthusiastic cheers. Ding. The morale of the villagers of Ho Family Village has risen by 5, or reaching 100 due to the morale of the villagers of Ho Family Village reaching 100. Reward lucky small treasure, chest 1 Wang, Hu Ho Das loyalty 5, Zhang Wenfeng's loyalty 10, the loyalty of the 3 has reached 100. Reward players lucky small treasure chest 3. Lin Yue's face brightened upon hearing the game notification. Did he now have 3 loyal followers? Moreover, there were 3 small treasure chests. This trip was not wasted. Just as Lin Yue was in a good mood, a voice rang out, not too loud, but just enough for some to hear. Old Pan, aren't there just a bunch of single men in your village? Where did the families come from? Who is this settling in fee for? Xing Daorong asked. Others may not know, but Lin Yue knew that the 3 in front of him definitely heard it, as their faces all showed some embarrassment. Lin Yue's forehead twitched. This Xing Daorong was truly clever. Shut up, if you don't speak, no one will take you for a mute. Pan Feng also showed an embarrassed expression, softly scolding him, while quietly distancing himself from Xing Daorong. My lord, after killing Zhang Matzi, we discovered this. At a critical moment, Wang Hu shifted the topic and handed Lin Yue an item. Bronze Village Building Order. Lin Yue nodded and stored it in his spatial ring. Previously, Ho had destroyed General Yes Bandit Camp, but did not obtain a village building order. He never expected that Zhang Matzi would possess a bronze village building order. However, to him, now the building order was as useless as a chicken rib. His fief contained only 1 village, and establishing another would attract the government's suppression, just like the players. Currently, when players obtain a building order aside from exchanging it for dragon coins, most will use it directly. After establishing a village with the bronze village building order, it would initially have 100 villagers with a high probability of 2 or 3 mid-level soldiers along with some silver rewards. Players would take the mid-level soldiers away to safeguard their own safety. Initially, many people did this, but as mid-level soldiers began to betray and counterattack players, this situation gradually decreased. Now facing the village building order, Lin Yue found it hard to decide. My lord, we have captured the bandit strategist. What do you think? Wang Hu said. Bring him up, Lin Yue replied. Yes, Wang Hu responded, turning and signaling as a thin middle-aged man with a goatee was pushed forward by the militia. I am Chung Ai. Greetings, my lord, Chung Ai said with a flattering smile. Where is your bandit treasure? Take us there. Lin Yue got straight to the point. While he came to train combat power, he also harbored the desire to loot wealth and treasures. Although this bandit camp was weak, it should still have some goods. Previously, while assisting the guards of Heyi City in suppressing bandits, the rewards for each successful mission were considerable, so there should still be some gains to be had. My lord, please follow me. Chung Ai immediately led them to the treasure storehouse without further ado. Although it was called a treasure storehouse, it looked more like a warehouse. From the outside, it appeared shabby, and Lin Yue doubted whether he had found the right place. However, upon opening the warehouse door, Lin Yue was taken aback. There was truly nothing inside. A beam of sunlight shone into the warehouse, revealing a thick layer of dust with cobwebs hanging around, indicating that it had not been entered for a long time. Scattered around were a few weapons, but upon inspection, Lin Yue found them to be damaged and unusable. He then covered his nose and stepped back outside. Is this all? Lin Yue asked. Yes, I wouldn't dare deceive you, my lord, Chung Ai replied. So poor? Lin Yue asked incredulously. Yes, it is indeed that poor. Chung Ai, filled with grievances, lamented how painful it was to have an uncooperative leader as a strategist. He had clearly laid out many suggestions for him, yet his leader only indulged in drinking and pleasure, dismissing his correct advice to cover his ignorance. He solely relied on his martial prowess, making the entire camp support him alone. Indeed, my lord, just now we disguised ourselves and found that this group of people drooled over cucumbers and boiled beans, Wang Hu said, with a compassionate expression. So your entire camp has no wealth? Lin Yue inquired. We do, but it's all with Zhang Matzi, Chung Ai replied. My lord, we only acquired the village building order. Nothing else was found, Zhang Wenfeng stepped forward to say. This could not be taken lightly. It was imperative to avoid giving the lord the impression of being misled. Zhang Matzi possesses a spatial treasure, the ring on his hand. All his wealth is there. Whenever he encounters wandering merchants, he would buy many fine wines, but how much wealth he has now, I am not sure, Chung Ai explained. Go bring it to me, Lin Yue commanded. Wang Hu immediately ran out, and soon returned panting heavily. My lord, I have obtained it. Wang Hu handed the spatial ring to Lin Yue. It was a first-tier spatial ring measuring 1 meter in length, width, and height. Lin Yue looked at the game prompt, directly breaking the seal to examine the ring. Good heavens, this is quite a lot. Over 100 taels of silver, 11 gathering chi pills, and the rest were all fine wines totaling 32 small bottles. Truly a wine lover. Lin Yue sighed, realizing that although he couldn't afford fine wines from the wandering merchants in the past, he now had no fortune to enjoy them. These wandering merchants, do they come frequently? Lin Yue asked, as if he could encounter them. He could purchase many supplies with silver. The soldiers' weapons in the village hadn't been settled yet. I can't say for sure, as sometimes they come once a month, and sometimes they don't come for half a year, Chung Ai explained. Lin Yue nodded, not wanting to dwell on it. And then asked you live in such hardship, why not go down the mountain to find a better place? Lin Yue found it hard to understand, as players General Yu and the others could be excused for not descending, but why did these indigenous people endure such misery and risk their lives as bandits without going down? Qiong Ai sighed bitterly, and said, my lord, we are originally from Yin and do not wish to submit to the Qin Dynasty. Moreover, the laws of the Qin are harsh. We have grown accustomed to our freedom. Even if it means enduring hunger and hardship, as long as we can live, we would rather not go down. Would you be willing to follow me? I am a baron and have a fief, and I will not tax you, Lin Yue asked. Seeing that Qiong Ai seemed to possess some talent, he began to consider recruiting him. I am willing. Qiong Ai immediately responded when he heard that the other party was a baron. Zhang Mozi never listened to his advice and would not let him go down the mountain. He had long thought of seeking a new master. Initial level civil official Qiong Ai willing to follow the player. Does the player agree? Agree. Name Qiong Ai identity bandit title none strength 23 intelligence 53 command 21 politics 50 charm 60 4 loyalty 70 qualification C talent none on initial level civil official. He never expected that such talent existed in this small Black Wind camp. Currently there was only Feng Kai as a mid-level civil official under him, and with Qiong Ai present, Feng Kai's burden would be somewhat lighter. Moreover, there were also an additional 10 points of loyalty. Could it be that his charm is too great? Good Wang Hu, go hunt some game and make some meat soup for Qiong Ai. Lin Yue instructed Wang Hu and turned to Qiong Ai with a smile, saying, you may rest assured. Okay. Qiong Ai nodded and walked out, unsure if this path was right or wrong, but he felt that this was a lord who could listen to advice. My lord, should we send these captives to the government? Wang Hu suddenly turned around and asked at the door. Lin Yue rubbed his chin in deep thought. He originally intended to send them to the government to earn some merit points, but now he had a different idea. You go hunt, the rest is not your concern. Yes, Wang Hu nodded and retreated. Open the lucky small treasure chests. Lin Yue used all 4 lucky small treasure chests, and then the game system's voice sounded. Player uses lucky small treasure chests. Congratulations, player, you have obtained 10 copper coins. Congratulations, player, you have obtained a roll of toilet paper. Congratulations, player, you have obtained 20 copper coins. Congratulations, player, you have obtained a silver civil official recruitment order. 1 silver civil official recruitment order can summon a third-rate or high-level civil official probability random silver civil official recruitment order. He felt as if he had been graced by the luck of a European monarch. Lin Yue dashed out of the house, seeking a deserted spot to stop. Use the silver civil official recruitment order. Then a green light curtain fell, forming a starry sky gate. A scene appeared before Lin Yue's eyes. On the great river, countless warships were connected together. A dignified scholar sailed along on a boat until he reached the shore. A handsome young man greeted him, and the two conversed joyfully, drinking and sharing the same bed. Until the handsome youth spoke and said, in life when a man meets a like-minded master, he should outwardly pledge loyalty as a subject and inwardly bond as family. Words and actions should align, sharing both fortune and misfortune. Even if Su Zhang is reborn and Li So returns, they could only pat his back and refute his words. How can this be something that a young lad like you can change? The scholar maintained a smile throughout, then took his leave and walked away, quietly gazing at the night sky. This was the Battle of Chibi. Lin Yue suddenly realized this. One of them must be Zhou Lang. The other dignified scholar, could it be? Then a dignified scholar emerged from the starry sky gate, holding a feather fan as he walked towards Lin Yue. Lin Yue hurriedly stepped forward a few paces, extending his hands to support the man. I have met the Lord. Calm. What's Z? Lin Yue's body stiffened, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, unsure of where to place his hands. Fortunately, he quickly regained his composure and supported the man in front of him. Z, please rise quickly. Thank you, my lord, the man said with a calm expression as he bowed. Lin Yue seized the opportunity to check the attribute panel. Name Jianggan. Identity villager. Title none. Position none. Strength 41. Intelligence 83. Leadership 65. Politics 80. Charm 80. Reputation 68, 18 somewhat famous. Loyalty 60. Skill debate success rate 20 when debating with others. It is actually Jianggan. Unlike the portrayal in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, the Jianggan before him was handsome, with an extraordinary demeanor renowned for his eloquence. He stood unrivaled between the Jiang and Huai rivers. Seeing this information, Lin Yue felt a bit happier and smiled at Jianggan, saying, I have found a true gem. My lord, your praise honors me, and I will certainly do my utmost to assist you. Jianggan replied with a smile. Quickly return with me, Lin Yue said, for this was his first competent civil official. As you command. Lin Yue talked to Jianggan about his thoughts all the way until they entered the camp, where Jianggan stopped and said, My lord, you are truly talented. I feel ashamed in your presence. So does that mean it's feasible? Yes. Good, please come in with me. Lin Yue pulled Jianggan into the room and then introduced him to everyone. Although everyone was curious and did not understand where this unfamiliar face came from, they all greeted him one by one. From now on, Mr. Z will be one of us. You all must get along well. Lin Yue said to everyone, then spoke up, Bring Feng Kai here. You go. Pan Feng nudged Xing Daorong with his elbow. Why do I have to go? Xing Daorong asked, confused. You were told to go, so just go. Do you want to try your luck? Pan Feng shot him a glance. You go and come back quickly, Lin Yue said to Xing Daorong. All right. Xing Daorong had no choice but to leave with his head hung low. Just as he was about to step over the threshold, Lin Yue called out to him. After you return, don't come back. Oh, just stay in the village. What? My lord, I know I spoke out of turn and embarrassed you, but you can't abandon me. Qin Dynasty trembled, nearly crying out in desperation. In just 2 days, he would have to change masters again, and he did not want to become a traitor. Besides, this place is so good. Free food and drink, where else can he find such a life? Stop, 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 who said they were going to abandon you? Lin Yue asked, wondering how a man so carefree could almost cry out. My lord, you're not letting me come, isn't that giving up on me? I'm asking you to stay in the village to guard it. They won't return until I come back. Lin Yue said, giving him a disapproving glance. All right. Qin Dynasty's eyes lit up. Don't worry, my lord. Leave it to me. I guarantee no lowly rascals will cause trouble. Lin Yue nodded and let him go back. Watching Qin Dynasty gradually walk away until he disappeared, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Panfeng, Mr. Z will accompany me to Heya City. The rest of you stay here. Yes. Lin Yue mounted the big yellow horse and found a horse for Xiongnu, heading straight for Heya City. Not far between the two places, Lin Yue and the others soon arrived at the city. Halt. Present your identification. Familiar words rang out, and Lin Yue felt an inexplicable sensation. It seemed that the public order in Heya City had returned to normal. It's Baron, my lord. I apologize for the offense. The soldier, seeing the identification in his hand, quickly knelt on one knee and extended it back with both hands. The title of Baron is rare in the Qin Dynasty, and a Baron is undoubtedly more noble than the commander of Heya City. He was not someone he could offend. Lin Yue turned sideways to take the identification, supporting the soldier's body with both hands. Who is your current commander? As the soldier had just stood up, he suddenly knelt down again, cold sweat streaming down his face. I mean, no offense, I was originally one of the guards here. Lin Yue stopped the soldier's actions, supporting him as he explained. So, my lord, you are one of our military, the soldier exclaimed, then added. Our current commander is Commander Su Bu. Lin Yue thought for a moment. He had not heard this name before, probably a recent transfer. Thank you. Lin Yue then said to the two behind him. You two take out the identification. Looking at the two reaching into their clothes, the soldier was startled and hurriedly waved his hand, saying, No need, my lord, please don't embarrass me. All right then, thank you. Lin Yue smiled kindly. If they were really going to check, he wouldn't know what to do. The soldier watched Lin Yue enter the city, his eyes filled with envy. We are also guards. When will I become a baron? Stop dreaming and get back to guarding the city. The nearby soldier sneered, throwing a bucket of cold water on him. When they reached the lord's mansion, many soldiers were moving artificial hills and stones in and out of the mansion. Reporting to you, village chief, Baron Lin Yue has come to visit. Panfeng stepped forward and said, Please wait a moment, I will report this right away. The soldier, noticing the appearance and demeanor of the man before him was not ordinary, did not dare to neglect him, and hurriedly jogged a few steps into the mansion. Meanwhile, inside the mansion in a room, the two at the head held wine cups, laughing heartily from time to time, accompanied by the sound of the Qin, as several dancing girls swayed gracefully, filled with joy. Creak. The door opened a crack, and the two looked displeased. Village chief, the doorman reports that Baron Lin Yue requests an audience. The two exchanged glances, and then said, Understood, you may go. Yes. Brother Fan, I wonder what business Baron Lin Yue has here. The sturdy man asked. I don't know either. We usually keep to ourselves. Village Chief Fan replied, his eyes turning, then said, Since we are here, we should go take a look. Village Chief Fan immediately stood up, and the sturdy man nodded and followed closely. As they reached the door, a dancing girl suddenly called out, sweetly gazing at the passing Village Chief Fan with affectionate eyes, captivatingly charming. Wait for me to come back. Village Chief Fan laughed heartily, his hands opening and closing, clearly savoring the moment. Then the two straightened their clothes and opened the door to walk out. Marquis, forgive me. Your servant was burdened with official duties and has arrived a little late. Village Chief Fan bowed in the humble fashion of an inferior, while the strapping man at his side delivered a crisp military salute. As the proverb goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Lin Yue too clasped his hands in greeting and smiled. Military Marquis Lin Yue pays his respects to you both. In truth, he need not have been so obsequious, but with his village under their jurisdiction, there was no point in assuming an overly lofty bearing. Seeing Lin Yue so composed, the two men relaxed considerably. Clearly, he had not come to cause trouble. Your servant Fan Chongling and Chen Dubao pays respects to the Marquis. I wondered why the magpies kept chattering this morning. Turns out distinguished guests have arrived. Marquis, please come inside. Fan Chongling laughed as he stepped forward to usher the three into the residence. After a brief exchange of politeness, the party passed through the gate and went straight to the main hall. Marquis, after you, Fan Chongling indicated with a gesture. By no means. Please, you should take the seat of honor, Lin Yue protested. You are the host, how could I sit in that place? This is your place, please take it. Ha ha ha, then your servant will dutifully obey. Lin Yue teased as he gently nudged Fan Chongling into the principal seat, prompting hearty laughter from Fan. My first task upon taking office was to visit the Marquis in his village, but alas, you were not there, so I had no opportunity to meet you, Fan Chongling said with regret. Yet to see the Marquis today, so young and already ennobled. Truly you are a model for our generation. Nay, it was merely luck. Lin Yue smiled. Oh Marquis, do not be modest. How are we men past 50 to set ourselves against you? The two laughed together. Lin Yue could only force an awkward smile. Inside, he was deeply anxious, thinking contemptuously, these two old foxes have not let a single useful word slip in all this time. To be frank, I have come today because I must ask a favor. Seeing the endless flattery would never end, Lin Yue finally spoke up. Oh, do not say such things. If the Marquis has need, your servant will certainly do his utmost to assist. Fan Chongling declared with fervor, then added more soberly, but I am a man of limited means, I cannot promise I can truly help. To speak plainly, I have just learned that my good brother has become the leader of those mountain bandits. I could not dissuade him. I am truly heartbroken. Lin Yue said. Oh, a bandit chief? Fan Chongling asked in puzzlement. How could a baron have any association with a bandit leader? I will be returning to serve under General Meng Tian in a few days. When I am away from here, I fear some misfortune might befall my brother. Lin Yue trailed off, wearing a look of deep concern. At that revelation, Fan Chongling and Qin Dubao's eyes brightened. So the Marquis served beneath General Meng Tian. Both men were astonished. General Meng Tian was a figure revered throughout the Qin state. Qin Dubao in particular felt a fierce excitement. If he could attach himself to the general's network. No, if he could only catch General Meng Tian's notice for a single glance, his fortunes could soar. I am unworthy, Lin Yue murmured. I now serve as Meng Tian's personal guard and can currently hold the rank of military marquis. Lin Yue spoke softly. But I remain worried about my brother. How many men does your brother command? Fan Chongling asked. My brother commands at most around 1,000 men. Upon hearing that, the two men simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. The number was sizable, but by no means overwhelming. Still controllable. Marquis, rest assured, leave your brother to me. This small matter I can decide upon, Fan Chongling pledged, slapping his chest. A mere 1,000 bandits. Their strength would be mixed, lacking armor and crossbows. Compared to Heyi City's garrison, they were little more than children. If it came to a pitched battle, Heyi City's 500 well-trained defenders could easily deal with them. Besides, they were no longer the fools who had left the city exposed before. Both men were cautious, and the city would not be left undefended. Thus a mere 1,000 bandits could be winked at. Indeed, offering them aid on occasion would not be out of the question. That bandit stronghold at the 8 layers provided a steady source of plunder for Lin Yue's men. He needed their services just as they needed his protection. Moreover, if one day they truly grew strong, he would not fear. After all, they were like grasshoppers tied to the same rope. If he fell, they would hardly be able to escape alone. Marquis, rest assured, your brother will remain unharmed. I swear it, and no one will touch him. Truly? Lin Yue asked. Of course. Allow me a small presumption. Your brother shall be my brother. How could your servant ever lay a hand on his own brother? Fan Chongling smiled. Same here, Qin Dubao declared. I am a rough man. If anyone bullies my brother, I will end him with a single stroke. But my brother also has a village, Lin Yue said with difficulty. A village? Yes. He has a dream to become a village head. Lin Yue spoke casually. Reputation is what you make of it. If you hold it dear, it matters. If you do not, then it becomes nothing at all. It is only a pastime. No need to take it so gravely. Where is it? Fan Chongling asked. This was no trivial matter. The Qin Empire was terribly sensitive to the founding of villages. Establish one, and it would be torn down. It was a rule nobody dared flout. In the mountains not far from the bandit camp. But Marquis, you know the authorities' stance on new settlements. Fan Chongling stopped mid-sentence, his face clouding with difficulty. Seeing this, Lin Yue hastened to explain. I know your predicament, but he is my only brother. He has some romantic ambitions, yet the village is concealed and will not be exposed. Fan Chongling remained troubled, weighing the matter in his mind. For a tenuous connection and a village that might explode like a mine, he hesitated. Perceiving his hesitation, Lin Yue offered a spur to courage. Only half a month ago, I was merely a squad leader in Heyi City. Now, I have been ennobled. Do you two know how I achieved it? How did you manage that? The two exchanged glances. They did not know. They had known him only as a soldier of Heyi City until just now, when they learned he was a personal guard of the great general. Especially Qin Dubao. Being a military man, he understood that merely defending Heyi City would not suffice to earn a barony. Perhaps the defense of an entire county might. Yet the great general was upright and intolerant of corruption. How could he perform such an irregular favor? This was precisely why the two had earlier gone to visit the village. My life in the world has depended on 3 things, Lin Yue said. Money, loyalty, many brothers. He drew from his ring the token that Han Tan had given him and slid it forward lightly. Fan Chongling reached out to take it, but Lin snatched it back. He could only make out 2 characters faintly. Sealy Jian, the Directorate of Ceremonial Affairs. It all adds up. No wonder he could become a baron. It turns out not only did he have connections with the general, but he also had ties with the eunuch from the court of imperial sacrifices. Regarding the 2 elder brothers, I will speak candidly. Brother Fan, I guarantee your promotion after 5 years, which is a trifle for me and the people behind me. At the same time, you must also protect the safety of my brothers. Fan Chongling hesitated for a moment, remaining silent. Lin Yue did not press him, and in that instant the room was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. As a drop of sweat fell, Fan Chongling finally made up his mind. I will be bold this once and call you Brother Lin. I wonder, Brother Lin, how likely is it that 5 years from now we will succeed? Lin Yue smiled slightly and said 10%. He appeared quite relaxed. Haha, forget about 5 years. Historically, how many years are left before the Qin Dynasty falls? By then, even the official position in the Qin Dynasty might not matter to you. For now, I can only rely on the tiger skin of Han Tan. The room was left with only the faint sound of Fan Chongling's breathing. After a long contemplation, he suddenly slammed the table. Done. Fan Chongling gasped, gritting his teeth as he slapped his palm, enduring the pain as he said, My lord, I am committed. Lin Yue suppressed the excitement in his heart, maintaining a calm expression, and smiled slightly. Brother Fan, from now on we shall be like brothers. My lord. Brother Fan, are you not going to acknowledge me as your younger brother? Lin Yue interrupted Fan Chongling. Fan Chongling showed a joyful expression and clasped his hands, saying, Brother Lin, I entrust my life and fortune to you. Alas, we are family, so let's not speak of formalities. Success or failure depends on you, Brother Fan. I will do my utmost. Fan Chongling said solemnly. In that moment the two appeared as close as real brothers. Yet there was one person left out. My lord, I. Qin Dynasty asked, steeling himself. The two looked over at him, and for a moment Qin Dynasty was left speechless. May I ask what level of martial arts the lieutenant possesses? Lin Yue asked. I am unlearned and barely at the intermediate martial general level, Qin Dynasty said, somewhat embarrassed. Don't blame Lieutenant Chen. After all, my brothers in the palace cannot interfere with local military affairs, so. Lin Yue paused and looked at Qin Dynasty. Lieutenant Chen's martial skills are excellent. Being a lieutenant is more than sufficient, Fan Chongling said. After all, the 4 great iron laws of life had already been partially fulfilled, and if they could share the burden together, the He city would be united and more stable. Lin Yue pretended to ponder, while at that moment Qin Dynasty felt somewhat anxious. Clearly the 3 of them were in this together, but suddenly 2 of them were getting close, leaving him out, which suggested they intended to exclude him. He didn't dare to report it upwards. Not to mention whether he could link the bandits to the Baron if General Meng Tian wanted to protect them, or if news came from the palace, he would fall into an irretrievable situation. He couldn't take the risk, and now Lin Yue was not just a simple Baron to him. He was a stepping stone to rise. I cannot make the same promise as Brother Fan. But I have a gift for you, Lin Yue said, blending truth and falsehood to make it seem real. What gift? Qin Dynasty instinctively asked, regretting his eagerness, wondering why he let that slip. Military merit. Military merit. Both Fan Chongling and Qin Dynasty exclaimed. Brother Lin, this is not something that can just be given. Fan Chongling exclaimed. The Qin Dynasty places great importance on military merit. Falsely claiming accomplishments is essentially non-existent. Every head must be verified by the military, and if the numbers don't match, it could cost one's life. The two were now like grasshoppers on the same rope. When one flourished, all flourished, and when one suffered, all suffered. He worried that Lin Yue, suddenly rich and powerful, might lose his sense of balance and ruin his future. Yes, military merit. Since both of you are brothers to me, then my brother is also a brother to you. Helping a brother with what one can is what good brothers do. Lin Yue said. Qin Dynasty listened, feeling confused and unclear about the situation. Wooden head. Lin Yue cursed inwardly. 100 heads a month. You can do whatever you want with the people on the mountain. Qin Dynasty's expression changed as he calculated carefully. 100 heads a month for 12 months in total. Suddenly he was tapped on the shoulder, and he saw Fan Chongling saying to him, Why aren't you thanking Brother Lin yet? I thank Brother Lin. Oh no, I thank my lord. Qin Dynasty said. Just call me Brother Lin. Lin Yue smiled. This amounts to 1,200 heads a year, which is his own merit. In 5 years that's 6,000 heads. By the time Fan Chongling is promoted, he could also make a move, and perhaps he might even become a commandant. My lord, I am not good with words. I will just say this: as long as you command, I will follow without question. Brother Qin, no need for such formality. Oh, I still have a brother here. Lin Yue smiled. Fan Chongling secretly sighed. Just a moment ago there was only one bandit brother, and now suddenly there is another brother. How many forces is he planning to insert? But he decided not to think too much, or as long as he gets promoted in 5 years, it doesn't matter how chaotic Yi City becomes. At this time, who doesn't have a few backers? You say it, and I will handle it. Qin Dynasty said without overthinking. He has a dream of joining the military. Bring him to me. Oh, I'll make him a standard bearer. Qin Dynasty said directly, as in the defense battle of Yi City, the defending army had almost perished, and now the entire military camp was filled with his people. Such matters were trivial for him. Lin Yue shook his head. My lord, to be honest, a standard bearer commands 500 men. Anything larger is a military marquis. Qin Dynasty showed a troubled expression. As the officer caps are limited, if he promised one, that means he has one less. If I make him a military marquis, it wouldn't be helping him, it would be harming him. The military is built on blood and steel. Without merit or martial skills, the people beneath him cannot respect him. Qin Dynasty earnestly explained. That can also work. Lin Yue laughed, acknowledging his words. As soon as he said this, the atmosphere in the room relaxed, and all 3 displayed smiles. I will soon return to the military camp. I don't know when I will come back next. Lin Yue said, then opened the door and called Xiongnu in. During this time, if either of you has any questions, you can ask him. He will answer for you. Lin Yue introduced Xiongnu to the two. I have met both of you, my lords. Xiongnu maintained a normal expression and said with a smile, Please rise quickly, my lord's subordinates are truly talented. Fan Chongling couldn't help but praise Xiongnu, who had a dignified appearance. Wherever I am going to the military camp to exchange for some equipment, you all talk amongst yourselves. Lin Yue laughed. My lord, wait, let me take you there, Qin Dynasty said. Good, thank you, lieutenant. Not at all, my lord, please. All right, I appreciate your help, brother Qin. Lin Yue thought for a moment and agreed. As the two of them were temporarily in the same boat, it would be more convenient for him to follow. Not a bother, please follow me. Qin Dynasty smiled as the group walked towards the main gate. Your grace, I shall not see you off any further. Fan Chongling stopped at the gate. Now that the 3 of them were gathered together, it might attract some gossip if seen by others, but if nothing happened, that would be fine. However, since there truly was something among the three, it was better to avoid unnecessary attention. All right, brother Fan, please head back. Lin Yue nodded in understanding. All right. The group bid farewell. Pan Feng had been waiting at the entrance, and upon seeing Lin Yue come out, he walked up to greet him. Who is this? Qin Dynasty asked, looking at the two approaching men. This is General Pan, serving in the Great Wall Legion, Lin Yue introduced with a smile. Both Qin Dynasty and Pan Feng were taken aback. The Great Wall Legion. A general. These two terms linked to the imposing figure before them made Qin Dynasty believe it almost entirely. I am Qin Dynasty, Deputy Commander of the He City Guard. It is an honor to meet you, General Pan. Qin Dynasty cupped his hands in salute. Pan Feng was somewhat shocked, momentarily confused about how he had become a general of the Great Wall Legion. Yet he still replied calmly. He thought that saying too much could lead to mistakes, and since the Lord had spoken, there must be his reasoning behind it. Why does the general not enter the residence? It would be a crime for me to keep you waiting outside. Qin Dynasty inquired. Should I still need to report my actions to you? General Pan asked, his imposing presence exuding authority, causing Qin Dynasty to feel pressure. It couldn't be wrong. He must be the General. Lin Yue did not deceive him. I dare not. Qin Dynasty hurriedly bowed and apologized. Deputy Commander Qin, General Pan has grown up beside the Grand General, hence he is somewhat strict and does not like to disturb others. Seeing this, Xiongnu quickly intervened to smooth things over. He had become quite astute, instantly comprehending why the Lord said such things. Blowing one's own horn, who couldn't do that? The more extravagant, the better. After the Lord finished boasting, if he downplayed it, no one would believe it. Qin Dynasty was drenched in cold sweat. Growing up beside General Meng was indeed being a true personal guard. Deputy Commander Qin, let's head to the military camp. Yes, it was my recklessness. Qin Dynasty quickly replied. Then the group proceeded towards the military camp, while Xiongnu stayed at the Lord's residence. Lin Yue took this opportunity to check his attribute panel. Name Lin Yue, title Pioneer, identity Soldier, Great Qin, rank None, position Military, marquee, skill Godslayer, decision 79 strength, 41 51 intelligence, 30 command, 21 politics, 22 charm, 99 reputation, 31 15 somewhat famous, talent kind, skill none. Additionally, I have 53581 merit points, 320 taels of silver, and 10 taels of gold. That should be enough to equip a troop. Soon the group arrived at the military camp, where Qin Dynasty instructed his subordinates to bring a booklet and handed it to Lin Yue. Your Grace, this is a list of items available for exchange in the military camp. Please take a look. Thank you. Lin Yue smiled and began to browse through it. Ordinary armor, 100 merit points. Exquisite armor, 500 merit points. Ordinary Qin crossbow, 100 merit points. Exquisite Qin crossbow, 200 merit points. Ordinary Qin bow, 100 merit points. Exquisite Qin bow, 200 merit points. Crossbow arrows, 1 merit point. Bow arrows, 1 merit point. Ordinary long sword, 20 merit points. Exquisite long sword, 30 merit points. Ordinary spear, 20 merit points. Exquisite spear, 30 merit points. Ordinary warhorse, 500 merit points. Exquisite warhorse, 1,000 merit points. Blueprint for constructing a basic infantry camp, 1,000 merit points. Blueprint for constructing an intermediate infantry camp, 2,000 merit points. Blueprint for constructing a cavalry camp, 1,000 merit points. Some common equipment can be found on the booklet. Generally, the prices for warhorses, armor, and Qin crossbows are more expensive than ordinary weapons, but they are also more practical. Relatively speaking, the purchasing power of merit points is also quite strong. A primary level soldier costs 10 merit points, a mid-level soldier 20 merit points, a high-level soldier 100 merit points. Averagely, killing 5 high-level soldiers' merit points can buy a piece of exquisite armor, which is not too expensive. Another reason is that armor and bows can only be crafted by the Great Qin government. Private crafting is a serious crime. Thus, they are a bit more expensive compared to weapons like spears. Your Grace, there are not many equipment options in He City. If you want higher-grade equipment, you can go to Xiongnu County, where there is a wider selection of high-grade equipment. Qin Dynasty said. It's all right, I don't need it for myself. Oh, it's for the villagers to select some equipment. Lin Yue explained with a smile. Then this will be sufficient, and I also recommend you purchase a blueprint for constructing an intermediate infantry camp, which has a high cost-performance ratio. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yue said, Deputy Commander, I need 10 sets of exquisite armor, 100 sets of ordinary armor, plus 100 ordinary Qin crossbows, and finally 3 crossbow arrows, along with 10 ordinary warhorses. Compared to the Qin bow, although the Qin crossbow has a slower loading speed, it has a longer range, is easy to use, and is quick to master, making it evidently more suitable for the villagers. As for ordinary long swords and spears, the village blacksmith can forge them, so there's no need to spend merit points to purchase them. He only bought 10 warhorses because they were too expensive, and without a proper cavalry formation, it would be hard to utilize them effectively. Thus, he planned to equip these warhorses to Wang Hu and a few others, while the rest would have to ride less suitable horses. As for the cavalry, it would have to be developed slowly in the future. Lastly, I need the blueprint for constructing a basic infantry camp. Lin Yue added. The basic infantry camp can accelerate the training speed of primary-level soldiers, enabling them to break through to mid-level soldiers. Furthermore, primary soldiers can learn combat skills, here forming a structured army. Under equal realms and numbers, a structured army is far stronger than an unstructured one. Coupled with the militia camp in the village, it can create a systematic path for soldier upgrades from militia to primary soldiers to mid-level soldiers. Alright, I will have the head clerk hand over the items to you. Qin Dynasty then called for the head clerk. Your Grace, the total is 50500 merit points. You have 3081 merit points remaining. The current head clerk is a man around 30 meticulously calculating the bills. You can take the weapons today, and additionally, there are some broken and unusable armors and weapons in the warehouse. Deputy Commander said you would like to take these as well to save space. The head clerk said with a smile. Thank you very much. Lin Yue glanced at him thinking that if it were Feng Kai he would definitely not allow such things to happen. But at this moment benefiting from it himself, there was no need to say anything. Then send them to Hojia village 30 miles west of the city. Yes, the head clerk replied. Shortly after Xiongnu returned and brought Lin Yue some good news. My lord, I have successfully fulfilled my duty. Please elaborate. Lin Yue was somewhat surprised at how quickly Xiongnu returned. My lord, after you left, I had a pleasant conversation with Fan Chongling receiving 10 various class change scrolls as gifts. Additionally, I made arrangements with the major grain merchants in the city collectively purchasing 800 stones of grain for a total of 200 taels of silver, enough to sustain the bandit camp for about 6 months. Xiongnu said. Good, I indeed did not misjudge you. Lin Yue exclaimed in surprise and immediately praised him. Class change scrolls are quite valuable. Receiving 10 can save a lot of money. Previously feeling like he had a lot of money, now, with so many subordinates, he felt a bit strained. Alright Pan Feng, after we return you will lead the troops to transport this grain to the camp personally, escorting it back to the bandit camp. Lin Yue said the bandit camp was almost out of food, and with this grain they could hold out for another 6 months. Understood, Pan Feng replied. Afterward Pan Feng returned to the village to gather people to escort the grain, while Xiongnu stayed in Heyi City to socialize with notable figures as they had previously discussed. Thus Lin Yue had to return to the bandit camp alone. After Lin Yue returned, he summoned everyone to gather. Assembly in the hall. With Feng Kai's loud shout, everyone gradually entered the hall. Is everyone here? Lin Yue sat at the top of the hall looking at the people standing on both sides, feeling a sense of being a king of the mountain. Except for Pan Feng and Xing Darong, everyone is here, Feng Kai reminded. You all may take a seat, Lin Yue said, and upon hearing this, everyone sat down in the chairs beside them. At this moment Lin Yue had a strange illusion, as if he were in the assembly hall of Liangshan. I have called you all here to discuss an important matter. Upon hearing this, everyone perked up, as this was the first time the Lord had called them to discuss matters since the village was established. You are all loyal and righteous individuals, so I will speak plainly. Lin Yue looked at the people below, all of whom had loyalty levels above 90, clearly his own people. I plan to split your families. Lin Yue looked down at the crowd and spoke solemnly. Split families? How will we split? Why do we need to split? The crowd whispered among themselves, filled with confusion. Silence, let me explain. The land of one village can no longer satisfy our development. Therefore I intend to separate you for advancement. Please enlighten us, my lord. We shall swear to follow you to the death. Feng Kai stood up and cupped his hands in salute to Lin Yue. Please enlighten us. The others followed Feng Kai's example and stood up in response. Lin Yue waved his hand to signal them to sit down. Hoda, Lin Yue said. I am here. Hoda quickly stood up from his chair. You are calm and composed from now on. You shall be in charge of the village's guard team. I will give you the blueprints for the construction of a junior infantry barracks along with some equipment for the guard team. Additionally, you must quickly train a guard team of 500 people to protect the village's safety. After saying this, Lin Yue handed him a blueprint. Hoda's expression brightened. He wasn't very outstanding among the three, and he did not expect to take on such a significant responsibility. He quickly stepped forward and bent down to receive it with both hands. Thank you, my lord. I shall not disappoint your high expectations. A guard team of 500 was far beyond his initial expectations. The expressions of the others varied, clearly surprised that he could take on the role of the guard team leader. Lin Yue noticed this and nodded, then continued to speak. Wang Hu, I am here. Wang Hu, who had been silent, now revealed a look of joy and hurriedly stood up in response. You are clever and resourceful. Oh, I will assign you to lead the bandits outside and allow you to select 50 people in the village to develop here. Yes, my lord. Wang Hu's face lit up. He was becoming a king of the mountain. Don't agree so quickly. Each month you need to send 100 captured bandits to the captain in Heyi City. Can you manage that? This is no small number. You will need to continuously hunt down nearby bandits, Lin Yue said with a smile. Bandits are hard to find, and this operation was due to the capture of the Yu family army, which diminished the threat and led the bandits to be overly careless. It can be anticipated that as Wang Hu gradually expands, the resistance he faces will become increasingly fierce. I will not fail my mission. Wang Hu grinned, saying, My lord, I don't need so many people. Oh, just let me have my 3 brothers with me. Lin Yue cast a questioning glance at Feng Kai, as he was unaware that Wang Hu had 3 brothers. My lord, Wang Hu's 3 brothers just left to help General Pan transport grain, Feng Kai explained. All right, then it shall be as you wish. Lin Yue nodded. Those who could go with Pan Feng to transport provisions were among the top tier in the village. Zhang Wenfeng. Present. Zhang Wenfeng stood up. Watching 2 others receive positions one after another, he felt a mix of happiness for them and a hint of disappointment. He had neither Ho Da's calmness nor Wang Hu's cleverness. Could he only serve in a deputy position? You are intelligent, so go to the Heyi City military camp. As the standard bearer, Lin Yue said with a smile. What? Standard bearer? Did I hear that right? The crowd exclaimed. They were originally villagers. To be directly appointed as a standard bearer was akin to ascending to the heavens. That position controlled 500 well-equipped soldiers and had official status. I am willing to dedicate my life to serve my lord." Upon hearing this, Zhang Wenfeng immediately knelt. "You may choose 10 people to be your personal guards and take office tomorrow. Remember, your life comes first." Lin Yue said. The 500 soldiers under Zhang Wenfeng were crucial assets after the Qin Dynasty fell apart, and he did not want his generals to perish before they could achieve anything. That would be a futile effort. These arrangements were previously discussed with Jiang Gan and Pan Feng. After all, Pan Feng had more interaction with them and understood them better. As the commander, he could maximize their abilities. Just like Wang, who if placed in the village he would become idle, if placed in a disciplined military camp mistakes would be unavoidable. But if he were placed among bandits, he would truly become a fierce tiger emerging from the mountain. Everyone congratulated each other, including the small leaders among the villagers, who secretly thought about whether they should first pledge allegiance to someone. Only Feng Kai remained silent. After all this time he was still the village chief, he could still wield a knife, but why had the Lord not mentioned him yet? Just as he was feeling frustrated, he heard someone call his name. "Feng Kai. I am here." Feng Kai's eyes sparkled with excitement. "From now on you must maintain harmony with Jiang Gan. Jiang Gan's ambitions lie elsewhere. He will handle diplomacy, while you will be responsible for the development of various factions. But the most important thing is still the village's development. I hope that when I return next time I will witness a truly developed level 3 village," Lin Yue said with a smile. For those who had followed him from the beginning and were among the first to pledge their loyalty to him, he would certainly not forget them. Moreover, only by granting him the highest authority would they not be a disorganized bunch, but could assist each other. "Old man, I will do everything in my power to fulfill the Lord's expectations," Feng Kai said resolutely. "No one wants your life," Lin Yue replied with a smile. "Furthermore, you must cooperate with each other. Any insurmountable obstacles must be tackled together. If one side encounters danger, the other two must assist secretly." "Yes, my lord," everyone responded with cupped hands. "All right, this is a talent enhancement pill. Each of you 3 will receive one." Lin Yue walked down from the tiger skin chair and took out 3 pills. Talent enhancement pill. Everyone showed a look of surprise. Such pills were treasures for those who had not yet become martial generals. "You must quickly enhance your strength. Only with strength can you survive better," Lin Yue said. He thought of what Pan Feng said about first-rate martial generals who could conquer a large city single-handedly. He could not imagine such a terrifying scene. Currently their strength was still too weak. 2 third-rate martial generals and 3 half-step martial generals. Separation was the best solution. If they all gathered together, the resources obtained would be limited and the improvement in strength would become increasingly slow. 3 half-step martial generals had no significant advantages in Heyi City. They must enhance their strength quickly so that they could accompany Pan Feng and Xing Daorong to the Great Wall Army without worries. "Yes, my lord." The 3 of them put away their smiles and swallowed the pills directly. They understood the value of these pills and knew that only by becoming stronger could they better serve their lord. "My lord, Pan Feng and Wang Kai have returned with the provisions," a militia member said at the entrance of the hall. "Let's go out and take a look." Lin Yue was the first to step out. After all, the effects of the talent enhancement pill were subtle. If they were not on the brink of breaking into the next realm, they would not break through. Lin Yue knew their attributes. Staying here would not lead to any breakthroughs. Stepping out of the hall, Lin Yue saw Pan Feng and the 3 Wang brothers surrounded by a crowd. "My lord, the mission is accomplished. 8,000 share of grain have been delivered." Pan Feng bowed deeply upon spotting Lin Yue approaching. "Well done. Did you encounter any danger along the way?" Lin Yue asked with a smile. Just before reaching the mountain's foot, a band of thieves attempted an ambush. We slew one of them. The rest fled, but left behind this." Pan Feng handed Lin Yue a spatial storage pouch. Lin Yue opened it to find only a few copper coins, likely a novice player's drop upon first death, and tossed the pouch to Pan Feng with a chuckle. "Keep it. It's a spatial storage pouch containing an internal space 1/2 meter in length, width, and height, ideal for carrying small items." "Thank you, my lord. By the way, after delivering the grain, the 3 of you will henceforth answer to Wang He's command," Lin Yue said to the trio, standing beside Pan Feng. "Yes." The 3 exchanged startled glances, then broke into delighted smiles. Though born as 4 brothers, they had been reluctantly separated due to Wang Hu's exceptional prowess. Now reunited, their joy was palpable. "Wang Kai, Wang Lang, Wang Hu, Wang Bao. Thank you, my lord," they declared in unison. "Very well. Dispatch a hunting team. Ideally bring back a wild boar. Then prepare the cauldrons and cook," Lin Yue commanded. "My lord, what are the bandits?" Wang Hu asked. "Let them eat too. Look at how starved they are. How many still possess the strength to fight? And you expect them to watch you feast?" Lin Yue scolded. How Nange had once captivated him. But as he matured, he realized such brotherhood belonged only to children. How adults spoke in terms of interest. "You drive luxury cars, wear branded watches, flash wads of cash, and consort with elder brothers' wives. I starve while risking my life for you. Taking the fall, taking the prison sentence. All that may be tolerated. But if you offer me no better life yet demand such loyalty, then truly I lack sense. And a triad enforcer who thinks not remains a triad enforcer for life." Some resistance remained among the bandits earlier, but feed them well, and from their ranks we may forge a battle-ready force. "Wang Hu, go tell the bandits those who swear fealty shall dine immediately," Lin Yue said, granting Wang Hu the chance to win hearts and minds. "Yes, my lord." Wang Hu grinned broadly and dashed off with the 3 brothers toward the prisoner encampment. Lin Yue meanwhile accompanied Pan Feng to the vantage point they'd observed earlier, a location posing a grave vulnerability to the bandit camp offering full visibility of all activity within. Upon arrival, Lin Yue gazed toward the camp and heard cheers, evidently Wang, who had persuaded a large number to surrender, used the Bronze Village Establishment Edict. The thought flashed through Lin Yue's mind. Congratulations, player. You have used the Bronze Village Establishment Edict. Please name your village. Haifeng Village. Congratulations, player. Haifeng Village has been established. Would you like to enable regional broadcast? Rewards and reputation will double. No. Player has chosen to conceal the broadcast. Congratulations, player. You have received one tael of silver. A flash of emerald light swept across the land, and before Lin Yue stood a newly formed village. Village Haifeng Village. Level 13. Population 100,1000. Area 5 square kilometers. Public morale 60. Structures level 1 dwellings 10. Will you serve as village chief yourself, or appoint one? Appoint Qin AI as village chief. Qin AI has been officially appointed village chief. Lin Yue approached the 100 villagers and found none of notable talent, so he turned and returned to the camp. My lord, all bandits have surrendered. Wang Hu laughed triumphantly. He now commanded nearly 1,000 mercenaries, not elite warriors perhaps, but certainly superior to the rest of the bandits. Excellent. From now on, work closely with Qin AI and heed his counsel. I have established a village nearby, sealing the camp's greatest weakness and providing daily grain and logistical support. Qin AI serves as its chief. Lin Yue explained to Wang Hu. Understood, my lord. I will. Wang Hu nodded. Truth be told, he'd never relished administrative duties. This arrangement suited him perfectly. He'd been uncertain how to handle the elderly, infirm, and disabled among the bandits. All had surrendered together, as surely he couldn't accept some and discard others. Now with Qin AI as chief, they could be assigned to farming duties. No, better phrased, assigned to manage Haifeng Village's logistical operations. As the two conversed, a voice rang out. Lin Yue turned toward its source. My lord, a barefoot man sprinted over. Did you truly appoint me village chief? He brushed aside his disheveled hair, disbelief etched across his face. Yes, over there. Lin Yue pointed toward a nearby hilltop. Qin AI's heart swelled with complex emotion. Having just surrendered, he'd hoped only to fade into obscurity. Yet now Lin Yue had placed him upon the throne of village leadership. Overwhelmed, he'd rushed out barefoot from his bed, desperate to confirm the truth. I have founded Haifeng Village and named you its chief, entrusted with sustaining the camp's logistics. Strive for a day when every soul eats until full. Lin Yue said. Your humble servant pledges eternal fealty. Qin AI fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. Qin AI's loyalty 40 points, reaching absolute devotion. Reward 1 lucky treasure chest. Lin Yue blinked in astonishment. This came entirely unanticipated. Just for appointing a village chief, was it really that significant? If Qin AI knew Lin Yue's thoughts, he would reply yes, profoundly so. Only those who have known the agony of being ignored can truly grasp the rare, precious weight of trust. Work diligently. The future holds far greater stages for your talents. Lin Yue helped Qin AI rise with a warm smile. Thank you, my lord, Qin AI replied. Go now, your villagers await you. Qin AI hurried off. Lin Yue returned to the main camp, where the meal was soon ready. The fragrant aroma of steamed rice drifted through the air, enveloping the entire camp. What scent is that? Rice. It's rice. The elders are eating rice. The bandits gasped in awe. The fragrance proved dangerously intoxicating. Everyone quiet down. Form 10 orderly lines to receive your rations. Wang Hu bellowed. In an instant the camp fell utterly silent, then erupted in thunderous cheers. Truly. Commander Wang Hu, may we partake too? All may eat. Form 10 lines. Don't behave as though you've never seen proper food before. Wang Hu roared. The slow-witted lingered, asking questions, while the quick-witted silently joined the queues. The cook ladled a generous bowl of rice for the bandit before him, drizzled it with savory broth, and topped it with 3 slices of meat. Pausing, the cook gave a slight tremor of his wrist, adding a 4th slice, and sighed softly. Come back if you're still hungry. Look at the lives you've led. Meat portions were strictly rationed, 3 slices per person, given Wang Hu's limited hunting success, yet the cook added 1 extra slice nonetheless. Thank you. The bandit snatched the bowl and bolted to a corner, devouring it ravenously. Others crowded close, catching sight of the fragrant rice and tender meat, and instantly rushed to join the line. First serve me half a bowl, Huang Lu demanded of the cook. Huh, Huang Lu, you're asking for half a bowl? The cook looked up astonished. No one had ever requested less than a full portion before. Brother Ergo. Huang Lu glanced up, only now noticing the cook was Ergo, having been too fixated on the meat to recognize him earlier. You wouldn't understand, but serve me first. I'll explain after I've eaten. Huang Lu's eyes gleamed with hunger as he stared at the meat, barely able to contain his impatience. Fine, come back later and tell me all about it. Ergo winked and surreptitiously added 2 more slices. He resolved to cultivate closer ties with Huang Lu, convinced the man possessed uncanny, fascinating knowledge that held immense appeal. Of course. Huang Lu smiled agreeably. New to the camp, he sensed Ergo held influence, and forging such a connection was undoubtedly advantageous. Delicious. Instantly the camp filled with the sounds of ravenous feasting. My lord, I have been thinking, and I feel that the previous name of Black Wind Stronghold is rather unrefined, Wang Hu said, bowing. Oh, What name do you think would be better? Lin Yue asked as he sat on the tiger skin chair, shaking a wine glass in his hand. Ahem. Not bad, a good name, Lin. You nearly choked thinking there might be something impressive, but it was just this. Anyway, it's not my business, call it whatever you like. Even if you called it Cambodia, it would be fine. Lin Yue stood up from the tiger skin chair, and Feng Kai immediately stepped forward to take the wine glass. Then he stretched his back and walked out of the gathering hall. The control of the mountain bandit camp had been transferred to Wang Hu. This seed had been sown, but it was uncertain when it would bear fruit. After we finish eating, let's return to the village. By the way, how many refugees have you recruited? Lin Yue asked. When he first came out, Feng Kai's task was to recruit refugees and increase the village's population. A total of 1142 refugees have been recruited, about 800 of whom are women, Feng Kai replied with a smile. Good, let's return to the village first. The militia will gradually return to the village. Lin Yue said. He was worried that if the militia returned to the village all at once, Wang Hu would not have enough manpower and the mountain bandits might have unwarranted thoughts. After a simple meal, Lin Yue took Pan Feng and Feng Kai back to the village. Jianggan had not returned yet. He had just sent a letter saying that Fan Chongling had warmly invited him and he would later go to Xiongnu County to make friends, asking the Lord not to worry. Lin Yue simply replied, allowing him to proceed. He then instructed Zhang Wenfeng to deliver the message as he would be assigned a post in High City. Go back, Wang Hu, remember the Black Tiger stronghold must be firmly in our hands. Yes, my lord. Wang Hu patted his chest and promised. Let's go, Lin Yue said with a smile, riding on the big yellow horse towards the village with Pan Feng and Feng Kai closely following. Soon they arrived at the village entrance, watching the busy farmers in the fields at sunset and the loud sounds of the blacksmith, which was a scene of paradise. If only this were real, Lin Yue thought to himself. The incredibly vivid sensations, the highly intelligent NPCs, every detail was lifelike, even certain parts of the body would react. No wonder people in reality love such games, it's simply a second life. Lin Yue dismounted and led the night illuminating jade lion forward slowly. He saw an old man working in the fields, wiping sweat with his hands, surrounded by many men, some offering water and others fanning him. Who was this person? Lin Yue asked curiously. How come he didn't know there was such a remarkable person in Hojia village? This person is named Zhou Li. Feng Kai replied after a brief thought. Why is everyone so attentive to him? Perhaps he has 5 daughters. Feng Kai was also unsure. The old man had just been accepted as a refugee at noon, and he didn't know what happened after he went out in the afternoon. No wonder. Lin Yue couldn't help but smile. Excellent. The villagers' attitude towards the old man proved that they indeed needed different experiences. Then his decision wasn't wrong. By the way, my lord, the primary infantry camp has been completed, Feng Kai said with a smile, evidently relieved of a worry. Now in the village, the militia camp, primary infantry camp, blacksmith shop, private school, and tailor shop have all been built. Hojia village can now be considered fully developed. Good, what is the current male-to-female ratio in the village? Lin Yue asked, feeling that a village full of villagers without lively children seemed a bit unnatural. Currently, there are 3,768 men and 1,805 women in the village, and the numbers are still increasing. Because the taxes in your fief have been mostly waived, refugees continue to flock to us. Feng Kai said. Still not enough. Lin Yue thought to himself. A great person once said that women can support half the sky, and it is indeed true. Why do Feng Kai and the others generally not pay attention to this? Feng Kai noticed the lord's concern and continued, my lord, there are many girls from nearby Zhangjia village and Wudayo village secretly looking at the men in our village. Many village heads have come to me for matchmaking. Feng Kai said excitedly. Good, I trust you to handle it. Lin Yue sighed in relief and patted his shoulder. Feng Kai managed everything meticulously like his steward, so he didn't have to worry too much. This is just a mid-level civil servant. If I were to get a top-notch civil servant, I can't even imagine what that would be like. By the way, here are 10 job change scrolls for you to distribute, but you must give the brewer scroll to Han Mu, and you should take care of her a bit more. I owe Han 10 a debt. Lin Yue handed over the 10 job change scrolls obtained by Jiang Gan to Feng Kai, speaking earnestly. Yes, I will certainly take good care of her. Feng Kai replied with a smile. All right, go get busy. Lin Yue then wandered casually around the village. When he reached the lord's mansion, he suddenly spotted a figure lurking. Lin Yue stealthily approached and found the person secretly watching the 2 sisters Xiaqing and Xiaolian inside the lord's mansion. How can this be tolerated? Lin Yue directly slapped him on the head and asked, what are you doing? The person was startled and turned around, feeling even more anxious. Oh my lord, I am guarding your safety. Qin Dynasty stammered. He had been so engrossed that he hadn't noticed the lord approaching, and now that he had been caught, his mind raced, but he couldn't think of a good excuse. I'm not even inside. Whose safety are you guarding? Lin Yue asked sharply. I'm afraid someone might sneak in and harm you, so I've been guarding here. I'll give you partial credit for that. Lin Yue nodded, not exposing his words. Hee. Qin Dynasty scratched his head and smiled. However, he noticed that the lord kept looking at him and smiling, and he felt increasingly embarrassed. All right, come in with me. Lin Yue took the lead and walked inside, deciding to stop teasing him. Phew. Qin Dynasty sighed in relief, swaggering in behind the lord. Servants, greet the lord. Xiaqing and Xiaolian rushed over to bow upon seeing Lin Yue. No need for such formality. You two tidy up a room for Captain Xing to stay. The two glanced at the blushing Qin Dynasty, then nodded to Lin Yue. I'm going to practice. Don't disturb me unless it's important. Lin Yue looked at Qin Dynasty, who was infatuated with the 2 women's side, and walked inside. Closing the door, Lin Yue began to practice the killing god decision, now at 79 of the first level, but there were no particularly obvious effects yet. But after all, it was a heavenly level technique, and it must have something extraordinary about it. Could it be that one must reach the second level to feel it? With the efficiency boost from the clear jade finger, I suppose I'll know the answer soon. After practicing for a while, Lin Yue stood up. Even with the efficiency boost from the clear jade finger, he was unable to get into the right state and felt somewhat distracted. Then he tiptoed to the door, slightly opened it, and peeked outside. Who could it be? Huff. Lin Yue opened his eyes and stretched his limbs. After several days of relentless cultivation, both his body and mind were weary. Yet the slaughtering god art had finally broken through its first layer and reached the second. Name Lin Yue. Title Pioneer. Affiliation Military General Great Qin. Rank Baron. Office Army Commander. Cultivation Art Slaughtering God Art Layer 2-1. Martial Prowess 42-52. Intellect 30. Command 21. Statesmanship 22. Charisma 99. Reputation 2115 Moderately renowned. Innate talent Amiability. Skills Insight into Character. Insight into Character reveals another's 5 core attributes, no cooldown. This ability must be the effect unlocked upon breaking through the first layer of the slaughtering god art, allowing him to perceive all 5 dimensions of a person. Yet such a formidable, awe-inspiring art ought to grant an offensive ability, not a supportive one. Still, it was advantageous, it would shield him from deception. Many players now masqueraded as Zhao Zilong or Guan Yu, swindling others with false bravado, so much so that even the genuine Li Kuei might be mistaken for an imposter. Now, with insight into character, he could accurately identify historical luminaries and discern the true strength of his adversaries. A truly exceptional skill, and this was only the first layer. As dawn faintly tinged the sky, Lin Yue packed his belongings. 3 riders, 3 steeds, departing without rousing the villagers. Under Xing Daorong's wistful gaze, they set off for the military camp. General, your subordinate Lin Yue has returned to camp. Lin Yue entered the Grand Command tent and saluted with clasped fists. Meng Tian glanced up from his desk and smiled. Rest today, you'll resume duty tomorrow. Yes, sir, I take my leave. Lin Yue turned and exited the tent, heading straight to the training ground to find Li Mu. The training ground teemed with burly warriors honing their skills. Cavalry standards far surpassed those of infantry, and the White Horse Righteous Vanguard demanded even greater rigor. Even now, nearly 1/3 remained unable to meet the requirements. Li Mu could do little but watch helplessly. Forging elite cavalry was no task accomplished in a day. Pan Feng, how long until you can train a battle-ready cavalry unit? Lin Yue asked. He himself was utterly inexperienced. This was his first time commanding mounted troops. Even with the White Horse Righteous Vanguard training manual, he felt lost. No guidance existed on forums yet. Unlike the militia camp, where recruits became militia the moment they entered, provided their martial prowess met the threshold. Lord, they possess some foundation, but scant. Grant me 1 month, and I shall deliver a disciplined cavalry force. Pan Feng declared after careful observation. And what of this? Lin Yue handed Pan Feng the White Horse Righteous Vanguard training blueprint. Pan Feng took it, and his eyes widened in astonishment. This is the special troop type. Pan Feng exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. Correct. He studied the blueprint in silence. The training regimen, the unique hard art, and the specialized equipment required. This unique hard art belonged exclusively to special troops and did not conflict with ordinary cultivation methods. When an entire unit cultivated the same hard art, their cohesion, resolve, and combat efficacy surged dramatically. Other units possessed no such exclusive hard art. This distinction defined the uniqueness of special troops. Within 3 months, I shall forge a legion of tigers and wolves. Pan Feng pledged after meticulous review. Excellent. Then I entrust them to you. Lin Yue smiled. Yes, sir. Pan Feng saluted. Army Commander. Li Mu spotted Lin Yue and rushed over. Noticing the 2 imposing figures beside him, he asked curiously, who are these 2? Pan Feng and Xing Daorong, my personal guards. Lin Yue introduced them to Li Mu. This is Li Mu, our standard bearer. They exchanged formal salutes. Lin Yue remarked, you've done well. They're all stalwart men. The Grand General had recently expanded the cavalry by 10 squads, 30,000 strong. In his absence, Li Mu, though merely a standard bearer, had secured not only these elite soldiers, but also 3,000 pure white warhorses, far exceeding Lin Yue's expectations. How I merely fulfilled my duty, Li Mu chuckled humbly. Well done. From now on, Pan Feng will oversee training, while you handle evaluation and logistics. Li Mu assented without hesitation. Training them alone had strained him, lightening his burden was most welcome. Good. Gather them now, Lin Yue instructed. Once Li Mu assembled the troops, Lin Yue addressed them. Soldiers, I am Lin Yue, your army commander. I'll spare you lengthy speeches. Only one matter matters. From this day forth, he, Pan Feng, is your drill master. His training will be rigorous and unyielding. Should any of you doubt him, do not come to me. Challenge him directly, defeat him, and you become standard bearer. Fail, and you train again. Yes, sir. The soldiers roared with laughter, and then answered in unison. Lin Yue nodded, signaling Pan Feng to take charge. Follow me now. Pan Feng bellowed. Yes, sir. Their voices thundered across the camp. Lin Yue strode toward the archery range to practice bowmanship, opting to go alone, unwilling to risk embarrassment before Li Mu. In the game's battlefield encounters, especially against Xiongnu cavalry, archery was pivotal. Lin Yue had assumed warfare boiled down to brute courage at close quarters, yet reality proved otherwise. Xiongnu horsemen first unleashed volleys of high-arcing arrows, then circled relentlessly, seizing chances to strike from ambush. Chase here, flee there, loose another volley, then vanish. Archery mastery was thus indispensable. He drew his bow and aimed. Shush! Predictably, the arrow missed entirely. Lin Yue refused to accept it. Was a mere 30 paces truly so insurmountable? He tried again and again, each shot crept closer to the target, but none struck it. To strike the bullseye, first calm your heart like still water. Your heart races, your hands tremble. Moreover, your stance is flawed, rendering true precision impossible. Lin Yue turned toward the voice and saw a middle-aged warrior observing him closely. When drawing the bow, lower your front shoulder. Keep your shoulders relaxed and grounded. The man unslung his own bow, demonstrated the stance flawlessly, and loosed an arrow. Shush! Dead center. Magnificent shot. Lin Yue exclaimed in admiration. Come, hold still, and listen carefully. The warrior stepped forward to correct Lin Yue's posture. Breathe deeply. Calm your heart. Shush! The arrow struck the target, though not the center. Lin Yue beamed, his first hit. Many thanks, General, for your instruction, he saluted. Indeed, guided practice yielded results far faster. Think nothing of it. I am Shi Jian, Central Commandant under Grand General Meng Tian. You are Lin Yue, yes? Shi Jian asked. Indeed, sir, your humble servant. Lin Yue bowed respectfully. A Central Commandant commanded one full division, 10,000 troops, the highest-ranking officer he'd encountered since Meng Tian himself. That evening I stood beside Grand General Meng. Though your strength remains modest, your courage is admirable. You embody the spirit of great Qin. Shi Jian smiled. Your praise shames me, sir. I dare not accept it. Lin Yue replied with a smile. A true man knows no dare not. Now, continue practicing. You'll need this skill soon enough. Shi Jian laughed, and drew again, loosed again. Each arrow piercing the bullseye with effortless grace. Lin Yue fired several arrows in turn. Barely half found the target. The contrast between them was stark. No wonder he's called Shi Jian. His archery flows like play. And mine. Also like play, just less successful. Lin Yue mused wryly. General, Nat Don. Lin Yue marched alongside his fellow guardsmen behind Meng Tian during the camp inspection. A persistent ache in his arms continually distracted Lin Yue. Yet the game's attribute panel offered solace. Beside his might and archery stats, clear increments of improvement were recorded, lending him renewed resolve. Alas, restraint is essential. I must not endlessly practice archery, Lin Yue sighed inwardly. For several days straight, he had trained with Shi Jian until nightfall. Each morning brought unbearable soreness in his arms. Fortunately, he was still required to perform 3 hours of guard duty daily, a welcome respite. Without it, his arms would surely have been ruined. And notify all battalion commanders assemble in the main command tent. After completing a full circuit of the encampment, Meng Tian issued the order to his attendants. And yes, sir. Several guardsmen sprinted off at once. As squad leader among the personal guards, Lin Yue bore no such errand-running duties. Ordinarily, he stood watch at the entrance of the command tent, or followed closely behind Meng Tian whenever the general ventured outside. His role was ostensibly protective, yet Lin Yue privately mused that Meng Tian alone could best him 100-fold. Indeed, who guarded whom remained an open question between Meng Tian and his elite retinue. General, Lin Yue stood sentinel at the command tent's entrance, bowing respectfully to each arriving battalion commander, an acceptable chore, until each one clapped him heartily on the shoulder. Every single commander ranked at least as a third-tier martial officer. Their gestures of camaraderie came in the form of forceful slaps, and each blow deepened the agony already searing through Lin Yue's aching arms. For the first time since entering the game, he found himself wishing he'd never acquired the amiability talent, at least not in this moment. Of course, he knew better. It was precisely this trait that had enabled his swift integration into both the High City Garrison and the Great Wall Legion. 1, 2, 3, 13, in all present. Lin Yue rubbed his shoulders and finally exhaled in relief. And the Great Wall Legion was rumored to field 10 million armored soldiers. He did not know the exact number, but for this deployment to Liaodong, Commandery Meng Tian had brought only his personal cavalry force of 300,000 riders, 3 middle commanders, and 10 battalion commanders. According to Shi Jian, the remainder were stationed around Xiongnu and Commandery, the true stronghold and headquarters of the Great Wall Legion. And be seated. Meng Tian's voice boomed from within the tent, and the generals took their places. I have summoned you today by imperial decree, Meng Tian declared solemnly. At the mention of the emperor's edict, every general stiffened with reverence. The emperor has received intelligence concerning the exotic people. And the exotic people. The assembled officers exchanged puzzled glances. What relevance could these outsiders hold for them? Were they not merely laborers bestowed by the sovereign deity? With their arrival, corvée duties upon Qin subjects had been drastically reduced, and public contentment soared accordingly. The sovereign deity sent the exotic people out of compassion for our people's suffering, and to aid the emperor in expanding the realm's borders. Yet now many flee beyond the frontier walls to join foreign tribes. They conspire together. The barbarian tribes harass our border garrisons while the exotic people act as their inside agents. And thus His Majesty commands us to repair the damaged sections of the Great Wall and patrol the frontier. Any foreign enemy encountered shall be executed without mercy. A chill sharpened Meng Tian's gaze as he spoke. It's high time we dealt with them. Excellent. I've loathed them for ages. We've rested long enough. It's finally time for action. Voices erupted in animated chatter, yet every eye gleamed with unbridled excitement. This fervor was not directed toward the exotic people, but toward the foreign tribes. To the Qin soldiers, the exotic people were divine conscripts akin to themselves, half-kin even, and upon completing their service, they might become full citizens of the Great Qin. Foreign tribes, however, were not regarded as human at all. To these soldiers, they were mere heads, mere trophies, mere stepping stones toward rank, honor, and promotion. Outside the tent, Lin Yue listened silently and felt a quiet pang of pity for the foreign tribes. A storm was gathering. I volunteer. I request combat assignment. Petitions rang out, piercing the tent's fabric as generals brimmed with eagerness. Meng Tian raised a hand commanding silence. Shi Jian, present, sir. Shi Jian sprang upright. You shall lead one division to patrol Liaodong, coordinating fully with the local garrison along the Great Wall. Understood, General. Shi Jian replied. Su Jiao, you shall patrol Liaoxi. All remaining forces will maintain their current station, and I await your triumphant return. Understood. Their voices now resonated with gravity, utterly unlike moments before, filling the entire command tent with a palpable aura of martial severity. Go forth, Meng Tian commanded. Lin Yue snapped upright, awaiting the general's orderly departure. General, what is this about? Lin Yue asked, bewildered, as Shi Jian emerged, swept an arm around his shoulders, and steered him firmly toward the outer camp. I've observed your cavalry training. Excellent work. Come with me and hunt down the Xiongnu. Shi Jian grinned. But sir, I haven't finished my shift, nor have I received any formal order. Lin Yue protested urgently. In the army, leaving post without authorization warranted 50 strokes. Unauthorized movement beyond camp meant immediate execution. Had he just violated both statutes? Do you think I'm jesting? General Meng Tian has ordered the newly formed 10-squadron cavalry contingent to deploy en masse, and I've claimed yours. Behold the commission scroll. Shi Jian chuckled, retrieving a tiger tally from his robe, still striding forward without pause. I'll just inform Captain Luo first. Lin Yue said. Captain Luo was Luo Shi, the battalion commander of Meng Tian's personal guard corps and Lin Yue's direct superior. Already done. Now let's go. Shi Jian laughed heartily, released Lin Yue, paused briefly, then grew stern. Assemble at the northern region at the hour of C. Any who arrive late shall face decapitation. Understood. Lin Yue bowed, deeply accepting the command with solemn gravity. What had been playful banter among friends now yielded entirely to hierarchy. There were no friends under orders, only subordinate and superior. The hour of C corresponded to 9 o'clock. He checked the game's time display, 651 am. He turned immediately toward the drill ground inside the camp. There Pan Feng drilled squads of soldiers while Li Mu inspected the condition of warhorses one by one. Most were newcomers, transferred from other legions, formerly infantrymen unfamiliar with mounted combat or horse husbandry. Naturally, many fell short of standards, so Li Mu examined each mount personally, offering direct feedback on any deficiencies he observed. A warhorse was a cavalryman's second life, and this meticulous process allowed troopers to bond swiftly and deeply with their mounts. Pan Feng, Xingdao, Li Mu, Lin Yue called out. Upon hearing their names, the three turned and hurried over at once. Pan Feng, can the White Horse Righteous Cavalry now engage in battle? Lin Yue frowned. Time was critically short, yet military orders brooked no delay. Yes. I have already reorganized the unit, pairing veterans with novices. Though not yet at peak readiness, we are battle-worthy. Pan Feng affirmed. Very well. Each of you take command of 2 battalions, gather equipment, pack 3 days' rations, and assemble at the north gate 1/4 hour before the hour of C. Lin Yue commanded gravely. What's happening, Lord? Is there war afoot? Xingdao, who had seemed distracted ever since departing his village, now stared wide-eyed at the news. At last, no more idle waiting. Indeed, the situation is urgent. Move swiftly. Understood. The trio responded in unison. Instantly, the barracks erupted in controlled chaos, while Lin Yue strode purposefully into the command tent. One moment before the hour of the snake, the White Horse Righteous Cavalry had assembled in full formation. Clad in light white armor, each rider bore a long spear, a saber at his waist, and a Qin bow across his back, glinting dazzlingly beneath the sun, striking terror into onlookers. General Lin Yue reporting. The White Horse Righteous Cavalry under my command has assembled as ordered, Lin Yue declared, mounted atop his steed, Knight Illuminating Jade Lion. Shi Jian scrutinized the cavalry closely, then remarked, to have trained them to this standard in so short a time is truly extraordinary. It seems your ranks harbor a master tactician. Upon receiving this praise, Lin Yue glanced toward Pan Feng, his eyes brimming with unmistakable affection, then turned to Xingdao Rong beside him and sighed deeply. Noticing Lin Yue's peculiar gaze fixed upon him, Xingdao Rong grew uneasy and whispered to Pan Feng beside him, Old Pan, why is Lord Commander staring at me like that? Silence. Pan Feng rebuked, sharply, still standing upright in his saddle. Lin Yue, your unit shall reach the outskirts of Pingcheng before nightfall to patrol the border and await further orders. Any foreign tribes encountered are to be slain without mercy. Shi Jian intoned gravely, handing Lin Yue a map. Yes, sir, Lin Yue bellowed in reply. We should reach the frontier beyond the pass in 3 days. Until then, these 3 days are yours, for free hunting. Shi Jian smiled faintly, then added, now march forth. Lin Yue nodded, wheeled his mount, and rode to the front of the white horse righteous cavalry. With solemn authority, he commanded, forward, to Pingqing. Pingqing fell under the jurisdiction of Hoqing County, one of the 18 counties of Liaodong Commandery, lying adjacent to the Great Wall. A faint inscription, virtual use, appeared in the lower right corner of the map. Upon tapping it, the system automatically charted the shortest route for him. Lin Yue followed it unwaveringly. Halt at the hundredly mark. Rest the entire force. Panfeng shouted. Instantly, the 3,000 cavalrymen dismounted and tended to their horses' muzzles and nostrils by the riverside. The war horses within the game differed markedly from their real-world counterparts. Famed steeds were plentiful, possessing superior stamina and swifter speed. For instance, the yellow rank war horses ridden by the white horse righteous cavalry could cover 100 li in a single hour, equivalent in pace to a terrestrial vehicle traveling at 60 miles per hour. Moreover, the game's map spanned 100 times the area of reality. Though its length and width had each been stretched tenfold, the distances remained vast and daunting to traverse. Limu, can we reach our destination before dusk at this pace? Lin Yue asked. Rest assured, military prefect. We will, Limu replied promptly. Very well. Though prolonged riding left Lin Yue physically strained as commander-in-chief, he bore the duty to lead by example, marching alongside his troops without complaint. Advance, the entire force, in outside Pingqing, deep within a forested mountain range. Master Zhao, will this truly work? A burly man whispered, crouched low among the trees. Of course it will. We've done this dozens of times already. Before today, we've smuggled over 1,000 players across. Zhao replied impatiently. Is it truly so splendid over there? The man hesitated once more, then asked again. Li Ke, how many times must I answer you? Zhao snapped. Forgive me, Master Zhao. I simply lack confidence. And besides, I bear responsibility for my 100-odd brothers. Li Ke shrank his neck slightly and murmured submissively. Brother doesn't mean to reproach you. Thousands have already crossed over. If you doubt its merits, why not ask them yourself? Zhao sighed. It's too good. Is the Jurchen people truly so wealthy? One player assigned 3 Jurchen maidens. Does that mean every Jurchen man is doomed to bachelorhood? Li Ke ventured, timidly sensing something deeply implausible. Little Ke, you misunderstand. They have no rigid hierarchy. All stand equal before one another. Whether chieftain or herdsman, all are treated without distinction. Though less affluent than the Qin Empire, they possess boundless grasslands. No one starves. Moreover, they revere the learned above all else, granting scholars first claim to everything: food, livestock, even women. Once across, you shall. Zhao painted an exquisitely vivid vision of utopia. Shall what? Li Ke asked. I guarantee nights of unceasing revelry and robust vitality. Zhao flashed a knowing conspiratorial smile. Master Zhao, if you're so wealthy, do you indulge in such things too? Li Ke gazed with wide-eyed wonder, as if discovering an entirely new world. So even the rich indulged just as he did. Cough, cough, cough. Zhao choked, momentarily speechless at Li Ke's bizarre logic. That's irrelevant. Just prepare yourself to be wed every night. Master Zhao, you said everyone is equal there. Then why do they grant us priority? A sudden spark of insight lit Li Ke's brow. Zhao drew a slow, steadying breath, his hidden hand finally ceasing its tremor. Little Ke, they seek progress. Li Ke pondered briefly, then asked again, but once we cross, won't we be branded Qin traitors? What the hell? This is just a game, and you're developing honor. Zhao finally exploded, unleashing a torrent of curses. This guy's definitely here to sabotage everything. Terrified, Li Ke stumbled backward and stammered. You're absolutely right, Master Zhao. It is just a game. I'll consult my Azure Dragon Guild brothers at once. With that, he dashed off to rejoin his comrades concealed within the woods. Zhao inhaled and exhaled deeply, his chest swelling rhythmically. Damn, this is more exhausting than reality. How many idiots does this game spawn? Zhao muttered darkly under his breath. Soon after, Li Ke returned. Master Zhao, we've decided tonight we go with you. Li Ke grinned broadly as he approached. My brothers are tired of hiding and starving in these hills. We only need one woman, and enough food to fill our bellies. 1. When you arrive, I'll find you 100, and I'll break you with pleasure. Zhao spat inwardly, then, soothed by the thought, smoothed his features into a warm smile. Excellent. Please spread the word in regional chat. More recruits mean greater opportunity for all of us. Agreed, Master Zhao. We thought this was a horse and sword sandbox. Do as you please. Instead, it's a wilderness deathmatch. Get caught and you're sentenced to the Great Wall construction simulator, running or laboring day after day. Now hope gleams ahead. Once across, you'll look after me well, won't you? Li Ke laughed, slinging an arm around Zhao's shoulder. Of course, we're practically brothers. Zhao discreetly patted Li Ke's hand away with a practiced smile. As the sun dipped below the western mountains, Lin Yue led the white horse righteous cavalry to the city's outskirts. At that hour, no soul stood before the southern gate of Pingqing. The gate itself stood wide open. Lin Yue and his riders surged in unimpeded, raising plumes of dust in their wake. Military Prefect Lin, I am Li Kaishan, Garrison Commander of Pingqing. Your rations have been prepared, you may dine at once. A burly man bowed deeply on an open field within the city walls. Though his rank surpassed Lin Yue's by 2 grades, he dared not presume. After all, Lin Yue commanded the personal cavalry of General Mingtian himself. Mounted Lin Yue returned the bow. Many thanks. Your kindness is deeply appreciated, Commander Li. It is my duty. Li Kaishan smiled warmly. Dismount first. Secure your mounts. Then you may eat. Lin Yue commanded sternly. Yes, sir. Lin Yue dismounted first and led his knight illuminating jade lion toward Li Kaishan. Kindly provide some fresh water. We'll tend to our horses' muzzles and nostrils first, he said with a courteous smile. Certainly. Li Kaishan turned and issued quiet instructions to his aides, then turned back. We also have hay and soybeans. Would those suffice? Thank you, Commander Li, but we carry our own provisions. Lin Yue waved gently. Your cavalry, truly elite warriors. Li Kaishan marveled, his eyes alight with envy. This was the stark divide between central and regional forces. General Mingtian, the first favorite of the first emperor, led the Great Wall Legion, the undisputed pinnacle of the Qin military. Though both served the same empire, their status differed vastly. Fortunately, Lin Yue was a man of reason. Otherwise, Li Kaishan would have been utterly undone. Commander Li's garrison is likewise composed of formidable soldiers. Lin Yue complimented, glancing appreciatively at the Pingqing defenders. Once the White Horse righteous cavalry had fully settled their mounts, Lin Yue gave the order to dine. Their meal consisted merely of plain rice and thin vegetable broth, but Lin Yue knew this represented the very best provisions Pingqing's garrison could offer. Our sincere gratitude, Lin Yue told Li Kaishan. Li Kaishan, mouth half full of rice, paused mid-chew and mumbled through his meal, we're all brothers here. After dinner, Lin Yue opened the regional chat and found that it had automatically switched to the chat for Hoqing County. Brothers at 9 tonight outside Ping City. There's a gap in the Great Wall. We can take this opportunity to rush in. Outside is the vast grassland, and the Jurchen will support us. The more people we have, the greater our chances of getting through. The Jurchen greatly respects scholars like us. There will be plenty of beautiful Jurchen women waiting for us. Over there, even the air smells of freedom. Yes, my neighbor's brother's colleague went there, and I heard it's particularly good. He has married 4 wives now. My sister-in-law's little aunt's uncle's cousin's child is now a general there, commanding 1,000 cavalry, spending his days hunting, drinking, and returning home to 8 beautiful Jurchen women to warm his bed. What you mentioned is nothing. I heard my colleague's mother's only son with a graduate degree in reality and extensive knowledge has now become a military strategist. They're second only to one and above 10,000. Lin Yue looked at the constantly refreshing regional chat page resembling the small ads in reality like a pig butchering scam and couldn't help but chuckle. Li Xiaowei, are Jurchen women good-looking? Lin Yue asked curiously. Well, I think they are all right. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Wild ones are not good, but domesticated ones are quite nice with their own flavor. Li Kaishan laughed. Wild? Domesticated? Xing Daorong paused his eating and asked in confusion. Yes, wild ones never bathe, and the smell is something even I can't stand. But the domesticated ones, well. After a meal, Li Kaishan noticed that Lin Yue and the others were relaxed and began to joke. Where? Xing Daorong continued to ask. If I'm not mistaken, domesticated ones should be from the brothels in the city, right? Li Mu laughed, presenting himself as a typical young master. Yes. Li Kaishan laughed heartily. There are indeed at the 100 Flowers building. Upon hearing this, Xing Daorong stared at Lin Yue, suddenly feeling that the food in his hand had lost its taste. Lin Yue noticed Xing Daorong's gaze and said irritably, shut up and eat your food. All right. Xing Daorong shrank his neck at Lin Yue's look and weakly took a couple of bites. Everyone had finished eating and was chatting casually at the table when Lin Yue walked out alone, noticing that the night had grown dark. He switched to his second identity, Lin Yue, then skillfully opened the chat panel, found a player named Li Ku, and requested to add him as a friend. Soon Li Ku accepted his request. Bro, any action tonight? Lin Yue thought for a moment and sent it out. Yes, at 9 tonight. Are you interested? Of course. Join my guild Qinglong Gang, it'll take you there. Qinglong Gang. How do I join? Lin Yue looked at this distant yet familiar name and suddenly remembered that he was a member of this gang back in elementary school. However, later he was discovered by a teacher and was forced to become a member of the Qinglong study group. Thinking of this, he immediately felt a better impression of the other party. Saying this, the other party quickly sent a detailed process and Lin Yue followed the instructions to add the guild. Congratulations, player has joined the guild Qinglong Gang. Qinglong Gang Tier 3 Guild 456-1000 members. Lin Yue looked at the 456 members of the guild and felt a bit tempted, but before he could speak, the other party sent another message. Bro, are you going for the path of a general or a civil servant? General. Send a look. Lin Yue hesitated for a moment. If he revealed his initial stage general strength, it would surely raise the other party's suspicion. If he didn't send it, would they kick him out? Got it. Modify the second identity panel. Please set the attributes and equipment for your second identity. Note attributes cannot exceed your original attributes. Lin Yue casually set it up, and a brand new attribute panel appeared before his eyes. Name Lin Yue. Identity Drifter. Title none. Strength 26. Intelligence 26. Leadership 26. Politics 26. Charm 88. Talent none. Reputation 15. Unknown. Lin Yue took a screenshot and sent it to the other party. He originally wanted to lower his charm a bit, but thinking of his face, he realized that no one would believe it if he set it low. Soon he received a response. To be honest, bro, besides your looks, you're useless. I've only been playing for a few days. Lin Yue said awkwardly, not expecting that lowering his settings would make it seem like players develop so quickly. And his own looks. He just wanted to be a low-profile player, but heaven had given him an unforgettable face destined to keep him away from being low-profile. No worries, I can take you along. My Qinglong gang rewards and punishes clearly. As long as you work hard, there will always be opportunities to advance. All right, Lin Yue pouted. This promise compared to his supervisor in reality was truly both stale and hard. When can we cross the border? All right, I almost forgot to tell you we have a code. What code? Live as a Qinglong person, die as a Qinglong soul. Don't forget, bro. Lin Yue directly exited the chat. He couldn't bring himself to say such a code and decided not to meet up. My lord, the brothers have finished eating. When do we set off? Li Mu asked outside the room. Lin Yue looked at the time, it was 7:12, and said now. Yes. With Li Mu's command, the 3,000 white horse volunteers were all set to go. Let's go. Lin Yue stood at the front of the line and ran ahead. Xiongnu mountain was not far. The cavalry could reach it in an hour, so normal marching would suffice. My lord, scouts report that Little Go mountain is 30 miles ahead. Panfeng said. All troops conceal and rest in dispersal. Lin Yue ordered. At this moment, there was still half an hour until the appointed time. Acting rashly might leave gaps for enemies. Send the order down. Once suspicious individuals are detected, kill without mercy. Yes. Panfeng cupped his hands and rode forward. This was also a last resort. If a player sent a message in the regional chat, all their efforts would be in vain. The night was quiet and countless pairs of eyes peered from the shadows like hungry wolves. This was their first battle after being formed, having trained for many days. Although they had not yet met the standards set by the instructor, they felt that they had improved significantly compared to before. They desperately needed a victory to prove themselves and earn military merit. These little wolf cubs, I wonder when they will grow into a pack of hungry wolves. Panfeng sighed. It was still too early. If given a little more time, the white horse volunteers would become a presence that everyone would avoid on this land. Lin Yue, who was closely watching the movements in the chat area, smiled and said, time waits for no one, and their strength has improved quickly after your training. You don't need to worry too much. He glanced at the time, feeling it was about time, and got up to mount his horse. The others followed suit. Today, if we discover enemy troops, kill without mercy. Let's go, Lin Yue said softly. At this moment, the white horse volunteers were like 3,000 hungry wolves catching the scent of blood, charging towards Xiongnu mountain. Today, if we discover enemy troops, kill without mercy. Let's go, Lin Yue said softly. At this moment, the white horse volunteers were like 3,000 hungry wolves catching the scent of blood, charging towards Xiongnu mountain. Li Ke, have your people gathered. A few are still missing, young master. Zhao, please wait a moment. Li Ke said with a flattering tone. No more waiting, let's go directly. This mosquito seems to have turned into a spirit. Zhao Bo cursed under his breath. When had he, a top-tier rich second generation from Fengtian, ever suffered such indignity? If it weren't for that damned Lin Yue who had sabotaged his good fortune's time and again, he should be enjoying himself in He City right now. When he thought of enjoyment, he thought of women. Although the women from the Jurchen were wild, their lack of bathing made them too odorous. They could only serve as fast food to quench hunger, not as a meal. After this smuggling trip, he planned to log off and return to reality to enjoy himself properly, he thought. Young master, Zhao, please wait a bit longer. Those are my brothers from the Qinglong gang. Just a little more time. Li Ke flattered. This mosquito is of no concern, young master. Zhao, don't move, I'll help you. Slap. You bastard. Zhao Bo yelled. Young master Zhao, please don't be impulsive, I didn't mean to. Li Ke hurriedly explained, having intended to swat the mosquito discreetly, but accidentally struck Zhao Bo's face. It's fine, just be more careful next time. Zhao Bo suppressed his anger, constantly reassuring himself that once they reached the other side, everything would be fine, and he wouldn't let you escape unharmed. All right, as long as you're fine, young master Zhao, I'll pay more attention next time. Li Ke laughed, not quite catching what was said seemingly about paying more attention next time. After waiting a few more minutes, Li Ke suddenly said, Brother Chun, is everything all right this time? Why do I keep feeling my eyelid twitch? Which eye is twitching? Zhao Bo asked. The right eye? It's nothing, just superstitions. Zhao Bo casually reassured. But after Li Ke mentioned it, he also felt an underlying unease. Such feelings were rare. He had experienced it about 10 times since entering the game, yet each time it had saved his life. Let's go, no more waiting. Zhao Bo dared not delay any longer, fearing that prolonged hesitation would lead to trouble. I still have brothers. Li Ke wanted to say more, but was interrupted by Zhao Bo. Shut up. Zhao Bo said decisively, then gently added, we have come here before, we can come again next time. Fine. So which route are we taking? Li Ke could not insist any longer. Let's take the eastern side. Zhao Bo pondered and said. All right. Li Ke nodded. Ahead of schedule. Lin Yue thought to himself, still riding without stopping. Li Ke informed him via chat that the action had been moved up, instructing him to directly meet on the east side of the Great Wall, saying that if he hurried, he might still catch up, assuring him he wouldn't abandon any brother from the Qinglong gang. Lin Yue couldn't help but smile, truly a good big brother. What a pity encountering himself, he didn't mind playing the bad guy, letting him experience the harshness of society early. Lin Yue then turned his horse around, and his group traced an arc across the plain. Soon after, 2 horsemen on white horses approached, joining Lin Yue's ranks. General scouts report that there are about 1,000 vagrants ahead. A soldier rushed in to report. General Pan Biao has discovered traces of foreign cavalry outside the pass, approximately 1,000 in number. Foreign cavalry. Such audacity. It's unknown who the border guard is. The enemy has crept so close without detection. Since they are colluding, let's trap them, ensuring they cannot return. Lin Yue said trusting Pan Feng's information wouldn't be wrong. 1,000 foreign cavalry would be just the right test for the White Horse Brigade's capabilities. What sisters? Xing Daorong asked, wondering if there were women in this barren wilderness. Rest assured, my lord, regardless of how many sisters there are, I will ensure they cannot return. Xing Daorong chuckled. Lin Yue shot him a fierce glance, feeling a headache coming on. He remained silent in the military camp, but his true colors showed once outside. He then said to Li Mu, you take 2 squads to find Pan Feng, and be sure to delay the foreign cavalry. Understood. Li responded. Leave a squad of cavalry to continue the pursuit. Soon after, the White Horse Brigade split into 3, rushing through the night. Young Master Zhao, did you hear any sounds? A group of 1,000 continued their journey through the night, when Li Ku suddenly asked. Immediately Chun Ran felt a jolt, stopping in his tracks, noticing the ground trembling incessantly. Damn. Without a second thought, Zhao Bo took off running, leaving a bewildered Li Ku and the others behind. Li Ku, what's this? A nearby player asked in confusion. At that moment, Li Ku was just as puzzled. The big brother, who had just willingly led them to frolic outside the pass, suddenly ran off by himself. Suddenly, a terrifying thought sprang to his mind. We've been discovered, run. Li Ku shouted, urging the players behind him to run towards the Great Wall. Brothers, run. What? Run. The players were thrown into chaos, but without a doubt, they all took off running. It was said that the border troops of the Great Qin were far superior to local garrisons. They were stationed on the border year-round, only encountering comrades, foreign tribes, and livestock, indulging in both meat and vegetarian dishes. Although they couldn't compare to the likes of Asan, meeting these vagrants would clear their escape route. Moreover, these delicate players were practically asking for death. They had come to explore outside, not to be the ones exposed. Thus they all dashed forward with all their might. Unfortunately, the sound of an arrow slicing through the air rang out, tolling the death knell. Whoosh. Hearing this sound, everyone's hearts tightened, but after 2 seconds, realizing they were still fine, they sighed in relief, yet their feet did not dare to stop. It's too dark, forget it, let's have the whole army fire. Lin Yue looked at the arrows stuck in the ground and awkwardly explained. But then he thought, since everyone already knew he was a poor shot, there was no need to explain. Draw your bows. 1,000 White Horse soldiers silently took out arrows, retrieving Qin bows from their backs, tilting the arrows slightly upwards. Fire. After a brief pause, countless sounds of bowstrings being drawn echoed. The players instinctively glanced back, the moonlight vanished, and countless arrows spread like a black curtain across the sky. This scene terrified him, making him involuntarily open his mouth in an O shape, and before he could even shout, the rain of arrows descended swiftly, one arrow striking true, piercing through his throat. Thud, thud, thud. One after another, players were covered by the rain of arrows, gazing helplessly at the nearby border wall, falling into a pool of blood in pain and despair. Run. Li Ku shouted, hoisting a player who had been hit in the leg onto his back, ignoring the rain of arrows, as he continued to rush towards the border wall. While fighting and retreating, their numbers dwindled, leaving the players in despair. Xiao Ku, you run on ahead, don't worry about us. The player on his shoulder struggled to get down from Li Ku. He had been watching behind them, feeling the despair even more acutely than Li Ku. He had dealt with the border troops before, and could confirm that these were definitely not ordinary border soldiers. Before this cavalry even got close, just the arrows had reduced them to around 100. Once they were caught, a single charge would wipe them all out. Don't move. Li Ku will not abandon a single brother. Li Ku forcefully stopped his movements, shouting loudly. Xiao Ku, this is just a game, although real, don't get too carried away. We can re-enter the game in reality after a day. You should go ahead and take a look. The player's words splashed cold water on Li Ku, gradually calming him. Damn, I forgot, why didn't you say so earlier, Xiao Bai? Li Ku paused, then directly tossed Xiao Bai to the ground, causing him to grimace in pain. You didn't ask. Your personality gets carried away whenever you play. Xiao Bai scolded fiercely. Run quickly, I just have a bad feeling about this. How could there be such a good place? You can go scout ahead. Li Ku nodded. Xiao Bai, buy me a bun and bring it to my house. Wake me up. When it's ready, I'll be craving it. You glutton. Xiao Bai nodded and scolded. Li Ku smiled, and without warning kicked Xiao Bai, then turned and ran off. Xiao Bai struggled to get up from the ground, rubbed his dusty face and cursed. Li Ku, you. Outside the boundary wall. A Bao Lin, was it like this in the past too? Asked a young man from another race. What do you mean? A Bao Lin, a sturdy figure clad in simple armor, opened his eyes in confusion. Don't you think it's too quiet? The young man from another race asked. Isn't that bound to attract the attention of the border troops? A Bao Lin scoffed, clearly dismissing the young man's suggestion. The young man remained silent. After all, it was his first time here. He was just here to see the world, and all decisions had to be made by this fool in front of him. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. At that moment, a barely audible sound of hooves approached. Though faint for those who lived in the wild all year round, it was unmistakable. The sound of hooves grew clearer. A Bao Lin's expression tightened, drawing his saber and positioning it across his mount. Be alert. A Bao Lin shouted softly. Though he had just appeared nonchalant, he now sensed something was wrong. My lord. My lord. A black steed seemed to melt into the night, racing toward them. My lord, there's cavalry from the Qin. Zhao Bo shouted loudly. Everyone felt as if a thunderclap had struck their minds. Quick retreat. A Bao Lin turned his mount around and simultaneously struck the steed beneath the young man with his saber. The young man's steed neighed in pain and bolted forward. In an instant, 1,000 cavalrymen were thrown into chaos. A Bao Lin watched the young man charge away, relieved. He was the son most favored by the leader, and nothing must happen to him. If he were left behind, they would all be unable to return. Thus, for his safety, they would not hesitate to sacrifice everyone else. Meanwhile, a cavalryman stealthily followed behind. Stop the thief. Just as Bao Lin commanded the retreat, a furious roar came from the shadows, causing the other race's cavalry to panic even more, and Bao Lin's heart sank. Following the sound, he saw countless white cavalrymen charging toward them. The already panicked cavalry of another race scattered like birds taking flight. Warriors, follow me to face the enemy. Bao Lin shouted with all his might. He understood that at such a moment he could not flee. Fighting to the death was their only chance. If they ran, they would face a total defeat and endless pursuit. In a pack of wolves, the leading wolf decides the fate of the group, and Bao Lin was the leader of this team. Bao Lin took a deep breath, braving the storm, spurred his horse, and charged forth. Bao Lin could barely discern the white war horses of the enemy, which were strikingly visible against the night. And these 1,000 white horses were indeed a grand spectacle. The newcomers were certainly not friendly, but at this moment there was no other option but to charge. Kill! Bao Lin shouted. Indeed, many of the other races' cavalry halted their panicking steeds, inspired by him, and solemnly followed the lead wolf into the charge. Shoot! Lin Yue raised his bow and signaled to release arrows. Both sides loosed arrows simultaneously in the darkness. There was no real aiming, relying entirely on instinct, resulting in a low hit rate. Yet some fell silently to the ground after being struck by arrows quickly replaced by those behind. Compared to the white cavalry, the cavalry of another race undoubtedly suffered significant losses. They were thoroughly suppressed in terms of steeds' numbers and morale, and the equipment disparities were stark. Most of their armor was made of beast leather or simple gear, and after being hit, they could only pray for the protection of the sky god Tingri. On the other hand, the armor of the opposing cavalry, unless a vital spot was hit, would have little effect. After a volley of arrows, the two sides closed in on each other, abandoning long-range shooting and probing. Both sides quietly stowed their bows and drew their melee weapons. Kill! Bao Lin shouted with all his strength, casting aside all worries. At this point, there was no choice but to charge forward. Kill! Lin Yue drew his blade, raising it above his head, and shouted in unison. The blade shimmered with a chilling light in the darkness. In the clash of armies, the brave shall prevail. At this moment, morale was crucial. 30 paces, 10 paces, 5 paces. In the blink of an eye, the enemy was right before them. The two forces intertwined, blood spilled, and warhorses neighed. Everyone must go through this stage. Upon seeing a mountain, one wonders what lies behind it. In truth, there was nothing special. Looking back, one would find this side was better. Li Ke too, when he climbed over the broken boundary wall, found that his brother had not deceived him. Li Ke was now in a dilemma, with crossbowmen pursuing from behind, and a group of cavalrymen grinning at him from the front. Li Ke this. From the boundary wall, another head emerged, and the person swallowed hard, asking with difficulty. If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. Worst case, I'll be forced offline, and it's just a good chance to rest. Li Ke said calmly. Originally a bit tense in this seemingly dire situation, he instead began to feel at ease. As about 30 people gradually gathered on the broken boundary wall, Li Mu finally spoke. Draw your bows. Li Mu raised his right hand and said coldly. In an instant, countless arrows were aimed at them. Even though Li Ke had calmed down facing such a scene, he couldn't help but swallow hard. But as the guild leader, he couldn't let his players underestimate him. He took a deep breath, exerted all his strength, and shouted, Remember, I am your grandpa Li Ke, and I curse your grandmother. Li Mu frowned at these words. Just as he was about to take action, a figure on horseback rushed over, heading straight for his position, leaning close to whisper in his ear. Moments later, Li Mu glanced at Li Ke and quietly retreated. Under that person's guidance, he headed straight for outside the fortress. Though he didn't understand why the military lord sent him a message, upon reflection it made sense. Now this group of refugees was springing up like bamboo shoots after the rain, and capturing them was a daunting task. What value did the other race's cavalry hold? Thinking that the military lord was currently engaged in battle with them, he feared that if he arrived late, he might not even get a sip of soup, so he gradually quickened his pace. Li Ke, who had initially prepared to go offline, suddenly noticed the Qin cavalry that had quietly melted into the night, leaving him bewildered about what had happened. Ha ha ha. Li Ke decided to stop overthinking. As the saying goes, if one survives a great calamity, there will surely be future blessings. He looked at a dirt slope less than 2 meters high, leaped down, and called to the crowd. Riches and honor are right before us, brothers, follow me. Did you record that scene just now, eh? Li Ke turned and anxiously grabbed a player. The player shook his head. Guild leader, what was happening just now? I nearly wet my pants, let alone think about recording a video for you. Li Ke felt a wave of disappointment. He had just looked so cool, why hadn't it been recorded? If that heroic moment of his spread, online players would surely rush to join his guild. Yet Li Ke still said to that player with a relaxed face, Look at your silly face, I tell you, I wasn't afraid at all earlier, it was just a small scene. Yes, that's why you could become the guild leader. The player looked at him in admiration. Li Ke's performance just now had deeply shocked him. Li Ke smiled and shouted, Brothers, the wind is tight. Then he vanished into the night. Outside the frontier, a man on horseback raced wildly through the night. The young man on the horse cursed, inwardly lamenting his bad luck for encountering the cavalry of the Great Qin during his first visit. Even worse, a burly man was hot on his heels, having followed him for 20 miles from the border wall. Why wouldn't he give up the chase? The young man glanced back, seeing the pursuer closing in, yet he felt utterly helpless, anxiety gnawing at his heart. Suddenly a chill wind swept over his back. Without time to turn around, he instinctively ducked to the side of his horse, and in the midst of the movement, he saw a gleaming giant axe whiz past his head, causing a faint smile to appear at the corner of his mouth. He did not rise, but instead grabbed the saddle with one hand, twisted his body, and thrust his spear backward. A counterattack. This was an action the young man had repeated countless times, practiced to the point where he could hit accurately by feeling alone without looking at his enemy. This thrust was aimed straight at the burly man's face. The burly man was caught off guard by this sudden counterattack, and in a flash he hurriedly used the axe handle to deflect the spear tip from below, causing it to veer off course by an inch, barely avoiding the lethal strike. The young man was taken aback. Realizing the significant gap between him and his opponent, he chose not to linger. With one failed strike, he swiftly mounted his horse again and fled without a second thought. "You think you can escape?" the burly man shouted, angrily irritated by the near mishap he had just experienced. How could he let him run away now? The burly man spurred his horse forward, catching up to the young man. The two engaged in combat, the sounds of spear and axe clashing resonating through the air. In a matter of moments, the burly man's momentum surged while the young man found himself increasingly overwhelmed, barely keeping up. "Break!" the burly man suddenly shouted, unleashing a powerful strike with his axe, which came crashing down from above. The young man attempted to block it with his spear, but the force was too great, and the axe sliced into his shoulder, sending waves of fiery pain through him. The young man gritted his teeth and held fast, for if he let go, his entire shoulder would be lost. On the grasslands, whether he was the child of a chief or a shepherd, losing an arm would mean living in disgrace for the rest of his life. Cold sweat streamed down the young man's forehead, his shoulders soaked in blood. At this moment, a pure contest of strength was unfolding between the two. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hearing the sound of arrows slicing through the air, both men quickly withdrew their weapons and scattered to the sides. Following this was the sound of galloping horses as a foreign warrior wielding a long knife approached, accompanied by the thunder of hoofs. The young man felt a surge of hope, but was interrupted before he could speak, forcing him to retreat. "Who dares approach? State your name," the newcomer asked in broken Mandarin, gathering his strength. "I am Pan Feng, known as Wushuang," Pan Feng replied, spurring his warhorse forward. On the plains, two parties clashed fiercely, blood flowing endlessly. Although the foreign cavalry was at a disadvantage, their ferocity and reckless fighting style made the white horse Yizhong hesitate. After all, the white horse Yizhong was still only a half-formed unit, far from achieving its true potential. Lin Yue led the charge, wielding his long knife to slash left and right, reaping one life after another. Qin Dynasty tightly followed by his side, providing protection, and for a moment no one dared to advance. The white horse Yizhong gradually formed an overwhelming momentum, driving back the foreign cavalry. "Come and take my life." A Baolan galloped towards Lin Yue, aiming to seize the leader first, as this was his only chance to turn the tide. Otherwise, his side would eventually be overwhelmed by the opposing white tide and defeated one by one. Lin Yue noticed him as well and spurred his horse forward. The two quickly engaged in battle, their long knives clashing endlessly, sparks flying and ringing through the air. However, a Baolan's long knife was merely an ordinary weapon, while Lin Yue wielded a heavenly grade one, a clear disparity in quality. Fortunately, a Baolan's martial skills were exceptional, allowing him to hold his own against Lin Yue. Lin Yue felt a surge of joy. Usually when sparring with Pan Feng and Qin Dynasty, he was the one being pressured and had to hold back. Now facing an opponent of equal realm fully engaged in a life-and-death struggle would greatly aid his martial progress. The two exchanged blows, neither willing to yield. Finally, after a series of intense clashes, a Baolan's knife snapped into the tip, flying off and piercing the body of a foreign cavalryman who collapsed beneath his horse. "You rely on the advantage of your treasured blade to win, which isn't true skill. Do you dare to fight me like a real warrior?" A Baolan spoke in fluent Mandarin. "Do you even know what a true warrior is?" Lin Yue replied with a smile. "Fight me barehanded," a Baolan shouted. "A true warrior makes no excuses, they face challenges head on." "Stop wasting time, it's meaningless," Lin Yue said flatly. "From the moment you set your sights on the Great Qin, your fate was sealed. This Great Qin is not something your foreign kind can covet." Lin Yue had long seen through a Baolan's intention to stall for time. That fleeing young man must have a noble identity worthy of 1,000 cavalry fighting fiercely for him. But upon seeing Pan Feng chase after him, he felt reassured, believing no one here could best Pan Feng. Even if there was, it would not be that young man. He suddenly recalled the saying that villains perish from excessive chatter, and he felt like a villain himself. With this thought, Lin Yue swung his knife down. A Baolan in despair closed his eyes as scenes from his life flashed before him, the leader's words about a divine omen, the impending chaos in the Great Qin, and the plan to discreetly recruit some outsiders for future needs. Blood splattered, and a head rolled to the ground. A Baolan was dead. "Your commander is dead, surrender, and you will not be killed," Qin Dynasty shouted, and the eyes of the surrounding cavalry fell upon the raised head. Following a moment of chaos, the sound of scattered weapons falling to the ground echoed. Lin Yue looked around and realized the sun was rising, and unknowingly the sky had begun to brighten. The ground was littered with blood, broken arrows, weapons, and soldiers. There were both foreign and Qin soldiers. "Stay put and tend to the wounded soldiers. We cannot abandon any comrade," Lin Yue shouted. "Capture the surrendering foreign cavalry and await their fate." "Where is Pan Feng? Has he not returned?" "Send a team of soldiers to find Pan Feng," account for the wounded, and Lin Yue paused looking at the many comrades lying on the ground, then continued, the number of those who died in battle report to me later. A series of commands were issued and the White Horse Yizhong began to operate in an orderly fashion. The White Horse Yizhong had been drawn from various infantry units and had long been exposed to the brutality of the battlefield. Among the people present, perhaps only Lin Yue felt somewhat uncomfortable. Congratulations to the player for slaying a mid-tier general earning 5,000 merit points. Congratulations to the player for killing 22 enemy cavalry earning 440 merit points. The player led the team to slay over 500 enemies, receiving a rejuvenation pill 3. Rejuvenation pill, a healing elixir that effectively treats injuries, an essential medicine for adventurers. The player led the White Horse Band in training, achieving 5, currently at 65. The game's system voice announced the spoils of this battle. Lin Yue, however, had no mood to respond as the wounded around him were still groaning incessantly. Report to the military lord, we killed 541 enemy soldiers in this battle, capturing 459, with 2 fleeing. Our army lost 98 men, with 141 wounded, among them 47 seriously injured. The seriously injured brothers may not be able to continue serving and will have to retire. Li Mu reported with difficulty. He had just joined the main army and felt a bit upset upon hearing this news. The brothers who trained together in the past were no longer there, which was hard for them to accept. I understand. Lin Yue nodded slightly, his tone somewhat downcast. Have you clarified which tribe they belong to? I found out they are all from the Jurchen tribe. Li Mu said. Jurchen tribe. Lin Yue questioned. Although this place was very close to the Jurchen tribe, their attire was not that of the Qin Dynasty. Their hair is all fake, Li Mu answered. This disguise could not be discerned at night, but once captured someone would inevitably reveal it for their life. I see. Lin Yue nodded without saying more. The Jurchen tribe in the game was far from the formidable force one might imagine. Compared to neighboring tribes like the Xiongnu Mongols and Xianbei, they were also at a disadvantage. In fact, the Jurchen tribe was divided into the Jinzhou Jurchens, the Haishi Jurchens, and the Wild Jurchens, and internal conflicts were rampant. However, this game was also based on history, and Lin Yue dared not take it lightly regarding this dynasty that would later unify the Central Plains. Now with the Qin Empire's dominance over the seas, how could the Jurchen tribe still dare to engage in such petty actions? They truly did not know how to write the word death. What about these captives? Li Mu asked. Send them to build the Great Wall. Lin Yue waved his hand. Understood. Li Mu nodded, feeling somewhat it was too lenient on them. Have the 2 who escaped been interrogated? One is the child of their leader, and the other is their recently favored strategist, named Zhao Bo. I have already sent people to pursue them, Li Mu answered honestly. The 2 most important individuals had escaped, although he had not directly interacted with them, he felt somewhat unwilling. It was him again. From the bandit camp to He City, and now to the Jurchen tribe. This was too coincidental. Li Mu, don't chase anymore, I'll let them return. Lin Yue said to Li Zhe. Pan Feng had already gone after them. Sending more troops would most likely not catch up, and Zhao Bo's escapability was exceptional, plus he had a low-tier warhorse. It was unnecessary to waste effort. Understood, Li Mu replied. He also felt they wouldn't catch up, and was about to leave when Lin Yue called him back. By the way, has Pan Feng not returned yet? The scouts have been sent out, and there has been no news about Pan Biao yet, Li Mu said. My lord, should I go look for him? Xing Daorong stood up, and asked, having not heard from Pan Feng for so long, he was somewhat anxious. Before Lin Yue could respond, a rider came galloping and jumping off his horse to report loudly. Report to the military lord, Pan Biao has been found 30 miles away, wounded, but not severely, and is approaching here now. Lin Yue stood up abruptly and ran outside. Pan Feng was his first general, and currently his strongest warrior at the peak of a 3rd-tier warrior. How could he be injured? What kind of realm could injure Pan Feng? Soon a group followed him out. Pan Feng was riding on his warhorse, his complexion slightly pale, and had already been roughly bandaged. A team of scouts was escorting him slowly. Pan Feng. Old Pan. My lord. Pan Feng grinned, evidently not seriously hurt. What happened? Lin Yue stepped forward to help Pan Feng off his horse, asking with concern. I was incompetent and could not hold that person back, Pan Feng said with apparent regret. I mean, how did you get hurt? Right, old Pan, who beat you up like this? Xing Daorong asked loudly. As a scout, I had been secretly observing until that person fled first. I thought he had a noble status, so I chased after him. Pan Feng recounted in detail. Who knew that at that moment a group came to interrupt, and the leader was highly skilled. I fought with him for 30 rounds. In the end, I injured his shoulder with an axe, but he also stabbed my left arm with a spear. If it weren't for the sturdy armor, perhaps I would not have returned today, Pan Feng finished, and Lin Yue frowned, deeply lost in thought. Old Pan, next time I'll go with you. Oh, I won't believe we can't smash that guy. Xing Daorong habitually patted Pan Feng's shoulder, causing Pan Feng to gasp in surprise. Nonsense, your task is to protect the lord. Pan Feng shook off Xing Daorong's hand angrily. Xing Daorong scratched his head, awkwardly remaining silent. You should rest and recover well, take this to use. Lin Yue took out the recently acquired rejuvenation pill from his storage ring and handed it to Pan Feng. Pan Feng looked at the pill, exuding a wonderful aroma, feeling it was definitely not an ordinary item, and thus did not refuse. He needed to recover quickly to repay the lord's kindness. Pan Feng's loyalty increased by 5, bringing his loyalty to 95. Don't worry, once you're healed, I will avenge you. For the next few days, just focus on recovering and don't think about anything else. Lin Yue looked at the message of Pan Feng's loyalty, increasing, secretly delighted, but at the same time vowed to seek justice for Pan Feng. "Arong, you escort Pan Feng and the wounded brothers back to Ping City." "My lord, absolutely not. Although I am injured, I still have the strength to fight." Qin Dynasty had the responsibility to protect the lord and could not leave. Pan Feng exclaimed in alarm, hurriedly stopping him. Although he was injured, it was not far from Ping City, and he could not risk the lord's safety. "All right, then Lin Yue, you lead a troop to escort them back." Lin Yue, unable to argue with him, had to agree. "Understood." Lin Yue accepted the order and then began arranging troops to prepare to escort Pan Feng and the injured comrades back to Ping City. Qin Dynasty notified the entire army to rest after half an hour continue patrolling the borders. Lin Yue commanded. "Understood." Qin Dynasty cupped his hands in acknowledgement, his fighting spirit high at this moment. With only his 3,000 white horse band facing the million Jurchen tribesmen, he could not avenge Pan Feng. Only when the main army from Shijian arrived could justice be sought. 2 days later the army from Shijian would arrive. Before that he should collect some interest. "My lord, have some chicken." Qin Dynasty grinned as he handed Lin Yue a freshly roasted chicken. A dark line flickered across Lin Yue's forehead. After a moment's thought he said to Qin Dynasty, "Arong, let's speak of chicken, without the BA. Civility begins with us." Why?" Qin Dynasty scratched his head, puzzled. "Never mind, just eat." Lin Yue replied, then turned to Li Mu, who had just taken a seat. "What were our battle losses this time?" Li Mu snatched the roasted chicken from Qin Dynasty's hand and reported, "Commander, we eradicated 286 bandits. None escaped. Our forces suffered no fatalities, no severe injuries, and only 10 men sustained minor wounds. Over the past 2 days the Bema Yitzong, White Horse Righteous Cavalry, had engaged in 3 skirmishes, all against small bands of mounted bandits. The largest numbered fewer than 500. As for the foreign cavalry, however, the region had fallen strangely quiet. No signs of movement had been detected." Lin Yue also queried the regional chat channel. No players or guilds had organized expeditions against the Nuzan, Xiongnu, or Donghu tribes. Only Li Ku chatted idly with him about the divine life among the Nuzan, but added that having been spotted by Qin troops, he could not sneak across for the time being. This left Lin Yue at an impasse. "Report, Commander. Enemy cavalry, approximately 3,000 strong, has been sighted 10 li ahead. They are on imminent collision course with Commander Lu Yun's unit." A scout galloped in, breathless with urgency. Lu Yun. Like Lin Yue, Lu Yun was one of the 10 newly appointed commanders of the light cavalry corps established by General Meng Tian. "An allied force. Move out." Lin Yue commanded. Instantly 3,000 White Horse Righteous Cavalry surged forward like arrows loosed from a bow. "Commander, the Xiongnu are less than 5 li away. 3 li. Full alert. Prepare for combat." Lu Yun roared, then gave his mount a light tap. The warhorse accelerated steadily. Just yesterday Commander Song's unit had clashed with a Xiongnu cavalry detachment and suffered heavy losses. That memory forced caution. "Draw bows. Loose." Lu Yun bellowed. 1,000 arrows descended like rain, yet few found their mark. Instead, dozens of his own men fell struck down and unhorsed. The Xiongnu had dispersed their formation before charging, minimizing casualties. Elite troops, Lu Yun thought grimly. It must be the same Xiongnu unit encountered yesterday. "Charge." Lu Yun shouted, leading the assault. Only for the Xiongnu cavalry to refuse direct engagement. Instead, they split into 2 wings, wheeling outward while launching sudden lethal volleys of arrows. "Damn it all." Lu Yun cursed aloud, heart pounding with mounting dread. In horsemanship and archery, these seasoned Xiongnu warriors vastly outclassed his newly formed cavalry. Already, without landing a single blow, they had lost dozens of men. How could this battle possibly be won? "Brothers, follow me," Lu Yun cried, spotting the enemy commander and veering sharply left. The Xiongnu did not stand and fight. They retreated while skirmishing. Lu Yun dared not pursue, relentlessly fearing a sudden feigned retreat, a deadly countercharge that would leave him exposed, repeating Song Erniu's fatal mistake. Thus a tense chase unfolded, an unspoken mutual rhythm between pursuer and pursued. Then abruptly the Xiongnu cavalry accelerated. Lu Yun sensed the shift instantly, and then saw them, a distant host of white-clad horsemen galloping toward the battlefield. His face lit with elation. White horses, white robes. Surely those were the 3,000 steeds Li Mu had secured. "Pursue. Reinforcements have arrived." Lu Yun drew his spear and thundered. At once both cavalry units abandoned restraint, spurring their mounts into full, desperate gallop. Just as Lu Yun closed in, the Xiongnu wheeled their mounts en masse, 3 cavalry formations converging across the vast steppe in the shape of a human character in person. Suddenly a contingent of Xiongnu horsemen broke ranks, pivoted sharply, and plunged straight into the pursuing column. The maneuver stunned onlookers. The Xiongnu were sacrificing part of their force to buy escape. Lin Yue showed no hesitation. He unsheathed his long saber and struck. In an instant, 1,000 Xiongnu riders crashed into the vanguard. "My lord, watch out." Qin Dynasty swung his massive axe left and right, a blood-eyed god of slaughter, cleaving every Xiongnu warrior who dared approach Lin Yue from their saddles. But Lu Yun's unit fared less well. Most of the Xiongnu charge targeted them directly. His cavalry buckled under the onslaught, and faced with fanatical, death-defying foes, began to waver. Fortunately, the Bema Yitzong intervened, swiftly enveloping and annihilating the 1,000-strong Xiongnu rearguard. "Commander Lin, my deepest thanks." Lu Yun wiped grime from his face and bowed deeply to Lin Yue. Commander Liu, your gratitude is misplaced. We serve the same army. We aid each other by duty, not favor. There is no need for thanks. Lin Yue smiled warmly and returned the bow. Liu Yan laughed heartily, releasing the matter. Yet, gazing after the retreating, Xiongnu main force, frustration tightened his brow. They had slipped away again. Lin Yue read his thoughts and spoke. Commander Liu, do not chase a beaten foe. These Xiongnu cavalrymen were no ordinary force. Their flawless coordination, peerless archery, and willingness to sacrifice themselves in a hopeless rearguard action revealed them as elite warriors. The chief commandant arrives tonight in Hoqing County. Will you accompany me there, brother Lin? Liu Yan asked. That would be most fitting. Lin Yue replied with a smile. After brief rest, the entire force set off for Hoqing County. Upon nearing the city, they found a large encampment already established outside its walls. Soon orders echoed from the ramparts directing them to quarter alongside the cavalry garrison. Lin Yue tasked Li Mu with logistics and entered the city gates side by side with Liu Yan. The moment they crossed the threshold, a hearty, resonant laugh rang out. Lin Yue, you took quite the beating, I hear. Chief Commandant, please spare me your jest, Lin Yue replied with a wry, pained expression as he faced Shi Jian. Ha ha ha, what is there to mock? Do not lose heart. Consider Meng Mingshi, son of the state chancellor Bailey Shi, who fought the Jin state, repeatedly suffering defeat after defeat, yet never surrendered and ultimately triumphed over Jin the hegemon of the Central Plains. Shi Jian clapped Lin Yue on the shoulder, chuckling. Let us not dwell on ancient history. I too have known defeat. And make no mistake, your victory was decisive. Only your subordinates sustained minor injuries. Thank you, sir, for your counsel. I shall transform shame into resolve and repay your trust with unwavering loyalty. Moved by Shi Jian's sincerity, Lin Yue felt deep gratitude. For a chief commandant to offer such words to a mere commander was extraordinary. Rest assured, the petty nuisance will be dealt with the moment we turn our attention their way. Come now, both of you, follow me. Yes, sir. They answered in unison. Shi Jian led them straight to the Lord's residence of Hoqing, then issued orders summoning all divisional commanders to assemble there. Soon generals filed in one by one, taking seats according to rank. Lin Yue and Liu Yan seated themselves at the far end of the hall and exchanged polite nods with nearby commanders. Shi Jian had brought 10,000 golden fire cavalry. In attendance were 3 colonels, 10 captains, and the 5 newly appointed commanders of the nascent cavalry regiments. They occupied the left side of the grand hall, while the right side held an unfamiliar cohort. Intrigued, Lin Yue discreetly activated his human recognition art upon the senior officer seated at the head of that side, and his expression shifted instantly to astonishment. Li Rubai? Lin Yue felt a bit puzzled. Since there was Li Rubai, did that mean there were also Li Rusong and his son Li Chongliang? He nudged Liu Yun with his shoulder, and seeing this, Liu Yun quietly inched closer to Lin Yue. What's wrong? Who is that? Lin Yue secretly gestured towards Li Rubai and asked in a hushed voice. He is the county lieutenant of Hoqing, Li Rubai, the son of General Li Chongliang of Liaodong and the cousin of Lieutenant Colonel Li Rusong of Xianyang. Liu Yan quietly explained in Lin Yue's ear. The Li family who occupied Liaodong during the late Ming has now appeared in Liaodong County. Lin Yue tried his best to digest this information. He had originally thought that famous ministers and generals from other dynasties would appear in the game in the form of summons, but unexpectedly, they could also be inserted directly as natives in the game. Moreover, the historical relationships between these characters could be preserved, which left him quite astonished. So if someone married Wei Zifu, wouldn't they then possess 3 historical top-tier dowries? Obtaining Su Shi would likely lead to acquiring Su Sun and the Chancellor's younger brother Su Ya. Forget it, let's not consider Sima Yi. His ambitions are too great to be controlled. Is everyone here? Shi Jian broke the tense atmosphere. Reporting Lieutenant Colonel, the Great Wall Legion has all 18 members present. Shi Jian nodded and then looked to the right. Reporting Lieutenant Colonel, my father is unwell and cannot attend, so I will take his place. The rest of the soldiers are all present. Li Rubai stood up and spoke to Shi Jian. All right, then let's begin, Shi Jian replied without further comment, his expression remaining calm. Understood, Li Rubai replied and returned to his seat. Shi Jian surveyed the room and then said, I have been ordered by the Grand General to patrol the borders of Liaodong County. He discovered many outsiders fleeing to the borders, colluding with foreign tribes, burning, killing, and looting. From today onwards, we will eradicate them. Which tribe of Xiongnu is responsible? Li Rubai asked. You all speak up. Shi Jian glanced at him, then addressed Lin Yue and the others. The tribe I encountered was the Juchu, having annihilated 500 people. The tribe I encountered was the Juchu, having annihilated 400 people. The tribe I encountered was the Juchu, having slain 400 people. The tribe I encountered was the Juchu alongside Lin Yue's group, having killed 1,000 Xiongnu cavalry. Liu Yan said, I encountered 1,000 Jurchen cavalry, killing 541 and capturing 459. Seeing it was his turn, Lin Yue stood up to report. Oh, the Juchu have frequently clashed with our Liaodong defending army. Their style of accepting outsiders to burn, kill, and loot is indeed in line with their practices. But the Jurchen have always been loyal to our great Qin. Is there a misunderstanding during this period? Li Rubai asked with confusion. Lin Yue glanced at Shi Jian and upon seeing him nod spoke. Last night, at Xiaogo Mountain, 1,000 outsiders fled to the borders and our troops pursued, discovering 1,000 Jurchen cavalry were there to assist, leading to a fierce battle. Upon interrogating the captives, it was found that they all wore wigs and were actually Jurchen. Li Rubai smiled calmly after hearing this, and then asked, such a deliberate disguise, could there be an intention to frame us? As far as I know, the Jurchen have disputes with the Xinbei, Xiongnu, and Chang tribes, and even with other Jurchen tribes. How do you know it wasn't other foreign tribes masquerading as them? We captured over 400 people, all of whom can testify to this. Lin Yue looked directly at Li Rubai and said, could it be that, like in history, the Li family is indeed nurturing a tiger to harm us, secretly supporting the Jurchen? However, facing the injured Pan Feng, he had to insist firmly and could not let Li Rubai brush it off with a few casual words. Is Lieutenant Li questioning our Great Wall Legion? At this moment, a robust officer on the left glared at Li Rubai and retorted. He was familiar with Lin Yue and known for being straightforward and proud. Seeing Li Rubai stirring trouble, he naturally had to speak up for Lin Yue. May I ask who you are, General? Li Rubai remained calm in the face of the questioning. I am Officer Gong Lin under the Great Wall Legion, Gong Lin said in a deep voice, staring at him. Oh, it's Officer Gong, my apologies. I mean no disrespect, just being cautious to avoid major mistakes, Li Rubai replied with a gentle smile. However, those over 400 who were being transported to Xianyang revolted on the way. They were killed by the soldiers on the spot, leaving no remains to verify the truth. Li Rubai shook his head with a hint of regret. Lin Yue's heart sank. This Li Rubai was indeed ruthless. And for complete revolt, is it really such a coincidence? May I ask when, where, and why they revolted? Gong Lin glanced at Li Rubai and asked. They revolted right after departing from Pingqing last night. As for the reason, it was nothing more than an attempt to escape. If Officer Gong Lin doesn't believe it, you can investigate for yourself. Li Rubai appeared as if he was completely open to investigation. Alright, then let's first discuss the matter of the Xiongnu Juchu tribe. Shi Jian interrupted Lin Yue and Gong Lin, who were about to speak. Understood. Lin Yue and Gong Lin replied simultaneously. Li Rubai, how many troops can your unit mobilize? Reporting Lieutenant Colonel, we can mobilize 50,000 cavalry and 200,000 infantry from the surrounding 3 counties ready for orders. Liaodong County has an army of no less than 100,000. Why are there only these troops? Lieutenant Colonel, you see, recently there have been many outsiders and mountain bandits causing chaos, and each unit is engaged in exterminating them. Since Liaodong County is located at the border, we also have to guard against foreign tribes. Currently, we can only mobilize these forces. Li Rubai replied with a troubled expression. How many troops does the Xiongnu Juchu tribe have? Shi Jian asked. The Juchu tribe has a total population of 1 million, and their people are skilled in horsemanship, all of whom can take up arms in battle. Good, all generals listen to the orders, Shi Jian said with a serious expression. The hall fell silent as everyone awaited his command. Li Rubai, at your service. Your cavalry will be the vanguard with the infantry providing support. Anyone who dares to retreat shall be executed without mercy. I accept the order. Li Rubai said, his expression difficult. Gong Lin, your unit will be on the left flank and 5 squads of light cavalry will be assigned to your unit to cut off their retreat. I accept the order. Gong Lin replied as he stood up. Zhang Kai, your unit will be the right flank, attacking from the right. I accept the order. A fair-skinned man stood up and replied. The 3 armies will depart tonight and attack at dawn the day after. Understood. The generals all stood up in response. Go. Whoever delays the timing of the attack will be punished according to military law. Shi Jian waved his hand, and the generals withdrew. Afterwards, Li Rubai cast a deep glance at Lin Yue before being the first to step outside. Lin Yue and the others followed behind Gong Lin, who turned and said, everyone return and gather your troops. We will set off after eating. Understood. Then Lin Yue returned to the camp where the white horsey Feng was stationed. My lord, are you feeling better? Lin Yue asked with a smile, looking at the spirited Pan Feng. Thanks to my lord, I am now fine. Moreover, due to the life and death battle with that masked man, I have already made a breakthrough. Pan Feng said with a smile. Lin Yue felt a thrill of joy after the breakthrough. Pan Feng had achieved the realm of a second-tier general. Name Pan Feng. Identity General. Title none. Position Standard Bearer. Martial Power 86. Intelligence 76. Leadership 83. Politics 68. Charm 70. Loyalty 95. Talent well-trained, training soldier speed 20. Pan Feng's martial power has increased by 2 points, making him a second-tier general now. Good. This can be considered a blessing in disguise. Lin Yue laughed heartily. With Pan Feng's breakthrough, he now had a second-tier general under his command. Haha, if any little minion dares to be reckless in the future, I will definitely teach him a lesson. Pan Feng laughed. But hold on, Lao Pan, why are you looking at me like that? Xing Daorong shrank his neck, feeling a bit dissatisfied. Haha, Aaron, let's see if you dare to challenge me again this time. My duty is to protect the Lord's safety. I will fight you when I have time. The crowd burst into laughter. After 2 days and 1 night of relentless travel, the Bema Yizong finally arrived at the designated position alongside Gong Lin's unit. At that moment, Xing Daorong sat idly gnawing on a dry, hardened millet cake, glancing intermittently toward the distant horizon. Commander Captain Gong Lin summons you to a council, Li Mu whispered as he approached. Understood. Lin Yue nodded and strode off without delay. Pan Feng tapped Xing Daorong's shoulder, rousing him from his reverie, then gestured for him to follow. Under cover of darkness, broken only by faint rhythmic snores, Lin Yue moved cautiously along the soldier's silent guidance until he reached the assembly site. Captain Commander Lin Yue reports for duty, Lin Yue murmured softly as he stepped into the center of the grassy clearing. Good. Now that all are present, I shall speak plainly. The enemy camp lies 20 li away, and dawn remains half an hour distant. All patrolling Xiongnu scouts along our route have been eliminated. They remain unaware of our presence. Thus, seizing this narrow window, I shall select 3,000 men as vanguard, advancing stealthily upon their encampment. And at the moment the main force assaults, these 3,000 shall storm the camp in unison. Gong Lin moistened his lips with a faint smile. I volunteer, cried the officers in unison, eager for battle. Raising a hand to silence them, Gong Lin declared, Qin Dynasty. At your command. A broad-shouldered man stepped forward, his voice low, yet resolute, eyes gleaming like polished obsidian in the night. You will remain here, assuming temporary command of the entire force. What? Chief, you know I yearn to lead the vanguard. Qin Dynasty's face fell, his disappointment raw and unmistakable. Silence brooked no dissent. This time I shall take my 1,000 personal guards, and augment them with 5 cavalry units from your ranks, drawing 400 men from each, to form the vanguard. The officers bowed their heads in reluctant assent, though disappointed they obeyed without question. Lin Yue, however, felt a surge of quiet elation, and hastened back to prepare his contingent. Within less than half an incense sticks burned, horses and men stood assembled. Lin Yue took Pan Feng and Xing Daorong along with 200 elite troops, leaving Li Mu in command of the Beima Yitsong. Let it be clear, this operation carries grave risk. Should we be exposed prematurely, disrupting the middle general's meticulously laid plan, we commit outright insubordination. Gong Lin swept his gaze across the circle. Now, those who consent step forward, those who withdraw do so now. Half the assembled force were his own elite guards. Lin Yue understood instantly this ultimatum was directed solely at the 5 commanders before him. These 5 had first encountered the Xiongnu. Unlike the Golden Fire cavalry, their hatred ran deeper, forged in blood and betrayal. Seeing no one step back, Gong Lin smiled grimly. Then we are bound together, like locusts strung on a single thread. I am the captain, you are commanders. If disaster strikes, none of you will bear lesser consequence. A soft, wordless chuckle rippled through the group. Now let me speak plainly. Why would I defy orders to forge this vanguard? Because I fear Li Rubai will falter and cost us our vengeance. Should he squander this chance, allowing the Xiongnu to flee, retribution may never come again. Gong Lin's gaze lingered meaningfully upon the 5. This was their long-awaited opportunity, for redemption, for reckoning. Do not underestimate the foe. The Jutsu tribe fields over 500,000 mounted archers. Their main encampment alone must hold more than 200,000 warriors. Should we retreat now, we shall be swallowed whole, like sheep cast among wolves. Therefore, once battle commences, you shall fight to the death, without hesitation, without retreat. Yes, sir, they answered as one. Night raids thrive on surprise and unbroken momentum. If that momentum falters, victory evaporates. They knew this truth well. Enough said. Maintain concealment. Move with utmost caution. All commands issue from me alone. Gong Lin gazed skyward and fell silent. Nods passed silently among them. Muzzles were fitted, hooves wrapped in cloth, and under the final veil of night the column began its slow, deliberate advance. Horses moved with measured tread. Hearts beat heavy with tension, each rider fearing a misstep might betray them to roving Xiongnu patrols. Silence reigned, but the closer they drew to the great camp, the greater the peril grew. Silence. Take cover. Gong Lin's hushed command cut through the stillness. Instantly, all melted into concealment nearby. Moments later, a detachment of horsemen appeared, some 100 strong, and most tellingly, every warrior bore the Jinxian Shui, the Manchu Q. Manchus. The patrol halted, scanning left and right. Arabeo, go investigate there. Something feels wrong. One rider pointed directly toward Lin Yue's hiding place. Huh. Wuda, you still haven't slept off your wine. Since when did you grow as timid as Counselor Zhao? Arabeo laughed heartily. Don't even mention that outsider. When Lord Huron proposed to the Jutsu tribe, he trembled like a leaf, utterly laughable. Wuda retorted bitterly, seething with resentment. Yet the chieftain favors him. Speak softly, friend, Arabeo sighed, lowering his voice. They'd drunk heavily last night during Huron's formal proposal, and were abruptly roused at dawn by the counselor, ordered to patrol and guard against raids. As they rode out, Xiongnu warriors mocked them. One Qin cavalry unit, wiped out entirely by you. Who dares raid here? Hearing this, they wished to bury their faces in the earth. Never before had they felt such shame, even among their own kin. This humiliation had spilled beyond tribal borders. Cowards. One day I'll slaughter every outsider in our clan. Enough, Wuda. Let's return, Arabeo sighed, turning his mount. As the patrol receded, Lin Yue and his men exhaled as one. So close. Yet a new question burned. Why were Manchus here? Why are Manchus stationed here? A deputy commander murmured. Does it matter? One enemy or two, we strike either way, Gong Lin replied indifferently. Suddenly Gong Lin withdrew a token, a communication talisman, its surface pulsing with soft radiant light. He held it to his ear, and his brow furrowed deeply. This was a voice-transmitting talisman, capable of transmitting speech across 100 li, its range matching that of player chat systems in the game world, akin to the Great Xiao's pagers. Yet such talismans were exceedingly rare in the game, reserved only for high-ranking officers. Damn it, the sky hasn't even lightened yet. Gong Lin cursed aloud, then sprang upright and bellowed, Mount up. Follow me. At his command, the 3,000 cavalry knew instantly the other two columns had met unforeseen crisis. In that instant, fierce battle lust blazed in their eyes. They vaulted onto their mounts in flawless unison and surged toward the Jutsu encampment like a pack of silent, ravenous wolves. The nearer they drew to the encampment, the denser the herders became, some peering curiously about, others leaping onto horses and galloping urgently toward the camp. But Gong Lin paid them no heed. His objective remained singular, unwavering: the Jutsu encampment itself. Bang! Pan Feng swung his axe from dozens of meters away. The gate collapsed instantly. The onlookers stared in astonishment at Pan Feng. Even Gong Lin turned his gaze aside in surprise. Who would have thought Lin Yue's retinue harbored such a fearsome warrior? The mere thought that their own side possessed such a titan ignited surging confidence among them. Like starved wolves catching the scent of blood, their eyes gleamed emerald green as they surged into the enemy camp. Meanwhile, two detachments of Golden Flame cavalry patrolled beyond the camp perimeter, loosing arrows ceaselessly along its outer rim, some near, some distant trajectories, varying wildly. Yet one thing remained constant: each arrow that struck the camp erupted in searing flames. They're attacking the camp. Attacking the camp. A Xiongnu soldier cried out, staring in horror at the blazing encampment. Panic swept through the entire camp like wildfire. Xiongnu warriors poured out, desperate to learn what had transpired, some not even clad in proper attire. Yet in such chaos, those who neglected to arm themselves and instead poked their heads out of cover to gawk were no different from walking corpses. The Qin cavalry watched as enemy heads came rushing toward them, and without hesitation thrust their halberds forward. Blood sprayed in all directions. The army advanced as though entering an empty realm. At that moment, the enemy camp descended into utter disarray. Gong Lin led his men in harvesting life after life, but their numbers remained too few. On the far side of the camp, resistance was already coalescing. The narrow passage allowed only 3 horses abreast, forcing the group to spread out. Yet the deeper they pressed into the camp's heart, the fiercer the resistance grew, nothing like the initial ease they had known. Suddenly, a horse-tripping rope spanned the gap between 2 tents. Impact meant certain ejection from the saddle and violent tumbles. Lin Yue tugged instinctively at the reins, only to find De Huang already anticipating the hazard. With effortless grace, the steed leapt clean over it. Truly worthy of a Tirgu cavalry mount. To his right, Pan Feng cleaved downward with his axe. The tent crumbled, and the rope snapped apart. "You wretched wolf cubs, kill!" At the end of the path, a ragged squadron of half-dressed Xiongnu cavalry charged headlong toward them. Pan Feng and Qin Dynasty spurred their mounts forward, racing straight into the fray. At the moment of collision, the enemy ranks shattered. Horses reared, riders tumbled. A handful of survivors barely escaped the carnage, only to be cleanly decapitated by Lin Yue's blade as they fled. Faced with these 2 incarnations of slaughter, the Xiongnu cavalry trembled with dread and swiftly broke formation. "Sure 3. My lord, watch out!" Pan Feng roared. Lin Yue swayed sideways, deflecting the arrow with his blade before it clattered harmlessly to the ground. He fixed his gaze upon the shooter, only to see the archer whirl and flee at once, having failed with his first shot. It was him, the very man who had ambushed him with a treacherous shot beneath High City. "Follow me," Lin Yue bellowed, charging ahead. If he was here, then Zhao Bo must also be nearby, and by extension, so too must the Jurchen. Today, old grudges and fresh wounds alike would be settled in full. Qin Dynasty clung tightly to Lin Yue's side. He'd grown momentarily reckless, forgetting his solemn duty as bodyguard. That lapse weighed heavily upon him. Now he kept pace, step for step, terrified another hidden arrow might find its mark. On the battlefield, one seldom feared open combat, for skill and experience granted a fighting chance to survive face-to-face duels. But unseen arrows, those defied all defense. Centuries later, Monk Khan, the indomitable great Khan of the Mongols, was slain by just such a concealed shot while directing the siege of Fishing City. His death triggered 4 years of civil war within the Mongol Empire, granting the Southern Song 20 more years of survival, and indirectly reshaping world history. And that single fateful arrow was loosed by an unnamed Southern Song foot soldier. "Don't run," Lin Yue thundered. Zhao Fuxing snatched an unmounted horse from the roadside and galloped off, while in the distance, scattered Jurchen warriors appeared. "My lord, I go forth now," Pan Feng cried, spurring his mount forward, eyes blazing with righteous fury. Though the man's features were obscured, Pan Feng recognized him instantly, the same Jurchen warrior he'd clashed with that night. "My lord, Qin Dynasty hesitated. "Go." Lin Yue struck his mount's rump sharply with the flat of his blade. He well understood Qin Dynasty's unspoken concern, fearing Pan Feng would again be overwhelmed if he faced several formidable foes alone. Lin Yue may jest and play, but never at the cost of duty. "Charge with me," he commanded. His bloodburst talisman's penalty, 10 points of diminished martial prowess, still had 15 days remaining. Currently, his strength matched only that of an elite-tier foot soldier. Joining Pan Feng and Qin Dynasty directly would force them to split their focus, protecting him, an untenable trade-off. Yet a detachment of Jurchen cavalry lingered nearby. He could pin them down, freeing the others to fight unencumbered. Lin Yue led his 100-strong contingent straight toward the Jurchen cavalry. Though the White Horse Righteous Guard's training remained incomplete, their morale blazed fiercely, while the enemy's spirit lay shattered and their will to fight extinguished. Advantage rested entirely with them. Lin Yue's force accelerated steadily, until their mounts thundered forward at full gallop. Only then did the Jurchen cavalry spot them, scrambling hastily to form ranks. Break through. Lin Yue plunged into the Jurchen ranks like a tiger unleashed, his Miao saber flashing like a celestial dragon, each slash sending warriors tumbling from their saddles, then trampled mercilessly beneath the hooves of the charging white horses. Within mere heartbeats, the Jurchen formation dissolved into chaos, then splintered into panicked flight. Lin Yue glanced back at the ferocious duel unfolding between Pan Feng and Xing Daorong, and clenched his fists in silent anxiety. Xing Daorong held 3 Jurchen warriors at bay, 1 against 3, unwavering. Pan Feng fought a lone Jurchen warrior, axe and spear clashing with ringing fury. Even Lin Yue had to admit the foe was truly formidable, matching Pan Feng a newly ascended second-tier general blow for blow. The Jurchen had been concealing their true strength all along. Simultaneously, Lin Yue burned with urgent helplessness, desperate to aid Pan Feng, yet utterly powerless. With his current elite-tier foot soldier strength, he'd likely be speared from his saddle within moments. An idea struck him. "Da Huang, could you go aid Pan Feng?" Lin Yue whispered softly into the stallion's ear, uncertain whether the beast would comprehend. Da Huang exhaled deeply and gently nodded his head. Truly a Tirga mount, brilliant beyond measure. "So you agree, then go lend him your strength." Lin Yue dismounted with quiet satisfaction, tenderly stroking the stallion's mane. At that instant, the 2 warriors locked weapons, straining with every fiber, neither yielding an inch. "Your strength has grown swiftly, but alas, you still fall short of my caliber," scoffed the Jurchen giant. "Humph, subduing you is child's play," Pan Feng retorted, voice thick with controlled fury. Sweat drenched both men's brows, yet their bodies remained rigid, neither daring to slacken for even a breath. A single bead of sweat traced down Pan Feng's cheek, then fell to the earth. "Nay!" His mount shrieked in agony, front legs buckling as it crashed to the ground. Pan Feng's steed was merely an ordinary yellow-tier mount from the White Horse Righteous Guard, whereas the Jurchen giant's mount radiated unmistakable pedigree. The Jurchen warrior sneered, lunging his spear downward at the fallen Pan Feng. Clang! At the last instant, the giant shifted his thrust into a block, swatting aside the incoming spear with contemptuous force, then glared venomously at Lin Yue, the interloper who had ruined his triumph. Seizing the opening, Pan Feng sprang upright, just as a pure white stallion thundered toward him. "Da Huang!" Pan Feng cried out in stunned disbelief, then cast a grateful glance at his lord before vaulting effortlessly onto the stallion's back as it drew near. "Let's continue." Again, Pan Feng swung his Xianhua axe once more and charged toward the enemy general. The Jurchen warrior opposite him bared his teeth in surprise. He hadn't expected Pan Feng to still be capable of fighting. Though he appeared to hold the upper hand, his hands gripping the iron spear trembled uncontrollably under the sheer weight of Pan Feng's 100-gene Xianhua axe. To outsiders, Pan Feng seemed to be losing, but only the 2 combatants knew the truth behind this struggle. Thus Pan Feng fought with ever-increasing ferocity, determined to exhaust his opponent's last ounce of strength. Axe and spear clashed with sharp ringing echoes as they engaged once more. Lin Yue cast insight technique upon the burly Jurchen warrior facing him. Name: Hu Erhan. Rank: military general. Martial prowess: 85. Strategic acumen: 81. Command ability: 83. Administrative skill: 77. Charisma: 75. With a martial prowess of 85, Hu Erhan, under equal equipment conditions, should be defeatable by Pan Feng. Watching Pan Feng grow fiercer with every blow, and seeing Xing Daorong fight with effortless mastery, Lin Yue concluded there was no need to worry about them. He then seized a wounded captive lying nearby, still breathing, and demanded, "Where is Zhao Bo?" The captive babbled incoherently. Lin Yue released him and let him drop to the ground. Evidently, he spoke no Central Plains tongue. Lin Yue swept his gaze across the battlefield. Dawn had broken. The eastern sky glowed pale silver, and light seeped softly into the world. Yet Zhao Bo and the archer who had fired the ambush shot remained nowhere to be seen. He mounted an unclaimed horse and led the White Horse Righteous cavalry back into the enemy camp. After cutting down several Xiongnu warriors with his blade, waves of fierce battle cries surged toward him from ahead. Glancing back, he saw the white armor of the White Horse Righteous cavalry stained crimson. Whether the blood was theirs or their enemies, he could not tell. "Brothers, follow me in." "Yes, sir." Though his personal strength ranked only at the special tier, he still charged at the very vanguard of the formation. For only thus could he ignite morale, charge forward, and "follow me" differed by but a single word, yet their psychological impact was worlds apart. Lin Yue slashed repeatedly with his Miao Dao until, having ridden past a cheval de frise barrier, he spotted Gong Lin directly ahead. Hundreds of Golden Fire cavalry surrounded him tightly, while Xiongnu warriors ringed the area from all sides. "Kill!" Lin Yue hurled himself into the fray, cutting down every Xiongnu warrior in his path. 2 wounds opened on his own body, yet he broke through the encirclement. "Lin Yue, you bastard, you're finally here." Gong Lin, drenched in blood and wrapped in bandages, threw his head back and roared with laughter. "Commander, what happened to you?" Lin Yue asked. This was meant to be a swift raid. So why had Gong Lin become entangled? "Damn it, we caught a big fish. But these curs won't let us leave." Gong Lin grinned through gritted teeth. "What fish?" Lin Yue's eyes flickered sideways. 5 captives stood guarded behind Gong Lin, 3 men and 2 women. Curious, he asked, "Who are they?" "That's Jutsu clan's Xiongnu king and his entire family. We noticed unusually heavy Xiongnu presence here, so we rushed over, only to find their guards far too numerous." We had no choice but to fall back to that large central tent nearby. When we stormed the tent, he was well occupied. At dawn, right before his children's eyes no less. Gong Lin chuckled, then winced sharply, inhaling cold air as the motion jolted his wound. Lin Yue gazed at the Xiongnu king slumped limply atop one of the women, his breath shallow, his life hanging by a thread. Lin Yue feared he might expire at any moment. Don't worry, he won't die. He just threw on a robe and fought me for 100 rounds. I doubt he'll go quietly. Damn it. If I hadn't been a hair sharper, I'd be lying stiff right now. Gong Lin laughed, effortlessly confident, but Lin Yue, reading his expression, instantly grasped the peril they'd narrowly escaped. Gong Lin had nearly perished. Commander, what do we do now? Lin Yue asked, watching as Xiongnu warriors swarmed thicker outside the tent. Soon, even breaking out might become impossible. Where are your two subordinates? Gong Lin asked. They're locked in combat elsewhere. I don't know when they'll arrive. Then it's settled. Gong Lin glanced at Lin Yue's lean frame and sighed. Damn it. Where the hell are our reinforcements? Hearing this, Lin Yue frowned too. 3 columns had launched simultaneous assaults. Why had none arrived? Forget it. We're scattered now. No chance of regrouping. Our only option is to break through. Otherwise, we'll surely perish here. Our lives are worth far more than this Xiongnu king's. Dying together with him would be a waste, like smashing a priceless jade vessel against a clay pot. Gong Lin smiled, but bitterness lingered beneath. His impulsive decision had landed them in this siege. Yes, sir, Lin Yue replied. I'm wounded. You ride a tier geographical warhorse. Your odds of breaking through are highest. When the fighting begins, we'll cover you. You'll escape with the Xiongnu king. Gong Lin leaned heavily on his sword's hilt, voice firm and unyielding. Commander, but, Lin Yue began urgently, only to be cut off. No excuses. Right now you are the only one who can get out. Gong Lin's eyes flared wide, voice dropping low and stern. But Commander, why must you fuss like an old woman? This is a direct order. Gong Lin's gaze burned fiercely, then softened slightly as he added, voice grave. Don't feel guilt for leaving your comrades behind. Staying doesn't guarantee death, not if we hold out long enough for reinforcements. As commander, he had to remain, and if they endured, even survival was possible. But the Xiongnu king had to live. That was victory incarnate. Lin Yue's concern hadn't gone unnoticed, but only a living king could yield reward. This desperate measure was their sole recourse. Commander, my horse Da Huang isn't here. I lent him to Pan Feng. Lin Yue blurted out, terrified of being interrupted again. Da Huang, what kind of name is that? Gong Lin asked. My warhorse. You, a young man riding a towering snow-white steed. Name him Da Huang. That sounds like a dog's name. You insult the beast. For cavalrymen, a warhorse was a second life, precious beyond measure. Gong Lin's heart ached at the thought. Commander, how did you know it's a dog's name? Besides, I asked him first, and he agreed. Lin Yue reasoned. Silence after all implied consent. Sigh, Xiao Huang could be a youth's name, a Lao Huang a middle-aged man's. But Da Huang, only dogs answer to that. Gong Lin waved dismissively, clearly unwilling to dwell further. With that final option closed, he'd resolved to fight to the death. Commander, what if we use the Xiongnu king as leverage? Why not force them to open a passage? Lin Yue suddenly interjected. After all, this was the Xiongnu king. To waste such leverage would be folly. It's useless. Among the Xiongnu, succession passes from elder brother to younger. Those who wield influence would welcome the king's death. Even his wife would become the new king's consort. Now that's ruthless strategy. Lin Yue thought inwardly. Right now communication is impossible. We speak no Xiongnu tongue, and though some among them understand Central Plains speech, they feign ignorance under pressure. They've made up their minds to kill us and the Xiongnu king along with us. At that moment, Xiongnu cavalry stirred restlessly, eyes blazing with lethal intent. Only death remains. Lin Yue observed the shift in their stance, realizing even purchasing Xiongnu language from the game shop wouldn't help now. Their hearts had already hardened. Exactly. Hold on until reinforcements arrive and victory is ours. Gong Lin grinned, utterly unshaken by death's shadow. Men, strike first. Kill. Kill. The Qin army charged first. The Golden Fire cavalry, as the elite among the elite, surged into the enemy ranks like a hungry tiger descending the mountain. The Xiongnu cavalry with red eyes faced the incredibly calm Golden Fire cavalry and was instantly scattered. Lin Yue watched this scene with fervent excitement. This is the first cavalry of the Great Qin. Even the white horse Yizhong seemed somewhat inferior in comparison. It is unknown whether the white horse Yizhong at its peak could contend with them. The Golden Fire cavalry is the strongest cavalry of the Great Qin. Even when the emperor goes out, a portion of the Golden Fire cavalry serves as his guard. How could these Xiongnu cavalry compare? Gong Lin noticed Lin Yue's thoughts and said somewhat proudly, the Golden Fire cavalry broke through a gap, but they were soon blocked again by the Xiongnu cavalry. The follow-up forces are too few and they have no choice but to fight and retreat. This short distance is simply not enough for a full-speed charge. Stop looking, help me onto the horse, Gong Lin said. As he spoke, a thunderous sound came from a distance. Reinforcements are coming. The two exclaimed in unison. My lord, I'm here. Another valiant general charged in, and Lin Yue recognized the voice. It was Qin Dynasty. Arome, my lord. Qin Dynasty rode quickly to Lin Yue's side, saying, my lord, Old Pan has captured that fellow. Qin Dynasty has arrived. Old Pan went to assist him, and I was sent to protect you. Good, Arome, you did well. Lin Yue replied with a smile. With Qin Daorong here, their situation would undoubtedly improve significantly. This is what I should do. Qin Daorong, hearing his lord's praise for the first time, felt somewhat at a loss and chuckled awkwardly. Lin Yue, help me onto the horse. Gong Lin suddenly shouted. Lieutenant Qin Dynasty is coming soon. Lin Yue advised, somewhat confused. I am the commander, listen to me. Gong Lin insisted on mounting the horse without compromise. Lin Yue had no choice but to help him onto the horse, secretly thinking this is a man who doesn't want to lose face in front of others, truly a proud soldier of the great Qin. Bring me the Xiongnu king, the rest you 3 children take with you. Gong Lin said again. Lin Yue could only comply, lifting the Xiongnu king and discreetly tapping him on the back of the head, fearing he might suddenly become violent on the horse. He then tossed him onto Gong Lin's horse. After completing all this, Lin Yue turned around and found only 3 children remaining. In the blink of an eye, the Xiongnu queen was gone. Then he heard a delicate shout and quickly looked over, realizing that the queen was actually on Qin Daorong's horse. Seeing his lord looking at him, Qin Daorong scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said, my lord, this one is heavy. I'm afraid it will tire you. But his voice grew softer, and by the end he felt he lacked confidence. Gong Lin found this scene amusing. Forget it, keep an eye on her. Lin Yue sighed, handing 2 of the children over to Gong Lin's 2 personal guards while placing the last child in front of his own horse. Then the 5 of them lined up, protecting Gong Lin in the middle. Charge, my lads. The 5 led over 100 personal guards into the fray, assisting the Golden Fire Cavalry. With blood and flesh splattering everywhere, they forged a bloody path. Lin Yue, however, found it somewhat strenuous, having to pay constant attention to Gong Lin on his right to ensure his safety. On the left, Qin Daorong seemed rather at ease, wielding an axe in one hand, while the other rested on the back of the horse on the queen's body. After a fierce battle, they finally led their personal guards out of the encirclement. Looking back, the Golden Fire Cavalry had lost 1/3 of their force, while the White Horse Yizhong had suffered about half of their casualties, truly a devastating loss. Lieutenant, I'm here. An excited shout came from the distance. Xiongnu, why the hell did you take so long? Gong Lin shouted. I rushed over as soon as I got the news. Hearing that the lieutenant was surrounded, I was anxious. Xiongnu replied. Who did you hear that from? That's a rumor. A rumor. Gong Lin retorted angrily. What a joke. How could he still maintain his reputation if that got out? Is it a rumor? All right. Xiongnu, knowing his superior's character, eyed Gong Lin suspiciously. Gong Lin felt somewhat uncomfortable under his gaze, yet unable to argue back. He could only ask, where are the others? The last I heard, Lieutenant Zhang had also entered the enemy camp and was currently engaged in battle with the enemy forces. However, the Liaodong reinforcements have yet to arrive. I do not know what is happening. Xiongnu reported in detail. What is Li Rubai doing? Gong Lin muttered to himself, unable to figure out what he was up to. Lin Yue, equally puzzled, knew that failing to meet the timeline was a grave crime. The flying General Li Guang's repeated failures to meet deadlines led to his tragic fate of not being sealed. Li Rubai was already at odds with the Great Wall Legion and was the main force behind the night raid. How could he fail to meet the timeline and hand over such a big handle to them? Lieutenant, who is that? Xiongnu asked, staring at the man on horseback, interrupting everyone's thoughts. Huh? Gong Lin suddenly laughed. This fool finally noticed. This is the enemy chief captured by Lieutenant Gong amidst the chaos of battle, the Xiongnu king. Lin Yue preemptively answered Xiongnu. Such matters have a completely different effect when said by oneself compared to others. Upon hearing Lin Yue's words, Gong Lin's laughter abruptly stopped, while Xiongnu's mouth dropped open in shock, as did the many soldiers behind him. Lieutenant, are you really that impressive? Xiongnu asked in disbelief. Get lost. If I'm not impressive, how can I be your lieutenant? Quickly go kill the enemy, don't disturb me. Gong Lin scolded with a laugh, proudly patting the Xiongnu king's head, feeling it was a bit heavy, then rubbed it. This is a treasure, be gentle with it. Capturing the enemy chief amidst the chaos of battle, how am I so formidable? All right, I'll go right away. Xiongnu hurriedly retreated, afraid of provoking his ire. Qin Dynasty, when you engage in battle with the Xiongnu cavalry, you can loudly proclaim the news of the Xiongnu king's capture so that the resistance you encounter will be lesser. Lin Yue said to Xiongnu. Right? Just say it like that. Gong Lin's expression brightened, yet he glared at Xiongnu, saying understood. Xiongnu nodded, not daring to meet Gong Lin's gaze. The lieutenant's look put immense pressure on him, so he quickly retreated. You've worked hard accompanying me in capturing the enemy chief amidst the chaos of battle. Gong Lin softly said to his personal guards. Following the lieutenant, we would rather die than regret. The crowd replied in unison. They are not foolish and understand that saying this raises their status immediately. Encountering the enemy and capturing the enemy chief amidst the chaos of battle are entirely different concepts. Their accolades would be much greater. Thus their voices grew louder. Gong Lin was evidently pleased with the crowd's reaction and turned to Lin Yue, smiling. You are great. Lin Yue, taken aback by this sudden praise, could only smile faintly and say, it is all my subordinate's duty. Congratulations to the player for slaying 166 Xiongnu cavalry, earning 2,320 merit points. The player is in the Great Qin camp, receiving an additional 232 merit points. The player successfully executed a night raid, increasing their reputation by 200. The training level of the White Horse Yidong has increased by 10, currently at 75. The game's system notification sounded, reporting the rewards of this battle. Name Lin Yue. Title Pioneer. Identity General Great Qin. Noble rank Baron. Official position Military Marquis. Cultivation 3 at level 2. Strength 42-52. Intelligence 31. Command 21. Politics 22. Charm 99. Reputation 23-15 somewhat famous. Talent kind-hearted. Skill insightful observation. This night raid earned 2,552 merit points, bringing his total to 9,573 merit points. With a bit more accumulation, he could exchange for some equipment for the village. As Lin Yue contemplated, he was interrupted by a voice from the Xiongnu general. Xiongnu general. The sound of hooves echoed as Shi Jian approached on horseback, followed by Li Rubai and other generals from Liaodong County. Gong Lin, I heard you captured the enemy chief amidst the chaos of battle. Shi Jian asked with a beaming smile. I was a bit overzealous at the time, didn't expect it would be so easy. Gong Lin actually felt a little shy, scratching his head as he spoke. Damn easy. His body had just been bandaged, and he was almost wrapped like a dumpling, barely escaping disaster, yet he still bragged. However, Shi Jian did not burst his bubble, but praised instead. No wonder you are a fine man of our Great Wall Legion. Allow me to celebrate your achievement when I return. Thank you, Xiongnu general. Gong Lin's smile had stretched to his ears, and he cast a glance at Li Rubai, who looked exceptionally grim, making him feel immensely pleased. In today's night raid, first Gong Lin led the elite cavalry on a solo night attack, avoiding early detection by the enemy. Secondly, he captured the enemy chief. No matter how twisted the process was, the outcome remained the same. As soon as the news of the Xiongnu king's capture spread through Xiongnu, the majority of the Xiongnu surrendered, effectively controlling the enemy camp. This credit was undoubtedly his. Come, let's discuss the accounts. Shi Jian was the first to enter the Xiongnu king's tent. The others followed closely behind, filing in, and the tent was already filled with chairs, with Lin Yue taking a seat at the end. Once everyone was seated, a general stepped forward and loudly declared, reporting to Xiongnu general, in this battle, we have slain over 6,500 cavalry from the Jitu faction, capturing over 3,000 cavalry, along with over 7,000 women, children, and herders. 5 million cattle and 6 million sheep were lost due to the chaos, and I have sent people to search for them. Additionally, there are 2 million horses, roughly estimating that about 4,000 can be used as military horses. 400,000 war horses. Upon hearing this, everyone held their breath. It is known that only horses of excellent quality can be used as war horses, and they are the lowest grade of war horses. For example, the horses of the White Horse Yitong are mid-grade yellow-tier war horses, while the horses of the Golden Fire Cavalry are upper-grade yellow-tier war horses. Yet in local armies, cavalry composed entirely of excellent quality war horses were the envy of others. These 400,000 war horses could provide the Great Qin with 4 cavalry divisions, equating to 4 positions of Xiongnu general. That individual paused briefly and continued. I estimate there are around 1,000 yellow-tier war horses and approximately 3,000 upper-grade yellow-tier war horses. The exact numbers will need to be counted tomorrow. Upon hearing this, the hall erupted in excitement. Except for the Liaodong defending army present, all were generals of the Golden Fire Cavalry. The upper-grade yellow-tier war horses could serve as their mounts, equivalent to expanding their cavalry by 3,000 men. It is known that the Golden Fire Cavalry has around 3,000 troops. Adding another 3,000 is no small number. For the newly expanded cavalry led by Lin Yue and others, it was a desperate measure. There weren't enough upper-grade yellow-tier war horses to form a Golden Fire Cavalry, so they had to settle for forming other cavalry units. This time they really struck gold. This was the consensus among all the generals. Ahem. This time the harvest is plentiful. Allow me to report to the general before making further arrangements. Shi Jian said, then looked at everyone and spoke. Next we should discuss rewards and merits. The generals were all shocked, waiting quietly for the next details. The first merit of this battle goes to the Captain Gong Lin. Shi Jian stated. Below the generals of the Great Wall Legion had no doubts. The achievement of capturing the king was undeniable. Who would dare to say it wasn't the first merit? After all, this is not the late Ming Dynasty, where the top 10 in merit awards were all eunuchs, and the main general Yuan Chonghuan was ranked 86th. A 5-year-old child related to Wei Zhongxian was ranked higher in merit awards than him. Now the laws of Great Qin are strict, and such things cannot happen. Gong Lin is undoubtedly the first merit. Thank you, Xiongnu general. I will definitely shed the last drop of blood for Great Qin. Gong Lin stood tremblingly, speaking excitedly. Please sit down quickly. After Gong Lin sat down, Shi Jian continued. Captain Zhang Kai should be the second. Thank you, Xiongnu general. I am willing to go through fire and water for Great Qin. Zhang Kai stood and cupped his hands. During the night raid, when Gong Lin was surrounded, it was Zhang Kai who led a camp of Golden Fire Cavalry to attract most of the Xiongnu's forces, even arriving earlier than Qin, hastening the downfall of the Jitu faction. His merit as second is indisputable. Next, the merits were discussed sequentially, with Qin being third, Pan Feng for capturing the second-rate general Fei Yingdong being fifth, and Lin Yue participating in capturing the enemy chief being ninth. Gentlemen, if anyone has questions, ask now. If there are no objections, I will send this document to the general. Once it reaches the general, neither alterations nor approval will be in our hands. Shi Jian said solemnly. Inside the Xiongnu king's tent, the expressions of the generals varied, but most were filled with joy and excitement. Yet some exceptions remained, as neither Shi Jian nor the many generals from Liaodong were on the list. Shi Jian was fine. As the main general, the general would certainly commend him. However, none of the Liaodong generals made the list, which left the Great Wall Legion generals immensely curious about what had transpired. At this moment, the generals whispered to one another, and the uninformed generals leaned in to speak with those who were in the know, all eyes turning towards Li Rubai and others. Lin Yue also leaned into a nearby general who said, "Hey, Li Rubai was first discovered by a group of Jurchen cavalry forcing him to issue an advance attack order. Just after they ran not far, they were suddenly ambushed by a group of Xiongnu cavalry from the flank. If it weren't for the Zhonglong general's support from behind, they would have been routed." That general vividly described the scene at that time to Lin Yue. No wonder they finished quickly, as the main force in the center, Li Rubai, had yet to appear because he was ambushed by the Xiongnu cavalry. Yet what a coincidence. Lin Yue looked at Li Rubai somewhat puzzled as to how a night raid turned into them being ambushed. Li Rubai, feeling uncomfortable under these gazes, stood up with a stiff face as a member of the Liaodong Li family and asked, "Zhonglong General, I Li Rubai understand that I have missed this opportunity, but our Liaodong defending army fought bravely against the Xiongnu cavalry. Why is it that no one made the list? We may not have achievements, but we certainly have endured hardships. We may not have achievements, but we certainly have endured hardships. Oh, do you realize your delay in action nearly cost Gong Lin his life? My Golden Flame Cavalry, 20,000 strong, launched an assault against the Jutsu tribe's 100,000-man host. Had Gong Lin not personally captured their chieftain, the consequences would have been incalculable. You claim you fought to the death, yet did any among them not do likewise?" Shen Jian suddenly erupted in fury. They had only been assigned as auxiliary forces to the Liaodong garrison, never imagining they would become the main offensive spearhead. That alone was tolerable. Sparing him punishment was already an act of remarkable restraint. Yet now, at the very moment rewards are being distributed, he continues to protest incessantly, as if he believes Shen Jian is too amenable to be taken seriously. "Your Excellency, Middle Commandant, who could have foreseen that the Jutsu tribe's 30,000-strong cavalry, away on campaign, would suddenly return to camp? Such timing borders on the miraculous. Our Liaodong garrison suffered 50,000 casualties. Surely we merit at least one measure of recognition. Do you not fear chilling the hearts of all your soldiers?" Li Rubai spoke boldly, though his voice betrayed inner trepidation. To encounter such improbable misfortune, truly misfortune had opened its door and moved in for good. Yet regardless of victory or defeat today, he had to step forward. If he remained silent now, how would his subordinate generals perceive him? These were not merely his subordinates. More than half had been seconded from nearby counties, and many were sworn brothers of his own father. Should they refuse to submit, how could he ever succeed his father? He had over a dozen brothers. Only his eldest brother Li Rusong served in Xianyang. The rest remained potential rivals for the succession. Shen Jian did not reply, but instead turned to his personal guards. "Bring him in." Moments later, 2 soldiers escorted a bound man into the command tent. All the generals craned their necks to look. Who is this? Is this what the Xiongnu king looks like? Huh. Old Gong, take a look. Could this possibly be the Xiongnu king? Lieutenant Zhang Kai nudged Gong Lin, urging him to inspect the captive. "No. He wears the Jurchen queue. Clearly a Jurchen warrior. How could I possibly claim credit for capturing him amidst 10,000 enemy troops?" Gong Lin tilted his head, glanced briefly, then shook it dismissively with a wry twist of his lips. "Oh ho, so you puff up just because someone calls you fat?" Zhang Kai laughed mockingly. He'd always loathed Gong Lin's smug arrogance. Lin Yue studied the prisoner closely. It was the Jurchen general captured earlier by Pan Feng. "Within the Jutsu encampment today, we discovered a second-tier general. Do any of you recognize him?" Shen Jian asked. Upon hearing second-tier general, the officers exchanged glances and silently shook their heads. Lin Yue immediately activated his talent of recognition. "Name Huerhan. Affiliation Jurchen tribe. Martial prowess 85. Strategic acumen 81. Command ability 83. Administrative aptitude 77. Charismatic influence 74. This was none other than Huerhan of the Tongjia clan, the adopted son of Nurhisai, and one of the 5 founding ministers of the later Jin. No wonder he had matched Pan Feng blow for blow. "Lieutenant Li, surely you know this man?" Shen Jian asked. This humble officer does not recognize him. Li Rubai shook his head. "Oh, truly, I find that hard to believe," Shen Jian replied with a knowing faint smile. "Why does your excellency mock this humble officer?" Li Rubai glanced at Huerhan bound upon the ground, whose unwavering gaze met his, and gave a quiet, solemn nod. "Ha ha ha, I hear this man even calls you uncle. Such rumors spread like wildfire through taverns. Does your excellency truly give them credence?" Li Rubai abandoned all pretense, retorting with sharp irony. "Oh, then it matters little. With the Jutsu matter settled, a new threat has emerged, the Jurchens. It seems I must report this directly to the Grand General. Your excellency may report as you see fit. The truth will bear its own judgment." "Very well, let us adjourn for today," Shen Jian declared. "Wait, your excellency truly refuses to grant justice to the Liaodong garrison?" Li Rubai demanded, unwilling to yield. "Justice? Heh, he who feels wronged may file a formal complaint against me if he dares." Shen Jian replied indifferently. Strictly speaking, the Liaodong garrison's conduct warranted both praise and censure. Yet ever since the Grand General reported the Battle of High City to the First Emperor, and Li Chongliang was publicly reprimanded by imperial decree, the rift between the 2 armies had been sealed. The Grand General, however, was a man of unimpeachable integrity. After the emperor issued edicts forbidding cultivators from fleeing across borders and ordering punitive campaigns to all foreign tribes, the Grand General, before departing, privately admonished his chief commanders when confronting foreign enemies unity was paramount. Personal grudges must never be brought onto the battlefield. Sun Jian believed himself impartial. He had even entrusted Li Rubai with the authority to issue the attack order. When Li Rubai's forces were ambushed, it was Sun Jian himself who led 3,000 Golden Flame cavalry to their rescue, stabilizing the front line. Granted, Li Rubai had suffered extraordinary misfortune, but his miscalculation forced the Golden Flame cavalry into solitary combat, nearly leading to Gong Lin's complete annihilation. And yet here he stood, speaking recklessly, pressing demands with brazen aggression. Today this merit, this honor, would not go to Li Rubai. Though my rank is low, I shall still lodge a formal petition against you, on behalf of the 50,000 men who died under my command. Li Rubai spat out fiercely. Go home and tattle to your father. Sun Jian retorted coldly, rising and striding out of the tent, refusing further engagement. At those words, the assembled generals burst into laughter, while Li Rubai and his Liaodong officers turned ashen-faced. Gong Lin. Sun Jian paused at the tent's entrance. At your command, sir. Gong Lin rose and bellowed. Leave your unit here to assist the Liaodong infantry in transporting spoils back to Ho City, and await the Grand General's orders on site. All remaining forces, follow me back. Understood. The officers rose in unison and fell into step behind Sun Jian. Gong Lin fixed his gaze on Li Rubai without uttering another word. The fate of this grassland pasture, abandon or retain, awaited the Grand General's decision. Until then, he would watch the Liaodong garrison closely, ensuring not a single ounce of spoils vanished into private coffers. Outside the main tent, Sun Jian turned to the assembly. 2 in Sensestic's time. Wounded remain here for treatment. All others capable of movement march with me. Understood. The officers responded in chorus, then dispersed to issue their own commands, including Lin Yue, who returned with Pan Feng and Xing Daorong to the White Horse Righteous Followers encampment. Commander, we still have 2,300 men fit to ride. 240 others remain wounded here, Li Zhe reported to Lin Yue. They had marched forth with a full complement of 3,000. Now barely 2,600 remained, with some 400 fallen in battle. Lin Yue nodded silently. Having endured several battles, his heart, though not as cold as the blade in his hand, was no longer tender as it once had been. Prepare to depart. The wounded stay here, tended by 50 men. The rest accompany the main force home. Understood. Li Zhe affirmed. At the appointed hour, the army had already assembled before the command tent. Wind stirred the tall grasses. The great banner bearing the character Meng rippled proudly in the breeze as countless warriors sat motionless atop their warhorses, solemn, disciplined, unbroken. Their armor bore no gaudy ornamentation, yet streaked with blood, it exuded the fierce predatory aura of a true tiger and wolf legion. Sun Jian beckoned Lin Yue forward. Ride beside me. Understood. Lin Yue bowed his head. Advance, return home, a general shouted. Then Sun Jian spurred his mount ahead, and the entire host surged forward in his wake. 20,000 Golden Flame cavalry thundered across the endless steppe. This is not the road back. It leads where Lin Yue asked, gazing across the boundless grasslands. Jianzhou Jurchens. Jianzhou Jurchens. Shi Jian spoke in a low, grave tone. A surge of indescribable emotion welled up within Lin Yue's heart. Inside the Jurchen tribal encampment, Chieftain the strategist has returned. Upon hearing this, Nurhasai furrowed his brow. Why had Zhao Bo returned so abruptly? Had not Fei Yingdong returned last night, reporting cordial negotiations with the Jutsu tribe, and that the marriage alliance had already been settled, awaiting only an auspicious date? Could something have gone awry? Nurhasai dared not take it lightly. He immediately dispatched messengers to summon Zhao Bo and ordered tea served for him. This marriage alliance with the Jutsu tribe was a pivotal step. Once Werhan married the daughter of the Jutsu, Xiongnu king, their tribe would gain the Jutsu's full support. And with the Li family's backing already secured, it would not be long before he possessed the strength to unify all Jurchen tribes. Chieftain, disaster strikes. Zhao Bo burst in, his face pale with panic. Strategist, calm yourself. Speak slowly and clearly. Nurhasai murmured, his spirit jolted by dread, yet still offering reassurance as he handed Zhao Bo the cup of tea. Zhao Bo seized the warm tea and drained it in one swallow. Having ridden hard all the way, fearing pursuit by the Qin army, he had taken a wide circuitous route on horseback. If his mount had not been a tier 3 warhorse, it might well have collapsed, foaming at the mouth and dying outright. Then, catching his breath, he told Nurhasai. The Qin army launched a night raid upon the Jutsu camp. The Xiongnu king is now besieged, and Werhan's fate remains unknown. Those words struck like thunder from a clear sky. Nurhasai stood speechless for a long while. Werhan was not merely a second-tier general. He was also Nurhasai's adopted son. Now his very life hung in the balance. How did you escape unscathed? Nurhasai asked. Then, noticing Zhao Bo's awkward expression, quickly added, I mean, surely your flight cost you dearly. Last night, I felt deeply unsettled in spirit, so I sent scouts to patrol the surrounding area. Yet one patrol failed to return for hours. I sensed something amiss. But Werhan and the others refused to believe me and insisted on remaining there. Soon after, the Qin army descended upon the camp under cover of night. Werhan, frantic to find his fiancée, ignored my pleas, and as Qin soldiers closed in on me, I fled back with Zhao Fuxing. Xiaobo shook his head. Grief and regret etched across his features. Moreover, as I rode back, I saw the Qin army veer, not toward Liaodong commandery, but straight for us. Xiaobo continued. Where did you encounter them? Nurhasai rose to his feet, pressing urgently. I cannot say precisely where. It was already past noon when I left. They will not arrive anytime soon. The Qin army marched at standard pace while he had galloped relentlessly atop his Tier 3 warhorse. Thus the distance between them steadily widened. Nurhasai sighed deeply and fell silent. Ever since Xiaobo had been appointed strategist, many of the tribe's veteran elders had voiced quiet discontent. Outwardly courteous, yet inwardly dismissive of this outsider. Yet to Nurhasai, Xiaobo held far greater value than any ordinary warrior. His visionary blueprint for the Jurchen's future development resonated powerfully with Nurhasai's own ambitions. Especially the concepts of the 8 banners of the Jurchens and the 8 banners of outsiders struck Nurhasai as profoundly compelling. In his vision, the Jurchens would rise step by step into a great nation capable of rivaling the Xiongnu, carving out sovereign territories, even seizing dominion beyond the pass. This marriage alliance with the Jutsu tribe was but one small thread in that grand tapestry, yet its execution hinged entirely upon Xiaobo. Hence Nurhasai honored him above all others. Yet now the Qin night raid had shattered all expectations. Bewildered and agitated, Nurhasai closed his eyes to still his mind and ponder a path forward. Xiaobo knew this was Nurhasai's moment of deep strategizing, and stood quietly, offering no interruption. Their fates were now inextricably bound. Prosperity or ruin would come to both alike. Xiaobo trusted Nurhasai's brilliance, a true sovereign, a master tactician. He believed in time a solution would emerge. Strategist, what is your assessment of this matter? Nurhasai suddenly asked. First, we must determine why the Qin army launched this night raid against the Jutsu. Only then can we formulate our next move. Xiaobo took a sip of freshly poured hot tea as he spoke. This crisis far exceeded his calculations. His original letter of allegiance, the Jurchen development plan, had been devised in reality by retired military advisors commissioned by his father, who entered the realm to conduct field research. That plan alone had earned Nurhasai's trust and favor. But now pressed to propose a solution, he drew a complete blank. Send for Haheli Feiyingdong Aidu and on Feiyangu. Also summon more Haki Shuer Haki Yar Haki and Bayala. Nurhasai named them one by one, each without exception among his most loyal and trusted lieutenants. At his command, his personal guards dashed out, and soon the generals filed into the great tent and took their seats. After Xiaobo briefly recounted the events, a deathly silence descended upon the chamber. Seeing no one speak, Nurhasai sighed and said, Given the peril we face, you should all depart. Leave this land of chaos and danger. If fortune grants me survival, I shall summon you again, and we shall reunite in peace. Chieftain, this must not be. Brother, we swear to live and die with our people. To flee on the eve of battle is no act of valor. Voices rose in fervent resolve, each man declaring his unwavering loyalty. Nurhasai offered a wry, sorrowful smile, then declared, Then let us devise a countermeasure. On Feiyangu, you shall lead our bravest warriors to patrol 100 li beyond the camp. At the first sign of the Qin army, report to me without delay. Yes. On Feiyangu replied. Feiyingdong, you shall go personally to Li Rubai and tell him that Xia yearns for him day and night. Tonight she shall be delivered to his quarters. Yes. Feiyingdong answered. Xia was famed throughout the Jurchen tribes for her extraordinary beauty, and Li Rubai had long been infatuated with her. She was the daughter of Nikan Whalin, who, seeking to curry favor with Li Rubai, had intended to offer her as a gift. Yet before he could succeed, Nikan Whalin was slain by Nurhasai, leaving Xia with no choice but to remain here. Nurhasai knew many secretly cherished her, even his own younger brother. Yet now he had no recourse but to send her to Li Rubai, though whether the latter would intervene and save him from doom remained uncertain. Strategist, you shall return to the outsider's realm. Do not re-enter this world for the time being, lest you become entangled in this calamity. Nurhasai instructed. Yes. Xiaobo replied. He understood well it was not fear of collateral harm, but rather dread that the outsiders might be discovered by the Qin army, thereby irrevocably confirming the Jurchen's crime of harboring outsiders. More Haki Shuer Haki Yar Haki Bayala. You 4 shall evacuate all women and children, taking them as far away as possible, to preserve the ember of our people. Nurhasai addressed his 4 younger brothers. Brother, they began, but he waved them silent. They knew words were futile now, and bowed their heads in solemn acceptance. Haheli, you shall ride day and night to deliver this letter deep into the central plains. Failure is unthinkable. Yes. Haheli received the sealed letter with reverent care and tucked it safely inside his robe. The fate of our entire tribe rests upon each of you today. Nurhasai ordered wine brought forth, raised his cup, and drank it down in one bold draught. Each man nodded gravely, lifted his own cup, and emptied it in turn, then strode resolutely from the great tent. As the last of them vanished beyond the tent flaps, Nurhasai slumped helplessly into his chair. Report. The enemy camp of the Jurchens is 20 miles ahead. There are about 10,000 cavalry stationed 10 miles ahead. Continue forward. No orders from me, and the troops shall not stop. Shi Jian said solemnly. Yes. Report. A troop of cavalry from Liaodong is approaching and wishes to meet with the middle general. Do not meet them. Shi Jian said in a deep voice. Tell them anyone with ulterior motives following the army during the march will be killed without mercy. Yes. The scout hurried back to convey this to the Golden Fire Cavalry. Lin Yue, if anyone dares to obstruct us, charge straight through. Shi Jian said. Yes, Middle General. Lin Yue nodded, his heart ablaze. They marched by day and rested by night, and after a day's journey they were about to reach the Jurchen camp. The closer they got, the more fervent his heart became. The war horses galloped, and soon they caught sight of the Jurchen cavalry. Lord and Feiyong, should we still obstruct them? A Jurchen cavalryman asked. Obstruct what? How can you obstruct them? Do you want to die? Withdraw. And Feiyong shouted. They had already retreated 90 miles, and if they retreated further, it would mean retreating to their doorstep. He hoped desperately that the Qin army would stop, but there was no sign of halting. Reluctantly, he could only turn his horse around to retreat. A chase and a flight. Looking at the camp gate that was so close, and Feiyang's heart sank. But the next moment he felt as though he had fallen into an ice cave. Nurhasai. He stood alone at the camp gate like an ancient tree rooted in the ground, quietly standing tall. The formation of the Golden Fire Cavalry gradually changed, forming an arrowhead charge. But behind them a troop of cavalry was approaching. Unlike them, the cavalry behind were not charging, but desperately urging their horses. That troop of cavalry gradually accelerated, and soon matched their pace, overtaking them in less than half a stick of incense time. Li Rubai. Shi Jian frowned in surprise. He saw Li Rubai leading the cavalry in a curve, finally stopping at the camp gate. He stood with his back to Nurhasai, facing the Golden Fire Cavalry led by Shi Jian. To his left and right were the Jurchen cavalry led by Feiyong. Second young master, you have arrived. Nurhasai said with a smile. I do not wish for such a thing to happen again. The Jurchen tribe is not just your clan. Li Rubai said with a grim face. Yes, Nurhasai nodded. Since he had already offended Shi Jian, he did not suggest offending him again. If it were Meng Tian, he wouldn't even dare to breathe, but a mere middle general would eventually have to roll back to Xiongnu. Not to mention that there was also that Chia. Middle general, please stop your horse. A strong man beside Li Rubai spoke in a deep voice, clear even from 2 miles away. This is a kind of sound transmission skill not suitable for public display. Seeing Lin Yue's curiosity, Shi Jian explained proactively. Then he shouted, Meng Tuo? Yes. Then a voice louder than before transmitted. The Meng family army is on the march. Anyone obstructing shall be killed. Middle general, please stop your horse. This is a misunderstanding. Get lost. The two armies were getting closer, already within a mile, and the warhorse's speed was gradually increasing. Seeing the Golden Fire Cavalry getting closer, the overwhelming pressure of thousands of troops rushing forward made everyone's hearts race uncontrollably. Middle General, are you really going to hold a grudge against my Liaodong defending army? This time it was Li Rubai who shouted personally. Hearing this, Shi Jian's lips curled slightly as he drew his long spear from his horse. Lin Yue also drew his dagger, prepared for a fight to the death. Middle General, Shi Jian, the Jianzhou Jurchens have already surrendered to the Great Qin. His Majesty's decree will come down soon. Stop now. An elderly but strong voice came. A white-haired general slowly rode in, stopping at the camp gate, followed by only a few dozen cavalry. As soon as he spoke, everyone at the camp gate dismounted and knelt. Shi Jian frowned tightly, then raised his right arm, and the Golden Fire Cavalry gradually slowed down, finally stopping in front of the elder. Shi Jian pulled on the reins and stood on his horse, slightly cupping his hands. This junior middle general, Shi Jian of the Great Wall Army, pays respects to General Li. Indeed a hero among youths. My Liaodong's million-defending army has not produced anyone as heroic as this middle general. The elder laughed heartily. General, you flatter me. I simply wish to know when His Majesty's decree will arrive. Shi Jian asked. Just wait, it will arrive soon. Am I supposed to deceive a little child like you? The elder laughed. Shi Jian's expression turned strange upon hearing this. Lin Yue took the opportunity to use his identification technique on the white-haired general. Name Li Chungliang, identity County Guard of Liaodong, General of Liaodong, title Earl of Ningyuan, Force 91, Intelligence 82, Command 94, Politics 82, Charm 76. It is indeed Li Chungliang. The most crucial part is that despite his gray hair and age, he is still a first-rate general, truly strong with age. Li Chungliang then turned to Li Rubai, beckoning him to come forward. Smack! Li Chungliang slapped Li Rubai to the ground. You rascal, what qualifications do you have to represent the Liaodong defending army? What father said is true, I was wrong. Li Rubai stumbled to get up and lowered his head in apology. How many times have I said that in the army titles must be used properly? Li Qingliang's face was stern, looking at him as if he were a disappointment. Yes, General, Li Rubai said in a low voice. Li Chungliang then nodded and turned to Shi Jian, saying, I apologize for making you laugh. May I ask when the middle general will withdraw the troops? General Li, we are under His Majesty's orders to eradicate the alien races colluding with outsiders. Unless we receive His Majesty's decree, we must remain here. Shi Jian shook his head. 3 days. If I do not see the imperial edict within 3 days, I will slaughter this tribe. You may enter and search now. If you find an outsider, I will take responsibility, and you may report it upwards. Li Chungliang said. Shi Jian shook his head and waved his hand, and someone was brought forward. I will not search for people, but I have someone here who is said to be the adopted son of their leader. Coincidentally, he had previously injured a brother of my Golden Fire Cavalry. I wonder if that counts as both person and stolen goods. Shi Jian asked. Since he dared to let them search, it was likely that it was already empty. But the previous Werhan was indeed in his hands. Shortly after, Werhan was brought to the front of the two armies like a dead dog kneeling on the ground. Nurhisai, come and see, do you recognize this person? Li Chunliang frowned and asked. Then a strong Jurchen general walked out from behind him. Upon closer inspection, Werhan looked like a lost dog. After pausing, he spoke. This person is my adopted son Werhan. It's him. Lin Yue was shocked. At those words, both armies instantly raised their weapons. Metallic clangs rang out incessantly. Shi Jian also lifted his long halberd and gripped it firmly. Li Chunliang turned back in astonishment to glance at Nurhisai, while Hu Erhin, kneeling on the ground, stared wide-eyed, his expression one of utter disbelief. General Li, is this not a confession without a fight? Shi Jian mused with a wry smile, halberd resting casually in his hand. General Hu Erhin is my adopted son, dear to me as if born of my own blood. Nurhisai murmured softly to Li Chunliang. Upon hearing it, Hu Erhin's forehead struck the earth, his entire body convulsed uncontrollably as tears streamed into the soil. Alas, for the sake of an old man's dignity, withdraw your troops. I shall personally pay homage to the Supreme Commander soon. Li Chunliang sighed deeply as he addressed Shi Jian. Lin Yue, what is your counsel? Shi Jian did not reply to Li Chunliang, but instead turned to Lin Yue. Lin Yue felt every gaze in the field converge upon him. He saw Li Chunliang's faint, inscrutable smile, Uli Rubai's look of startled surprise, and Nurhisai's complex expression, a mixture of melancholy and quiet elation upon seeing him once more. At last he understood the meaning behind the old fortune-teller's words in High City. Every sip, every morsel. Fate ordains them all. He recalled how he had handed over all his coin to the old seer, how on impulse he'd bought gifts for his comrades' children, how he'd accepted one tael of gold from Nurhisai, how his epiphany at the mountain god temple had caused him to miss repayment, how Pan Feng had dueled Hu Erhin, and finally, how he now stood face-to-face with Hu Erhin here today. Had the old man foreseen all this? A chill swept over him bone deep. Lin Yue, what is your counsel? Seeing Lin Yue lost in thought, Shi Jian repeated the question. I advise withdrawal, sir, Lin Yue replied gravely. At his words, a collective breath was released. Li Chunliang offered a quiet, knowing smile. From the moment Shi Jian turned to Lin Yue, he had already known the outcome. Nurhisai's face softened with profound gratitude. His gamble had paid off. Then withdraw. Shi Jian spoke sternly, wheeling his horse, yet halted abruptly. Lin Yue, go and slay him. His halberd pointed toward Hu Erhin. Lin Yue stiffened momentarily, then swiftly composed himself, drew his Miao saber, and strode forward. Before the stunned, grief-stricken eyes of the Jurchen warriors, he swung once, clean and decisive. Hu Erhin's head rolled from his shoulders and came to rest at Nurhisai's feet. Without a flicker of emotion, Nurhisai bent down, lifted the severed head, and cradled it to his chest. Pan Feng's loyalty increased by 5 points, reaching the level of absolute fealty. When a ranked or higher-ranking general attains absolute fealty, the player receives 1 lucky grand chest. The player has slain a second-tier general, and as the first to do so receives 1 silver general recruitment edict. An unexpected boon, Lin Yue reflected. Yet slaying a second-tier general should have granted him 1/0 merit points. None appeared. Likely because Pan Feng had captured Hu Erhin first. This matter is concluded, General Li. This subordinate takes his leave. Shi Jian declared. Li Chunliang gave a slight reserved nod. Lin Yue vaulted onto his horse and rode back with the army. After several paces, however, he suddenly reined and wheeled about and returned alone. Li Chunliang watched puzzled. Why had he turned back? The Jurchen warriors tensed anew, raising spears and swords, the entire host bracing for battle. A sip, a morsel. The debt incurred that day is now settled between us. Lin Yue tossed a tael of gold. Nurhisai caught it deftly. Next time we meet, it shall be to the death. Lin Yue spoke low and solemn. What a pity we cannot become comrades, sharing wine beneath the same roof. Nurhisai forced a smile. Lin Yue said nothing, merely spurred his horse forward and rejoined the retreating column. Nurhisai watched his silhouette recede until it dissolved into the golden light of the sun. I owe you my life, General. May I serve you in this life with a ring held in my beak, and in the next bind grass in gratitude. Nurhisai prostrated himself fully before him. He was your adopted son, and you are mine. Such duty flows naturally. Li Chunliang sighed. I am growing old, and when one grows old, memories of the past rise unbidden. Do you recall arriving here at 15 or 16? Now you have children of your own. Nurhisai kept his brow pressed to the earth, never lifting his gaze. I shall let the matter of Nikan Weilon pass. Today's affair is the final time. Li Chunliang declared. Yes, General. Nurhisai affirmed. An outsider once told me that after my death you would rise in rebellion under the 7 great grievances. Tell me true, do you hate me for the accidental deaths of your grandfather and father? Li Chunliang fixed Nurhisai with a steady gaze. This subordinate dares not even think it. You treated me as your own son. I bear only gratitude, no resentment. Without you there would be no Nurhisai today, he hastened to add, pressing his forehead deeper into the dust. Rise. I trust you. They say you rebel against the Ming Dynasty, but I, Li Chunliang, know only the Qin. I have never heard of the Ming. Let not a phantom dynasty sever the bond between father and son. Li Chunliang helped Nurhisai to his feet, then gently brushed away the dirt, smudging his forehead. Return now. Do not shelter outsiders again. They resist discipline and will surely ignite calamity. Yes, General. Li Chunliang's tone shifted sharply as he barked. Li Rubai, you return with me. Confined for 6 months. You bear not a single trait of your elder brother. Nurhisai watched the Liaodong iron cavalry vanish into the distance, silent for a long while. None dared speak lest they disturb his reverie. Eighth brother, come here, Nurhasai beckoned. A youth stepped forward. Remember this humiliation today. All of it stems from weakness alone. Father Huang Taiji will never forget, not for a single moment. Huang Taiji declared fiercely. Hu Erhun had been one of the clan's rare second-tier generals, and to Huang Taiji a brother in all but blood. He had fallen defending Huang Taiji. The memory pierced his heart like a blade. And that Miao saber wielded by the Qin general, some deep instinctive certainty whispered to him that long blade belonged to him and him alone. Good boy, see to Hu Erhun's burial yourself with full honors. Yes, father. Huang Taiji took the severed head and set out to find a fitting resting place. Nurhasai gazed across the steppe, once occupied by the Qin army now empty and windswept. His eyes hardened, resolve crystallizing within them. Huff! Li Ku opened his eyes to find himself in a modest bedroom. Bang! A party popper exploded, scattering colorful petals and glitter across the floor. Xiaobai, what are you doing? Startled, Li Ku ripped off his VR headset and leapt from the bed. How's that surprising? Exciting. Xiaobai grinned mischievously. Why else would I set off that popper? Nearly gave you a heart attack. Li Ku rubbed his chest, still shaken. Of course, to celebrate you becoming a true man today. He glanced at his wristwatch. It's 7:22 a.m. on February 8th, year 2060, under the Great Xia calendar. Remember, this is your second birthday. Xiaobai smirked lasciviously. Get lost. I've been a man for years. Li Ku snapped back. Come on, we're this close, why pretend? Defeated, Li Ku slumped silent and sullen. Wait, how did you know what I was doing inside the game? Li Ku suddenly demanded. Was Xiaobai bluffing? You raised your banner. I couldn't miss it. No, I didn't. Look for yourself. With a flick of his finger, Xiaobai projected a short video onto the shared holographic display. The clip lasted only 3 seconds. Li Ku lunged like a tiger to snatch the device, but Xiaobai sidestepped effortlessly. Haha, did you really finish in 1 second? Xiaobai arched an eyebrow, teasing. No, Li Ku shouted. Then why only 3 seconds? You forgot, the game's time ratio is 1/6. Li Ku protested stubbornly. Fine, call it 18 seconds. At that number, his shoulders slumped. Truth is, I didn't do anything at all. You still finished in 1 second? Xiaobai asked, incredulous. Go away. All right, I'll drop it. Let's talk seriously. How'd it go over there? Xiaobai asked. Master Zhao treated us well. Food, drink, even beauties, but I didn't touch any of it. Li Ku replied. How many? Just one, to gather intel. I had no intention of indulging in such things inside the game. Xiaobai shot him a look that said, I don't believe a word of it. I swear. Li Ku feigned indignation. Could you really hold back? Xiaobai studied him skeptically. They'd known each other nearly 4 years. Xiaobai could read Li Ku's thoughts with a glance. Unnerved, Li Ku stiffened his neck and declared, fine, I did give in. So what? Who could resist such temptation? So, you finished in 1 second. Xiaobai pressed. Can we please stop talking about this? I told you I did nothing. My trousers weren't even unfastened when Zhao Bo burst in shouting that Qin troops were coming and ordered us to log out immediately. I exited right then. Li Ku yelled. Xiaobai blinked, stunned. Qin troops? Yes. What's going on? I have no idea. Master Zhao seemed frantic, so we logged out in haste. Xiaobai fell silent, then asked quietly, could there be a mole among you? Li Ku froze, then shook his head violently. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Last time we smuggled ourselves in, Qin forces just happened to discover us. And now, barely days after you entered, they've shown up again. That's far too coincidental, isn't it? Don't slander my Azure Dragon sect brothers. End this discussion. Never speak of it again. Li Ku's tone turned uncharacteristically stern. Fine. Ping me when you're logging back in. I'm free these days, I can jump in for a while. As for those Jurchen beauties tempting you, think carefully what about you is remotely tempting. Nothing comes free in this world. I intend to uncover exactly what Master Zhao is scheming. Xiaobai stroked his chin, voice low and grave. You're just too suspicious. Master Zhao is wealthy. Do you think he'll harvest your kidneys? Li Ku chuckled, dismissively clapping Xiaobai on the shoulder. Where's the food? In the living room. Help yourself. Got it, bro. Li Ku dashed out, then gasped. How is there so much food? Last night was my family dinner. I packed up all the untouched leftovers. Don't worry, nothing's spoiled. Xiaobai called out. You went overboard, little bro. I could have just grabbed a few buns from Old Shin downstairs. Though he complained, Li Ku's grin betrayed his delight. Go away. Old Shin's shop is closed. He won't open for you now. Xiaobai laughed. Wait, that's odd. Didn't he usually open by now? Li Ku leaned against the doorframe, chicken leg in hand. His sign says he's closed. Gone gaming. Xiaobai replied coolly. Gaming had become a full-blown craze among the elderly. While younger generations juggled work and other pressures, older players embraced virtual worlds wholeheartedly. Having confirmed the game's verified 1/6 time dilation, countless seniors flooded into the realm. Unburdened, unhesitant, utterly devoted. Today, 2 of the top 10 guilds on the Ascension Quest forums were composed entirely of veteran players, one named Faith Slay Heaven, rumored to hail from the early internet era. Some called them killer mafias of the 2000s. No one knew how their cryptic Martian-style name even rendered properly in-game. The other guild bore a simpler moniker, Buried Love Family. Despite their advanced years, both guilds fought with ruthless precision, swift, decisive, and terrifyingly effective, leaving rival factions perpetually on edge. Elderly players also displayed extraordinary loyalty, often appearing in coordinated clusters quiet, until provoked, then summoning waves of allies used mid-liegers, even those well into their 60s, rallying instantly to defend their own. Over time, other guilds learned to yield ground instinctively, granting these elders legendary status within the game's annals. Li Yue paid little heed to such lore. Instead, he groaned crestfallen. So, those cheap delicious buns are gone forever. Not quite. He left an address. In the game near Heihu Fort in High City Liaodong Commandery. Loyal customers may seek him there. You can eat buns inside the games. Li Yue stared dumbfounded. Exactly, he's adapted his recipe despite limited seasonings. He guarantees authentic flavor. Li Yue's worldview trembled. He stood frozen, utterly disoriented. All right, eat slowly. I need to head home. Xiaobai rose and headed for the door. Pausing at the threshold, he turned and said, do your best. Make the Azure Dragon sect renowned. That way your strategist won't lose face. Since when do you care about face? Li Yue asked, puzzled. My cousin mentioned over dinner last night she'd love for me to guide her through Ascension Quest. I told her I'm the sect's chief strategist, second only to the leader himself. I'd rather not let her discover our entire guild of hundreds plays nothing but Battle Royale. Xiaobai recalled past sessions with quiet melancholy. Absolutely. I'll message you the moment I'm established there. By the way, how beautiful is your cousin? What's her name? Li Yue thumped his chest confidently. She's stunning. Our family's genes have never disappointed. Li Yue had to admit it. Xiaobai possessed striking good looks, slender frame, fair complexion, the very image of a refined scholar, adored by countless women during university. His cousin surely would be no exception. You still haven't told me her name. Li Yue called out as Xiaobai reached the doorway. Yao see you. Once you rise, you'll meet her. Waving casually, Xiaobai stepped out. Under the cover of night, Lin Yue walked alone into the desolate wilderness. Open, he murmured softly. A chime rang out. His luck had surged beyond measure. Average face simulator. What on earth was that? Average face simulator. Upon activation, any screenshot recording or visual capture taken by other players will display the user's face as an average composite, neither striking nor memorable. Even when others recall the user's visage outside the game, their memory reshapes it into this same unremarkable countenance. Lin Yue rubbed his eyes, sinking into quiet disbelief. Could this artifact reach beyond the game's boundaries? So extraordinarily potent. Activate. The chime sounded again. Successful deployment. Lin Yue checked his inventory. The item had vanished, yet his body felt unchanged. With no one nearby to test it, he reassured himself such a unique artifact must bear equally unique effects. Next, he prepared to activate the Silver General Recruitment Edict, earned from slaying Hu Erhin. Silver General Recruitment Edict summons a high-tier or third-rate historical general at random. A verdant pillar descended from the heavens before him, dispersing into shimmering stardust, and from its heart emerged a celestial gate, its threshold aglow with swirling constellations. A vision flooded Lin Yue's mind. On a vast battlefield stood a towering, handsome warrior astride a crimson steed, gripping a halberd adorned with celestial motifs. Before him stretched a sea of enemy troops. Yet he stood utterly unmoved, radiating the aura of a lone hero holding a pass against 10,000. The scene shifted to the opposing camp, where figures sat in council. Familiar faces, all of them the same generals he'd encountered during his prior recruitment of Panfeng. Had he just stumbled into the very heart of the Three Kingdoms? Lin Yue suppressed a low whistle. At the head of the chamber, a regional lord declared, that arrogant Lu Bu dares ride solo through our gates, treating our elite generals as mere dust. Unforgivable. From below, another lord rose. My valiant General Lu Sandow shall cleave Lu Bu from his horse within 3 strikes. Another added, I command General Han Yong. He shall stand against Lu Bu. And I boast Wang Chong, the fearless warrior of Beihai. Long has he yearned to slay Lu Bu and seize the red hair. 3 lords stepped forward. Yuan Shao nodded approval, and the 3 generals marched forth to meet their fate. As expected, each fell within 3 strikes, and the vision dissolved. From the starlit gate strode a lone figure. Lin Yue stepped forward, heart pounding. Please, let it be Lu Sandow. At least he might last 3 strikes against Lu Bu, Han Yong, and Wang Chong would fall in one. Your humble servant Lu Li styled Sandow bows before his excellency. The warrior emerged, tall, sharp-featured, bearing a long saber and twin blades across his back, his bearing noble and commanding. Rise, Sandow, quickly. As Lin Yue helped him up, he reviewed the general's attributes. Name Lu Li. Identity general. Rank none. Office none. Martial prowess 83. Strategic acumen 74. Command ability 80. Administrative skill 64. Charisma 83. Loyalty 70. Innate talent. 3-strike blade. When engaging peers in combat, the hit rate of his twin backblades increases by 20. He had hoped for a high-tier general, yet Lu Sandow proved merely a third-rate one. No wonder history recorded that Lu Sandow, though young, was often mentioned alongside Pan Feng of Qinjun, yet his renown eclipsed Pan Feng's. His stats matched Pan Feng's almost exactly. Recalling the vision, 3 strikes then death, Lin Yue shuddered. Lu Bu was truly terrifying. In this world, he must surely rank among mythic generals. Sandow, come with me. Lin Yue grasped his hand and led him toward the encampment, introducing him to Pan Feng, Xing Daorong, and Li Mu. The 4 exchanged formal salutes. For now, serve as my personal guard. Your official appointment awaits our return to base. Entirely at your excellency's discretion. Lu Sandow laughed heartily. Such was the effortless bond between warriors. or simply between men swift, sincere, unburdened. That night the Bema cavalry stood down from patrol duty. The five lay together on sun-warmed stones gazing up at the stars, sharing the quiet, tender romance known only to men who've bled and stood shoulder to shoulder. Only then, after days of relentless campaigning, did Lin Yue's taut spirit finally loosen. Darong, what is your dream? He asked, suddenly curious. To follow your excellency faithfully, and never go hungry again. Xing Darong grinned. Pan Feng turned startled. Had his flattery grown this smooth overnight? You'll eat your fill every day henceforth. But tell me, what else do you dream of? Lin Yue smiled, deeply pleased. After prolonged companionship, Xing Darong's loyalty had quietly climbed to 90. Soon perhaps it would reach absolute devotion. Well, someday when your excellency achieves glory and renown, I wish to return home, to my village, in triumph. Return home. A faint smile curved Lin Yue's lips. He wishes to see Xiao Yan, Pan Feng murmured. Ah, so that's her name. Lin Yue suppressed a grin. Old Pan, you swore to keep my secrets. Xing Darong rolled over and wrestled Pan Feng playfully. Laughter echoed under the stars. Darong, if you love her, pursue her now. Regret arrives too late for those who wait. Wait, what? Xing Darong froze mid-motion. There are many unmarried men in your village. Xiao Yan is beautiful, and you're far away. Who knows? She may already have given her heart to another. Xing Darong sat upright, flustered. Then chase her now. Daydreaming changes nothing. But I'm afraid. She's so lovely, so gentle. I'm just a rough man, strong but penniless. If I speak, she may scorn me, and then I'll regret it forever. Remember, only those who try earn the right to regret. A coward who won't even attempt love hasn't earned the word regret. Only shame. Xing Darong said nothing. He didn't know the term licking dog, yet he grasped his lord's meaning clearly. Exactly, Darong. Speak your heart before silence becomes sorrow. Lin Yue added. Very well. Tomorrow upon returning to camp, I'll grant you several days' leave. Go see her. Yes. Xing Darong nodded resolute. Loyalty 595. Lin Yue smiled satisfied. Lin Yue, what is your dream? Xing Darong asked, gazing at the stars. Lin Yue pricked up his ears, intrigued. Generals summoned via recruitment edicts, like Pan Feng, or fragmented or distorted memories as though deliberately erased or rewritten. Though historically acquainted, Pan Feng and Lu Sandao now knew each other only vaguely, not as old comrades, but as newly introduced allies. Yet their martial skill, cultural knowledge, and inner cultivation remained intact. Lin Yue, however, was different. As a native of this world, his memories were whole, unbroken, making him a rare window into authenticity. Mine. To become a general, Lin Yue replied, chewing a blade of wild grass. My family has cultivated land and scholarship for generations. At 15, after deep reflection, I made a decision that defied ancestral tradition. Enlist? Lu Sandao asked. Precisely. My father resisted fiercely, until 2 years later when I joined the Golden Fire Cavalry. Only then did he relent. So, I strive to become a general, to prove to my father that the Li clan produces not only scholars, but commanders. It will happen. Lin Yue smiled. And what of you, military prefect? Lin Yue countered. Lin Yue paused. No answer came. At first he'd entered only to gauge the game's allure. Now he was ensnared, so deeply that reality blurred. Was this world with its 99 fidelity truly real? Doubt, once a whisper, now stirred like a rising tide. Just live each day well, he said. Why live each day well, your excellency? Pan Feng asked. Lin Yue suddenly shouted, voice ringing clear, because I love this place. Me too. Xing Darong bellowed. Their rice is unlimited. Laughter erupted, warm and unrestrained. Then, a thunderous roar split the night, shaking the entire encampment. Damn it all. What in blazes are you howling about at midnight? Hearing Shi Jin's furious bellow, Lin Yue and Xing Darong instantly ducked and sprinted back to camp. The next morning the army set off. After marching until the afternoon, they finally arrived at the main camp. Meng Tian and Su Jiao waited outside the camp to celebrate their victory. Su Jiao led a guard to patrol Liaoxi and had returned to the camp yesterday. Meanwhile, the officer Gong Lin hurried back last night, bringing with him the first batch of spoils, 10,000 cattle and sheep. Each division return to your camps. Officers of the rank of school lieutenant and above proceed to the main tent. Yes, everyone responded, following General Meng Tian towards the main tent. As for Lin Yue, due to not meeting the rank requirements, he led his men back to the quarters. Taking advantage of a brief rest, Lin Yue began to practice the killing god technique. After each battle, he realized the importance of combat strength, feeling that his own was still too low. Even with generals like Pan Feng under his command, other strengths are ultimately not his own. After practicing for an hour, someone reported that the victory banquet was about to begin. Lin Yue stepped out of the quarters to attend the victory banquet. Great achievements often come at the cost of countless lives. However, the soldiers of the Great Qin seemed oblivious to this. They laughed heartily, some even singing and dancing. Perhaps this was their way of releasing stress. During the banquet, Lin Yue also heard some news. For instance, Officer Gong Lin, for his daring raid on the enemy camp and capturing the enemy chief, was promoted to Zhonglongjiang, commanding a guard of 100,000. Of course, this was not the Zhonglongjiang of the Golden Fire Cavalry, as there were only 3 in total in that unit, which consisted of 300,000 cavalry. Once General Meng Tian finished patrolling Liaodong and returned to Xiongnu, he would officially take command of 1 guard unit of the Great Wall Army, marking a significant promotion. Xiongnu, having been in charge of 10,000 troops, was promoted to school lieutenant, still serving under Gong Lin. What about Zhonglong Jiang Shijian? Lin Yue asked Lu Yun beside him. The rewards for Shi Jian and Su Jiao will have to be reported to the emperor by the general before any decision can be made. Lin Yue nodded upon hearing this. It seemed General Meng Tian had only the power to recommend officers of this rank, but not to make final decisions. But there are really only a few possibilities. One is the conferral of titles. Both Zhonglong Jiang have been with General Meng Tian since the early campaigns against Qi, but since the Great Qin has unified the 6 states and has not fought in recent years, they will likely receive only Viscount titles. Based on this achievement, they could be granted the title of Earl, especially for Zhonglong Jiang, Shi Jian, which is nearly a certainty. Lu Yun explained with a smile. Su Jiao patrolled Liaoxi, defeating a tribe of the Wuhuan pursuing them for 800 miles. Thus, in terms of merit, it is reasonable that he does not surpass Shi Jian. The second possibility is promotion. The two Zhonglong Jiang command one army, so it's not impossible for them to be promoted. It's important to know that the main commander of the Golden Fire Cavalry is General Meng Tian himself. The two cannot be promoted further within that unit and will have to be transferred to the Great Wall Army. Although the Zhonglong Jiang of the Golden Fire Cavalry can be with General Meng Tian daily, how can that compare to the allure of commanding 500,000 troops? Lu Yun continued explaining the intricacies while sipping his drink. However, there is also the third possibility, being transferred to other legions or appointed as regional officers or generals, though this is less likely. The two have been with General Meng Tian for so long that he probably wouldn't want to part with them. Your subordinate Pan Feng should also be able to get a promotion this time, having captured a second-rate general, if his rank weren't so low it might even need to be reported to the emperor. Lu Yun spoke with a hint of envy for Lin Yue having such a brave general serving under him. When will our rewards be announced? Lin Yue inquired, as mid-level officers like them should in principle be able to receive decisions solely from General Meng Tian, yet there was still no news of rewards. At the latest tomorrow. I heard that Zhonglong Jiang Shi Jian has captured 400,000 warhorses, and the general wants to keep some to expand the cavalry. Lu Yun said mysteriously. The Golden Fire Cavalry? Lin Yue asked. Previously in the main tent, the generals turned reedy upon hearing about the 30,000 top-quality, yellow-grade warhorses. Not just that. Lu Yun gestured for him to lean closer and whispered, the Golden Fire Cavalry needs top-quality yellow-grade warhorses, and there are only a limited number. The rest will be sent to the horse farm, so there won't be many left for us. So they need to expand our type. Lin Yue asked. Yes, there are many more lower and mid-grade yellow-grade warhorses compared to top-quality ones, making it easier to expand our type. Lu Yun said. Although we are not as strong as the Golden Fire Cavalry, we still can't underestimate the weaknesses of the Xiongnu and other tribes. Lin Yue was surprised, wondering how he knew so much despite returning together. Brother Lin, since you saved me before, I won't keep secrets from you. Gong Shilua, the school lieutenant. Lin Yue was taken aback. Gong Shilua was the personal guard lieutenant of General Meng Tian. In the Golden Fire Cavalry, military discipline is strict and my cousin can't help me much, but he can still share some light information with me. Lu Yun smiled slightly and quickly added, Brother Lin, please don't let this leak. These things are taboo in the military. Understood, I have the tightest lips. Lin Yue chuckled. The few of them continued to drink and share stories. As night fell and the camp was put under curfew, Lin Yue returned to his quarters to continue training. The next morning, Lin Yue opened his panel and found that the Killing God technique had reached the second level, 11, so he stepped out of the quarters for some morning exercises. Not long after, someone came to report that the general summoned him to the main tent. Lin Yue hurried over and found Lu Yun there, soon followed by another military officer who served under Su Jiao. Lin Yue, Lu Yun, Su Guang, the three of you have performed remarkably in battle and have been promoted to school lieutenant. The vacant positions under your command are for you to decide, and the allocation of warhorses and personnel will be arranged once we return to Xiongnu. Meng Tian announced. Yes. The three responded excitedly. Congratulations to the player for becoming the first to obtain the official position of school lieutenant. Reward, 9 Xian Yuan pills. Xian Yuan pill greatly enhances general's attributes. Lin Yue felt secretly delighted. If the previous attribute pills were effective for low-tier generals, then the Xian Yuan pills would be effective for all generals, and even more so. Lin Yue, stay behind. Meng Tian said. The two then withdrew, leaving Lin Yue alone in the main tent. I have a letter that I need you to deliver. Meng Tian stated. Yes. Lin Yue replied. Was he now considered one of his own? Meng Tian took a letter from the desk, sealed it carefully, placed it in a spatial ring, and then handed it to Lin Yue. I appreciate your hard work. This letter needs to be delivered to Xianyang City, to my brother Meng Yi. Lin Yue respectfully accepted it, then heard Meng Tian say, your subordinate Li Mu was previously my personal guard. I remember his home is in Xianyang City, so you can take him along. Upon hearing the word Xianyang, Lin Yue's heart raced. He was about to see the imperial capital of the Great Qin, the #1 city in the world, Xianyang City. I will carry out the order. After leaving the main clerk's office, Lin Yue returned to the barracks and gathered everyone together. I have been promoted to deputy commander, but the troops will need to wait until we return to Xiongnu for their assignment. Lin Yue said. The crowd was visibly excited. The promotion of the officer meant they could also expect some movement. Pan Fengxing Daorong Li Mu, you three are promoted to military marquises. Lu Sandao, you will be in charge of my personal guards. But for now we will proceed as before and wait until we return to Xiongnu to allocate personnel. Lin Yue stated. Yes, everyone responded eagerly. Lu Sandao, having missed the previous battle, was thus 1 rank lower than them. Here are 5 Xianyuan pills, each of you take 1. They will be effective for you and enhance your talents. Lin Yue took out 5 Xianyuan pills and handed them to the 4. Their eyes lit up. Pills that could enhance one's talents were already rare, let alone ones effective for their caliber of martial generals. Soon everyone took the pills and felt a surge of power within them. Xing Daorong loyalty 3, loyalty reaches 98. Lu Sandao loyalty 20, loyalty reaches 90. Arong, I've requested 7 days of leave for you and Pan Feng. You can head back now. Lin Yue turned and smiled at Xing Daorong. Worried that Xing Daorong might encounter trouble alone, he brought Pan Feng along for support. Having someone to accompany would be better. Thank you, my lord. Xing Daorong felt delighted to hear that Pan Feng would be returning with him. Here, take this. Lin Yue handed Xing Daorong 50 taels of silver. Buy some gifts for Xia Lian and Xia Qing. I cannot accept this, my lord. Xing Daorong declined. I have plenty. Do you want to go empty-handed? Lin Yue laughed. Having been through several battles, he had over 300 taels of silver, but since there was no place to spend it in reality, he had not exchanged it. I thank you, my lord. Xing Daorong expressed his gratitude. Xing Daorong loyalty 1, loyalty reaches 99. Lin Yue nodded. That's right. Hurry along, it takes a day to reach Haicheng from here. Yes. Xing Daorong replied, and quickly ran outside with Pan Feng. Lin Yue couldn't help but smile, then began discussing with Li Mu about sending a letter to Xianyang. Li Mu looked somewhat excited and said, Deputy Commander, you can trust me with this. Can we not pack our belongings first? Lin Yue asked curiously. Deputy Commander, there's nothing much to pack. We will first go to the nearest city of Liaodong, then take the Heavenly Stage teleportation array to reach Xianyang swiftly. Li Mu had already planned a route. Heavenly Stage teleportation array. Lin Yue asked curiously, wondering if it was the teleportation he envisioned. Yes, Deputy Commander. Every prefecture city in the Qin has a Heavenly Stage teleportation array allowing entry to travel to any other prefecture city, Li Mu explained. All right, let's change into our regular clothes and set off. Lin Yue said, eager to witness the Heavenly Stage teleportation array firsthand. Sandao, while we are out, you will be responsible for training the white horse Isong, Lin Yue said. Yes, you can rest assured, my lord. Lu Sandao replied with a bow. Lin Yue nodded, then changed into casual attire and rode with Li Mu towards Liaodong Prefecture. After a night of travel, they finally arrived at Liaodong Prefecture City, namely Xiangping City, just before dark. Xiangping City was indeed a prefecture city much larger than Haicheng by more than tenfold. With towering and sturdy walls, Lin Yue believed that no one could breach them in the era of cold weapons. Deputy Commander, let's rest here tonight, Li Mu said. Why not head directly to Xianyang? Lin Yue inquired. Deputy Commander, you might not know this, but although the teleportation array can be activated at night, by the time we reach the capital Xianyang, its gates will also be closed. It's better to stay here and leave early tomorrow morning. Lin Yue thought about it and agreed, so he entered the city with Li Mu. They had barely stepped through the city gate when it closed behind them. Since both were visiting Xiangping City for the first time, they were unfamiliar with it and could only proceed down the main street. Finally, they found a place resembling an inn. 4C's building. Gentlemen, are you here to eat or to stay? The waiter hurriedly came to greet them as soon as they entered. To stay, Lin Yue replied. Currently the 3rd and 4th floors are full, but there are a few rooms on the 5th floor, and the heavenly rooms on the 6th floor are still quite available. What kind do you prefer, honored guests? The waiter, seeing their extraordinary aura, recommended the heavenly rooms. What are the prices? Lin Yue asked. The earthly room is 3 taels of silver per night, while the heavenly room is 10 taels per night, the waiter introduced. Let's take 2 earthly rooms. Lin Yue thought to himself, shocked. A heavenly room costing 10 taels per night could exchange for 10,000 dragon coins in reality. The prefecture city was indeed high-cost living. Please follow me. The waiter guided them to the guest rooms. Upon entering, the room was fragrant and elegant, much better than the barracks. Honored guests, does this suit your preference? It's good, Lin Yue nodded. Although the price was painful, it was worth the cost. After settling the payment on the 1st floor, they found a seat on the 1st floor. Since they hadn't eaten anything since leaving the barracks, it was just right to have some meals to avoid going hungry at night. What are your signature dishes? Lin Yue asked. After entering the forum, he found that unlike history, the food preparation in the game during the Qin Dynasty was quite rich, which disappointed some players hoping to gain recognition for their culinary skills. Since Lin Yue entered the game apart from the large pot meals in the barracks and village, this was his first time at an inn, so he wanted to see if it was indeed as splendid as players claimed in the forums. Upon hearing that they wanted to order dishes, the waiter immediately beamed and said, Our 4C's building is a renowned establishment in Xiangping City with an abundance of dishes that will surely satisfy you, honored guests. Tell me more, Lin Yue said with a smile. Taking a deep breath, the waiter began. We have steamed lamb, steamed bear paws, steamed deer tails, roasted duck, roasted chicks, roasted geese. After listing 204 dishes, the waiter smugly asked, What would you like, honored guests? After hearing the entire list, both Li Mu and Lin Yue were left dumbfounded. Lin Yue thought to himself, perhaps the programmer input the menu into the waiter's system. No need, we'll just have 2 bowls of rice and a couple of simple stir-fried dishes. Li Mu chimed in first, signaling Lin Yue not to speak. Shall we have a vegetable dish and stir-fried meat? The waiter, unfazed, still enthusiastically recommended. Sure, please take care of it for us. Li Mu smiled. All right, honored guests, please wait a moment, the waiter said before retreating to the kitchen. Deputy Commander, this place is too expensive, Lin Yue whispered. All right then, Lin Yue said awkwardly. Soon 2 bowls of rice and 2 dishes were served, and they began to eat. Ladies and gentlemen, I've brought 200 taels to the Four Seas building in Xiongnu City. Let's see what 200 taels can buy. Look, this steamed bear paw is something you can't find in reality. Though it's expensive, I still bit the bullet and ordered one. And then there's this. Lin Yue and Li Mu watched as someone at a nearby table spoke to the air. Deputy Commander, could this person be a fool? Li Mu asked in surprise. Let's ignore him and eat, Lin Yue replied, trying a piece of stir-fried meat, which tasted quite good. With the game ongoing, it was inevitable for some players to mistakenly wander into the city. The person nearby appeared to be a food streamer, a store exploration broadcaster in the game, using their advantage of blending into the city to live stream, showcasing the city's sights to players for tips. After all, being a player, Lin Yue wouldn't go as far as to report them to the authorities. He considered himself quite friendly towards players. The next morning, the two of them got up early and headed to the location of the Tianjia teleportation array. They saw that the array was constructed from milky white stones resembling an 8-diagram formation, but with slight differences. Halt, a soldier shouted loudly. We wish to go to Xianyang, Li Mu said. To reach Xianyang City, it costs 20 taels of silver per person for a single trip, and payment is to be made over there. The soldier pointed to the side. Thank you. Lin Yue expressed his gratitude and went to make the payment. The process was actually quite similar to buying tickets in reality, choosing a destination with a dedicated person writing out the ticket, 2 copies, issued one handed to Lin Yue with the reminder, keep this safe. When you arrive in the capital Xianyang, you will be arrested without a ticket. Thank you, Lin Yue said with a smile, then walked up to the Tianjia teleportation array and presented the 2 tickets to the soldier. Please wait a moment, we still need one more person before this teleportation array can be activated. We need a total of 99 people to proceed. The soldier explained while leading the 2 to a gathering area to wait. It is said that the cost of using the Tianjia teleportation array is quite high, which is why we try to transport the maximum number of people at once. Li Mu explained this to Lin Yue. Lin Yue nodded, secretly indicating his understanding. Soon a panting chubby man ran over and Lin Yue recognized him as the one from the tavern yesterday. Seeing that the number of people was sufficient, the soldier led everyone into the center of the formation and said in a deep voice, don't panic, it's best if you close your eyes. When you open them again, you will be in the capital Xianyang. The soldier spoke with a hint of envy. His job was to guide people through the teleportation, yet he had never experienced it himself due to the high cost, which made him feel a bit regretful. The formation is starting, a soldier shouted. Brothers, open your eyes wide and take a good look. This is what the Tianjia teleportation array looks like. If you feel like throwing in some donations, click 666 for more. The man began to talk to himself again. Everyone suddenly felt a darkness in front of them as a wave of dizziness washed over them. After an unknown period, Lin Yue slowly opened his eyes and found that the scenery before him had changed dramatically. They were already inside the imperial city of Xianyang. Everyone please walk forward 100 steps, do not crowd, and leave in an orderly manner. Lin Yue and Li Mu followed the instructions and walked ahead. Why did the live stream cut off at such a critical moment? The man muttered softly, then fell to gaze on him. He turned to take a look and nodded slightly at Lin Yue, offering a polite, yet awkward smile. What a strange person, Li Mu remarked in confusion, then turned to Lin Yue and said, Dui, I know where the Meng family is, please follow me. The 2 hurried along, and Lin Yue was like a bumpkin entering the city, continuously amazed. Look at this road, it is long and wide. Compared to the roads in Xiongnu City, it is at least 10 times wider. This was just the tip of the iceberg. He could hardly imagine what a city that could accommodate 300 million people would look like. Dui, we need to take a carriage, Li Mu said, taking the initiative to lead Lin Yue to ride in a carriage. Lin Yue thought for a moment it was indeed necessary to take a carriage, who otherwise relying solely on their legs to traverse a city of 300 million people was somewhat impractical. They walked outside the teleportation array where many carriages were waiting. The 2 chose one and got in. After a bumpy ride, they entered the inner city, turned into the eastern city, and finally found their general location. Gentlemen, this street is Xiongnu Street, not far from the Xianyang Palace. The street is filled with dignitaries, and both Prime Minister Li Si and Senior Minister Meng Yi live here. Are you sure you're not at the wrong place? The coachman kindly reminded. This is the place, oh please stop ahead. How much is it? Li Mu asked. 1 tael of silver. The coachman grinned. 1 tael of silver? Lin Yue exclaimed. 1 tael of silver was enough for an ordinary person to live for 2 years. How could it cost that much just to ride in a carriage in Xianyang City? Living in Xianyang City is not easy. This price is fair, Li Mu said, reaching to hand the money to the coachman, but Lin Yue took the lead. He'll take care of it. The coachman thanked him and drove away. The 2 stopped in front of a luxurious mansion where the plaque above the main gate bore the words Meng Residence. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Yue knocked on the side door of the Meng Residence. Creak. An old man with gray hair and a hunched back opened the door and looked at the 2. He then expressed surprise. Young Master Li. Lin Yue was a bit confused upon hearing this. Could it be that they knew each other? Fu Bo, I'm here to deliver a message from the general. This is my comrade Dui Lin Yue. Li Mu smiled at Fu Bo. Come in please. The second young master hasn't come down from court yet, so you 2 will have to wait a little while. Fu Bo nodded slightly at Lin Yue and welcomed the 2 into the residence. Inside, the mansion was not overly luxurious, but had a certain elegance. Fu Bo led them to the guest hall and asked a servant to bring 2 cups of tea before leaving. Li Mu, do you know him? Lin Yue couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked. We've met a few times, Li Mu replied with a smile. Perhaps Li Mu had delivered messages for the general before. Lin Yue pondered silently. The two occasionally chatted a few words, waiting idly for Meng Yi to return. You two have been waiting a long time. Thank you for your hard work. Even before the person arrived, his voice was heard. The two quickly stood up to see a dashing young man with a scholarly aura smiling as he walked in. Lin Yue. Li Mu pays respects to the senior minister. The two cupped their hands in greeting. Meng Yi smiled and helped them up. No need for too much courtesy, please rise quickly. Senior minister, here is the letter from the general for you. Lin Yue handed the spatial ring to Meng Yi. Meng Yi did not shy away from them and calmly took out the letter to read. After scanning it briefly, he put it away and took out 50 taels of silver from the previous spatial ring, handing it to Lin Yue. Senior minister, you must not. Lin Yue declined. Oh, this is not from me, it's from my elder brother. Meng Yi continued, noticing Lin Yue's confusion. My elder brother is very meticulous and not good at expressing himself, so he thought of this method. Seeing that the two were still unwilling to accept, he asked, how long did my elder brother give you to return? The general has given us 7 days. Lin Yue replied. You came here using the teleportation array, right? Otherwise, just think about it, could you make it back in 7 days by horseback? Meng Yi chuckled. Lin Yue shook his head. On horseback, not to mention 7 days, even a month wouldn't be enough. Then that's just it. The price of using the teleportation array isn't cheap, so my elder brother calculated this early on, fearing that you wouldn't accept it. That's why he devised this strategy. Meng Yi explained to the two. Then I will respectfully accept this offer. Lin Yue finally agreed upon hearing this. This child can be taught. Meng Yi smiled. I will write a reply later. Living in Xianyang is not easy. I will have Fu Bo arrange guest rooms for you. You two should stay here for now, and I will give you the reply tomorrow. Understood, the two replied. Also, you don't need to rush back. Just stay here for a while and take the opportunity to explore Xianyang City. Meng Yi said, turning to Li Mu. You can go home and visit your father, misses you very much. Understood, they replied. Lin Yue stole a glance at Li Mu. Did his father know Meng Yi? Remembering that Li Mu mentioned his family had been scholars for generations, could it be that he served in the same court as Meng Yi? It seems Li Mu's background is not ordinary. All right, let Fu Bo take you to your accommodations. Meng Yi smiled, and Fu Bo was already waiting at the door for the two. Li Mu, which direction is your home? Lin Yue inquired. Just moments ago, Li Mu had invited him to his residence, hoping his father could meet his sworn brother. After some thought, Lin Yue agreed. As they stepped out of the Ming mansion, Lin Yue wanted to ask about the location of Li Mu's home, intending to purchase gifts along the way to present upon arrival. No need, Captain. Even if you bought something, my father wouldn't accept it. Just follow me. Li Mu immediately discerned Lin Yue's thoughts and pulled him along. Hey, let go of me first. How can one visit an elder's home empty-handed? Lin Yue struggled. Truly unnecessary, Captain. Look, we have arrived, Li Mu said. Arrived where? Lin Yue asked, puzzled. The two had just left the Ming mansion and passed a grand residence. How could that be the place? Lin Yue looked up and saw the large characters Li residence emblazoned before him. Is this your home? Lin Yue asked. To live on this street, the Li family could not be minor officials. Oh, at worst, their ancestors must have been wealthy. Yes, Captain. Let's go right in. Li Mu smiled, pulling Lin Yue into the mansion. Hey, who's this young fellow barging in? Don't you know this is the Chancellor's residence? The gatekeeper shouted, loudly, distracted and startled that someone tried to sneak in right under his nose. Li Mu glanced back and the gatekeeper froze. Say, second young master. The gatekeeper rubbed his eyes in disbelief and then suddenly screamed nonstop, second young master, you've returned. Before Li Mu could react, the gatekeeper dashed through the main gate toward the courtyard, shouting joyfully, second young master is back. The gatekeeper ran swiftly, but suddenly stumbled, falling to the ground. Without minding the pain, he quickly stood up and kept running inside. Li Mu felt slightly embarrassed and said to Lin Yue, Captain, let's go inside. Your father is the Chancellor. Lin Yue asked in disbelief. The Chancellor of the Qin Dynasty should be Li Si. The gatekeeper called him second young master. Could it be that Li Mu was Li Si's son? Yes, my father is Li Si. Li Mu scratched his head awkwardly. Everything became clear. No wonder Li Mu could select elite soldiers to join the White Horse Volunteers and pick the finest white horses for them. He was in fact the second son of Chancellor Li Si. Muur. A woman ran over from afar, her face full of joy. Mother. Li Mu greeted her warmly. Muur, you finally returned. Why didn't you inform me beforehand? Li Mu's mother hugged him. Before Li Mu could answer, a refined, middle-aged man approached. Lin Yue sensed an inexplicable aura of authority from the man and used his person identification technique to examine him. Name Li Si, official position Chancellor of Qin Force, 67 intelligence, 95 command, 85 politics, 97 charisma, 88. Although Li Mu had told him the truth about his identity, Lin Yue was still deeply shaken upon truly seeing Li Si. Before him now stood the Chancellor of the Great Qin Empire, a representative of the legalist school, a renowned politician, literati, and calligrapher. He abolished feudalism, unified the script weights and measures currency, and proposed the standardization of roads and carriages. Disciple of Xuanzi, senior brother of Han Fei, a legendary civil official. Li Si, Muur, you've returned. Unlike before, Li Si now wore a gentle smile. Your son Li Mu pays respects to his father. Li Mu performed a deep bow and was helped up by Li Si. How long will you stay at home this time? Li Si asked with a smile. I was sent by the Grand General to Xianyang to deliver a letter. There are 5 days left on the deadline, Li Mu replied, then introduced Lin Yue. Father, this is Captain Lin Yue, who has taken great care of me. Captain Lin Yue pays respects to the Chancellor. Having witnessed Li Mu's earlier example, Lin Yue had no choice but to bow respectfully to the Empire's Chancellor. No need for formalities. Mu'er, I owe thanks to you for your care. Li Si stopped Lin Yue's bow and smiled. You truly are a promising youth. The Chancellor is too kind. Li Mu is diligent, meticulous, and courageous, earning the trust of the entire regiment, Lin Yue praised. Your name sounds familiar. Were you the commander of the High City garrison, the Lin Yue who was ennobled as a baron for defending High City? Li Si asked. This humble captain is unworthy, Lin Yue admitted, surprised Li Si still remembered him. Haha, heroes emerge early. Your merit report was exactly the one I approved. You and Mu'er are sworn brothers. Just call me your uncle. Come inside quickly, Li Si said with a smile. The group followed Li Si inside. Halfway through, an elder came to report. After listening, Li Si said to Lin Yue, unfortunately, the Emperor has summoned me today, so I must take my leave. Uncle, please go ahead. Lin Yue cupped his hands respectfully. Meanwhile, the woman rolled her eyes at Li Si, showing some dissatisfaction, but clearly accustomed to this. The few then entered the house. Li Mu's mother chatted with them extensively before allowing the two to go bathe. Ah, this feels wonderful. Both moaned in delight as they stepped into the bath, then exchanged smiles and closed their eyes to enjoy the moment. Lin Yue, having entered the game, often felt the programmers seemed to forget to code bathing for NPCs. After all, he rarely saw natives who liked bathing. The barracks in summer were always filled with the pungent sweat of men. Li Mu should have made come in next to help scrub your back. Lin Yue joked, having seen such scenes in films, wondering if the game followed suit. Captain, don't tease me. There's no maid. Li Mu smiled wryly. When I was young, my eldest brother scrubbed me, then we brothers helped each other. By the way, where is your eldest brother? Lin Yue asked. Historically, Li Si's eldest son was Li Yu, governor of Sanchuan Commandery, who resisted Wu Guang's attack, fought against Liu Bang and Xiongnu, but was ultimately killed by Cao Can under Liu Bang's banner, dying loyal to his duty. In Sanchuan Commandery. The last time I saw my eldest brother was 4 years ago when I enlisted. Li Mu closed his eyes in recollection. Captain, do you think I can become a general? He suddenly asked. Definitely, Lin Yue smiled. But I'm only a mid-level military officer now. My martial skills may not even surpass my father's. Lin Yue pondered Li Si's force value of 67, momentarily at a loss for words. At this time, scholars still cultivated the 6 arts of a gentleman, each secretly wielding a sword and commanding respect through virtue. Not to mention Li Mu, even Lin Yue's own martial prowess was inferior to Li Si's. I will definitely make it. After taking the Xianyuan pill you gave me the day before yesterday, the effect was excellent. I will become a general, Li Mu encouraged himself. Lin Yue sighed, realizing every family has its own hardships. This young man bore considerable pressure. Soon after bathing, Li Mu and Lin Yue accompanied Li Mu's mother for a meal before Li Mu pulled Lin Yue out of the Li residence. Where are we going? Lin Yue asked, puzzled. To a fun place, Li Mu said with a mysterious smile. Yanlai Lu, one of the most elegant establishments in Xianyang City. As they stepped into the brilliantly lit, bustling tea house, someone immediately came to greet them. Oh, young Master Li, it's been so long. I thought you had forgotten me. The woman before them was like an on-screen madam, identical figure, voice, bearing, and gestures. The madam looped an arm through Li Mu's as soon as she approached, squeezing and swaying him with exaggerated familiarity. Chunyang, don't accuse me. Find us a private chamber at once. By the way, is there any entertainment tonight? Li Mu slipped his arm away without leaving a trace. Of course, young Master Li, you've arrived at the perfect moment. Shirshi's coming out ceremony is today. Chunyang said with a smile. Who is this Shirshi? Li Mu asked. You haven't been here in ages, young master. Shirshi is the foster daughter I took in 3 years ago, 15 years old now. Among my 100 or so girls, she outshines them all. Look, these gentlemen have all come to see Shirshi, Chunyang said with pride. Very well, I must see what this Shirshi is truly like. You will be pleased, I guarantee it, but a word beforehand. Shirshi performs, she does not sell herself. Young Master Li, do not force the matter. Chunyang, her eyes full of mischief, sashayed ahead and said, Gentlemen, follow me to the 3rd floor parlor. I have reserved the best seats for you to enjoy. Shirshi. Chunyang smiled. To endure in Xianyang without patrons would be unbelievable to anyone who knew the city's realities. As the capital, Xianyang is the place where a single misstep can crush far more than a nest of ants elsewhere. Here, one misstep could take down officials of various ranks. Therefore, most people here behave with exaggerated politeness and decorum. Except for a few, no one was in the habit of snatching clients at Yanlai Lu. Do they have courtesans here? A loud, boisterous voice cut through the room and drew every eye. Asking for courtesans in Yanlai Lu. Had the man drunk too much? Munga, you've had too much. A robust man steadied the speaker before he could collapse. Ben Chu, don't stop me. Attendants, fetch the courtesans. The crowd exchanged amused looks and let the matter pass, thinking him simply drunk. But Lin Yue found the words strangely familiar and could not at first place where he had heard them. He noticed the shorter man's dark skin and the taller man's imposing presence, though both faces felt oddly familiar. Suddenly, he remembered when using the recruitment edict the recollections of Pan Feng and Lu Sandao had included these two men. To meet Yuan Xiao and Chao Chao here was astonishing. Lin Yue was surprised. Both appeared as young men now, long before either would rise to become the great rivals history would remember. What's the matter, Captain? Li Mu halted and asked. Do you know those two? Lin Yue replied. One is Yuan Xiao, a scion of the Yuan family, a young man of some repute, and presently a captain in the Xiongnu garrison. The other is Cao Cao, grandson of the eunuch Cao Tung, known by the childhood name of Man. His reputation isn't spotless, and he has yet to accomplish much. He currently serves as a Longwan. Captain interested in them. Shall I make an introduction? Li Mu offered, puzzled that the captain would care about these privileged scions who frequented brothels. No need, just curious. Let us go up. Lin Yue smiled, glanced at the two men, and followed Chun Yang upstairs. They sat in a third-floor private parlor. Two maidens soon served fruit, and took their places at the pair's sides as if by instinct. Lin Yue had never seen such a scene, and grew restless in his seat, while Li Mu sat with practiced ease. After a while, Lin Yue rose, and leaned on the railing to look about. It was indeed a fine vantage. The majority of Yanlai Lu lay before them ablaze with lantern light, and alive with voices, laughter, and merriment. Captain, do you not care for this place? Li Mu followed him out, and asked. No, I came to see when the famed Shishir would appear, Lin Yue replied with a casual excuse. A hearty laugh rang out. They turned to see Cao Cao and Yuan Shao approaching with a man they hadn't seen before. What an amusing fellow you are, someone called. Young Masterly. The two bowed politely. Yuan Gongzi, Cao Gongzi, Su Gongzi. Li Mu returned their smiles. I am Chao Mingda, and your name, young sir? Cao Cao's earlier tipsy haze had vanished, his eyes now gleamed with sharp clarity. I am Yuan Benchu, Yuan Shao said with a smile at Cao Cao's introduction. I am Su Ziyuan, greetings to you both, the newcomer said with a smile. I am Lin Yue, long have I admired your renown. Greetings to you three, Lin Yue replied with a bow. The three men were well known: Yuan Shao, Yuan Benchu, Su Yu, Su Ziyuan, Ao Cao Cao, Chao Mingda. Cao Cao in particular would be idolized by some even over millennia to come. As the saying goes, though the tyrant Cao be gone, his spirit endures. Lin Gongzi, you flatter me. No wonder I felt a familiarity when you entered. We are of like mind. Cao Cao laughed. The three of us are here to await Shishir, Yuan Shao explained. You three are delightful company as well, Lin Yue said with a smile. One could not help but wonder whether Cao Cao's professed camaraderie was sincere. This Shishir, they say, excels in song and dance, and is well versed in poetry. Even before her coming out, she drew countless literati, aristocratic youths, and merchants to her. Her ceremony today naturally attracts many celebrated guests. Yuan Shao explained to Lin Yue with a smile. Rumor has it Shishir is quite close with young master Hu Hai, Cao Cao said, adopting a knowing expression. Mungda, stop your gossip, so you scolded, elbowing Cao Cao. Realizing his slip, Cao Cao recovered himself and said, Lin Gongzi and I hit it off today. Shall we join in friendship over wine? Li Mu and Lin Yue had only been acquaintances of a nod with the two, but following Lin Yue's lead, it was an opportunity to deepen ties. Li Mu glanced at Lin Yue, seeing no objection, he smiled. Let us go. Please, the two cried with delight and led the way. The private room they entered on the same floor was not far from their earlier parlor, a few steps, and they opened the door. The room was larger than the previous parlor with ample space. Young Master Li, young Master Lin, please take your seats, Cao Cao invited. Please wait a moment, we have invited a few others who will arrive shortly, Yuan Shao said. Li Mu nodded. Such gatherings were ordinary venues for scions of officials to socialize and broaden their networks, nothing unusual. A familiar voice rang out again. Brothers, sing the arrow piercing the clouds. 1,000 troops and 10,000 steeds come to meet you. Today I will spend 200 taels to continue exploring this house, not on food or drink, but on Yanlai Lu. Yanlai Lu was indeed one of Xianyang's foremost pleasure houses. Today by chance I shall introduce you to the famed beauty, Li Shishir. The two exchanged looks, thinking at how inescapable he was, encountered anywhere, anytime. At that moment the parlor door swung open, and Yuan Shao laughed. She's here. Brother Yi, brother Chun, brother Yang, brother, my please take your seats quickly, Yuan Shao said with a smile, rising to greet them, and everyone else followed suit. Lin Yue secretly glanced at Cao Cao, noticing a barely perceptible hint of annoyance on his face, but it quickly returned to normal. This sparked a hint of curiosity in Lin Yue. I apologize for arriving late, please do not hold it against me, the man said with a smile and a bow. The four entered in pairs, two in front and two behind. Brother Yi. Lin Yue felt a bit puzzled and instinctively used his identification technique to check the four individuals. But in the next moment he fell into doubt. Could it have failed? Lin Yue used the identification technique on the two again, but the result remained unchanged. Name, identity, combat power, intelligence, leadership, politics, charisma. Name, identity, combat power, intelligence, leadership, politics, charisma. What is going on? Could it be that I used it too much today? But the identification technique has no cooldown time. Furthermore, the identification technique should also work on players, so why did these two show a string of question marks? Lin Yue thought for a moment, and then turned to use the identification technique on the two burly men behind them. Name, Yang Dian, identity, none, combat power, 93, intelligence, 81, leadership, 84, politics, 77, charisma, 78, name, Mai Taizhong, identity, none, combat power, 87, intelligence, 71, leadership, 81, politics, 70, charisma, 80. Good heavens, one is a top-tier military general, Yang Dian, and the other is a second-tier general, Mai Taizhong. It seems the identification technique has not failed. He used it on the previous two once more, but the results still did not change. Just as Lin Yue was confused, his thoughts were pulled back by a voice. What are the names of these two brothers? Wouldn't it be rude not to introduce yourselves? The leading man asked, his gaze fixed on Lin Yue. These two are esteemed guests, let them speak for themselves, Yuan Shao said with a smile. I am Li Mu serving in the Great Wall Legion, holding the title of Military Marquis, Li Mu said with a bow and a smile. Brother Li's father is the Prime Minister Li. Yuan Shao whispered. I have met Brother Li, the two said as they bowed to Li Mu. I am Lin Yue, a captain in the Great Wall Legion. What are your names? Lin Yue asked in return, feeling that the two were shrouded in mystery. I am Yixian, working at the censorate. I am Chun Ran, serving in the garrison army as a standard bearer. Yixian and Chun Ran. A flash of memory struck him. One was the founder of the first village under heaven. The other was the founder of the 9th village under heaven. It's that guy? But the two were exterminated shortly after founding their villages, so why are they openly appearing in Xianying at this moment? And they both hold official titles. One is in the court, the other in the military. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lin Yue said with a bow. Then everyone took their seats in turn, and a maid came to serve wine. Yuan Shao lightly nodded to the musicians and dancers standing by. Then the guzheng began to play and the dancers twirled gracefully with the rhythm, their white silk flowing gently with the music, creating an indescribable beauty. Everyone please taste this famous Shifeng wine, Yuan Shao said with a smile. Lin Yue took a sip, feeling its spiciness. He had heard that ancient wines were mostly low in alcohol, but he was surprised that the game had set the Qin Dynasty's wine to such a high degree. Hey, has anyone heard of Matai? Yixian suddenly asked. What is that? Li Mu raised an eyebrow. I tasted it by chance during my travels. It is smooth and delicate, truly a fine brew, but now it is unattainable, Yixian sighed. He glanced slightly at Lin Yue, seeing that Lin Yue remained unfazed and showed no signs of reaction, so he stopped speaking. Not being able to taste such a fine brew is truly a pity. Yuan Shao and Su Yu sighed in agreement. Brother Lin Yue looked very familiar. Where are you from? Yixian suddenly asked. High City in Liaodong County, I have lived there since childhood, Lin Yue said with a faint smile. He couldn't hide this information, so it was better to speak openly. Moreover, the small village was annihilated by players with no survivors. As long as he claimed he was Lin Yue, there was no possibility of being exposed. He is Lin Yue. Lin Yue is himself. Oh, is it the High City mentioned in the hero's post? Yixian asked. What hero's post? Lin Yue asked, looking confused. Yes, what hero's post? Everyone here is a hero, how come you've never heard of it? Cao Cao laughed heartily. Haha, it refers to High City in Liaodong County, the place where the foreign invaders first attacked the government. That was the first time the foreigners organized a rebellion. Even Marquis Ning Yuan Li Chengliang was reprimanded by the emperor. Yixian laughed. Although Li Chengliang occupied Liaodong, his advances were insufficient. He could only defend what he had, and his bones are now in the tomb. So what kind of hero is he? Cao Cao took a sip of wine without concern, then filled his cup again, raising it. Come, everyone, drink up. The others, after hearing Cao Cao's evaluation, were unconcerned, laughing heartily as they raised their cups. Drink up. The emperor even conferred a barony for this. Brother Lin, you wouldn't be that baron, would you? Yixian suddenly asked after putting down his cup. I am unworthy, it is indeed me, Lin Yue said with a smile, but his heart was slightly uneasy. This Yixian had tested him several times. Could it be that he had exposed himself? Baron, everyone exclaimed quietly. Our titles are not granted without military merit. Although it's just a barony, it is already significant among the younger generation. I didn't expect young Master Lin to be of the same age as us, and already a baron. We are truly ashamed, Yixian said, then raised his cup. What a pleasure to meet Brother Lin today. Everyone drink up. Lin Yue raised his cup and drank deeply once more. As the sound of wine flowing into their bellies filled the air, it was accompanied by shouts of excitement. Here it comes, the famous courtesan of the Song Dynasty Li Shishir is about to appear. This Yanlai building may be expensive, but it is absolutely worth the price. The 200 tails in the next room shouted loudly, their voices filled with excitement. General Yu has been captured and can now only livestream his labor in the Apang Palace, causing his popularity to plummet. By chance, he obtained a bodyguard post allowing him to travel between various cities, and now he has the momentum of being the #1 streamer and asking for the top. As for Lin Yue and the others in the next room, upon hearing this voice, they exchanged glances. Yixian signaled Chun Ran with a glance, and the latter led Mai Taizhong out of the private room. Brother Lin, did you come here today to see Miss Li Shishir? Yixian asked. Who among us is not here to see Miss Shishir? Lin Yue laughed. Exactly, Brother Lin truly aligns with my tastes. Come, everyone, drink this cup. Cao Cao laughed heartily, raising his cup once more. Everyone drink up. The crowd laughed heartily. The atmosphere was joyful, but Lin Yue felt a bittersweet sensation. He already had poor alcohol tolerance, and having to constantly face Yixian's traps was somewhat overwhelming, fearing that he might accidentally expose the fact that he was a player. He understood in his heart that Yixian, for some reason, must have suspected him as a player at this moment. No wonder, he is the founder of the first village under heaven. His scheming is profound. This old fox. After a dance ended, the dancer wiped a few drops of fragrant sweat from her forehead. Taking advantage of this brief pause, Yixian asked again, may I ask what kind of heart method Brother Lin is cultivating? Brother Yi, such conduct is rather unbecoming, Li Mu remarked, his brows faintly furrowed in mild reproach. Brother Yi, have you perhaps had too much to drink? Cao Cao set down his wine cup and murmured with quiet gravity. Brothers Li and Lin, Brother Yi did not mean offense. Ben Shu, pray speak a word of fairness. Su Yu hastily rose to calm the gathering. Yang Dian's thick corded arms tensed, veins surging like serpents beneath his skin. He seemed poised to rise at any moment and unleash devastation upon all present. He held absolute confidence no single soul in that chamber could match him. Even if every man there united against him, he would still meet them blade unbroken. The musicians and dancers stood frozen, flustered, and bewildered, retreating silently to the side and fixing their eyes on their own feet. Moments ago the hall had thrummed with boisterous camaraderie and spirited toasting. How then had harmony so suddenly shattered into hostility? Yet none dared probe deeper. They lowered their gaze, stilled their breath, and inwardly prayed this storm would pass, without sweeping them, mere minnows, into its wrath. Brother Yi is intoxicated. Brother Yang, please escort him to rest. Yuan Shao paused before speaking. Ha ha. Yi Xian staggered upright, steadying himself with one hand on Yang Dian's shoulder, then raised his wine cup toward Lin Yue. I spoke rashly. The vintage is stronger than I anticipated. Brother Lin, forgive my indiscretion. Without awaiting reply, he tilted his head back and drained the entire cup of Shifeng wine in one swift motion, then inverted it, revealing not a single drop remaining. An extraordinary capacity for wine. Su Yu interjected, defusing the tension. Come, let us all drink deeply once more. Yuan Shao lifted his cup anew, and the assembly raised theirs in solemn unison toast. After another round of Shifeng wine, Yi Xian dropped his next provocation like a stone into still water. Why not bring paper and brush? Let us each inscribe the name of our cultivation art and exchange them for mutual inspection. How dare this insolent youth? Li Mu roared, and in one sharp motion sprang to his feet, unsheathing his treasured sword and leveling its gleaming point at Yi Xian. Shall we test whether my blade still bites true? He bore deep gratitude toward Lin Yue, who had brought him here, and felt fiercely protective. That a nameless imperial censor should now repeatedly insult Lin Yue ignited his fury. Yang Dian slammed his palms onto the table and surged upright, subtly shifting to shield Yi Xian behind him. His body coiled like a spring, muscles taut, ready to launch forward and tear his opponent limb from limb. Brother Yi, such conduct is unbefitting a gentleman. So you pleaded, beads of sweat glistening on his brow. Yet this time Yuan Shao merely lifted his wine cup, offering no rebuke, no intervention. A strange, inexplicable impulse stirred within him, urging him to rise, draw steel, and stand defiant. Yet his reason whispered otherwise. This is Li Si's second son, and the blade does not point at me. Yi Xian remained unruffled, smiling faintly despite Li Si's son and the chorus of warnings. Li Mu, enough, Lin Yue said, gently restraining him and sheathing the sword. A warm swell of emotion rose in his chest. This boy, truly, I have not loved him in vain. Then Lin Yue's voice turned glacial. What art I cultivate? Is that any concern of yours? The moment the words left his lips, the air in the chamber congealed. Yi Xian's expression darkened, shifting between stormy uncertainty and icy rage, teetering on the edge of fury. I was born in Liaodong Commandery. At 20 I enlisted. Though I claim no extraordinary merit, I swear my loyalty has always been unwavering. Later, General Meng Tian honored me with promotion into the Great Wall Legion. I am now in Xianyang by imperial mandate. Who then are you? And by whose authority do you presume to interrogate me? Lin Yue's voice cut like frost. Though he knew not how Yi Xian had infiltrated Qin's bureaucracy, he, like Yi Xian, was a player. And why should he fear another player? Indeed, what arrogance drives a lowly imperial censor to speak thus? Are you mocking us? Li Mu glared fiercely at Yi Xian. Gentlemen, you've had too much. For my sake, please, sit. Yuan Shao rose to mediate. But as Yi Xian opened his mouth to retort, Chun Ran clapped a hand over his lips. Yi Xian struggled, yet could not break free. Li Mu paid Yuan Shao no heed. When Yuan Shao attempted to speak again, Li Mu's frigid gaze swept across him, and Yuan Shao recoiled, inwardly falling silent. After all, this was the son of Li Si. Though Li Si had only recently assumed the chancellorship, his stature eclipsed Yuan Shao's beyond measure. Moreover, Li Si stood uniquely favored by the emperor. His elder siblings, even his sisters, had all married into the imperial family. Li Mu's own future marriage would surely follow suit. In truth, Yuan Shao could not compare. Put plainly, if Li Mu chose to grant him favor, it was a gift. But if displeased, Yuan Shao would be nothing more than a discarded shoe sole trodden upon, at will forced to smile, all the while. Cao Cao, observing Yuan Shao's humiliation, suppressed a private smirk, then stepped forward to smooth things over. Brother Yi, admittedly your conduct was first to breach propriety. Let us settle this. Offer your sincere apologies to brothers Lin and Li, and let the matter end here. Does this satisfy you all? Lin Yue remained silent, but Yi Xian whirled away, sleeves flaring, and strode out without a backward glance. Chun Ran, flustered, offered hurried apologies before rushing after him. Chun Ran caught up with Yi Xian in quick pursuit, seizing his arm. Xian, what possessed you? The connection with Yuan Shao took us months to forge. Are you truly determined to humiliate him? Yi Xian turned sharply, eyes blazing. Since when have we ever endured such treatment? At bottom, it was your incivility that began it all. Chun Ran whispered cautiously, you cannot assume he's a player just because your insight art fails to reveal his attributes. Perhaps he possesses a rare artifact that conceals them. He is. I trust my intuition utterly. Yi Xian declared, voice low and unshakable. Chun Ran inwardly scoffed, then softened his tone. Think carefully. Consider the sheer effort our factions expended to ascend this far, and how intimately we know one another. Which ordinary player could rival us? Even granting he is a player, could mere luck elevate him to such rank in so short a time? Then tell me, have you heard of Lin Yue? Yi Xian murmured quietly. Chun Ran fell mute, then countered, how many ancient texts perished in Xiongnu's great conflagration? Just because Lin Yue escapes historical record does not prove he is a player, nor does Li Mu's absence from chronicles entitle you to confront Li Si and declare his son an outsider. I yield to your logic, but this indignity, I will not swallow it. Yi Xian's stance remained unyielding. Chun Ran's heart leapt with delight, yet his face remained composed. As you wish. Only return with me now and grant Yuan Shao this courtesy. Seeing Yi Xian remain silent, Chun Ran seized his arm and all but dragged him back inside. Within the chamber, silence reigned. Li Mu and Lin Yue sat in quiet contemplation, sipping wine in unspoken communion. Yuan Shao sat in silence for a long while, then raised his cup. This fault lies with me. I offer my deepest apologies to both brothers. Before either could respond, clamor erupted outside. Miss Shershur has appeared. All turned. Cheers exploded beyond the doorway. Everyone exchanged glances and unhesitatingly walked towards the door. They leaned against the railing on the third floor, watching the masked courtesan dancing gracefully at the center of the stage. From left to right, the group consisted of Li Mu, Lin Yue, Cao Cao, Yuan Shao, and Su Yu. Meanwhile, Chun Ran was not far away with Yi Xian and Yang Yen. Cao Cao and Lin Yue were standing closer together, while the group subtly divided into two clusters. Brother Lin, are you here on official business for the Great Wall Legion? Cao Cao, seeing this, opened the conversation. He was not particularly interested in the dancing beauty on stage, feeling that something was missing. In contrast, Lin Yue clearly caught his interest more. Yes, I am on official duties, Lin Yue replied with a smile, genuinely intrigued by this representative figure of the Jinan spirit and the legacy of Wei Wu. I wonder how many days does Brother Lin plan to stay here? Cao Cao inquired. About 4 or 5 days. Don't you have any interest in the young lady, Sister Sure? Lin Yue, noticing Cao Cao's indifference to such beauty, felt a bit curious. Sister Sure is too young for me, Cao Cao said with a hint of disappointment, then added in comparison, I am more interested in you, Brother Lin. Lin Yue's hair stood on end at this remark, and even Li Mu looked at Cao Cao with an indescribable expression. Previously in Xianyang, he had only heard of Meng De's fondness for married women, but never of his preference for young men. How did Brother Cao come to know Brother Yi? Lin Yue, feeling slightly awkward, took the initiative to ask. He couldn't understand why Yi Xian, a player and a wanted criminal by the court, could obtain an official position and be on good terms with Yuan Shao and Cao Cao. It should be noted that many other players were either bandits in the mountains or doing labor service across the Qin territories. How could there be such a disparity? Brother Yi arrived in Xianyang half a month ago, and it is said that he was recommended by the Minister of the Central Vehicle Zhao Gao to take up the position of a regular 8th grade censor, but am not sure of the truth. Being young talents, we quickly became friends over time, often gathering for small meetups, and eventually we got to know each other, Cao Cao said, with a smile, openly sharing this with Lin Yue. Zhao Gao. Lin Yue was taken aback. This name was known to everyone. In later generations, no matter how one evaluated treacherous ministers, he would always have a place in such discussions. The most famous incident was Zhao Gao's infamous act of pointing at a deer and calling it a horse after the ascension of the second emperor of Qin. Compared to his later creation of the story of pointing at a rat and calling it a duck, they were not on the same level. In comparison, the historical figure Qiao Mengde, who held the emperor hostage to command the lords, was slightly inferior. Yi Xian had really latched onto a powerful ally. Zhao Gao. Brother Yi truly has extensive connections, Lin Yue said, with a cold smile. Although Cao Cao concealed it well, he still caught the fleeting disdain in Cao Cao's expression when Yi Xian first entered. Thus he did not shy away from Cao Cao and directly mocked, it's merely a matter of wealth. Besides, this matter may not even be true. Cao Cao said with slight disdain. Lin Yue thought back to when the first village of the world was established and the game announcement rewarded a fortune of gold, and he felt relieved. Brother, yes, future prospects are limitless. Lin Yue exclaimed. Brother Lin, look at how Yi Xian treats me and Ben Chu and how he treats Ziyuan. Cao Cao suddenly laughed. Lin Yue turned to see Yi Xian happily chatting with Su Yu, both of them enjoying their conversation. However, during their previous drinking and merriment, Yi Xian had shown warmth towards Yuan Shao, but with a hint of distance, while he was quite serious with Cao Cao, with minimal interaction between them. Su Yu had just stood up several times to defend Yi Xian, showing a strong bond between them. Indeed, there is a significant difference. Lin Yue said, after careful reflection. Yes, because Ben Chu can provide him with connections, but he is not on the same path as him, whereas I am of no use to him at all. And as for his attitude towards Ziyuan, that is because Ziyuan is the only one among us three who can be of use to him. Cao Cao pondered, I do not like such people. They are too self-serving and overly calculating. Most importantly, towards ordinary people, while his words are polite, he is too indifferent. He seems to have a natural barrier with the lower class. Such a person in office is not a blessing for the common folk. In comparison, Brother Lin is much better. Lin Yue suddenly realized that Yi Xian wanted to recruit Su Yu. As a player, Yi Xian had definitely heard of Su Yu's name and had the idea of bringing him on board. Although Cao Cao had not yet revealed his talents, he possessed the qualities of a cunning hero, seeing through what others overlooked. No wonder he could rise so quickly in history. Brother Cao, you are truly talented. Ooh, I cannot compare, Lin Yue marveled. In front of Cao Cao, or perhaps in front of any historical figure who left their mark, he felt far inferior. A name from history that you have never heard of in their respective eras was not without fame and extraordinary talent far beyond what he, a game planner from later generations, could compare to. Brother Lin Yue overpraised me. I truly feel that I have met a friend too late, Cao Cao said with a smile. Then with a glint in his eye, he leaned forward and softly said, tomorrow at this time I will host a banquet. Why don't we gather here? That sounds good. I cannot ask for more, Lin Yue replied with a smile, revealing a smile that felt refreshing like spring. After the music ended, the dance paused. A woman in a red dress stood quietly at the center of the stage. You gentlemen are all regulars, so I won't say much. Sister Sure dances for a fee, not for free. This is Sister Sure's first appearance. The highest bidder wins. Whoever wins the bid can enjoy a solo dance with Sister Sure. The starting bid is 500 taels of silver with increments of 100 taels. Let the bidding begin. Chun Yang laughed as she swayed her waist and left the stage. 500 taels. 600 taels. The crowd erupted in excitement. The bidding voices never ceased. Mingda, what is a solo dance? Lin Yue asked curiously. Could it be that kind of dance? It's just a dance in a room, nothing more. Young Master Lin, don't overthink it. It's a proper dance, Cao Cao said with a laugh. Then why is it 500 taels of silver? Lin Yue found it hard to believe. Was this money just blowing in from the wind? To pay heavily for a solo dance, it would also become a romantic story if it spreads. Cao Cao smiled mysteriously. Moreover, this Sister Sure is a remarkable woman selected by Chun Yang after much consideration. How could she easily lose her virtue? Men, it's always the unattainable that is the most desirable. That way more people will pursue her next time. Currently the bid is 800 taels. I wonder who tonight's Sister Sure will favor. Chun Yang laughed. The crowd below turned red-faced, and faced with such temptation, everyone exerted their strength to shout. 1000 taels. 1200 taels. 1300 taels. 1500 taels. Lin Yue shook his head slightly. How could someone dare to throw out 1,000 taels of silver for a chance to talk to an unfamiliar woman? It seemed that there were indeed many wealthy people in the imperial capital of Xiongnu. The depth of such noble families far exceeded his imagination. 1800 taels. A loud shout stunned the entire crowd. That was a Zhao family scion. I wonder where he got the audacity to suddenly flaunt his wealth. Cao Cao pointed at the shouting youth and laughed. Zhao family? Which Zhao family? Lin Yue asked. The deputy general of the guard, Zhao Kuangyin. Cao Cao stated. It said that his 32 moves and long fist are unmatched in the guard, and he is considered a standout of the younger generation. Wasn't that the founder of the Qin Dynasty? Lin Yue thought Zhao Kuangyin served in the guard as an indigenous person. This plot felt somewhat familiar. 200 taels. Suddenly a shout rang out, and the audience fell silent, all searching for the person who raised the bid. Lin Yue turned his head to see it was none other than Bai Liang. This 200 taels could exchange for 200 dragon coins. What could this Bai Liang do in reality to spend money so freely? 200 taels once. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? Chun Yang asked joyfully. 200 taels for the second time. You gentlemen, I concede. Bai Liang from the third floor clasped his hands and laughed, attracting countless envious gazes, making them regret that they were not the ones calling the prices. But the next second his expression changed drastically. Bang! A startled cry came from outside and several young servants rushed in, stumbling over themselves. Bang! A group of Qin soldiers burst in. The officials are here to apprehend wanted criminals. Bystanders quickly retreat. A leading general in military attire shouted as he stepped into Yanlai Tower. Sir, please don't frighten me. I have guests here. How could there be any criminals? Chun Yang smiled, twisting her waist as she walked towards the general step by step. Who could open a brothel here without a powerful backing? I am here on official orders to apprehend wanted criminals. Bystanders quickly retreat or face arrest. The general's face turned pale as he repeated coldly. His hand discreetly trembled, revealing a badge without a trace. Seeing this, Chun Yang quickly stepped aside and said softly, "Be gentle, don't scare the guests." The general nodded, and then the soldiers behind him rushed into Yanlai Tower like wolves chasing after hares. Lin Yue, feeling curious, understood who the so-called wanted criminal was when he saw Bai Liang rushing back to the private room, trembling in fear. The soldiers headed straight for the third floor while Lin Yue and the others leaned aside. Bai Liang was soon captured and escorted down. I have an identification badge. Bai Liang shouted loudly. The leading general grabbed the identification badge handed to him by his subordinate, scrutinized it closely and scoffed. Height doesn't match, appearance is different, take him away. You can't do this. That's me. That's me. Bai Liang cried out, but he was kicked to the ground by the leading general. The kick to his chest left him powerless and gasping for breath, unable to speak. If it's your identification badge, we'll know after you come with us. We will verify it ourselves. The general sneered, and upon hearing this, Bai Liang's expression dimmed as he lowered his head weakly. He knew that his dream of being the top streamer of asking for the tripod was shattered. Afterward, the leading general apologized to the crowd in Yanlai Tower and exited. For a moment, the entire Yanlai Tower was silent, as if a needle could be heard dropping, leaving everyone in a daze, enveloped in deathly silence. 2,100 taels. At this moment, Yi Xian smiled and broke the atmosphere. 2,100 taels, is there anyone willing to bid higher? Chun Yang quickly adjusted her demeanor. Seeing no response, she smiled and said, then it's this young master, fortunate to have him as a guest of Sure. 2,100 taels was enough to meet her psychological price, and she preferred guests who were not well known, as this would help avoid situations where guests might force themselves, thus preserving the maiden's purity. Only a pure Sure could be her endless source of wealth. Just then Chun Ran walked in with a wooden staff, and Lin Yue happened to see this scene. When Chun Ran was sent away by Yi Xian, with just a glance earlier, he had no idea what Chun Ran was up to. Now looking at Yi Xian, he seemed to understand something. Brother Lin, would you like to take this chance to be alone with Miss Sure? Yi Xian asked with a smile. There's no need at all. Lin Yue replied coldly. Haha, it seems Brother Lin has quite a deep prejudice against me. How about we have a small gathering tomorrow to clear up the misunderstanding? Haha, Brother Yi, you can take a break. I suddenly realized the truth that no matter how many times you look at her, she still isn't yours. If you read a book 100 times, the knowledge becomes yours. We should work diligently wielding the sword and shining for the great Qin. Lin Yue said after bidding farewell to Yuan Shao and the others. He left with Li Mu. There was no other reason, it was just that this forced act was too awkward and lacked finesse. Everything I set my sights on will be mine. Yi Xian said, his face dark with rage. From childhood to adulthood, who dared to teach him how to do things? He then turned to Chun Ran and said, look, I've given you both face and substance, and you know when I've ever acted like this, now you can't blame me. Chun Ran nodded in agreement. He has indeed gone a bit too far. Yuan Shao pondered over these words, feeling somewhat touched. Cao Cao looked at Lin Yue's back, his expression unchanged, but deep in his heart, he was lost in thought. What great ambition! Su Yu exclaimed, admiring Lin Yue's carefree figure. He then turned to the cold-faced Yi Xian and sighed softly. A few days ago he had met Yi Xian and felt an immediate connection. Yi Xian's profound knowledge and magnanimous personality impressed him greatly, making conversations with him as refreshing as a spring breeze. But today Yi Xian's impression on him was too poor, aggressive, and petty, unworthy of being a gentleman, causing him to shake his head inwardly. Chun Ran wanted to advise Yi Xian, but seeing his darkened face, he thought better of it, gazing at Lin Yue's figure lost in contemplation. Young Master Yi, I wish you victory tonight. We shall not disturb you any longer. Yuan Shao said with a smile. You all take care, we shall meet again. Yi Xian forced a smile and cupped his fists in return. Yuan Shao and the others dispersed upon seeing this. Stepping out of the brilliantly decorated Yanlai Tower, the two finally realized how dark it had become outside. Captain, I want to learn from you. Li Mu suddenly spoke up. Oh, what's the matter? Lin Yue stopped and asked. This place of brothels and nightlife is truly not where we should be. We must diligently practice martial arts, fight on the battlefield, defend our homes and country, so we can realize our worth and serve the great Qin better. Li Mu declared with determination. All right, for the next few days we shall train in the manor and not go out. Lin Yue replied with a smile. The schemes in Xianyang City were too deep and dangerous. Who would have thought that a visit to a brothel would expose one as a player? Yi Xian, also a player, could lay poison on her Bei Liang, who had no grievances or connections with him. This left Lin Yue feeling a bit disheartened. If he had not been accompanied by Li Mu today, he would have likely been reported to the officials by Yi Xian. This Yi Xian had too many mysteries. His intuition told him that Yi Xian was a ticking time bomb, and the further he stayed away from him, the better. Let's head back. Lin Yue said. Yes. Li Mu replied with a smile, following Lin Yue home. Your Majesty, this is a confidential report from the Black Eyes platform. A black-robed attendant bowed his head and presented several confidential reports. The man took them, stroking his beard as he flipped through the 36 reports. He stopped as soon as he reached the first one. Interesting, the man said with a smile. Mother, I shall depart now. Please take care of yourselves, father and you. Li Mu bid farewell to Li Mu's mother together with Lin Yue. Li Mu's mother, with tears in her eyes, covered her face with a handkerchief, unable to bear the sight of her son leaving. Yet she feigned strength and said, Mir, be safe. Aunt Han has invited me to her house today, so I want to accompany you. Unable to endure the scene any longer, Li Mu's mother turned and returned to the house. Li Mu sighed. After today's farewell, he did not know when he would return. He then turned and walked outside with Lin Yue. In recent days, the two had spent most of their time practicing martial arts, and with the aid of the Xian Yuan Dan, both of their skills had improved. Name Lin Yue. Title Pioneer. Identity Military General de Qin. Rank Baron. Position Due. Skill God of Killing, Level 220. Martial Power 53. Intelligence 31. Leadership 21. Politics 22. Charm 99. Reputation 2315. Somewhat famous. Talent Kind-hearted. Skill Acquaintance Technique. The side effects of the Blood Fury Talisman finally dissipated, and benefiting from the advancement of the God of Killing, Lin Yue's martial power increased slightly, now reaching 53. The familiar strength was back, and he was experiencing the power that came with being a junior military general. Yet he still felt it was too slow. Li Mu had already touched the threshold of intermediate military general, and among the Due of the Great Wall Legion, Lin Yue was likely the weakest, which left him quite anxious. However, his fellow soldiers believed he was strong enough to guard Heyi City, which made him somewhat fearful as he was afraid of his weakling status being discovered. But on the path of martial arts, unless one possesses extraordinary talent born with immense strength different from ordinary people, it ultimately cannot be achieved overnight. Young Master Lin, Young Master Li. A voice called out. As Lin Yue and Li Mu reached the location of the Heavenly Stairs teleportation array, they saw Yuan Shao Chao Chao and Su Yu calling them from not far away. Young Master Yuan, Young Master Chao, Young Master Su, the two greeted. During this period, Yuan Shao and the others had invited them to gather numerous times, but the two had always refused on the grounds of training, so the friends had come today to bid them farewell. Finally caught up, Yuan Shao said with a smile. Young Master Lin, I wonder when we will meet again after today's farewell. Chao Chao sighed. Next time I come to Xianyang, we won't return until we're drunk, Lin Yue replied with a smile. I will soon be going to the surrounding counties of Xianyang to take up the position of Due. When you arrive in Xianyang, I will definitely rush back to gather with you, Brother Lin. Chow Chow laughed heartily. He relied on his grandfather's recommendation to be sent to the local area as a douay leading thousands and maintaining public order, allowing him to realize his ambitions. At this moment, he was brimming with enthusiasm, and faced with Lin Yue's invitation, he was naturally very bold. Congratulations, Mengda. Once you leave, you will surely soar like a dragon into the sea or a fierce tiger returning to the mountains, and you will be able to showcase all you have learned to serve the court. Lin Yue praised. Historically, Cao Cao also held a position near the capital, but because the territories were filled with powerful nobles, the upright Cao did not show mercy and ultimately fell foul of the current powerful figures. Forced into a demotion, he was eventually implicated and lost his office, returning home to idle away his time. It is unknown whether Cao Cao's journey in the game will be as arduous as in history. Brother Lin, do you have any words of wisdom for me? Cao Cao suddenly raised an eyebrow and asked. Lin Yue was momentarily at a loss for words. With Cao Cao's uncertain path ahead, what should he tell him? Brother Meng, to hold fast to your heart and just be yourself. After thinking for a moment, Lin Yue finally said, this type of hero can traverse the seas with their own abilities. If I interfere too much, it may backfire. Furthermore, Cao Cao's abilities are evident. No matter how the situation changes, he will eventually rise above. Hold fast to your heart, hold fast to your heart. Cao Cao murmured, chewing on the words, and suddenly appeared enlightened. He bent his waist to bow, his movements meticulous. Brother Lin, you possess great talent. I am not your equal. Thank you for your guidance. Mengda need not be so polite, you flatter me. Lin Yue quickly stepped aside to help him up. He had merely said something insignificant. How could Cao Cao extrapolate such wisdom from it? Could it be that clever people overthink things? Cao Cao firmly shook his head and spoke solemnly. Brother Lin, if you refuse to acknowledge it, so be it. But I will definitely remember your kindness today. Mengda, you are being too formal. Lin Yue declined, feeling somewhat unable to explain. Suddenly, he noticed Yuan Shao wanting to speak, but hesitating, taking a few steps forward only to unconsciously step back again. He smiled knowingly and said, I am unworthy, but I dare to advise Brother Ben Chu, may I? Brother Lin, please speak. Yuan Shao said excitedly. After hearing Lin Yue's words to Cao Cao, he felt they made sense. However, due to face, he felt awkward to say it himself. Lin Yue's move was just what he needed. I beg your pardon for my rudeness. Lin Yue slightly bowed in apology, then continued, in my hometown, there is a saying, heed others' advice, and you will have enough to eat. Listen broadly to be wise, trust in one alone leads to darkness. Brother Ben Chu should listen to others' suggestions more. Brother Ben Chu, we have advised you many times, but you just won't listen. Though Brother Lin has only met us once, he has seen through it. As the saying goes, honest advice is hard to hear. We would never harm you. Cao Cao said, with Su Yu nodding in agreement. Lin Yue understood. It seemed that the three of them, having grown up together, understood each other better. Historically, Yuan Shao was a northern overlord occupying 4 states. If he listened to advice, he might live a few more years and not lose to his childhood friend Cao Cao. Thank you, Brother Lin. Yuan Shao said with a smile. The more people speak, the more it might shake his heart and lead him to reflect on himself. Lin Yue nodded and was about to take his leave. At this moment, Su Yu suddenly asked, Brother Lin, do you have any words of wisdom for me? Lin Yue felt a bit embarrassed. He only knew some of Su Yu's famous scenes and was not very familiar with him, so how could he dare to give advice? Wait, I have it. Lin Yue said mysteriously to Su Yu. In the future, if you encounter a martial artist with the same surname as you, keep your distance and do not try to show off. Su Yu was somewhat puzzled, not understanding why. For the two of them it was advice, but for him it suddenly turned into fortune-telling. However, seeing Lin Yue's sincere gaze, he quietly remembered it in his heart. Thank you, Brother Lin, Su Yu said, cupping his hands. Lin Yue nodded, not knowing whether he had taken it to heart. You all may take your leave. Lin Yue and Li Mu both cupped their hands in gratitude for the three's farewell. I wish Brother Lin and Brother Li great fame in battle, enhancing the might of our Qin. The three returned the gesture. Wherever we go, we meet again. Brother Ben Chu, Brother Meng to Brother Zi Yuan, the mountains are high and the waters are far. This is our farewell. After Lin Yue finished speaking, he turned with Li Mu and walked toward the Heavenly Stairs teleportation array. Farewell. Lin Yue raised his arm and waved, leaving the three with his back as he stepped into the teleportation array heading to Xiongnu City. Lin Yue and Li Mu stepped out from the Heavenly Staircase teleportation array. Junior Lieutenant, should we head back directly or take a short rest? Li Mu inquired. Let's head back directly, Lin Yue replied with a smile. At this moment, he was carrying a letter of response from Meng Yi, and to avoid any prolonged delays, it was better to return to the barracks quickly. Understood. Li Mu nodded and the two went to the nearby place to retrieve their horses. We are here to pick up our horses. Lin Yue handed the identification tag given during the horse storage to the attendant and asked, is there any issue with the horses? Rest assured, gentlemen. We are an established establishment, and your horses are clearly not ordinary steeds. The owner specifically instructed me to feed them premium horse feed and take good care of them, the attendant chuckled, saying as he walked. Soon the attendant brought over 2 white horses. De Huang, who had been lowering his head, happened to catch sight of Lin Yue, and upon seeing him, let out a joyful neigh and broke free from the attendant galloping towards Lin Yue. De Huang, did you miss me? Lin Yue laughed, patting De Huang's head. De Huang continuously nudged Lin Yue with his head, responding with the warmest affection. Sorry, how much is it in total for these days? After some playful banter, Lin Yue looked at the attendant, whose clothes were covered in dust, and said apologetically, this steed of yours is truly remarkable. The attendant, not minding the dust on him, praised De Huang. Having worked here for nearly 10 years, he had seen countless horses, but few matched this fine steed, making it hard for him to hide his joy. In total, it's 1 tael of silver. Because your horse is so precious, we needed to invest more effort than usual, hence the higher price, the attendant explained with a smile. That's fine. Lin Yue considered the price reasonable and handed over 1 tael of silver to the attendant. The attendant accepted the money and smiled, saying, "Do you need any feed? We have premium feed, and we can provide some for free from our shop." "Thank you, but we have some already," Lin Yue replied. He stored some feed in his spatial ring, enough for both horses to return to the barracks. After expressing his gratitude, he led the horses straight out. As he walked outside, a middle-aged man approached and brushed past him, then smiled at the attendant, saying, "Young man, quickly bring me a top-quality steed." This shop not only stored horses, but also sold and rented them. Lin Yue was not surprised and mounted his warhorse with Lin Yue riding towards the city gates. Once they exited the city gate, the two rode straight towards the barracks. "Lieutenant, there is a river 3 miles ahead. If we miss it, there won't be another before reaching the barracks," Lin Yue shouted. "Understood, let's stop there for a bit," Lin Yue replied. They had been riding for half a day, and their stomachs were growling. If they did not take a break soon, even their warhorses would not be able to endure. Finally reaching the river, Lin Yue and Lin Yue dismounted to rest, washing their warhorses' mouths and noses at the riverbank, and taking out some feed to feed the horses. After finishing all this, Lin Yue took out water and food to share with Lin Yue. The two rarely had a chance to rest, lying under the shade of a tree for a brief moment to close their eyes, but De Huang suddenly came over, incessantly nudging Lin Yue. "De Huang, stop it. We'll leave after a short rest," Lin Yue said, squinting his eyes and smiling, pushing De Huang aside, thinking that De Huang just missed him and wanted to play. However, he and Lin Yue rarely got to rest and did not want to get up. They just wanted to lie quietly. Yet De Huang continued to nudge him, and Lin Yue felt something was off. De Huang had never acted like this before. He immediately got up and scanned the surroundings. "What's wrong, Lieutenant?" Lin Yue asked, squinting his eyes. "Don't make a sound, we need to retreat," Lin Yue whispered. It was summer, yet the surrounding trees and bushes were eerily quiet, with no sounds from any animals, which was clearly unusual. If it weren't for De Huang's reminder, he wouldn't have realized how long it would have taken him to notice. Lin Yue was startled by Lin Yue's words, but pretended to be calm, slowly rising to walk towards the warhorses. Whoosh! An arrow whistled through the air, aimed directly at Lin Yue. Fortunately, Lin Yue had been vigilant and dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the arrow. Then a middle-aged man in a mask rode and wielding twin guns. "Run!" Lin Yue shouted. The two mounted their horses, almost simultaneously fleeing without looking back. Whoosh! Lin Yue suddenly felt a chill behind him. His neck turned cold. Instinctively, he bent down as the gun barrel brushed past his clothes, barely evading this deadly strike. But the masked man, seeing his first attack missed, thrust his gun at Lin Yue again. Lin Yue drew his long knife to defend, but the next moment the masked man switched from thrusting to slapping, aiming directly at Lin Yue's head. Lin Yue had nowhere to escape and could only block with his knife. Bang! The tremendous force shook Lin Yue's hand, causing the knife to slip from his grip and roll aside. He understood that the strength of the masked man before him was on a different level, far beyond what he could imagine. Even during his usual sparring with Pan Feng, he had never felt such despair. At this moment, he was empty-handed while the masked man thrust his gun towards Lin Yue. "Lieutenant, hurry and go," Lin Yue shouted. "Get lost," Lin Yue shouted. The two of them were far from being his match, and the masked man's target had always been him. He did not want Lin Yue to die in vain here. But at this critical moment, Lin Yue still rushed forward, wielding his long knife against the masked man. The masked man's gaze shifted, his cold eyes locking onto Lin Yue, and with a flick of his right hand, Lin Yue was knocked off his horse, tumbling to the ground. "Hurry and go." Lin Yue spat blood, speaking with difficulty. "If we're to die, let's die together. Come at me," Lin Yue shouted at the masked man. The masked man let out a cold laugh and charged at Lin Yue again with his twin guns. Taking advantage of this brief moment, Lin Yue activated his identification technique on the masked man. Ding Yinping, identity none, strength 93, intelligence 77, leadership 90, politics 70, charm 83. He turned out to be the dual gun General Ding Yinping, the master of the dual gun, four-barreled, elegant-faced cold gun, Luo Cheng. Lin Yue's heart sank. Facing a top-tier martial general, his fate today seemed unavoidable. It was just a pity for Lin Yue, who had been gravely injured because of him. But he had an idea. Lin Yue turned his horse around and ran off into the distance. The masked man's target had always been him, and as long as he could attract Ding Yinping, Lin Yue would still have a glimmer of hope. Seeing Lin Yue running off into the distance, the masked man frowned. According to the intel, this kid's horse was a low-tier war horse. Once Lin Yue ran far, it would be nearly impossible to chase him down. So Ding Yinping spurred his warhorse and followed closely behind. He absolutely could not let Lin Yue escape. De Huang, a ground-level warhorse, far surpassed the steed ridden by Ding Yinping, galloping swiftly and quickly, widening the distance between them in just a few breaths. Seeing Lin Yue fleeing, Ding Yinping flicked his wrist, and 3 stones flew towards the horse's legs. Sensing danger, De Huang suddenly leaped into the air, dodging 2 stones, but still got hit by the 3rd stone, letting out a whinny and falling to the ground. Lin Yue was also thrown to the ground, his internal organs churning violently. Ding Yinping approached with a cold smile, wielding dual gun straight towards Lin Yue's face. At this moment, Lin Yue had no strength to resist. The disparity in power was too great, making him feel like a mere child in front of Ding Yinping. Clang! Stop, scoundrel! In broad daylight, how dare you take a life? At this critical moment, a young general in white rode out from behind Lin Yue wielding a long spear to block this deadly strike. Brave warrior, run. You are no match for him, Lin Yue shouted with all his might. His death would only mean a loss of his character, and at worst he could no longer play as Lin Yue, but he did not want to endanger another's life. Ding Yanping was a top-tier martial general, and very few could survive under his hands. He didn't want to drag innocent people into this whirlpool. Do not worry, I will surely capture this scoundrel. The young general in white had a handsome face, moving forward with a cold demeanor. Ding Yanping frowned secretly. To kill Lin Yue now, he must first deal with the suddenly appearing young general in white, or else he would be at a disadvantage. Then the two began to fight. Clang, boom, bang. Their three guns crossed, endlessly resembling dancing dragons, exuding a certain beauty. Zhao Yun swung his spear, while Ding Yanping's right-hand gun firmly blocked at the immense force, splitting the giant tree behind Ding Yanping in two. Ding Yanping maintained his composure, but felt it was tricky. As he blocked with one gun, his left-hand gun appeared like a phantom, stabbing straight at his opponent's face. The young general in white was startled, and hurriedly withdrew his gun, barely managing to block this cunning and ghostly strike. Ding Yanping's dual guns constantly shifted, sometimes stabbing with his left hand, sometimes sweeping with his right, and at times striking downward with both guns, yet withdrawing in an instant. The young general in white narrowly escaped several dangerous situations, cleverly dodging the area around them, had become a battleground utterly devastated. Facing this ghostly marksmanship, the young general felt beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The spear was the king of all weapons, the foremost among the 18 martial arts. Countless users exist in this world, leading to the proliferation of spear techniques and various countermeasures. However, encountering such a unique dual gun technique, the young general in white felt a strain, struggling to cope. After another round of clashes, the two turned their horses, and without stopping they engaged in battle once more. Ding Yanping struck left and stabbed right, deviating from conventional moves, disrupting the young general's techniques. The general could only defend helplessly. Suddenly, Ding Yanping's left-hand gun lunged, and he hastily raised the gun's tail to deflect the sudden stab. Bang! This strike from Ding Yanping was infused with qi, producing a thunderous sound. The young general felt a tingling in his hands. The two paused for a moment before crossing swords again, preparing for another round. But just as their steeds crossed, Ding Yanping's left-hand guns had suddenly lunged backward, aiming straight at the young general's lower back. Elbow and spear. The young general was taken aback and twisted to block. Ding Yanping. Lin Yue suddenly shouted in alarm at the ominous situation. Ding Yanping's attention was momentarily distracted by the sudden shout. Seizing this brief moment, the young general pushed himself to block, narrowly preventing that elbow and spear strike, which had nearly harmed him. Yet Ding Yanping found it hard to remain calm. He had never appeared in public before, and today he was masked, so how did this person know his name? Ding Yanping thought to himself. Are these all the moves you have? The young general in white turned his horse with a cold smile. What is your name? Ding Yanping asked in a deep voice. This was the first time he had spoken today. He was genuinely curious how a martial general like this could be encountered in such a remote area. I am Zhao Zilong of Changshan. Zhao Yun raised his long spear and charged towards Ding Yanping. Zhao Zilong, I have remembered that name, Ding Yanping said softly as he surged forward. As Zhao Yun observed the narrowing distance between them, he seized the opportunity and thrust his spear forward. Although Ding Yanping wielded dual guns, the many spearheads made it difficult to defend against. However, every advantage comes with a disadvantage. The long spear's attack range had to be shortened. While Zhao Yun's spear had only one head, its attack range was long. After their previous exchanges, Zhao Yun gradually grasped Ding Yanping's tactics. To break through the dual guns with a single spear, he needed to thrust forward at the moment Ding Yanping's dual gun stabbed. Thus his spear being longer forced Ding Yanping into a defensive position. As expected, Ding Yanping rarely showed a flustered expression, holding his dual guns to defend. Although Zhao Yun failed to strike, he had validated his suspicion and subsequently lifted his long spear. 100 birds facing the phoenix. Zhao Yun's long spear tip revealed a phoenix flying towards him, surrounded by swirling mysterious energy. Ding Yanping held his dual guns in defense, visibly alarmed, as if he heard the cry of a phoenix. Bang! Ding Yanping was sent flying several dozen meters away, crashing into the ground and creating a large crater, dust swirling. Lin Yue ran over, waving his hand to brush off the dust, but when the dust settled, Ding Yanping was nowhere to be seen. He ran away. Lin Yue exclaimed in surprise, then approached Zhao Yun. Thank you for saving my life. Lin Yue bowed in gratitude. Please rise, brother, Zhao Yun said, tossing aside the shattered spear from the tip and smiling as he helped Lin Yue up. It is only right to assist when witnessing injustice, no need for thanks. By the way, we are of similar age, oh just call me Zilong. This incident was caused by me, and my benefactor lost a long spear for nothing. Please leave an address and I will surely repay you handsomely in the future. No need for that, just call me Zilong. The power of the 100 birds facing the phoenix is too great. The long spear could not withstand its might and broke. It is not your fault, brother. Zhao Yun smiled and did not answer Lin Yue's question, but instead asked, what is your name? I am Lin Yue. May I ask where Zilong is headed? Seeing Zhao Yun not answer, Lin Yue asked. This was the legendary Zhao Zilong. If possible, surely no one could refuse. My elder brother recently passed away, so I am returning to my hometown in Changshan south of Jilu County, Zhao Yun said. Where did Zilong serve before? I previously served under Gongsun Zan in Wulu County, Zhao Yun said, somewhat reluctant to bring up the topic. Gongsun Zan, in Liaodong County. Why had Lin Yue never seen him before? Lin Yue wondered. Cough, officer, it's great that you're all right. Li Mu approached tremblingly. Li Mu, it's such a relief that you're unharmed. Lin Yue exclaimed in delight, having assumed Li Mu would seize the chance to evade, yet he had remained steadfastly in place. Thankfully my mother gifted me this soft armor, otherwise I'd likely be crippled. Li Mu grinned, cracking a joke even now. Lin Yue exhaled deeply. The armor bestowed by Li Mu's mother was undoubtedly the finest. Commander, who is this valiant warrior? Li Mu asked, turning toward Zhao Yun. I am Zhao Yun of Changshan. Call me Zilong. Zhao Yun replied with a courteous bow and a warm smile. He is our savior. Just now he drove off the bandits, Lin Yue explained. Then allow me to offer my deepest gratitude. Li Mu attempted a full kowtow, but his frail body betrayed him, sending him collapsing face first onto the ground. Fortunately, Zhao Yun reacted, instantly catching him before he struck the earth. Absolutely not. I merely acted on instinct when witnessing injustice. Such deeds are but our solemn duty, Zhao Yun said with a gentle smile. Thereafter the two helped Li Mu settle beneath the shade of a tree, while Lin Yue quietly activated his talent perception art upon Zhao Yun. Name Zhao Yun. Affiliation none. Martial prowess 94. Strategic acumen 87. Command ability 90. Administrative aptitude 82. Charismatic influence 95. A peerless general standing at the very threshold of legendary status. Truly a tiger among warriors. Suddenly a thought struck Lin Yue. Zilong serving under Gongsun Zan. Do you happen to know a man named Liu Bei styled Xuanda? Zhao Yun shook his head puzzled. I do not know him. Where does he serve? No matter. I only asked out of curiosity. Lin Yue replied with a light laugh, his heart soaring with quiet elation. So the game world diverges from history after all. Liu Bei is not yet serving under Gongsun Zan. Oh, perhaps he has not yet emerged into the world. Why did you resign outright instead of requesting formal leave? Lin Yue asked. Zhao Yun hesitated. Then seeing Lin Yue's upright bearing and noble countenance, and sensing the weight of long-suppressed sorrow within himself, he sighed deeply and began. 3 years ago, I journeyed northward to slay the barbarians, and arrived in Liaodong. Hearing of Gongsun Zan's chivalrous reputation, I pledged my service to him. Yet though I possessed formidable martial skill, opportunity never came. My talents lay idle, my days wasted in vain. Today, receiving word of my elder brother's death, I deliberated long, and finally resolved to resign and return home. Gongsun Zan's elite retinue, the White Horse Righteous Cavalry, has fought alongside him since his rise, earning immense renown. Thus it is hardly surprising that brother Zhao received no recognition. Li Mu explained to Lin Yue. In truth, Liaodong commandery is not unique in this regard. Li Chongliang himself suppresses Gongsun Zan. When Li Rubiai recently assembled most of the cavalry to attack the Jutsu tribe, he deliberately excluded Gongsun Zan. Given Gongsun Zan's strength, he might well have succeeded Li Chongliang as commander of Liaodong, had circumstances permitted. Born into a high-ranking bureaucratic family, Li Mu perceived such political intricacies far more keenly than ordinary men. Lin Yue nodded slowly. He grasped the meaning perfectly. In essence, are you skilled in battle? Excellent. But skill alone means nothing. To thrive, one must command influence, lineage, and patronage. Which faction do you belong to? Gongsun Zan's martial prowess rivaled Zhao Yun's, and he commanded the historically famed White Horse Righteous Cavalry, a warlord through and through. Naturally, he placed unwavering trust in his longtime loyalists, not in newcomers like Zhao Yun. Suddenly, inspiration flashed across Lin Yue's mind. He beamed with joy. From his spatial ring, he retrieved several fine wines seized earlier from Zhang Matzi, handing one bottle to each man. Today we owe you our lives, Zilong. Our debt shall be repaid tenfold in time to come. Lin Yue raised his bottle with a grin. Our profound thanks, Zilong. Li Mu echoed the sentiment. The three clinked bottles together. Zhao Yun drank deeply, feeling his pent-up melancholy dissolve with every swallow. Zilong, a true general's destiny lies upon the battlefield. Returning home brings peace. But what of your unmatched martial arts? Shall they fade into oblivion? Lin Yue asked. The realm has only just settled. Warfare wanes save for northern campaigns against the barbarians. Yet as you've heard, it is not merely Liaodong. Neighboring commanderies follow the same pattern. Outwardly tranquil, yet beneath the surface rivals are systematically suppressed. I seek only to slay enemies on the field, not entangle myself in such scheming. Yet reality affords me no arena to prove myself. Zhao Yun drained another mouthful, sighing heavily. Where then may I find such an arena? Li Mu arched an eyebrow. Oh, where indeed? Zhao Yun asked. Li Mu exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Yue, who smiled and declared the Great Wall Legion. Ah, the Great Wall Legion is indeed glorious, but it recruits only the most elite troops from across the empire. I once considered joining them, yet my applications were rejected repeatedly by the battalion commander. With time, even that hope dimmed. What difficulty is there? If Zilong wishes to join, I welcome you with open arms. Lin Yue met Zhao Yun's gaze with solemn sincerity. Who precisely are you two gentlemen? Zhao Yun asked, perplexed. Who dare speak so boldly of guaranteeing entry into the Great Wall Legion? I am Lin Yue, personal guard to General Meng Tian, Baron of the Empire and commander of the Great Wall Legion. Lin Yue laughed. Li Mu, my father is Li Si. Li Mu added simply with a faint smile. Zhao Yun inhaled sharply, astonished. What had seemed a dead end now blossomed into unexpected fortune. The two men he had saved were none other than a commander of the Great Wall Legion, and the son of Chancellor Li Si. Zilong, have you decided? Should you wish to join us, I shall prepare your quarters with utmost reverence. Lin Yue rose earnestly. Zhao Yun stood in turn, reflected deeply, and then bowed gravely. Commander Zilong pledges his service. Then all is settled. Lin Yue beamed. His lingering anxiety finally lifted. Once Zilong joined the Great Wall Legion, how could he possibly slip from Lin Yue's grasp? Yet my elder brother has passed. I must first return home to arrange his affairs, and cannot accompany you to camp immediately, Zhao Yun said, troubled. Zilong, worry not. Attend to your family matters first, then join us when ready. Lin Yue smiled, withdrawing 100 taels of silver from his spatial ring and offering them to Zhao Yun. Brother Lin, what is this for? Zhao Yun asked. An elder brother's passing demands many arrangements, formalities, rites, tributes. Moreover, you saved our lives. We regard you as sworn brothers. To honor your brother, as if he were our own, is surely no transgression. And consider this. How long would it take you to ride there? Heed my counsel, Zilong. Accept this gift. Indeed. Indeed. Take the teleportation array in Xiangping City. You'll reach Changshan in Julu Commandery within days. Li Mu added. Very well. Zilong accepts gratefully. Zhao Yun bowed deeply in thanks. Recalling the treasures collected for him by the middle-aged Taoist Lin Yue selected a yellow rank spear and handed it to Zhao Yun. Take this as well. Bandits plague the roads. No warrior should travel unarmed. When we find a superior weapon, I shall present it to you. Recompense for saving our lives. My sincere thanks to you both. This time Zhao Yun accepted without hesitation. Though inferior to his lost heirloom, this yellow rank spear surpassed his broken weapon, sufficient for defense, if not for full mastery. Here, take this pill as well. It is the only thing I possess that may truly aid you. Lin Yue presented Zhao Yun with a Xian Yuan pill repayment for his life-saving valor, and also to witness what heights this legendary warrior, already famed for his 7 charges and withdrawals at Chongbin Slope, might attain when further elevated by this rare talent-enhancing elixir. Settle your family affairs first. We may soon return to Shan Commandery. You may join us there directly. Lin Yue offered no room for refusal. Seeing the pill's extraordinary value, and finding polite refusal impossible, Zhao Yun tucked it away, then observed the two men's condition and suggested, let me escort you back first. No need. Return home at once, your family awaits you. We bear no serious injury, Lin Yue replied with a smile. Zhao Yun paused, then bowed. Then farewell, brother Lin, brotherly. I depart now. I shall await you in Shan Commandery, Lin Yue replied with a formal salute. Zhao Yun nodded, and galloping away vanished swiftly beyond Lin Yue's sight.